Chapter 281. Sherman, the visitor from the Order of Justice, asked Aura to go and receive him, saying that he was ill. The visitor from the Order of Justice sent a small fleet to the western fortress of Alpha to monitor the activities of New Eden and the Betaless Federation to prevent New Eden from engaging in arms trade with them again. And that was the end of the matter. Sherman said that he didn't care, because the last batch of more than 500 God-level dreadnoughts and 500 Shadow Iron Cavalry had already arrived in the hands of the Betaless Federation under the personal escort of Mod. And this is also the last help that New Eden can give to the Betaless Federation. On the other side, on the first star of Betaless, a small wormhole suddenly appeared above the orbit of its planet, and then a shuttle of more than 10 meters jumped out of the wormhole. After the shuttle came out, the wormhole collapsed in an instant and slowly dissipated very quietly. Looking at the gradually dissipating wormhole, Shuawei III looked at the dissipating wormhole with a complicated expression, and couldn't help but hold the thing in his hand tightly. Then he drove the shuttle to the space station. After returning to the space station, Bloodway III immediately contacted Lao Qian to learn about the situation during this period. "Old buddy, you are finally back." Looking at Bloodway III in the light screen, Lao Qian's face, which was tense because of the best war, suddenly showed a smile. The pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. "While I'm back, how is the current situation?" Bloodway III is now more concerned about the war, especially after learning from other people that the two major camps have been besieging the Betaless Federation for almost half a month. He is even more anxious. Hearing this, Lao Qian's smile turned bitter. "Old buddy, the two fortresses are still in our hands, and the two camps have not been able to break through the defense line. However, our losses are also very serious." According to Lao Qian's report, Shuawei III had a general understanding of the current situation. It has been half a month since the war started. Almost 24 hours a day, large and small battles are taking place in the two fortress galaxies, and more than 100 large and small battles have broken out between the two sides. Both sides have suffered heavy losses. At present, the war losses of the Justice Order and the Freedom Camp have exceeded 10 fleets, and the Freedom Camp has lost another Dreadnought fleet, and has lost a total of 3 Dreadnought fleets. But the Betaless Federation also suffered heavy losses. The first mixed fleet stationed at Xuanmu Fortress has been half crippled, and the second mixed fleet stationed at Xuanguang Fortress has been disbanded. The third mixed fleet that took over has also suffered serious casualties. The 2 Dreadnought fleets have been reduced to 1 in 10 after several operations, and have been added to the first mixed fleet. It can be said that the organization of the 2 Dreadnought fleets has been disbanded. At present, the Betaless Federation only has the 4th mixed fleet and the 5th mixed fleet as reserve forces. The Dreadnought fleet is gone, and even the defensive artifact Shadow Iron Cavalry, the 2 military fortresses have less than 50 sorties in total, which is only 16 squadrons, and the consumption is very serious. If the battle continues like this, the 2 fortresses will be lost within half a month. And because almost all the fleets of the Betaless Federation are now gathered in these 2 fortresses, if they are lost, it means that there will be no strength to carry out the next defense. In other words, once the 2 fortresses are lost, it means the fall of the entire Betaless Federation. The territory of the Betaless Federation is too small, and the newly recovered Bloody Constellation is still in the development stage. They have no strategic depth at all, and can only defend these 2 fortresses. This is also the reason why the 2 camps want to consume the Betaless Federation through uninterrupted fighting, because the Betaless Federation has to fight. "Old buddy, what did you find in this ancient ruins? Can it help us turn the tide of the war?" Old Qian looked at Bloodrose III with expectation. Now that New Eden has been supervised by people sent by the Justice Order, it is impossible to get support, so the fate of the Betaless Federation can only depend on what Bloodrose III brought out from the ancient ruins. In response, Bloodrose III smiled bitterly, and spread out the thing he was holding tightly in his hand. This is a black box the size of a child's palm. The whole box has no interface, and is round and integrated. There is only one thing like this in the ancient ruins. Looking at the black box in the hands of Bloodway III, Lao Qian's smile became even more bitter. Is the thing in Bloodway III's hands good? It is clear at a glance that this black box must store unknown technology, or even the complete inheritance of ancient civilization. It can be said that Bloodway III took out the most valuable thing in the ancient ruins. However, this is of no use to the current situation. Lao Qian would rather Bloodway III took out a few titans of ancient civilization, even super aircraft carriers. At least those things can help the battle situation. "Old man, is there anything in it?" Old Qian asked without giving up. "If there is something valuable in it, At most we can select a colonial fleet to take this thing to the unknown universe to open up new territories and reproduce the glory of the Betaless Empire. It would be good to leave the fire behind. In response to Old Qian's question, Bloodway III held the black box tighter. Without saying anything, he cut a hole in his palm and applied the blood on the black box. Then, with Bloodway III's bitter expression and Old Qian's surprised eyes, the black box slowly floated out of Bloodway III's hand, and a light curtain appeared in front of the two. The blood-red warning on the screen made the two people fall into silence. Warning! Warning! Original gene authority not retrieved. Warning! Warning! Original gene authority not retrieved. Warning! Warning! Original gene authority not retrieved. Original gene key. Old Qian said bitterly. This thing is similar to their Betaless Empire arsenal. It needs to retrieve the original gene to open it. Just like now, only Bloodway III who has the original gene of the Betaless Empire can open this Empire arsenal. Others can't open it even if they destroy the entire planet. This black box needs the original gene to open, but it is unknown how long this ancient civilization has disappeared, and it is unknown how much effort it will take to find its descendants. If the descendants of its civilization are cut off, this box can only be used as a decoration. It is impossible to crack it by brute force. Even the angel civilization and the demon civilization have no way to crack it by brute force, let alone them. At most, they can only destroy it, and they can't get any valuable data from it. This product of ancient ruins is like chicken ribs to them now. It is tasteless to eat, but it is a pity to throw it away. Chapter 282. At this time, Lao Qian's screen flashed, and then there were bursts of huge roars. Lao Qian's expression remained unchanged, and he said to Shuowei III, "Old buddy, the enemy has started to attack again. I will go to command the battle first. Hometown depends on you." Then the communication was hung up. Damn it! Shuowei III looked at the hung-up communication, and his hand holding the black box tightened. The movement just now showed that the enemy had started to attack the military fortress. Generally speaking, before the anti-pit fleet is eliminated, the fortress will not be attacked like this. The situation of these two fortresses can be imagined. Without time to think, Bloodway III immediately gave an order. Come on, prepare a warship to go to the Dazzling Fortress. At present, the Dazzling Fortress is guarded by Lao Qian, and the Dazzling Fortress can only be controlled remotely, so Bloodway III must go there in person to guard it. At this time, someone came to report. Report, New Eden Mod is here to report. New Eden? Bloodway III was overjoyed and said quickly, "Please come in." After a while, a bald and burly man strode to the front of Bloodway III. Report, Mariah Mod of the New Eden Mod Corps has been ordered to come to the rescue. Good. Good. Bloodrose III was overjoyed when he saw the tough Mod. He was not unfamiliar with Mod, as they had met several times before. Without time to greet each other, Bloodrose III asked, "Sir Mod, how many fleets and equipment did you bring this time? Now the fleet of the Betaless Federation has lost more than half, and it is in urgent need of replenishment. 2 fully staffed dreadnought fleets, a total of 560 battle-equipped God-indicated dreadnoughts, and 500 Shadow Iron Cavalry." Mod reported all the things he brought this time, and then continued. "His Majesty also asked me to bring a message to you. Justice Order has sent people to supervise the investigation. This is the last batch of warships traded. As allies, our 2 dreadnought fleets will also accept your command." Bloodway III was also aware of this situation, and knew that New Eden had taken such a big risk to send these 2 dreadnought fleets. Then Mod continued to add to Bloodway III, "Your Excellency, our 2 dreadnought fleets will unconditionally obey your command, and we have disappeared from New Eden's battle sequence after entering the Betaless star field. Even if we win in the future, we can't return, so you can be assured and bold in commanding and arranging." Looking at Mod's bald head, Bloodrose III choked up a little. These are 2 whole dreadnought fleets. New Eden dispatched them without hesitation to be able to serve as a second-rate civilization. What a friendship! And he also understood what Mod said. That is, because of the Justice Order, these 2 dreadnought fleets will have nothing to do with New Eden after arriving at the Betaless Federation, no matter what the outcome is. How could Bloodrose III not be moved by this? Of course, after Modder brought the fleet here, he didn't think about taking it back, as that would bring a lot of trouble to New Eden, so it would be better to wipe out the whole army. Then he could just revive an alpha base. As for why the commanders of the 2 dreadnought fleets were also called Mariah Modor, he didn't know. After all, they had already died in the battle, so what did it have to do with him? So Modder came here for a battle in which he was sure to die. "Sir, please give the order." Maud looked at Bludge Rose III with a piercing gaze, and the will to fight in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Okay. Bludge Rose III looked at Maud, who asked for a fight, and did not refuse. Now the situation was urgent, and he did not give him the conditions to refuse. The consumption of the Betelgeuse Federation in the past half-month has begun to show results. Both Frederick McKee and Michael Blake can clearly find that the resistance of the fortress is getting weaker and weaker. So both of them increased the intensity of the attack on this day, especially Frederick McKee, who no longer took their own casualties into consideration. Because the news of the ancient ruins of the Betelgeuse Federation has been exposed. A fleet captain of a civilization that suffered heavy casualties secretly reported it to the Freedom Camp, and then the originally sneaky overdue flagship fleet suddenly stopped hiding and rushed to the Betelgeuse star field at a very fast speed. In addition, since Frederick McKee and his team concealed the news of the ancient ruins and did not report it, a fleet of another force will come to take over the war in the Betelgeuse star field, and they will return to the rear to rest and accept investigation. After paying a huge price, Frederick McKee and his men could not accept this. They could only step up their attack before the forces that wanted to pick peaches arrived. They tried their best to get the ancient ruins in the shortest time possible. So this time Frederick McKee and his men were very crazy in their attack. A total of 18 Exorcist-class heavy assault cruisers and 4 dreadnought fleets, even the fleets that were placed at the border of the Xuanmu constellation for supervision, were not left behind, and all were dispatched here. They wanted to break through the Xuanguang fortress in one fell swoop. So after discovering that Frederick McKee had assembled such a large force, Old Qian took it very seriously, and personally rushed to the dazzling fortress to command. Even half of the dreadnoughts of the dazzling wood fortress were urgently transferred here. This guy who betrayed his teacher and destroyed his ancestors is going to play for real. Looking at the starry sky in front of him, covering tens of thousands of kilometers of warship arrays, Old Qian's face was very solemn. And Frederick McKee didn't want to greet his mentor anymore. After the fleet was ready, he immediately waved his hand, and all the fleets attacked the fortress in battle formation. 16 Exorcist-class main fleets and 4 dreadnought fleets surrounded the entire dazzling fortress and launched an attack on it. The 4th mixed fleet defending outside the fortress also launched a counterattack, but it could only face enemies in one direction, and was suppressed by the absolute force advantage of the Freedom Camp, making the battle very difficult. The Shadow Iron Cavalry that flew out of the fortress from time to time were also directly ignored, and all the dreadnoughts of the Freedom Camp attacked the fortress frantically. This is a forced demolition. Then, nearly 1,000 dreadnoughts instantly showed super high energy reactions. In Lao Qian's stiff expression, nearly 1,000 large doomsday shells instantly broke the already severely damaged fortress energy shield, exposing the entire fortress to the eyes of the free camp. Frederick McKee's decisive move was somewhat beyond Lao Qian's expectations, which resulted in many fleets being trapped in the fortress and unable to get out. The channel was taken care of it the first time. Under the attack of hundreds of flagship guns, the channel suddenly collapsed and blocked. The standing Shadow Iron Cavalry of the fortress had also been used up, so the entire fortress became a coffin. Faced with this situation, all the people in the 4th Mixed Fleet launched the most violent attack on the enemy, as if they were possessed, hoping to repel the enemy and save the fortress. But the fleet of the Free Camp was also red-eyed, and had no rules to speak of. The dreadnoughts of both sides bombarded each other, and the conventional warships were entangled together. Large and small doomsday beams crossed the battlefield from time to time, taking away the lives of warships and pilots from time to time. The fall of the dazzling fortress was inevitable, and Lao Qian had no way to deal with it until an induction appeared outside the fortress. The bright cross-shaped induction attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield, and also pulled at everyone's heartstrings. Chapter 283. When the 2 dreadnought fleets came across the galaxy, Lao Qian was relieved. Frederick McKee's face changed drastically. God Revelation-class dreadnoughts. The warships of the 2 dreadnought fleets were God Revelation-class dreadnoughts, which made him a little furious. Where did these damn dreadnought fleets come from? He was sure that the dreadnought fleets of the Betelgeuse Federation had been exhausted in the 2 fortresses, and the remaining ones were only the dreadnoughts in the mixed fleet. How could they still have this trick? But that's the truth. After the 2 God Instruction-class dreadnoughts entered the battlefield, they immediately cooperated with the 4th Mixed Fleet to clear the enemies in front of the fortress. The flagship guns and Doomsday roared towards the fleet of the Free Camp, bringing one space fireworks after another. The goals of both sides were very clear. Maud's goal was the enemy's dreadnought fleet, and the 4th Mixed Fleet commanded by Lao Qian was the enemy's conventional fleet, so the attack efficiency was very terrifying. Moreover, under Maud's command, the two God Instruction-class dreadnoughts seemed to have been reborn, and they could always rely on their super defense capabilities to fight the enemy hard, with full firepower. Especially in the cooperation with the 4th Mixed Fleet, it was perfect, as if they had already worked together hundreds of times. Very tacit understanding. Under the powerful firepower of the two dreadnought fleets led by Maud, the Betelgeuse Federation finally opened up the situation on the battlefield and defeated the enemy fleet in front of the fortress. Damn it! Frederick McKee was annoyed when he saw the fleet that was originally used to contain the enemy being defeated, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. Then, they adjusted their deployment, and transferred the fleets that were besieging the military fortress on both sides to contain the two newly appeared dreadnought fleets, while the other fleets attacked the military fortress more frantically. At this moment, Frederick McKee didn't care anymore. As long as the military fortress was demolished, the resistance of the Betelgeuse Federation would be greatly weakened. At that time, they would have plenty of time and opportunities to wipe out the remaining forces of the Betelgeuse Federation. It can be said that if the military fortress was taken, the war would be more than half successful. Moreover, they only had this one chance. If they could not break through the defense line, they would have nothing to do in the future. The ancient ruins would have nothing to do with them. So Frederick McKee and others attacked very fiercely this time. The fleet of the Freedom Camp attacked the fortress desperately, as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and even ignored the enemies of the two dreadnought fleets beside them. Maud could understand the Freedom Camp's approach after a slight thought, so when he saw that only one Exorcist-class main fleet came to interfere and restrain him, he immediately smiled. "Are you looking down on me? Then I show you my big treasure." Frederick McKee originally wanted to let this Exorcist-class main fleet rely on its superb defense, small signal radius of the hull, and superb skills of the pilots to contain Maud's two dreadnought fleets, because from the battle just now, the two new dreadnought fleets are equipped with flagship guns, so as long as they pay attention to the positioning and maneuvering, there will be no problem in containing them. After all, these two dreadnought fleets are pure dreadnought fleets, not mixed fleets with special warships for assistance, and Frederick McKee only asked to delay for a while to buy time to break through the dazzling fortress. But since he understood Frederick McKee's purpose, how could Motor do as he wished? "Captain, this Exorcist-class conventional fleet is handed over to you." "Okay." Old Chien agreed without hesitation. His 4th Mixed Fleet is very experienced in dealing with this conventional fleet. Then the 4th Mixed Fleet leaped forward slightly, just to protect the side of Maud's fleet. The Exorcist-class fleet was intercepted by fierce firepower as soon as it entered the range, and suffered heavy casualties. Maud ignored the battle around him, and instead locked his target on the dreadnought fleet that was besieging the dazzling fortress. There were originally 4 dreadnought fleets in the Freedom Camp, and because of Frederick McKee's arrangement, these 4 dreadnought fleets were distributed in 4 directions of the dazzling fortress to attack. Now the dreadnought fleet in front has been destroyed, so there are only 3 enemy dreadnought fleets left. And because of the scattered distribution, Maud can only attack 2 dreadnought fleets now, and the other one cannot be attacked because of the cover of the dazzling fortress. But this makes Maud much less stressed. Maud looked at the battlefield, and his eyes turned pure white between opening and closing. Countless quantum data from Maud's brain linked every warship in the 2 dreadnought fleets, allowing him to control every piece of equipment and every bit of the hull of every ship in the 2 fleets. Then, the new Eden pilots, whose battleships were destroyed and whose space capsules were taken into other dreadnoughts, drove out of the maintenance cabin of the dreadnoughts in a light interceptor and jumped towards the dreadnought fleet of the Freedom Camp. When Maud saw that the dreadnought fleet of the Freedom Camp was all left behind by the light interceptor, Maud immediately took action. A super strong energy reaction suddenly lit up in front of the bows of the 2 God Revelation-class dreadnought fleets. The energy gathered to a peak in just 5 seconds, but Maud was not in a hurry, but continued to gather energy. Old Chien looked at the energy gathered by the doomsday weapons of the 2 God Revelation-class dreadnought fleets, and his face changed slightly. You know, no matter what kind of doomsday weapon it is, the energy intensity depends on whether the warship and the pilot can bear it. Every shot of the doomsday weapon will put a great burden on the warship and the pilot. In the battles during this period, many of his Betelgeuse Federation's dreadnought pilots were killed in the space capsule because of the abuse of doomsday weapons, which caused their bodies to be severely loaded. Now that all the dreadnought fleets of New Eden have gathered the energy of the doomsday weapons, the burden on the warships and the body is even greater, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they can die at any time. But all these risks are worth it. The 2 dreadnought fleets suddenly launched an attack on the dreadnought fleet of the Freedom Camp on the right side of the dazzling fortress, and hundreds of condensed doomsday beams shot at it fiercely. Faced with such a sudden attack, the The attack Freedom Camp Dreadnought fleet was completely annihilated on the spot in this doomsday bombardment. Damn it! Looking at Maud, who had destroyed one of his Dreadnought fleets with a round of ultra-high-intensity doomsday destruction, and was now using the flagship gun to concentrate fire on another of his Dreadnought fleets, Frederick McKee knew that this time he was doomed. Now, even if they took down the dazzling fortress, they would suffer heavy losses and would be unable to attack again, and could only serve as a scapegoat for those who came after them. So, after realizing that the goal was hopeless, Frederick McKee did not delay and decisively gave the order. The conventional fleet assists the Dreadnought fleet in clearing the interceptors around it. The Dreadnought fleet ceases fire and accumulates energy, preparing to evacuate. Finally, after paying the price of more than 70 Dreadnought fleets, the other Dreadnought fleets of the Freedom Camp all evacuated through hyperspace jumps, and the conventional fleet also evacuated in an orderly manner, leaving no chance for Maud and Lao Qian. Chapter 284. After Frederick McKee led the fleet to evacuate, he had to give up the pursuit because the Beta-less Federation currently only had a mixed fleet, and Maud was full of dreadnoughts. After the Freedom Camp was repelled, Michael Blake also got the news and evacuated with the fleet after cursing. Otherwise, when Lao Qian and Maud transferred the fleet over, he would be in trouble. The originally fierce battle ended in just half an hour, and the battlefield was full of warship wreckage. Maud led the fleet to continue guarding the dazzling fortress to avoid being attacked by the enemy, while the 4th Mixed Fleet was cleaning up the battlefield and also finishing off the space capsules of the Freedom faction that failed to evacuate from the battlefield. Because of the engineering complex supported by New Eden, Lao Qian and others also attached great importance to the wreckage of the warship. After each battle, they would organize people to transport the wreckage of the warship to the engineering complex in the rear for refining. At the same time, repair drones and spacecrafts also flew out of the fortress to repair the damaged armor and structure of the fortress. The reactor of the fortress also continued to supply energy, propping up the energy shield of the fortress again. Everything was developing in a good direction. Dazzling constellation, dazzling galaxy, freedom forward fortress. As the guide lighted up, hundreds of dreadnoughts jumped in through hyperspace. Each of them was covered with scars, and many dreadnoughts had cracks in their armor, which looked miserable. Frederick McKee looked at the freedom forward fortress in front of him, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But I felt sad. Originally, I came to the Beta-less starfield with more than 20 Exorcist-class heavy assault cruisers and 6 dreadnought fleets. I thought I could take down the entire Beta-less starfield with absolute force. I didn't expect that after more than a month of fierce fighting, not only could I not break through the defense line of the Justice Order, but I also suffered a big loss in front of the Beta-less Federation, which I originally regarded as an ant. As a result, there are only 1.5 dreadnought fleets left, and the conventional fleet has also suffered heavy losses, with less than 8 fleets left, and it has no strength to fight again. Not only did his merits, reputation, and ancient relics all become empty talk, he also had to face the accountability of the demonic civilization and the free camp. Thinking of this, Frederick McKee couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just as he entered the space station, the signalman trotted to him. "Commander-in-Chief, someone is coming from the headquarters." Hearing this, Frederick McKee frowned slightly. "Who?" "He said he was coming to replace us, and he didn't say anything else." The signalman answered honestly. Frederick McKee nodded and asked him to lead the way. Soon, when he walked into the combat meeting room, he saw a slender figure sitting quietly in the main seat with a wine glass in his hand, looking at the projection on the screen, and the projection was exactly the battle they had just fought. Seeing this man sitting in his main seat without any courtesy, Frederick McKee frowned and was about to scold him. But after seeing the logo on his chest, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart and took a small step back. Black Flag Legion. The standard on his chest was eye-catching. A silver eagle with its wings spread out was tied to a pillar, and 2 long swords crossed through its body, looking both evil and holy, very strange. Hearing this, the man sitting in the main seat lowered his head and looked at Frederick McKee with interest, with a chuckle on his mouth. "Oh, it seems that you know us. Sir Edley, who in the Freedom Camp doesn't know the name of your Black Flag Legion?" Frederick McKee said with a slight bow, and his heart was very bitter. If other forces come to take over, he still has the confidence to cooperate and divide the ancient ruins together. Although he can't take it all by himself, he has also gained something. But now that this person has come, they have nothing to worry about. The strength and tyranny of the Black Flag Corps are well known in the entire Free Camp. The Black Flag Corps, a first-class civilization in the Free Camp, is directly led by the Demon Civilization. It is powerful, and can be said to be the strongest force in the Free Camp except for the Demon Third Fleet. It has 3 battle-tested super flagship fleets, and all its warships are the main battleships of the demon civilization, not their retired warships. And you have to know that there are only a handful of super flagship fleets in the entire Southern Star region free camp, and many of them are equipped with powered demon titans. This kind of titans have been retired by the demon civilization, and this is the only one that can be favored by the demon civilization. More importantly, unlike other civilizations or forces, this Black Flag Corps is a pure armed force, all of whom are experienced and battle-hardened pilots, and their strength can be imagined. Oh, it seems that you know me, then it will be much easier later. Adrian Black Flag drank the bright red wine in the glass, and slowly walked to Frederick McKee. He ordered in a tone as cold as steel and unquestionable. I give you 3 days to evacuate. The Beta-less Starfield battlefield will be taken over by my Black Flag Corps. Although Frederick McKee had heard of Adrian Black Flag's tough attitude before, he still felt a little angry at such a strong tone. Sir, I'm sorry that I can't accept it. Without a clear order from the headquarters, it is impossible for our army to evacuate the Beta-less Starfield. He, Frederick McGee, also directly obeyed the leadership of Bill Saxon. Although his strength was far inferior to that of the Black Flag Legion, they were all at the same level in terms of status. And as the commander-in-chief of the Beta-less Star region, only Bill Saxon could appoint and dismiss him. Adrian Black Flag did not have the power to interfere with him. Looking at Frederick McGee, who was slightly narrowed and aggressive, Adrian Black Flag laughed. Before I came, Bill Saxon had already appointed me to be in charge of the relevant wars in the Beta-less Starfield. Your evacuation order will soon be given to you. I just asked you to prepare for the evacuation early. After all, you have lost so badly. If you don't make some preparations, I'm afraid you will be like a dog that has lost its home, and the evacuation will be too ugly. As he spoke, Adrian Black Flag walked to the huge French window, looking at the starry sky outside the fortress, and his tone became very cold. I will only give you 3 days. After 3 days, my troops will conduct an indiscriminate cleanup of the Beta-less Starfield. Don't blame me for not reminding you. After that, a bright cross-shaped induction appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away from the fortress. Its dazzling light cast a long shadow on the figure of Adrian Black Flag. Afterwards, waves of red energy ripples appeared in space, and the space was wrinkled. 20 interstellar behemoths came over the galaxy, and behind them was an endless sea of flagships. Black Flag Legion Super Flagship Fleet, here. Chapter 285. On the other hand, after a great battle, the Beta-less Federation not only suffered heavy losses in its fleet and incomplete fleet organization, but most importantly, the military fortress was severely damaged. Schwanmu Fortress was fine, because the Justice Order did not send out its flagship this time, but only dispatched more than 10 fleets to attack. Although under such heavy pressure, the defensive fleet suffered heavy losses under the disadvantage of fighting with fewer troops. The 3rd Mixed Fleet was completely wiped out, and even the 5th and 6th Mixed Fleets as reserve forces lost more than half of their troops, but fortunately the enemy did not attack the fortress for long. Therefore, the Schwanmu Fortress only suffered a serious loss of energy shield, and it itself did not suffer any damage. But the Schwanguang Fortress, which was invested with a large number of conventional fleets and dreadnought fleets by the free camp, was much more miserable. The 4th Mixed Fleet lost more than 2/3, of which half were dreadnoughts, and the organization could be cancelled. The fortress was even more seriously damaged. The energy shield was shattered, the external armor lost more than 3/5, the fortress itself was heavily damaged, the channel collapsed and blocked, the iron cavalry external warehouse was damaged by more than half, and even the most important energy reactor was almost hit by more than 10 doomsday weapons from the dreadnoughts. Emergency repairs are still being carried out. A few hours later, when the channel was cleared, Maud entered the military fortress at the invitation of Lao Qian. Looking at the old man in front of him with gray hair and tired eyes, but still forcing himself to be energetic, Maud could not help but stand still and salute with his right hand at chest level. The commander of the New Eden Maud Regiment, Mariah Maud, has been ordered to come to help. Looking at the solemn face of Maud, Lao Qian showed an excited smile, stretched out his hands, and stepped forward to hold Maud's hands tightly. If you hadn't arrived in time this time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Old Qian was still a little scared. Not because of his own death, but if he and others hadn't defended the fortress, and allowed the fleet of the Freedom Camp to enter and march straight in, he would not be at peace even if he died. It was a matter of life and death for the civilized race, so he couldn't help but be scared. In response, Maud also showed a bright smile. Sir, New Eden and the Beta-less Federation had reached a strategic agreement. If the Justice Order hadn't sent people to the border of the Alpha Star region to supervise this time, there wouldn't have been only such a small fleet coming. Maud said with a serious face, "Sir, please give us the most dangerous, most difficult and most important combat mission. We will definitely live up to your expectations." Looking at Maud's resolute face, Lao Qian, a veteran who has fought for many years, and is used to seeing the separation of life and death, was touched and sighed. No wonder New Eden has risen so fast. With warriors like you who are not afraid of life and death, it is difficult not to rise. Let's be honest. When he first came into contact with New Eden gave the Betelgeuse Federation a lot of help. At that time, he didn't have a very good impression of New Eden. At the beginning, New Eden provided technology in exchange for their resources, and helped the Betelgeuse Federation become stronger just to let them defend the Betelgeuse Starfield, and become the first line of defense in the west of New Eden. This is a clear condition. New Eden needs an ally, and they need to become stronger. Everyone takes what they need. But at this difficult time, when the Betelgeuse Federation is facing siege from two major camps, and facing life and death, New Eden can still send 2 dreadnought fleets and many military supplies, which greatly touched Lao Qian. You know, in this chaotic southern starfield, these 2 dreadnought fleets can be regarded as the foundation of a second-rate top civilization. You know, when Maud led these 2 dreadnought fleets into the Betelgeuse Federation, it meant that they could not go back. Even this news cannot be known to the outside world, otherwise New Eden will face their current predicament and be liquidated by the 2 major camps. 2 full dreadnought fleets. This time, the Freedom Camp dispatched a total of 6 dreadnought fleets, but this was also the number that Frederick McKee integrated the dreadnought fleets of 3 first-rate civilizations. This failure, especially the heavy casualties of the fleet, can be said to have seriously damaged the vitality of these civilizations, and it will take several years to recover. This shows how valuable this dreadnought fleet is in this southern star region. For Lao Qian's praise, Maud's face remained unchanged. The praise of outsiders did not stir up any waves in his heart, and the glory of New Eden should not be praised, but should be won on the battlefield. Your Excellency is too kind. You should give us combat missions. No hurry, now the war has just ended. Not only we are uncomfortable, but the enemy is also not easy, so there are no combat missions during this period. Besides, you are not needed for this ordinary reconnaissance mission. You should take a rest. Old Qian continued to pat Maud's shoulder. But Maud refused without hesitation. Sir, in this case, I will lead the fleet to lurk in deep space, to prevent the enemy from coming to attack, and then the fleet will be trapped in the military fortress like just now. It's not that Maud doesn't want to rest in the space station, but he can't. The pilots of these 2 dreadnoughts are all semi-mechanical clones, all unconscious, and all rely on his commands to act. If all of them enter the military fortress, they will be exposed. This is one of the top secrets of New Eden. If it is exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. So Maud would rather stay in the subspace and deep space for boring lurking than risk being exposed and enter the military fortress to rest. Then thank you for your hard work. Seeing Maud's firm attitude, Lao Qian no longer dissuaded him. After all, the military fortress has not been repaired yet. If the enemy really kills back, it will be bad. Moreover, the fleet of the Betelgeuse Federation has suffered serious losses and needs to be reorganized to organize its combat power. Currently, only Maud and his men can defend. Everything for victory, Maud said, and saluted Lao Qian. Then, Lao Qian turned back to organize other affairs. Now the burden of the entire front line is on him. Various problems are waiting for him to deal with, and there is no time to waste. After Lao Qian left, Maud also turned around and drove the shuttle to leave the military fortress, and then boarded his own dreadnought and took the fleet to jump into deep space. Then the dreadnoughts approached each other and changed their equipment through their respective ship maintenance cabins. Compared to the refitting in the space station, the efficiency of refitting in space was very touching. It took more than half an hour to simply replace the flagship energy neutralizer with a covert action device. When all the dreadnoughts were refitted, they distanced themselves from each other and finally activated the covert action device to enter the subspace to lurk. Chapter 286. While the Betelgeuse Federation was resting urgently, the Justice Order was having a hard time. When the Black Flag Corps' super flagship fleet arrived in the Betelgeuse Starfield, Adri Black Flag immediately ordered an attack on the Justice Order. After all, their main purpose in coming to the Betelgeuse Starfield was to destroy the Justice Order's fleet and open up a new situation for the stalemate in the entire southern Starfield. As for the ancient ruins in the Betelgeuse Federation, Adri Black Flag was not actually worried, because after he destroyed the Justice Order fleet, he would have time to plan again. Even if the Betelgeuse Federation has already obtained the ancient ruins, he doesn't have to worry about it. At that time, he has plenty of means to make them spit out the ancient ruins. So, Michael Blake is in big trouble. The battle has not been over for long, and he is still studying how to break through the Beta Federation fortress next, and this super flagship fleet rides on his face. Only 3 hours after receiving the frontline intelligence, the 3 traffic star systems between the Xuanmu constellation and the Xuanguang constellation were lost one after another, and all the hard-built military fortresses were completely demolished, and only a few warships escaped back. The last message from all the fortresses was, Black Flag Corps, Super Flag Fleet. This message was also confirmed by the people who fled back, which made him feel anxious and restless. Although he did not send out the flagship several times in the attack on the Xuanmu fortress of the Beta Federation, all the dreadnought fleets were relatively complete, but facing the super flagship fleet of the famous Black Flag Corps in the Southern Star Field, he had no chance of winning with the 6 dreadnought fleets in his hands. No moral principles. Michael Blake cursed the Freedom Camp for going straight to the super flagship fleet, but he also reported the news to the headquarters of the Justice Order and requested emergency support. But it was too late. After taking control of the front line, Adrian Black Flag did not choose to play it safe, but continued to move forward. Facing the dimensionality reduction attack of the super flagship fleet, the Justice Order fleet was completely defeated. Even the 2 dreadnought fleets that went to intercept were completely wiped out in less than half an hour, and hundreds of dreadnought pilots were captured as prisoners of war. The Justice Order Command also sent an order to Michael Black, and when he saw the order, he couldn't help but curse. Go to hell and defend. What can I defend with now? And now the Angel 5th Fleet is really confronting the Demon 3rd Fleet in the Cantalan Star region, and it is impossible to send a super flagship fleet. And sending the dreadnought fleet of other civilizations to come is also a suicide mission, and it is impossible to effectively stop the Black Flag Legion. In addition to sending a super flagship fleet, Michael Black can't think of any other way to save the situation. In fact, this is true. The Justice Order Command ordered Michael Black to surrender the Xuanju constellation just to buy enough time for the Camp Starfield front to prepare for defense against the Black Flag Legion super flagship fleet. As for the newly opened battlefield of the Beta Starfield, it has also been abandoned by them. There is no way, because the civilization of the Justice Order in the entire Southern Starfield does not have a super flagship fleet. Of course, in fact, the Angel civilization also supported a force that could fight against the Black Flag Legion in the past, but it was annihilated by the Black Flag Legion on the front battlefield in a war for ancient relics 2 years ago. This also led to the fact that the Angel civilization now has no subordinate civilization that can fight against the Black Flag Legion. The cost of creating a qualified subordinate that can fight against the Black Flag Legion is too high, so high that even the Angel civilization dare not do it easily. Therefore, due to the existence of the Black Flag Legion in the past 2 years, the Justice Order has been suppressed by the Free Camp, which also made the Angel civilization begin to consider rebuilding a Black Flag Legion of Justice Order. But this is also a story for the future. At present, Michael Blake is unwilling to accept this order from the headquarters, but he must execute the order. They had to do something. Otherwise, if they retreated like this, their fate would not be much better than death on the battlefield. Moreover, they concealed the news of the ancient ruins. With all the mistakes added up, they would be in trouble if they didn't die. After taking a deep breath, Michael Blake showed a fierce look and issued a combat order. All fleets assemble and retreat to the Xuanju system. If we want to fight, we have to fight a big one. Michael Blake withdrew his troops. This information did not escape the Black Flag's all-pervasive reconnaissance. Adrian soon learned this information. Seeing that the entire fleet of the Justice Order had already begun to retreat to the Xuanju galaxy, Adrian Black Flag couldn't help but smile. Are you trying to fight me? With the advantage of numbers, there is indeed a chance to defeat the super flagship fleet, which is dozens of times larger than the dreadnought fleet or small aircraft carrier fleet. As for the conventional fleet coming to besiege the super flagship fleet, it is like a moth flying into a flame, useless, and as many as come, they will die. At least since the super flagship fleet with Titan as the core was born, there has never been a case where the conventional fleet defeated the super flagship fleet by relying on the advantage of numbers. So now Michael Black is gathering his fleet to snipe his super flagship fleet, which is simply wishful thinking. At that time, we only need to pay attention to his dreadnought fleet. As long as we eliminate his dreadnought fleet first, the remaining conventional fleet will have no power to resist. The Justice Order will no longer have a foothold in the Beta Star Field. As for now, Adrian Black Flag will not give Michael Black a chance to complete the assembly. Give up the demolition of the Justice Order's interstellar space station along the way, and go all out to the Xuanju Galaxy to defeat them before they complete the assembly. I don't want to see the flag of justice execution in the Beta Star Field at this time tomorrow. As soon as the voice fell, he was responded by the fanatical shouts, like the whistling mountain wind in the Fleet Channel. Victory! 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 Half an hour later, just as the fleet of Justice Order was slowly gathering, a reconnaissance ship appeared tens of thousands of kilometers behind its gathering fleet. Then, a bright induction suddenly lit up in the horrified eyes of the crowd, and a galactic behemoth crushed the starry sky, and the red energy like waves showed a moving curve under the ripples of space. Before the fleet of Justice Order could react, 20 fan-shaped doomsdays covered the gathering fleet. Whether it was a frigate or a dreadnought, they were all turned into fragments under this devastating range of doomsday. A flash of red light, the enemy was terrified. Chapter 287. In the fortress, Michael Blake looked at the 7 conventional fleets he was assembling. Both dreadnought fleets were completely destroyed in the 20 large-scale doomsdays, and even the pilots could not escape. The Black Flag Corps' surprise attack caught him off guard. Now the assembled fleet is completely destroyed, and the other fleets are still assembling towards the Xuanju Galaxy. The situation is not optimistic. When Titan released the Doomsday, the other flagships of the Black Flag Corps' super flagship fleet also followed in, including super aircraft carriers, small aircraft carriers, dreadnoughts, special ships. More than 1,000 large warships of various types were quickly arrayed next to Titan through induction. The endless ocean of fleets made everyone in the fortress silent. Urgent. In the dazzling fortress, Lao Qian and Shuowei III, who were in a meeting, were interrupted by an urgent report. Lao Qian looked at the person who came and asked hurriedly, "What happened?" The person quickly reported the situation said by the scout. Report, the scout in the dazzling constellation and the dazzling wood constellation reported. There was a military mobilization in the free camp, and a super flagship fleet of the Black Flag Legion came to the dazzling constellation and replaced the original fleet. And the super flagship fleets of the Black Flag Legion began to attack the Justice Order 5 hours ago, and quickly broke through the defense line of the dazzling wood constellation, pushing forward all the way, and raided the Justice Order's assembly point in the dazzling wood star system an hour ago, causing serious damage to the Justice Order fleet. Half an hour ago, the commander of the Justice Order, led by Michael Blake, was forced to flee into the Camp Starfield. Currently, the Freedom Faction fleet is clearing out the remaining enemies in the Xuanmu constellation, and the Xuanmu constellation has changed hands. The short report of a few hundred words made Lao Qian and Shuowei III a little dazed. The Black Flag Corps, the Super Flag Fleet. The war between the two camps in the Beta Starfield has been decided. Neither of these two pieces of news is good news for the Beta Federation. The arrival of the Super Flagship Fleet was simply impossible for them to effectively defend and respond with their current strength. With the strength of their two fortresses, facing the Super Flagship Fleet was simply a massacre, and they were the ones being massacred. The fleet of the Justice Order had just demonstrated this to them with their lives. And now the Freedom Camp has expelled the Justice Order from the Beta Star region, and the original situation of the three parties being in a three-way confrontation has been broken. Originally, the two major camps had to defend themselves when attacking the Beta Federation because of each other, and would not concentrate their superior forces to attack the Beta Federation wholeheartedly. But now that the Freedom Camp has won, it goes without saying that the next target of the Black Flag Corps will be the Beta Federation. Without the constraints of the Justice Order, and with the addition of the Super Flagship Fleet, the offensive of the Freedom Camp this time is no longer something the Beta Federation can withstand. Lao Qian and Bloodway III both fell silent. After a long time, Lao Qian took out a cigarette from his pocket and held it in his mouth, and said softly to Bloodway III, "Old buddy, what do you think?" "What do you think?" Bloodway III also took out a cigarette and lit it, and replied calmly, "What else can I do? I will go to Xuanmu Fortress in person in a while. I have never seen a super flagship fleet in my life, so I have to go and broaden my horizons." Bloodway III's attitude is very clear: fight to the death. I want to live and die with everyone. Old Qian blew out a puff of smoke, raised his bloodshot eyes, and looked at Bloodway III. "Old buddy, let's go." "Go? Where to go?" Bloodway III asked back. "Bring the elite talents with you, and leave the Alpha Star region. New Eden will not refuse. Then you can go to other star regions." Old Qian analyzed very rationally. As long as we can escape, as long as the fire is still there, our Beta Federation will have a chance to rise again. Old Qian's plan is cruel, but also very realistic. Retain some of the most elite talents as the fire and send them out, And the black box that Bloodway III took out from the ancient ruins will also be their opportunity to rise. As long as the descendants of this unknown civilization can be found, and the black box can be opened, the Betelgeuse Federation can rise again. Listening to Lao Qian's words, Xuewei III took a puff of cigarette and smiled faintly. He did not answer Lao Qian directly, but asked, Lao Qian, how long has it been since we started the rebellion? 53 years, 2 months, and 11 days. Lao Qian said without hesitation. He will not forget this time, nor dare to forget it. 53 years, 2 months, and 11 days. Bloodway III muttered this number, with an inexplicable color in his eyes. Over the years, in order to restore the glory of the Betelgeuse Empire, we have been facing the test of life and death every day. We have to face the threat of pirates, and the joint blockade of the 2 major camps. Life is miserable. The once famous FA Corps now only has a dozen of us old guys left. When Lao Qian heard this, he couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the past few years. Looking back now, I don't know how I and others have persisted all these years. Xuewei III lowered his head and said softly, Old buddy, we actually knew that the Empire would not come back. Looking at Xuewei III, Lao Qian opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Then his body hunched over, looking very bleak. This is what Lao Qian has always wanted to avoid. And this is also the fact that he and Xuewei III have been avoiding from the beginning of the rebellion to now. The Empire has already collapsed. How could it rise again? Everything is just their unwillingness. They don't want the Empire to collapse. They don't want the glory to be so lonely. They don't want themselves to become lonely ghosts. There were many people who were like them, but the others either died or surrendered to the enemy, so now they are the only ones left. Silence, endless silence. Both of them smoked quietly, and the cigarette butts were already a layer on the ground. Finally, Lao Qian said hoarsely, What are you going to do? Transfer all civilians and non-military organizations to New Eden and let them join New Eden. Is it reliable? I don't know, but this is the best option. Will New Eden agree? Currently, the 2 major camps are very unfriendly to the Betelgeuse Federation. As a member of the Justice Order, will New Eden dare to accept their people at the risk of being held accountable by the Justice Order? In response, Bloodrose III showed a lonely smile on his face, but his tone was also full of affirmation. Don't worry, New Eden will agree. Chapter 288. In the years when they knew the future was dark, they had paid too much for their ideals and beliefs. Now that everything was suddenly revealed, Lao Qian felt very uncomfortable. Pain, confusion, and other emotions filled his heart in an instant. Old man, do you think everything we have done in these years is worth it? Lao Qian was a little confused. Since the collapse of the Empire, he has returned with the expeditionary force regardless of everything. In order to recover the lost territory and restore the glory of the Empire in the past, he has been fighting on the front line almost every day. In the long years of fighting, the old soldiers who had fought together in those days died one after another. He also led the young recruits to sing war songs, trapped in the enemy camp, and fought bravely. But now, he is a little confused. Is it worth it for so many years of persistence and sacrifice? Looking at the confused and even decadent old Qian, a bright smile appeared on the face of Xuewei III. The holographic projection gently stepped forward, and the illusory arm was placed on the shoulder of old Qian, and said in a very firm tone, It's worth it. All our sacrifices and efforts are worth it. It is our persistence that keeps the flag of the Empire flying in the starry sky of Betelgeuse. It is our sacrifice that keeps the glory of the Empire alive in the civilization of the Southern Star region. We are honored by the Empire, and the Empire should be proud of our persistence. After saying that, Bloodrose III turned his head and looked through the window at the induction that suddenly lit up outside the fortress, with a tone of regret and determination. Now, it's time for us to put a perfect end to the Empire. At this moment, the confusion in old Qian's heart was swept away, and an amazing fighting spirit burst out from his old body. A roar echoed in the space station for a long time. Fight to the death. Sir, are you really not joking? Aura looked at Bloodway III with a look of surprise on his face. Anyone who hears someone suddenly say that they want to dissolve civilization and hope that you will accept this population of more than 10 billion will be stunned. Sir Aura, you should also be very clear about the current situation of the battle in the Betelgeuse star field. Facing the ultra-flag fleet of the Freedom Camp, we have no chance of winning. We soldiers should fight bravely and die on the battlefield, but I have to make plans for these unarmed civilians. Bloodway III told the facts calmly, without hiding anything. How long can you hold out for the evacuation of civilians? Aura did not refuse, and asked more straightforwardly. Now New Eden needs enough population, so of course Aura is happy to meet Bloodway 3RD's request. And even if he didn't say it, Aura would migrate enough people to New Eden after the defeat of the Betaless Federation. No other reason, the current population gap in New Eden is too big. Aura agreed so readily, but it surprised Bloodway 3rd. Seeing Bloodway 3RD's surprised expression, Aura did not hide it, and said frankly, New Eden is too big and there are too many planets. We need enough people to colonize, and create more benefits. Bloodway 3rd was not surprised by Aura's reason, because this was one of the reasons why he was sure that New Eden would accept the population of the Betaless Federation. He still has some research and understanding of New Eden. Bloodway 3rd looked at Aura and said with a chuckle, I thought you would at least hesitate for a while because of the Justice Order. I didn't expect. He shook his head. It seems that New Eden is confident about this matter. Aura also smiled at this and said with a righteous face, as a member of the Justice Order, isn't it normal for New Eden to carry out humanitarian rescue? After that, the two smiled at each other. The reason why Blood Rose 3rd allowed civilians to integrate into New Eden was simple. The defeat of the Betaless Federation was a foregone conclusion, and he did this just because he didn't want their civilians to become slaves of the free camp. He didn't want his civilians to be put in the market like livestock and sold without dignity. He just wanted to leave them a dignified way to live, nothing more. Anyway, this time New Eden has solved a big problem for us. Old rules, fair trade. After saying that, Bloodway 3rd opened his palm, revealing a black box. Looking at the black box, the pupils of Aura, the bionic robot, couldn't help shrinking, and his voice was full of surprise. Ancient ruins? Aura's expression change did not hide from Bloodway 3RD's eyes, and then he lowered his head to look at the black box in his palm. It seems that this ancient heritage is indeed related to you. As he said that, he handed the priceless black box to Aura without hesitation. Then our deal is done. Aura resisted the urge to investigate the black box right now, and said to Blood Rose 3rd with a serious face. If the black box is as I thought, then this deal is enough for New Eden to give everything for you. It is not impossible to even give everything to help you win this war. It doesn't matter even if we are enemies with the two camps. Are you really sure you just want us to accept civilians? Aura looked at the vague symbol on the black box in his hand, and his heart was already in turmoil. If everything is as he guessed, then it will be a big deal. Bloodway 3rd was not surprised by Ola's honest attitude towards the black box, which was within his expectations. He waved his hand and rejected Ola. Bloodway 3rd did not doubt what Ola said, and the determination of New Eden for this black box. No need, Betaless Federation, the afterglow of our empire should also end. Looking at the carefree Bloodway 3rd, Ola was silent for a while, and then gave him a standard military salute. Then, he turned and left. Aura did not dissuade Bloodway 3rd from his choice, because if he were in this position, he would make such a choice. To die with the motherland that he has fought, persisted and fought for is the highest honor for all soldiers. Why not die for the motherland calmly? When the deal with New Eden was reached, the two major fortresses of the Betaless Federation had already fallen and were destroyed one after another by the super flagship fleet of the Black Flag Legion. Of the 6 mixed fleets, only less than 20 Hell Angel-class battleships returned with the severely injured Old Qian. All the others died in the battle, and no one was captured. The frontline interstellar battlefield has been declared collapsed, and the landing fleet of the Freedom Camp has also begun to land on the planets in the galaxy under the cover of the fleet. At this moment, Bloodway 3rd issued an order to all the troops of the Betaless Federation. For the glory of the Empire, fight to the death. At this moment, the Betaless Federation officially changed its name and returned to its former name. Betaless Empire FA Expeditionary Force. Chapter 289. Commander. Ola, who returned to Chongqing City, placed the black box solemnly in Sherman's hands. Sherman played with the black box in his hand, with a puzzled look on his face. Ola, what is this? The only thing that Shuawei 3rd brought out from the ancient ruins is also the most precious thing in the ancient ruins. Ola looked at the black box in Sherman's hand and explained. Ancient ruins? Sherman was a little stunned. When the ancient ruins appeared in the Betaless star field, New Eden had already held a meeting to determine not to intervene in the matter of the ancient ruins, so as to avoid New Eden becoming the cusp of the storm. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. And now New Eden should focus on stable development, and avoid wars if possible. Even the battles in the northern fortress are rare now, the other side has no resources, so the entire New Eden is now in a period of great development. New Eden does not lack the technology in the ancient ruins, but it lacks time for development. But unexpectedly, after all these twists and turns, the ancient ruins still fell into the hands of New Eden. Afterwards, Ola told Sherman everything about his trip to the Betelgeuse Federation. And Sherman also paid such a great price for Blood-Rose III, not to get New Eden to send troops to support the Betelgeuse Federation, but just to accept civilians. This made Sherman look to the west and saluted. Ola, why would Blood-Rose III be so sure that we would send troops because of such a small black box? Sherman played with the black box and said nonchalantly, New Eden is not as enthusiastic about ancient ruins as other civilizations, because New Eden does not lack technology, but only time and resources. Moreover, Aura had investigated the ancient ruins that had appeared in public. The technology obtained from those ancient ruins was not very advanced, and was similar to that of a normal first-class civilization. The technology borrowed from New Eden was not very much. Therefore, Sherman had not been very interested in the ancient ruins from the beginning. However, Aura said very seriously, Commander, please smear a drop of blood on this black box. I want to confirm something. Seeing Aura so serious, Sherman did not waste words, bit a small hole on his finger, squeezed out a few drops of blood, and smeared them on the surface of the black box. Then, a light screen was projected in the air. The original gene was retrieved, and the authority was opened. According to the procedure, the first authority person was changed to the original gene owner. The central computer started, awakening the artificial intelligence Shangwan Qianqian. Then, in Sherman's surprised eyes, Allah had an expression of as expected, and a holographic projection of a figure similar to Allah appeared in front of the two. She had a delicate almond face, a pair of clear and bright eyes, and a black ponytail, looking graceful and elegant. What shocked Sherman the most was her clothes. She was wearing a dark golden yellow and yellow-brown periwinkle silk plain gauze, and a gray bleached covered straight-sleeve square checkered flower pattern luaha cloak, a light pink embroidered sutra-printed magnolia skirt, and a chocolate-colored square brocade skirt with needlework underneath. She was wearing a hot pink bien embroidered nine-dragon brocade silk backrest cape, and silk tortoise-shell earrings on her ears. Her hair was uniquely decorated with purple round beads. Her white hands were inlaid with Nanyang jade rings, and her waist was tied with a navy blue double-ring four-way ruinet belt, and a sachet embroidered with a pattern of the god of longevity leading a Sika deer was lightly hung on her, and a pair of cloud-shaped boots embroidered with gold thread and baoxiang flower patterns. This is the ancient style that has just become popular in Shyman's original world. The holographic projection of the woman fell from midair, came to Sherman with a smile, and saluted Sherman with her hands. Injun Central Computer Intelligence, Shangwan Qianqian greets the master. Injun? Shyman's eyes twitched slightly. Injun, a super civilization that existed in the ancient times in the game, is also one of the civilizations that has inherited the Earth's technology more completely, and is also the only force in the game that was shaped according to the Eastern civilization. The strength is unknown, but according to speculation, it is not a problem for it to sweep across the entire New Eden. After all, this is a super civilization that coexisted with the Jupiter Empire in the Golden Age. But it disappeared later, and only the Jupiter Empire inherited it, and it is still in a closed state, and does not communicate with the outside world. Could it be that Injun also broke through the dimension, and came to this place like Aura and the others? At this time, Aura asked Shangwan Qianqian without emotion, didn't Injun disappear in the ancient times of New Eden? This is a threat to Injun Central Computer, and the New Eden Central Computer automatically activated the defense program. Shangwan Qianqian turned to look at Aura. A burst of data flowed through his eyes, and then he couldn't help but exclaimed, Master, you are also from New Eden? Sherman immediately grasped a key point. Also? Did Injun really come here in the past? Shangwan Qianqian nodded, and then slowly told the story of Injun in the past. Injun's technological development had reached its peak in the past, even stronger than Jupiter, but in order to return to Earth, Injun came to a closed star field to imitate the Eve Gate and wanted to go home. However, it failed. The simulated Eve Gate collapsed, and the cosmic disaster it caused swept across the entire in-county territory, destroying everything. But when it collapsed, the terrifying energy reaction generated opened the gate of the dimension, and then only one research ship carrying the subsystem of the central computer entered this world. Because this research ship was severely damaged and did not have enough authority to restart, it fell into silence after entering this world, until now. After Shangwan Qianqian finished speaking, Sherman couldn't wait to ask, how much technology do you have stored now? In County. This is the closest force to the super god civilization on Earth. With this thing, it won't take a minute to beat the whole world. There's no need to negotiate here, you can just become the chess player on the interstellar chessboard. Shangguan Qianqian responded with a shy smile. When passing through the dimension gate, the central computer suffered a very serious loss, and most of the data has been lost. Currently, only the other basic functions of the central computer are preserved, and the stored data have been lost and damaged. It turns out that Yin County is now just an empty shell. Sherman's excitement suddenly fell from the clouds into the abyss. Seeing Sherman's disappointment, Shangguan Qianqian immediately patted his chest and said, "Master, don't worry, although the data is gone, the central computer is still there, which can fully help the master to calculate the existing technology forward." Ola also nodded and said, "Commander, the new Eden central computer also needs to be strengthened. I suggest integrating the Yin County central computer into it, which can enhance the capabilities of all officials. It can also greatly reduce the time for reverse engineering the Sky Blade Titan. Of course, there is another reason. That is, once the new Eden central computer is used as the main computer and the Yin County central computer is integrated into it, there is no need to worry about Shangguan Qianqian having any bad intentions." After hearing what Aura said, Shangguan Qianqian did not object. After all, the integration of these two computers would bring her immeasurable benefits. This is the best way both emotionally and rationally. Chapter 290. There is nothing much to say. The Yin County central computer was integrated into the new Eden central computer. In fact, in terms of computing power, even if Shangguan Qianqian's Yin County central computer is just an independent subsystem, it is much stronger than the new Eden central computer. However, the new Eden central computer now has a complete planetary computer group, especially after being anchored in the Chongqing Star City as a base. Its capabilities are even more powerful, and its functions are even more complete. Instead of spending a huge amount of money to rebuild a central computer server in Yin County, it is better to directly integrate it into the new Eden central computer to increase its server limit. After Sherman agreed, the two central computers were quickly integrated under the operation of Outlaw and Shangguan Qianqian, two intelligent beings with second authority. The most intuitive manifestation of the complementarity of the two central computers is that their computing power has been enhanced to an epic level. For example, the reverse engineering of the Sky Blade Titan, which was originally progressing slowly, has suddenly soared. It won't take long for the Angel Enterprise Consortium to develop its own Titan. The officials have also been strengthened at an epic level, with their computing power nearly doubled, which is equivalent to the original 4 conventional fleets becoming 8 fleets. Of course, whether the conventional fleet can be increased has little impact on the current New Eden, because the current conventional fleet is enough. But for the super flagship fleet that is being formed, this improvement is terrifying. Take the Gusta's super flagship fleet that has been formed now. Originally, due to the limitation of computing power, the super flagship fleet had only dozens of reconnaissance ships used for induction and marking, and the rest were flagships. The configuration of this super flagship fleet is actually very incomplete. The super flagship fleet of the Black Flag Corps, although all the flagships are used this time, actually has 5 regular main fleets to assist in the battle in other star systems. In addition, there are hundreds of thousands of ground landing troops in the fleet ready to carry out landing operations at any time. A simple flagship fleet cannot be applied to all battlefield environments. Conventional fleets and landing troops are indispensable. Rather than saying it is a super flagship fleet, it is better to say that it is a military group with Titan as the core, various flagships as the main force, covering various battlefields such as the starry sky and the surface. This is even more true for the Angel Civilization and the Demon Civilization. Take the Angel 5th Fleet and the Demon 3rd Fleet, which are currently facing each other. Strictly speaking, the organization of both sides is an enhanced version of the super flagship fleet. It's just that they have made a more detailed division. For example, the Black Flag Legion has a full 10 super flagship fleets each. And they are even stronger. In other words, there are a full 100 Titans, hundreds of super aircraft carriers, and even more small aircraft carriers and dreadnoughts. And this is also the foundation for the two civilizations to suppress the entire Southern Star region. At the beginning, the Gusta's super flagship fleet was originally thinking of using pure flagships. If they wanted to equip conventional warships and special warships, they would need to assign an additional officer. So such a complete super flagship fleet requires at least 2 officers. Now 1 is enough. Except that the Gusta's landing force has not yet been formed for some reason, the others are completely enough. This is very terrifying for the improvement of New Eden's strength. After the fusion of the two computers, Shangguan Qianqian, who was originally an intelligent life in Yin County, was also subordinate to the New Eden central computer and became a new official in New Eden with great honor. After completing the fusion and greeting Sherman, Shangguan Qianqian couldn't wait to cultivate her clone. As an intelligent life, Shangguan Qianqian actually behaved more humanely than other officials when they just woke up, and was more enthusiastic about having her own clone than them. After Shangguan Qianqian left, the entire captain's room suddenly fell into silence. After Yin Jun appeared in this world, Sherman had been thinking about one thing in his mind. Since even Yin Jun has the ability to open the latitude gate by himself and go to this world, what about the Earth? As the real technological ceiling in the game, it is probably very easy for the Earth to open the latitude gate. Where are they now? It hurts my head to think about it. Sherman touched his swollen head and stopped thinking about it. If they are really there, they will meet sooner or later. Now he hasn't even dealt with the angel civilization and the demon civilization. Why think so much? Lying on the sofa, Sherman lost interest in playing games, and immediately opened Liang Shan's live broadcast room. After not seeing each other for a while, Liang Shan has become more and more skilled. The name of this live broadcast room is J.K. Liang Mimi's Starry Sea Road. Looking at this name, Sherman thought of the back killer that day, and shuddered all over. But he still clicked in, and as soon as he entered, he saw Liang Shan wearing a JK miniskirt, 1 foot on the gaming chair, a cigarette in his mouth, and cursing. Damn it, you bastard, don't hide if you have the guts. I won't believe it unless my grandpa's Wushuang dragon god beats the shit out of you. It turned out that this guy found a wormhole leading to the source, and then drove a fleet sickle to harvest with great interest. But he didn't expect that he was killed by Delk Alice, who had been staring at the live broadcast room, driving a Loki-class strategic cruiser, just after leaving the wormhole. Seeing that he was killed by this guy Delk Alice again, Liang Shan suddenly got a little excited, and then drove another dragon god back. But unexpectedly, when Dirk Alice saw that it was the dragon god, he immediately stopped fighting with him, and kept teasing him hundreds of kilometers away. Then the two started to fight in the local area. Looking at Liang Shan, who was wearing a super short JK skirt, with a pretty face, and looked like a pure girl when she didn't speak. But now, he was holding a cigarette, with 1 foot on the chair, and the keyboard in his hand was flying in the line, coupled with Siki's angry and rough male voice. It was unbearable to watch. But the people in the live broadcast room were fed with this, and they gave him all kinds of rewards and cheered him on. There was even a source who said that he would send him a super aircraft carrier immediately. Before Liang Shan could thank him, a man suddenly came in, and Delk Alice's Loki also rushed over and blocked his warship. Then, a very familiar Hatred-class super aircraft carrier came to him 100 kilometers away, released the cavalry to attack him. In the end, Liang Shan was killed on the spot by the cavalry, and then he went offline while cursing. Delk Alice also looked at the destruction report in his hand, and smiled with his eyes narrowed. In response, Sherman couldn't help but sigh in the YY channel, old duh, be a man. Chapter 291. Because of the grievances between the three of them and Liang Shan would try every means to go to the Source Spring Star Field to harvest them almost every day. And they still held the idea that if I can't kill you, I will disgust you to death, which seriously interfered with their production. But the result was that in half a year, Delk Ellis, who watched the live broadcast every day to counter harvest, got hundreds of km from Liang Shan, and even picked up a warehouse with corpses, so many that he could give them to Sherman to catch wanderers. Facing Liang Shan's provocation, Dirk Ellis's counter-harvest was also quite conventional, but now it has become extremely bold. Dirk Ellis even became a host on Bilibili, and the series Diary of Liang Shan's sister's sudden death he launched was extremely popular. And thanks to the series Diary of Liang Shan's sudden death, Dirk Ellis is now thinking about how to kill Liang Shan in various ways every day, and the two of them are fighting fiercely. There is no way, it has become a habit, and I feel uncomfortable if I don't kill him a few times a day. Delk Ellis looked at Liang Shan, who was offline without running away, and controlled the trumpet Loki to destroy his space capsule to collect the bodies, while talking to Sherman. Eating, sleeping and fighting Liang Shan every day has become a must-have program for Delk Ellis every day. Listening to what Delk Ellis said, Sherman could only shrug his shoulders, and was speechless. By the way, Manzi, do you know something? Delk Ellis thought of something, and suddenly said, "What's wrong?" Sherman took out a bottle of Cool Fly drink and responded while drinking it. The international server has a new expansion pack now, with new gameplay and new ships. I heard it's pretty powerful. Dirk Ellis sent Sherman the video link about the expansion pack on Station B. Hearing this, Sherman raised his eyebrows. Clicking on the video and watching the expansion pack in the video, Sherman smiled. It's finally out, the Three Gods. Thinking that the Three Gods expansion pack is finally going to be updated, Sherman's eyes lit up. The Triglavians, a civilization hidden in the abyss, possess unique and powerful ship technology. Their ship system is a representative of the small for big in New Eden. This is because the Triglavian's unique weapon Entropy Decomposer can continuously stack damage as long as the attack is not disconnected, and almost all Triglavian's warships also have logistics bonuses, so they are both firepower and logistics, which is outrageous. Sherman remembered that in his previous life, there were more than a dozen Triglavian's battleships Lesha class, which could remotely repair each other, and with the continuous stacking of damage, they could eat up various god-equipped dreadnoughts and aircraft carriers, which was outrageous. This is a good ship. If it is unlocked, the pressure on me will be much less. When the Three Gods fleet comes out, the super flagship fleet will be welded here. The Three Gods have a lot of good things. And what Sherman desires most is its Titan world arc. A Titan with its own Stargate. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. And even if it is its Dreadnought Zenita class, if there are enough of them, it can completely rely on the unique weapon Entropic Decomposer to weld the Titan to death. The Welding Master is not just a name for nothing. But Sherman shook his head afterwards. It was too early to think about it now. With WY's nature, it would take a long time to wait until the Three Gods expansion pack was implemented. However, he could stock up on a batch of goods now, and then sell them after the Three Gods expansion pack was implemented. He could also make a fortune. After all, at that time, brushing the abyss would be a rare way to make a fortune. But the investment was also high, and the risk was also high. If he was not careful, he would die in the abyss space, and his ship eggs would explode. Hello, guys. Why are you online so early? At this time, Darblood Kratos also came online. I just came online and heard Dirk Ellis and Sherman chatting. Looking at the time of 6 in the morning, I couldn't help but sigh that these young people are really in good health. Damn, you've been busy with business recently. Why are you online so early today? Dirk Ellis asked in confusion. Darblood Kratos said last night that something happened in the company, and he needed to go there to deal with it. He might not be online recently. I didn't expect that it would be online at 6 o'clock after only a few hours. Speaking of this, Darblood Kratos said nonchalantly, there is just a big order that needs my personal signature. I will go home after signing. I am not a barbarian, who will not be online for several months after saying that I have something to deal with. They still have some fresh memories of the last time Sherman disappeared for several months. Then, Darblood Kratos asked Sherman, Barbarian, have you been quiet recently? Before Sherman could speak, Dirk Ellis took over the conversation. It probably hasn't stopped yet, otherwise no one would come to Manzi every day to get documents and instructions. It's just a mess abroad. During this period of time, he occasionally heard a middle-aged man from Sherman's side come over every day to talk about war or something. Although Sherman would turn off the microphone every time, he would occasionally say 1 or 2 words. No way, Manzi has already transferred his assets to another place to start a new farm, so why is it still so chaotic? Darblood Kratos could not help scratching his head. In this regard, Sherman could only sigh helplessly. Don't tell me, it's true. Although I've reopened a farm here, Omega Star region, the surrounding area is not very peaceful. Several farms around are fighting every day for rich water plants and so on. Now the neighbor is still fighting, and there are crackling sounds every day. My farm is relatively close, and I am afraid that the neighbor will run in with murderous eyes. I have been busy organizing people for defense these days. Well, Interstellar Farm, this is also a farm. Sherman didn't lie to them. But hearing this, Dirk Ellis was a little shocked. Fuck, are you guys who run farms abroad so exciting? Are you still playing now? Show us the live broadcast. I am a veteran of the field army after all, and I will help you plan it when the time comes. Yes, open our eyes. Darblood Kratos also said. Sherman rolled his eyes. Although he is now connected to the network over there, he can't affect or interfere with the development of the world over there. Otherwise, he would have asked Aura to open a technology company there to ensure that Eve could be acquired. What would he have? But he couldn't. Once, Sherman wanted to use the money in his original card to buy ISK and New Eden coins, but it directly caused problems in the entire serial network. If Aura hadn't dealt with it urgently, the consequences would have been serious. If he broadcast live to them, if they saw it, the consequences would be unknown. So, Sherman refused without thinking. Don't do that. The farm next door has taken out all the RPGs. If I go live broadcasting for you now, I'm just asking for death. Well, it's not wrong to describe the super flagship team of the Black Flag Army as a farm RPG. After all, they are weapons of mass destruction. No problem. Just when the three were bragging and talking nonsense, Aura walked in. Wait a minute, my housekeeper is here. I guess the situation next door is a bit serious. I go deal with it first. Looking at Aura, Sherman turned off the microphone after YY said it. Then he asked, Ola, what's the situation in the Beta star field? Commander, a total of 13.258 billion civilians in the Beta Federation have been safely transferred to New Eden, but its government officials and combat troops have refused to come, and are ready to die on the battlefield. Because of the Black Flag Corps' super flagship fleet, Blood Rose III had already begun to transfer civilians to the rear of the Blood constellation before the war. The population is concentrated, and under the arrangement of Blood Rose III, New Eden was transferred so quickly. In just 2 days, a large number of transport fleets were sent to transfer the population. However, there are only civilians. Now, the government personnel of the Beta Federation headed by Bloodway III, and the military personnel headed by Old Chien, even though they knew that they could survive by retreating to the Alpha Star region, did not go, and there were also a large number of civilians among them. Their number is at least over 1 billion. These people are all ready to fight against the Beta Federation. Oh no, now it should be called Beta Empire FA Expeditionary Force, and everything will be destroyed. What is the current situation of the battle in Beta? Sherman tapped the table lightly, his expression solemn. After our last fleet evacuated, the Black Flag Corps' super flagship fleet had already inserted into the Bloody Constellation through induction, and completed control of the Bloody Constellation within 3 hours, and also blocked the passage to the Alpha Star region. At present, I have already transferred Chelm Solin's Sasha Corps, and Augusta's super flagship fleet is also ready to enter the field for support at any time. These are all the plans that were originally prepared, but I didn't expect them to be used so soon. If the Black Flag Army really dares to intervene and step into the Alpha Star region, Sherman will eat it up even if he has to expose the Augusta's super flagship. If the super flagship of New Eden is exposed, Sherman can just push the blame on his cheap fiancée. After all, it is normal for a princess of the Angel civilization to marry a super flagship as a dowry. Not afraid of fighting, but also can't take the initiative to expose, so Sherman said to Aura, Aura, you go and keep an eye on these 2 guys, Chelm Solin and Estamel Tel. Don't deliberately provoke the Black Flag Army and seek a war. New Eden still needs to develop, so we should avoid war if we can. And even if we win, it won't be easy. The exposed super flagship fleet might become a death warrant for us. If we win, we will be in the hot position and wait for the Angel civilization to console us. If we lose, the foundation that New Eden has worked so hard to build will be gone. In any case, we should avoid it if we can. Sherman specifically told Aura, because Chelm Solin and Estamel Tel were both well-deserved war maniacs. He was also afraid that if the Black Flag Army didn't attack, they would attack him. This has happened before, so we have to be on guard. What about Shuawei III and the others? Sherman continued to ask. The Black Flag Army has now gained absolute dominance in the interstellar battlefield. Except for the Beta first star, which is still in the hands of the Federation, the interstellar battlefields of other star systems have already fallen. Currently, the landing troops of the Black Flag Army are clearing out the colonized planets in the fallen areas. The army has also completed the encirclement of the Beta first star. With the current fleet strength of the Beta Federation, I'm afraid it won't last long. Aura concluded the current situation of the Beta Federation. Even if New Eden sent troops, they could not save them. Now the interstellar fleet of the Beta Federation is almost completely annihilated, with less than 2 conventional fleets left, and Maud's dreadnought fleet has less than 100 ships left. Facing the Black Flag Army, there is really no chance of winning. Moreover, the Black Flag Army has completed the blockade between the Beta Star region and the Alpha Star region. Now the New Eden fleet cannot be sent in, and they cannot get out. Failure is a matter of time. After thinking for a while, Sherman said, Ola, try your best to persuade Shuawei III and others to evacuate. If they change their minds, then you can send the guards to secretly bring them back. Sherman's guards are the Black Hidden Special Fleet. With the 3 types of warships of the Marshal, Law Enforcer and Pacifier of the Unified Cooperation Department, it is not a problem to pass through the blockade of the Black Flag Corps. This great favor from Injun Central Computer is worth the risk for New Eden. Yes. Ola accepted the order. Watching Aura leave, Sherman's sense of urgency suddenly increased. Once the Gusta's super flagship fleet is exposed, the consequences will be unpredictable. At this moment, it is still necessary to speed up the unlocking of the Emma Empire. Now the 5 billion clones in the Emma Empire gene bank will be cultivated in a few months. He must prepare enough warships and equipment before that. When the Emma Empire fleet comes out, relying on the Emma Empire's huge fleet, including the Angel 5th Fleet and the Demon 3rd Fleet, I am afraid that the entire Southern Star region will have no rivals. New Eden also has enough confidence to make the super flagship fleet public. This is like the difference between a child carrying gold and a burly man carrying a thick gold chain. The former may be robbed and in danger, but how many dare to move the latter? We have to work harder. Sherman saw that the number of kills of his Ranger counterattack battleship had been completed, but this number can only be obtained by entering the wormhole. Old German, how is the search for this wormhole going? Sherman turned on the microphone and asked Dirk Ellis. Last time, Dirk Ellis went to drill wormholes every day to find a suitable wormhole, so as to fulfill the dream of the two of them to become the cave master. Hearing this, Dirk Ellis slapped his head. Oh my God, I almost forgot, I have found it, I will go online and sweep out the hole immediately. He was so happy fighting Lianshan these days, that he forgot about it. Chapter 292. What's going on with you guys? Darblood Kratos was a little confused when he heard the two talking. He had been online less recently, and was busy with company matters, so he didn't know about this. Finally, it was Dirk Ellis who explained, it's too boring to swipe monsters outside, so Barbarian and I are going to go into the cave and be cave masters for a while. Do you want to join us? Because there are abundant products in the wormhole space, and only the wormhole is connected to the main space. The player who lives in the wormhole to produce, and can fully control the wormhole, is also called the cave master. And every cave owner is a wealthy local tycoon. When he heard that he was going to enter the cave, Darblood Kratos immediately lost interest. Forget it, I've played in the wormhole for several years. I was tired of it every day. There's nothing fun. When the alliance where Darblood Kratos was extinguished, he took a few good brothers into the cave to become a cave owner. It was during that time that he saved a lot of wealth. Hearing this, Sherman's eyes lit up. Damn, you mean you also have a ready-made wormhole? If there is a wormhole that has been built and equipped with complete facilities, it can save them a lot of effort. After a moment of hesitation, Darblood Kratos took out his mobile phone to practice with a few old friends. Wait a minute, I asked them if the wormhole is still there. If it is, it will be easy. I remember I still have these dreadnoughts in it, which will be enough for you to brush when the time comes. Okay. Dreadnoughts, this is a good thing to brush holes. And if you want to brush the main number, only dreadnoughts are safer, otherwise it is not stable to plunder and brush. While waiting, Dirk Ellis's trumpet came online, and successfully swept out the entrance of the wormhole he had chosen. Looking at the entrance, he couldn't help but feel happy. Hey, I'm so lucky, the entrance of this wormhole is right at the source, 6 jumps away from us. Hearing this, Sherman was also very happy and hurriedly said, make the entrance better, I go in and take a look. It's still unknown how Darblood Kratos is doing. After all, this test server has been open for so long, and almost all the uninhabited buildings in the wormhole have been pushed. It's still unknown whether the wormhole mentioned by Darblood Kratos has been pushed. So I have to go and see it. When Sherman changed to an Astro-class frigate and entered the wormhole, he subconsciously glanced at the directional scanning interface, and then frowned. I saw a Nagafa-class dreadnought appearing in the directional scanning. This hole is already occupied. Sherman suddenly felt very regretful. Since someone lives there, it proves that this wormhole is still pretty good. After all, the population is small now, and there are many wormholes. There are wormholes to choose from, and this is of course a better wormhole. Although this wormhole is inhabited, it still needs to be harvested. After all, there are very few ships in this wormhole that are worthless, and they are of great value. Soon, Sherman scanned the location of the Nagafa-class dreadnought through directional scanning, and drove the Astro-class stealth jump to its location of 100 kilometers. From a distance, he saw a Nagafa-class dreadnought that looked like a POS pole fighting against a digital master. RAC, okay. Sherman looked at the Nagafar dreadnought pilot and nodded with satisfaction. As long as they were not friendly forces, they would have no psychological burden to harvest. Old German, damn, there is a RAC Nagafar in the cave, ready to eat meat. After confirming it, Sherman immediately shouted in the YY channel. Hearing this, Darblood Kratos and Dirk Ellis immediately became alert. What ship? Do you need to call others? This is a dreadnought that is spawning holes. It is definitely a god-equipped dreadnought. It seems that the 3 of them can't handle it. Sherman, who was about to call for assembly on the source channel, stopped immediately after seeing the operation of the Nagafa pilot. After killing the digital master, the Nagafa-class dreadnought pilot jumped off the ship and then boarded the ship again. After putting down the mobile traction device, he jumped to the next battle site. Sherman immediately realized that the Nagafa pilot named Aston was stuck with the Dreadnought module bug. This also shows that the battle module bug has not been fixed yet. After the battle module is activated, the firepower and defense of the Dreadnought will be greatly enhanced, but because of the battle module, the Dreadnought can no longer move or jump, and must wait until the full 5-minute cycle is over before it can act. And someone discovered a bug, that is, if the battle module of the Dreadnought is activated, the driver jumps off the ship directly, the module of the Dreadnought will disappear immediately, and the driver can jump directly when he boards the ship. But this bug will be fixed later, and Sherman had never used this bug before, he just heard about it. Wait a minute, I take a look. Steadying up Dirk and Ellis, who were ready to fight, Sherman followed Aston to brush 2 combat anomalies. After discovering that this guy did have the habit of this module bug, Sherman smiled. I suddenly had a better idea in my mind. Liang Shan has been very upset recently, not in life, but in the game. Every time he broadcast live, the 3 beasts of Yuan Quan were like sharks smelling blood, always bringing him all kinds of surprises. In just a few months, he experienced all kinds of deaths that others had never experienced. Even Yuan Shou and Zhang Jie sighed that the routines and ways of death he had experienced in just half a year had exceeded his gaming experience in the past 10 years. Today, after being attacked by Yuan Chuan's dog thief with hatred on his live broadcast account, Liang Shan logged off his main account, closed the live broadcast, and started to play with his small account. He is not short of money now, whether in reality or in the game. But he likes the feeling of accumulating money bit by bit through his own efforts in the game. So after he used the various game props he received as rewards and equipped such an official level Nagafa class Dreadnought, he emptied all the accounts of this account, wanting to experience the feeling of brushing holes and saving money. Moreover, it must be said that this official level Nagafa Dreadnought is very useful, and it has brought him tens of billions of wealth in just half a month. This also made clearing holes a secretive thing he had to do every day. After clearing the last monster at this abnormal point, Liang Shan immediately showed a satisfied smile when he saw that the 6 mobile tractors in the cabin had been released. These 6 tractors, the hibernator database, and the salvage parts are worth at least several billion. Looking at the battle module that would end in 3 minutes, Liang Shan immediately clicked to log out of the warship. According to his experience, as long as he logged out and then logged in, the battle module could be stopped in a short time, which could save a lot of time. However, this time, at the moment of logging out, Liang Shan found himself back at the space station where he resurrected. What the hell? After a while, a belated destruction report was sent to him. Looking at the IDs in the destruction report, Liang Shan suddenly felt depressed and almost vomited blood. Bastard. The shrill scream echoed in the room for a long time. On the other side, after dealing with the driver, Sherman immediately logged into the Nagafa class Dreadnought and successfully occupied the Magpie's nest. Fuck, it really worked. Ha ha ha, that guy must be vomiting blood. Never mind, retreat first. After boarding the Nagafa class Dreadnought, Sherman jumped towards the entrance of the wormhole. This is a super large wormhole entrance that can support the passage of a Dreadnought class flagship, so the Dreadnought was quickly brought out of the wormhole and safely entered the space station. At this time, Aston, who was chasing after him in a heavy interceptor, finally arrived. Seeing that his official Nagafa Dreadnought had no chance, Liang Shan immediately turned into a Zon madman in the local channel. But the 3 of them just laughed. They could deeply understand the feelings of this man. After all, if this happened to them, they would definitely be the same as this guy. At this time, Sherman also noticed the equipment on this Nagafa class, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck, official Nagafa." He sent the equipment to the local channel. Delk Ellis looked at the purple AMM equipment in the middle slot, and almost drooled. Fuck, this guy is too rich. Even Darkblood Kratos was a little surprised. You know, although this wormhole is rich, it is also very dangerous. After all, if the player does not take the initiative to speak, there is no way to know how many people are in the local channel of this wormhole. The only way to warn is directional scanning. But directional scanning cannot scan invisible ships. If you encounter the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet, it will be over. So even if Darkblood Kratos is so arrogant, he has never made such a luxurious dreadnought to kill monsters in a wormhole. Like this time, the 3 of them had a clear division of labor. Sherman drove the Astro class and kept an eye on the Nagafa class Dreadnought, ready to board at any time. Darkblood Kratos drove the Kramer class stealth special service ship, and kept stealth within 5 kilometers of the Nagafa class Dreadnought. As soon as Liang Shan jumped off the ship, Dark Blood Kratos' sensor-enhanced Kramer class directly lifted the stealth, locked onto Liangshan's space capsule in seconds, and sent him away directly. Because the signal radius of the space capsule is too small, locking requires a guard-class ship, and it also needs to be invisible, and it takes a period of sensor reset to contact the stealth hull, so a conventional stealth frigate cannot complete this task. Only the Kramer's class stealth special service ship was not affected by this side effect, so it completed this task. And Delk Ellis was driving a heavy interceptor at the entrance of the cave. If Sherman and his men failed to rob the ship, he would rush in and leave it behind. At that time, Sherman would tell the various legions, and then gather together to eat the dreadnought. Fortunately, Sherman and his men succeeded and successfully brought the official Nagafa out. Liangshan looked at the configuration of the Nagafa dreadnought sent to the local channel, and his heart ached even more. Damn it, these guys are killing people and want to destroy their hearts. He lost control of his emotions, and started to roar more fiercely on the local channel. You three bastards, are you going to stop? You're targeting me every day, right? You three XXX. Huh? After hearing this, Dirk Ellis was the first to react and tried to ask on the local frequency band. Sister Liang from 36D? Liangshan looked at the news and his face turned redder. Get lost, bastards. I swear to make you pay the price. Liangshan, the 36-degree Brothers Corps under the Northern Alliance, was nicknamed 36D Liang Mimi during live broadcasts. And this was what he was most ashamed of. He could wear women's clothes, but when he was called 36D Liang Mimi, he reacted like a cat with its fur blasted. Seeing the victim like this, Dirk Ellis was sure that this guy was Liangshan's smuff. He immediately confronted him in the channel. Ha ha ha, it turns out to be you. Don't be so stingy, it's just an officer's Nagafar dreadnought. Tomorrow when you live stream, wear a nurse's uniform with a miniskirt and call us the most handsome, we will return the ship to you. Seeing this, Sherman and Dark Blood Kratos thought that this guy really wanted to live stream tomorrow wearing a nurse's uniform with a miniskirt and calling himself the most handsome in a tender voice. The two of them shuddered and waved their hands quickly. Don't, I'm too ugly, I don't deserve you to call me that. Just call Delk Ellis the most handsome. If I really yell, I won't be able to eat for half a month. Sherman thought with a chill. Liangshan's face turned red as he looked at the three people's outrageous demands. Don't go too far, you three. I will never wear a nurse's uniform. I don't want this ship anymore. Although he was wearing women's clothes, it was not too much. JK was his last limit. What kind of nurse's uniform is this? Isn't this going to kill him? Sister Liang, this is an officer's dreadnought. I've given you the opportunity. It depends on whether you can grasp it. Bah, I won't wear it even if I die, so just give up on it. Watching the two people fighting, Sherman and Dark Blood Kratos had a headache, and then traded the dreadnought to Delk Ellis, letting him make his own arrangements, and then went offline to prepare for dinner. Watching the two people fighting, the woman who walked to Liangshan at some point also spoke. Brother Liangshan, just wear it, the AMM full resistance on this Nagafa dreadnought is the token of love I gave you. This woman was Stephen Doya 16, who had jumped from VVV Alliance 225 to the Northern Alliance after seeing Liangshan live streaming in women's clothing, and had a quick date with Liangshan, and even got engaged to him at the request of her parents. Looking at the chat records in the game channel, Stephen Doya 16's eyes lit up. She had wanted Liangshan to wear a nurse's uniform for a long time, but he had always refused. Now was a good opportunity. Seeing his fiancée's pitiful appearance, Liangshan was immediately entangled and wanted to slap himself. Why did he use these two AMMs? Seeing Liangshan's entanglement, Stephen Doya 16 immediately whispered in Liangshan's ear with a shy face, "At most, I will wear it for you tonight." Liangshan raised his eyebrows. Chapter 293. I don't know how Liangshan was slept with. The next morning, amid the shouting of the crowd, a beauty in a nurse's uniform walked lightly in front of the camera. Then various rewards flashed in the live broadcast room as if they were free. Thank you, the official nod to Faha for the reward. Liangshan looked at the contract in the game and the screenshot sent by Dirk Ellis in the live broadcast room, and expressed his gratitude with gritted teeth. You're welcome, Sister Liang. Dirk Ellis and Dark Blood Kratos looked at Liangshan in a nurse's uniform, and they couldn't help but laugh in the channel. After receiving the official Nagafa dreadnought returned by Dirk Ellis, Liangshan felt the empty feeling under the miniskirt, and suddenly a weird smile appeared on her face. Then she looked at the camera with a shy face, and cried coquettishly like a bird chirping, "Brother Dirk Ellis, you are so handsome." This cry made everyone in the live broadcast room shudder. Dark Blood Kratos looked at Bai Chuanxing beside him, and said expressionlessly, "Wife, I said this is a boy, do you believe it?" Bai Wanxing squinted at the petite and cute beauty on the screen, and turned her head to look at Dark Blood Kratos with a smile. Everything is self-evident. Dark Blood Kratos looked at his wife's expression, looked up at the ceiling, and sighed deeply. He swore that he would never step into Liangshan's live broadcast room again. And Dirk Alice was speechless for a long time. Liangshan was really good at it. Now he could only think of that voice, Brother Dirk Alice. Then he thought of the unshaven appearance of this guy, and his stomach churned. Ugh. Unlike Dirk Alice and Dark Blood Kratos, Sherman, who had anticipated Liangshan's integrity, did not go to the live broadcast room, but watched the holographic projection of the Betelgeuse Starfield battlefield through the reconnaissance ship early in the morning. Prepare to witness the last afterglow of the Betelgeuse Empire. At present, all colonized planets of Betelgeuse have cut off communication with other regions under the electronic suppression of the Black Flag Legion. They have fallen into a situation of fighting each other. Because of the special nature of the colonized planets, and the fact that the civilians have already evacuated, the Betelgeuse troops on each colonized planet are determined to fight to the death. Moreover, since the interstellar fleet was defeated, they have no retreat to speak of. Therefore, the two sides fought fiercely around these colonized planets. Facing the all-round suppression of the Black Flag Legion's landing fleet, the Betelgeuse defenders also fought with their bloodiness. During the 3 days of preparation, the Black Flag Army landed on 27 colonized planets in 3-star systems. And in the orbits of these colonized planets, there are countless space battleships that can provide fire support. Whether in terms of numbers, equipment or firepower, the Black Flag Army has an absolute advantage. Even Adrian Black Flag, who has always been bold in battle and cautious in planning, feels that under this situation, all these colonized planets can be captured in 3 days at most. But the fact is just the opposite. The defenders of Betelgeuse are like hungry wolves. They will fight for every strategic zone. Take the 9-mile planet in the Xuanju system for example. There are hundreds of thousands of troops from both sides fighting in this small land battlefield. Despite the all-round advantage, the troops of the Black Flag Army were still beaten very hard by the lone wolf-like defenders of Betelgeuse. In the end, it was under the firepower coverage of the space fleet that the occupation was completed. But the two sides also fought 1:2. Black Flag Legion 1, Betelgeuse Defenders 2, from the paper data, the Black Flag Legion 1. But you have to know that this was achieved despite the Black Flag Legion's all-round advantages. This made Adri Black Flag very dissatisfied. You have to know that he originally estimated that the casualties were less than 500. But now his side has suffered nearly 60,000 casualties. The planet was also devastated in the battle, and it is unknown how much it will cost to restore production and colonization. It is not an exaggeration to say that the gains do not outweigh the losses. Not only this colony planet, but also other planets, the fighting will and tenacity of the Betelgeuse defenders are too strong. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Adri Black Flag had to order a suspension of the landing operations on the colony planets, and just blockade them. He wanted to take down the capital of the Betelgeuse Federation, Betelgeuse First Star, and disintegrate the fighting will of the defenders of these colony planets before making plans. Otherwise, if the war continues like this, I am afraid that before the Black Flag Legion finishes conquering all the colonies, the landing troops will be wiped out. Adri Black Flag knew that if he didn't defeat the fighting spirit of the Betelgeuse Federation, he would have to bear huge casualties, unless he didn't want to colonize the planet. So, Adri Black Flag issued an ultimatum to the Betelgeuse Federation. Within 1 day, either surrender or be destroyed. At the same time, the fleet of the Black Flag Corps has begun to approach the Betelgeuse Prime Star. The ocean-like fleet appeared in the Betelgeuse Prime Star without any disguise. Adri Black Flag wanted to use force to force Betelgeuse to surrender. Looking outside the space station, the Black Flag Army was lined up neatly, brazenly showing off its military power. Shuawei III had no expression on his face, just watching quietly, but old Qian, who had just recovered from a serious injury, smacked his lips. Wow, this Black Flag Army is really generous. We only have 2 regular main fleets, and less than 100 dreadnoughts, but they actually sent out the entire super flagship fleet. As he said this, he couldn't help but grin, not knowing whether it was because of the pain of the wound or the fear of the upcoming war. Hearing this, Shuawei III also smiled and glanced at Lao Qian, who was holding his lungs. What, are you scared? Yeah, I am scared. Lao Qian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Looking at Lao Qian, who was like a naughty boy, Shuawei III rolled his eyes and said jokingly, "It's too late to be scared. I have already reserved a luxurious interstellar tomb. Buy one get one free, I give you the one. It's too late for you to run away. That's great. I don't have much money to buy a tomb either. You considered it very comprehensively. Old Qian said very seriously. After that, they smiled at each other. His classmates in the same period are also the only two classmates of the same period who are still alive. And they have always remembered the school motto of the Imperial University. The battlefield is the best grave for warriors and the highest podium. Looking at the Black Flag Army fleet outside the space station, Bloodway III gave an order to all fleets. FA Army, assemble. Chapter 294. With Adri Black Flag frowning, one after another Hell Angel-class battleships came out of the Beta space station and quickly assembled. More than 400 warships, less than 2 standard fleets, assembled in front of the Black Flag Legion. At the same time, Maud's Dreadnought fleet also jumped from the subspace of deep space and lined up in front of the Beta Federation fleet. Looking at Maud, Blood Rose III spoke softly. Mr. Maud, the Beta Federation can no longer stop the attack of the Black Flag Legion. You are not a member of the Beta Federation. You should evacuate. This time, it will be the last battle of the Beta Federation. And they also hold the belief that they will die, and send the last battle to the Great Beta Empire, so Bloody Way III does not want Maud and his men to suffer unnecessary casualties, and fight a battle that originally has nothing to do with them. Now all the civilians in the entire Beta Federation have been evacuated, and New Eden has also done a good job of resettling these civilians. So now the entire colony galaxy and space station of the Beta Federation are empty. In just 3 days, several star systems and tens of billions of people were evacuated, so Blood Rose III and others had no worries about this battle. In response to Blood Rose III's persuasion, Maud couldn't say that he could be resurrected, so he had to use orders to prevaricate. I received an order to assist the Beta Federation in defense, and no matter whether you live or die, you are not allowed to return to New Eden, so let us accompany you for a while. Seeing Maud's persistence, Blood Rose III and others were deeply moved. Even Lao Qian couldn't help but sigh. At this last moment, he didn't expect that there would be a foreigner to accompany them. After seeing that the Beta Federation had already formed its array, Adri Black Chess also understood the other party's attitude. The Beta Federation's tenacity and bloodiness also made him raise his eyebrows slightly. The Black Flag Corps admires the strong, so after Adri Black Flag saw what the Beta Federation fleet did, he immediately gave the opponent one last chance on the public channel. I am Adri Black Flag, the commander of the Black Flag Corps. Your courage has been recognized by us, and I am willing to give you another chance. Surrender, offer the ancient ruins, and offer everything you have. I am willing to let you join the Black Flag Legion, become the most noble warrior of the Black Flag Legion, and fight for freedom from now on. Otherwise, you will turn into dust in the universe. Faced with the recruitment and threats of Adri Black Flag, Bloodway III and Lao Qian and others showed disdain. Bloodway III also opened the public channel. The old man said disdainfully in the public channel, young people should have a little temper of young people. Why are you more verbose than an old man like me? What are you doing with all this chattering? Old Qian's approach was even simpler. He immediately waved his hand and led the fleet to charge at the other side. Kill! For the glory of the Empire. Old Qian led the way and launched the attack with a fleet of Hell Angels. Bloodway III looked at Old Qian, who was already charging ahead, and couldn't help but laugh and scold. Who is the leader of Beta S? If you are so careful, I will send you to court. As he said that, he also led the fleet to charge forward. Maud looked at the two people who led a fleet to charge, and immediately ordered all the dreadnoughts to open the modules. The energy began to gather at the bow, aiming directly at the several conventional fleets in front of the Black Flag Legion. But how could Adri Black Flag give Maud a chance? During the warm-up phase of the dreadnought's doomsday weapon, several conventional fleets in front of the Black Flag Legion had already quickly retreated behind the Titan. When hundreds of large-scale doomsday bombardments from the dreadnought fleet led by Maud hit the Titan's energy shield, waves were created, but they did not break the Titan's energy shield defense, but only consumed some of its energy shield. Seeing the Beta Federation fleet take the initiative to attack, Adri Black Flag also waved his hand expressionlessly, and the Black Flag Legion launched a counterattack. Conventional fleets fought against the Hell Angel-class fleet that had already rushed to the vicinity of the fleet, and the two sides immediately fought together. But the first to suffer was Maud's dreadnought fleet. Because the conventional fleets were mixed together, and the distance from the main fleet was too close, it was difficult for the Black Flag Corps flagship fleet to attack, for fear of causing accidental injuries. But for the dreadnought fleet that had already opened the module, and was attacking frantically, the Black Flag Corps flagships did not have so many concerns. I saw these 20 Titans thick flagship guns aimed at Maud's dreadnought fleet and fired together. Just one round of salvos shattered the external armored deck of a god-inspired dreadnought, exposing the hull structure, and then it was quickly destroyed under the attack of other dreadnoughts and overdue aircraft carriers. Facing the attack of the Black Flag Corps, no god-indicated dreadnought could survive for more than 5 seconds under this concentrated fire. It was not that the defense of the god-indicated dreadnought was not high, but the firepower of the Black Flag Corps' flagship was too strong. In less than 5 minutes, all the dreadnoughts were destroyed, and Maud was resurrected in the Long Star under a thick laser beam. Maud's dreadnought fleet was completely annihilated, and not only did it not make other regular fleets of the Betelgeuse Federation choose to surrender or evacuate, but it launched a more fierce attack. Old Chien was the first to be destroyed by the concentrated fire of the Black Flag Legion, leaving only an elliptical space capsule. Looking at the lasers dancing around, missiles flying, and the battlefield where his own ships were fighting with the enemy, Old Chien covered his lungs with a smile on his face, and tremblingly started the self-destruction program. I firmly swear to you, my sacred Betelgeuse Empire. A somewhat old but firm and clear singing voice sounded in the public channel, and Bloodway III, who was fighting, was stunned after hearing it. This is the military song of the FA Expeditionary Corps in the Empire era. At the same time, all the fleets of the Betelgeuse Federation began to sing this military song of the Empire era, and launch charges towards the enemy again and again. At this time, they no longer cared about life and death, and only charged, and charged again. Old Chien, charged in the front, activated the self-destruction program in the space capsule. Bloodway III led the team to charge the enemy formation many times, and finally died in the enemy formation. The FA Corps fought to the death, and all members died in the end, and no one was captured. The last wave of the Betelgeuse Empire era has calmed down today. They are the former ministers. Their eyes are lonely and resolute, full of sharp defense. They are the remnants of the civilization of the old era, standing in the lonely space, accepting the baptism of history. I wonder if their eyes can penetrate the ruthless and cold time and space, see the decades of war in the Betelgeuse star field, see the black flag flying on the Betelgeuse space station. Will they tell the sacrificed comrades that the flag of the Empire will eventually fall? Time cannot be caught, but we should live a prosperous life and always remember the once glorious Empire. They are foreigners from a distant star field, and have nothing to do with me, but I just want to say something for them, even if it is insignificant. Please let the meteors pass slowly, and illuminate the great Empire in their hearts. Excerpt from the Star Vision Universal Journal Waves of the Old Times, F.A. Legion of the Betelgeuse Empire. Chapter 295. The destruction of the Betelgeuse Federation did not attract much attention in the universe, and even did not cause any waves in the southern star field. After the Betelgeuse star field was controlled by the Black Flag Corps, the Justice Order was very troubled by the Freedom Camp's army approaching the Camp Star field. Facing a complete super flagship fleet like the Black Flag Corps, especially after it captured the Betelgeuse star field with a crushing situation, no one on the Justice Order side dared to come to trouble, and they did not have the strength to come. The only fleet that can deal with the Black Flag Legion, the Angel 5th Fleet, is now in a standoff with the Demon 3rd Fleet, and cannot go to deal with the Black Flag Legion at all. Once the Angel 5th Fleet makes a move, the Demon 3rd Fleet will also make a move. At that time, I am afraid that this proxy war will turn into a direct war between the two sides. And once the Demon 3rd Fleet seizes the opportunity, and severely damages the Angel 5th Fleet, the entire Southern Star region may be lost. This price is too high, and cannot be borne by the Justice Order. Therefore, on the second day after the fall of the Betelgeuse Federation, Wang Yen came to New Eden in person to look for Sherman. Where is Sherman? Let him come out to see me. Do you want to take advantage of me? Seeing that it was Aura who came to meet, Wang Yen said bluntly. She felt a little aggrieved as she was the princess of the angel civilization. In everyone's eyes, she married Sherman. Recently, because of this incident, she was under great pressure within the civilization. And after such a long time, Sherman still didn't dare to see her. What was this? Looking at Aura, Wang Yen interrupted Aura's words. Don't tell me that he is seriously injured and needs to rest. I just want to see him, even if he is lying in the rest cabin. I am his fiancée, so I should have this right? Well, this statement directly sealed Aura's excuse. Looking at Aura's embarrassed face, Sherman, who hid in the captain's room after hearing that Wang Yen came in person, knew that he could not escape. And this matter also needs to be faced. Aura, let her come to see me. Hearing this, Aura was stunned, and then he said to Wang Yen respectfully, Your Majesty agreed, please follow me. No, I know where he is. Wang Yan bypassed Aura and walked to Sherman's captain's room with familiarity. Although this iron wall has been replaced by a star city, only the living area, commercial area and berthing port have changed, and other places have not changed. In addition, Wang Yan had stayed in Alpha Space Station for a period of time before, so he was familiar with it. So when Wang Yan walked into Sherman's captain's room with familiarity, Sherman opened his mouth and suddenly didn't know what to say. Seeing Sherman's embarrassed expression, Wang Yan's face, which was originally as cold as ice, melted like spring flowers, and she smiled and teased, "Why, His Majesty, the Emperor of New Eden, is still shy?" Hearing this, Sherman became even more embarrassed. Have you eaten?" Sherman said suddenly, not knowing what to say, and after saying it, he couldn't help but want to slap himself. Faced with Sherman's words, Wang Yan was a little stunned, but her eyes were flowing like water waves. Sherman looked at the elegant angel princess at the dinner table, his fiancée who came to his door, and couldn't help but fall into silence. Finally, the two of them had dinner at the table. 3 simple dishes and a soup. Sherman cooked it himself. Seeing Wang Yan eating so happily, Sherman couldn't help but smile. Wang Yan smelled the fragrance and said with emotion, "I didn't expect you to cook. You have to cook for me every day after we get married. These days, cooking is fully automated. It is rare to cook by yourself, let alone Sherman, the master of civilization who owns 2-star regions." In response to Wang Yan's sigh, Sherman retorted, "No, you have to cook for me." Wang Yan was stunned, and then looked at Sherman with a strange face. "Why, I, the angel princess, have to cook for you after marriage?" "Yes." Sherman nodded seriously. "In my hometown, cooking is a skill that a qualified wife must have. I am the angel princess. I am also the Lord of New Eden." Then the two sides talked about cooking for a long time, and Ola and others who had been secretly paying attention to their own straight male commander also breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and withdrew, leaving the space completely to the two. As long as the two can chat, there will be no problem. I am the angel princess, and I will only fight in the Star Sea in the future. Wang Yan looked at Sherman who was arguing with reason, and couldn't help but teasing with a smile. In response, Sherman said without hesitation, "Then I will conquer a big Star Sea for you, and let you do whatever you want." Sherman's bold words made Wang Yan a little distracted, and then she reacted and raised her mouth. "Oh, it seems that you are still very good at teasing. Besides, you should take care of yourself now. The Black Flag Legion is in the Beta Star region. You should deal with them first." At this time, Wang Yan also turned the topic to the purpose of this visit. In response, Sherman narrowed his eyes slightly and regained his mind. He analyzed the intelligence in his mind, and soon understood what Wang Yan meant. "You want us to fight against the Black Flag Legion and share the pressure for you in other battlefields?" "Yes." Wang Yan admitted it generously. After all, New Eden has strength and is close to the Beta star field. The most important thing is that Sherman is her fiancé and is worthy of the trust of the angel civilization. "I'm sorry, New Eden currently only has a few super aircraft carriers and a few dreadnoughts, but there is no way to stop the Black Flag Army. I'm sorry, I can't do anything." Sherman refused without hesitation. New Eden now only has a few super aircraft carriers and 2 dreadnought fleets, and the rest are conventional fleets. If you want to use this little strength to stop the Black Flag fleet, it will be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and it will be a death wish. If you want to resist or even defeat the Black Flag Army, the existence of the Gustus Super Flag Fleet will be exposed. At that time, even if you have such an angel princess's fiancé, you may not be able to stop the greed of those who are interested. By then, the situation may be more serious than the threat of the Black Flag Army. And now Wang Yan is just his fiancé, and the two have no emotional foundation. Sherman dare not reveal the true strength of New Eden to her. Wang Yan was not surprised by Sherman's refusal, and smiled and said to Sherman, "My dowry, do you want it in advance?" "A complete super flagship team. The only one who can fight against the super flagship team, the angel civilization certainly knows. Therefore, facing the threat of the Black Flag Army, the Justice Order is powerless. Wang Yan gives New Eden the opportunity to have a super flagship team. It is also an opportunity to thoroughly express his attitude to New Eden and the outside world." Chapter 296. It must be said that the capture of the Beta Star region by the Black Flag Legion this time has put a lot of pressure on the Justice Order. The Black Flag Legion super flagship fleet occupies the Beta Star region, which is adjacent to the Justice Order's hometown Camp Star region. The Beta Star region, which was originally used as a buffer zone, was occupied by the Black Flag Legion, which put the Justice Order in a strategic disadvantage. In addition, the Black Flag Legion's reputation and strength in the Southern Star region over the years, even if a general first-class civilization is supported by the Angel civilization and builds a super flagship fleet for it, it is estimated that it will not dare to go to confront the Black Flag Legion. So Wang Yan seized this opportunity, and helped New Eden to win this opportunity from the Angel civilization. As a princess, Wang Yan still has some say in this regard. And Wang Yan's reasons for applying to the Angel civilization are also very sufficient. First, the Alpha Star Field and Omega Star Field occupied by New Eden are connected to the Beecher Meteor Field where the Free Camp is located, especially the Alpha Star Field is connected to the Beta Star Field. If the strength of New Eden is strengthened and New Eden is helped to build a super flagship fleet, the current battlefield situation will be greatly improved. Second, the Emperor of New Eden is Wang Yan's fiancée, and as a princess, Wang Yan is entitled to have a super flagship fleet directly under her, and this time she just transferred her super flagship fleet directly to New Eden. And with Wang Yan, there is no need to worry about the force field problem of New Eden. Third, New Eden has shown extraordinary combat power and fighting will in many battles, as well as terrifying means of revenge, and is very suitable to be the spokesperson of Justice Order in the Southern Star Field, similar to the spokesperson of the Black Flag Legion. So under Wang Yan's efforts, the Angel civilization finally agreed to this plan. Most importantly, in order to avoid accidents, this plan was directly decided by the Angel civilization, completely bypassing the Justice Order. Wang Yan stood up and sat directly next to Sherman, smiling and said, "In short, now you just need to nod, and at the latest tomorrow, 20 Sky Blade Titans will be delivered to you, and New Eden will also receive the resources of the Angel civilization and become the spokesperson of the Angel civilization in the Southern Star Field. When you defeat the Black Flag Army and win the Battle of Factions, I will help you become the defending king of the Southern Star region." It must be said that ordinary people can't resist this temptation. This is a super flagship fleet, the defending king of the Southern Star region, and with the support of the Angel civilization, even a first-class civilization can't stand this temptation. But who is Sherman? The Lord of New Eden. How could there be a shortage of Titans? As for whether the Black Flag fleet will invade New Eden, the Gusta's super flag fleet in his hands is not a pushover. At most, he can strike first. Not to mention annihilating the Black Flag Legion, at least he can cripple him. If his super flagship fleet is gone, he can rebuild it. The speed of launching a super flagship fleet every 2 months is enough to ask you if you are afraid. If there are enough resources and hard work, 1.5 months is not a problem. As for the defending king of the Southern Star region, when New Eden is strong enough and no longer worried about being spied on by the two civilizations, he will be the real king. So, facing Wang Yan's temptation, Sherman turned his head and looked at her, and said very seriously, "If I become the king of the Southern Star region, will you cook for me at home?" Wang Yan was a little stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Sherman to say this, but then his eyes were like water waves, and he nodded gently with a smile like a flash of flower. "If you become the king of the South, then I will give up the competition for the position of the Queen of Angels and cook for you at home." "Okay." Sherman stood up and looked at Wang Yan. For the first time, he dared to look Wang Yan in the eye and said very seriously, "Give me a year, at most a year, and I will definitely pacify the entire Southern Star region, and then I will marry you." For Sherman, this is not a grand ambition, but a statement of fact. With the current strength of New Eden, it will only take half a year to have at least 4 super flagship fleets, and the Emma Empire will also be unlocked by then. By then, the Emma Empire alone will be able to sweep across the entire Southern Star Field, and no matter whether it is the Angel civilization or the Demon civilization, it will not be able to stop the rise of New Eden. By then, New Eden, which owns the entire Southern Star Field, will develop with all its strength without any scruples, and become the undisputed king of the Southern Star Field. This was also the plan made at the beginning. But now, it is better for Sherman to eat Gigolo first. After all, the Gurista's super flagship team still needs to be hidden, and New Eden urgently needs a super flagship team that can be put on the surface. This super flagship team composed of Sky Blade Titans is very good. Besides, this is not considered eating Gigolo, after all, isn't it said? This is just an advance payment of the dowry. Sooner or later, it will be his. He just got it in advance. Sherman thought so at his heart, and forced himself to convince himself. Tomorrow, 20 Sky Blade Titans will be delivered to you. I hope you can form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. After saying that, Wang Yan was ready to leave. Now the battle between the camps is getting more and more intense, and other battlefields still need her to take charge. Her time is very precious. Sherman did not keep her, but sent the guard fleet to escort her into the Camp Star field, which also showed his attitude. No matter which force it is, the meaning of this guard fleet is extraordinary. 20 Skyblade Titans were urgently dispatched to the Alpha Star field. The movement was too big, and it could not be hidden from the eyes of the free camp. So the Black Flag Corps received the intelligence right after New Eden received it. And the Demon Civilization asked the Black Flag Corps to nip it in the bud before New Eden could form the super flagship fleet into combat effectiveness, and send troops to the Alpha and Omega Star regions as soon as possible to open up the front line and surround the Camp Star region, the headquarters of the Justice Order. By then, the situation on the entire battlefield will be fully controlled by the free camp, which will have the absolute initiative. If everything goes well, then even if the Angel Civilization urgently reinforces the Southern Star region, it will not be able to save the situation. The battle between the camps in the Southern Star region can be ended ahead of time, and by then, the Justice Order will be unable to move forward in the Southern Star region. Once the Alpha Star region and the Omega Star region are lost, the Justice Order will also dispatch troops from other regions to reinforce. This will greatly ease the pressure on other battlefields and create breakthroughs for other battlefields. In any case, the Freedom Camp will take the initiative. This is an upright conspiracy, and everything is based on the Black Flag Legion being able to successfully capture New Eden. Chapter 297. Adri Black Flag, who was searching for the entrance to the ancient ruins on Betelgeuse first, frowned after receiving the order. In the past 3 days, Adri Black Flag sent hundreds of thousands of troops to land on Betelgeuse first to search for the ancient ruins, but encountered very fierce resistance. He never thought that the main leaders of the Betelgeuse Federation were all dead, and the Betelgeuse Federation ground forces could still form such a fierce defense. So Adri Black Flag took a steady approach, bombing the enemy-occupied areas with absolute air superiority, and cooperating with ground forces to clear out the enemy. Although the progress was slow, it was stable, and the casualties were small. It would take at least 2 months to completely eliminate the enemy forces on the Betelgeuse Prime, and then search for ancient ruins. But now that the order has been issued, there is no time to take steady steps. It must be a quick battle. Looking at the mushroom clouds that appeared from time to time below through the window of the battleship, Adri Black Flag's eyes showed a ray of coldness. After drinking the red wine in the glass, he gave the ground troops an order to retreat. When the ground forces received the order, they quickly evacuated to the safety zone behind them under the fire cover of the warships in orbit. Finally, they all landed on the transport ship and returned to space. After the landing troops returned, Adri Black Flag gave the 20 Titans the order to destroy the star. When the doomsday weapons of the 20 Titans began to accumulate energy, the surrounding space was distorted under the high-energy reaction. Adri Black Flag looked at the Betelgeuse Prime below and muttered to himself, "I don't have time to play with you." When 20 giant doomsday beams, like the sword of Dalmos, fell from the sky, piercing through the planet's continental plates and penetrating directly into the core of the Earth. Then, there were violent explosions, directly dismembering the entire planet into pieces. When the atmosphere was destroyed, the planet's gravity disappeared, and the fragments of the planet began to move outward, until it turned into large and small starry sky fragments. Looking at the planet fragments in front of him, Adri Black Flag also frowned, because the entrance to the ancient ruins did not appear. You should know that the entrance to the ancient ruins is immovable. Even if the planet is destroyed, it will still appear in the same place and will not move. And now it has not appeared. There are only 2 possibilities. Either it has been taken away by someone, and the ancient ruins are closed, or it was hit by the doomsday just now, and the wormhole entrance was annihilated under the high-energy reaction. But no matter which one, it means that the ancient ruins have no chance for their Black Flag Legion. Seeing this result, Adri Black Flag's eyes became sharp, and his heart was full of depression. Then he waved his hand and issued an order. Assemble the fleet, and set off to the Alpha Star field. As for the enemy forces in the Betelgeuse Star field and even on the planet, other forces will naturally come to clean them up. Now, he needs a battle to vent his depression. On the other side, in the Alpha Star system, Chongqing City. With the arrival of 20 Sky Blade-class Titans, a new super flagship fleet needs to be reorganized. This attracted all the officials, all of whom wanted to be the commander of the super flagship fleet. Estamel Tel, you already have your own super flagship fleet. Why are you still joining in the fun? Seeing that Estamel Tel also returned to Chongqing City from the Omega Star region, Maud, who had just resurrected, was a little dissatisfied. It was fine that he wanted to compete with officials from other forces for this super flagship fleet, But why did Gustus want to compete for it, when he already had a super flagship fleet? That's right, Commander, I suggest that Gustus be kicked out of this competition. The Sasha officials headed by Chelm Solon also expressed strong protests. It's great to have one less competitor. It doesn't matter at ordinary times, but we must fight for the war. Ignoring other people's punitive attack, Estamel said to Sherman, Commander, although the Gustus super flagship fleet has been formed, our information is still brought from the game, and it needs to be tested in actual combat today. So I applied for Gustav to serve as the commander of this newest super flagship fleet. Just kidding. Estamel is not stupid. Although their Gustav super flagship fleet has been formed, they still need to hide for a short time and will not have any combat missions. It is different for this super flagship fleet formed by the Sky Blade Titan. It is heading for the Black Flag Legion. After it is formed, it will go west to block the super flagship fleet of the Black Flag Legion. This is the first super flagship battle in New Eden. No one wants to miss it. If it weren't for Sherman's refusal, there would probably be no meeting, but Aura himself would have led the super flagship fleet to the Western Fortress. It can be said that as long as it involves war, no one in New Eden is calm, and everyone is scrambling to move forward. Afterwards, officials from various forces competed for the commander of the newly built super flagship fleet, and they all wanted to organize the first super flagship war in New Eden. But in the end, Angel United Enterprises won, and the new official Mu Union's reasons were also very sufficient. We know more about this Sky Blade Titan than any of you, and we can use its power better than you. Therefore, for the benefit of New Eden, we should command this super flagship fleet. At the suggestion of Hakam Stamai, Mu Union said truthfully. The reason was very sufficient, so sufficient that no one else had any arguments. After all, the Sky Blade Titan that originally killed the Angels was in their hands, and the latest Titan of the Angel Enterprise Consortium was also developed based on the Sky Blade Titan. They are indeed more suitable for the super flagship fleet composed of Sky Blade Titans. For the benefit of New Eden, others have given up the competition. The super flagship fleet will be jointly commanded by Hakam Stamai and Mu Union, with Mu Union as the main commander and Hakam Stamai as the auxiliary commander. Because Wang Yen only gave New Eden 20 Sky Blade Titans, other super aircraft carriers, dreadnoughts, and the like need to be redrawn from other places. These are all trivial matters. The super aircraft carriers were drawn from Sasha, there were hundreds of God Revelation class dreadnoughts in the inventory, and the logistics aircraft carriers were drawn from Gusta's inventory. With the help of scattered troops from all over the place, the super flagship fleet was completed in less than a day and named the Killing Angel Super Flagship Fleet. At this time, Adrian Black Flag led the Black Flag Legion to invade the Alpha Star region and began to launch a fierce attack on the Western Fortress. The new official Mu Union led the Killing Angel Super Flagship Fleet to rush to the Western Fortress for emergency assistance. Chapter 298. As a frontline Ion guide, the Black Flag Corps sent several reconnaissance fleets into the Alpha Star region. However, these reconnaissance fleets lost contact as soon as they entered the Alpha Star region, and the disappearance of several reconnaissance fleets in a row made every Black Flag alert. Then 2 dreadnought fleets and a small aircraft carrier fleet were sent, and 6 War Demon-class heavy assault cruisers were escorted, and the army directly invaded the Alpha Star region. Having just entered the Western Fortress traffic system in the Alpha Star region, through the real-time battlefield intelligence, Adrian Black Flag finally understood why there was no news about his reconnaissance fleet. Although Sasha's main fleet did not come, the Sasha suppression control towers were spread all over New Eden, so the Black Flag Legion's reconnaissance fleet was captured as soon as it entered the Alpha Star region. And a Sasha invasion fleet also came to support through the Sasha suppression control tower wormhole. Under the anti-induction, anti-stealth, and other suppression of the Sasha suppression control tower, these reconnaissance fleets were quickly destroyed by the combination of the Imp-class interceptor plus the Demon-class heavy interceptor. Under the force field of the heavy interceptor, they couldn't even send out messages. So when the Adri Black Flag army arrived, they only saw piles of warship wreckage floating quietly in space. The reconnaissance fleet was wiped out, but Adri Black Flag didn't care, but the huge thing in front of him shocked him a little. When did this New Eden change to a star city in the west? The huge interstellar space station in front of him made Adri Black Flag very confused. New Eden has a star city, he knows this. Because the northern fortress of the Alpha Star Field has also replaced the star city as a fortress, and this matter has been reported, and their Black Flag Corps also knows it. But I didn't expect that the western fortress was also replaced with a star city instead of the original Iron Wall class space station. How many good things did this New Eden's pretty boy get from the Angel civilization? Looking at the Star City with its defensive weapons already revealed, Adrian Black Flag said sourly. You know, this Star City is much more valuable than Titan. A Star City can be used as an interstellar base for a civilization. Whether it is defense or firepower, it is an outrageous existence, and most importantly, the Star City can provide berthing for all warships including Titan. You know, due to the huge size of the Titan and the high energy reaction generated by the reactor, ordinary space stations cannot support its docking. So most of the time, the Titan driver can only dock and rest in the force field of the control tower. The appearance of the Star City allows the Titan to dock and modify like other warships, and the significance of this can be imagined. You know, his Black Flag Legion does not have a building in the Beta star field that can accommodate Titans. Now the entire super flagship fleet can only rest in the nearby starry sky, and even some damage to the flagship hull or equipment can only be repaired by maintenance drones. And now New Eden suddenly has a Star City as a fortress in the west, which will have a great impact on the actions of the Black Flag Corps. Looking at the Star City, Adrian Black Flag gritted his teeth. Take a gamble. Then he ordered the 2 dreadnought fleets as the vanguard, a small aircraft carrier fleet, and 6 conventional fleets to attack the western fortress. This Star City is undoubtedly prepared for the latest super flagship fleet of New Eden, and is an important force to restrain their Black Flag Legion. Now it has only been 24 hours since New Eden received the Sky Blade Titan supported by the Angel civilization. He doesn't believe that New Eden can complete the formation of the super flagship fleet so quickly. Before there are enough fleets that can fight against their Black Flag Legion, Adrian Black Flag must first remove this Star City. Otherwise, when the super flagship fleet of New Eden is completed and has formed combat effectiveness, then their Black Flag Legion will be in trouble. As the Black Flag Corps' dreadnought fleet and small fleet leap to the best attack range, its regular fleet quickly dispersed to the surroundings of the flagship fleet to provide escort. In the Star City, the dreadnought fleet of the Chelmsolin Black Flag Corps, which was directly cloned remotely for the sake of speed, also had a bright smile on its face. It's worth it that I rushed here to defend first, at least I caught up. Afterwards, the Black Flag Corps' fleet hadn't even opened fire yet. A huge ball of lightning suddenly appeared above the Star City, and the thunder visible to the naked eye could be seen, even in space. Looking at the ball lightning on the Star City, Adrian Black Flag's eyes shrank, and he quickly ordered the fleet to retreat. Although he had never seen this kind of weapon, judging from the explosive energy reaction, it was definitely not a good thing. But it was too late. The small fleet and the regular fleet were fine, as they had already prepared to jump at any time, so they withdrew directly after Adrian Black Flag came down. But the dreadnought had just activated the battle module, and could not evacuate at all, and could not even move, so it could only become a living target. As the energy in the ball lightning above the Star City reached its peak, it suddenly hit a dreadnought at the speed of light, and then spread out in all directions with the dreadnought as the center, connecting more than a dozen dreadnoughts around. Then, the shields, armor, and even the hull structures of these dreadnoughts were instantly melted by the lightning chain, the reactors of the dreadnoughts exploded, and then the hulls were directly shattered by the explosion of their own reactors. Everything happened so fast that even the pilots of these dreadnoughts melted in the lightning chain before they could escape, and even their DNA could not be found. Great! Seeing that nearly 20 dreadnoughts were destroyed by a lightning chain, Chelmsolin immediately let out a cry. After seeing his teammates being killed instantly by this lightning chain, the other surviving dreadnought pilots couldn't help but feel cold in their hearts. Then they spontaneously started attacking the Star City, bombing the Star City in turn from the flagship gun to the Doomsday weapon. But these attacks were intercepted by the Star City's thick energy shield, and could not cause any effective attack. The Doomsday salvos of 2 dreadnought fleets only destroyed less than 3% of the energy shield of the Star City, and the shield was refilled in an instant. This made the dreadnoughts of the Black Flag Legion dumbfounded. Then, the 9 spherical lightnings that lit up above the Star City made them even more desperate. Everyone was scrambling to evacuate and leave this hell. A Star City was equipped with 10 fortress-level Doomsday weapons. This New Eden was not a human being. Chapter 299. When these 9 lightning chains ended, only one of the 2 dreadnought fleets of the Black Flag Corps remained, and the front dreadnought fleet had been completely wiped out by the ravages of the lightning chain. Looking at the dreadnought fleet that suffered heavy losses, Adrian Black Flag looked embarrassed, but still gritted his teeth and ordered the fleet to continue attacking the Star City. Now the unknown Doomsday weapons of the Star City in front of him have been released. If they want to continue to release, they will need a long cooling time. Now is undoubtedly the best opportunity to attack. All fleets should be pushed forward. Conventional fleets should disperse the plasma storm and prepare for induction. Titan fleets should prepare for bridge connection and take down this star city in one go. This was a rare opportunity. Adrian Black Flag directly pushed forward all fleets and prepared to storm this star city. However, before the small aircraft carrier fleet and conventional fleet that had escaped the attack range of the star city returned to the attack point, the star city started a new round of attack. In the channel of the star city's cavalry carrier-based aircraft, the Standing Shadow cavalry carrier-based aircraft, like a swarm of bees, also rushed towards the dreadnought fleet, and the anti-flagship weapons on the Star City also opened fire one after another. What does it feel like to have hundreds of Standing Shadow cavalry carrier-based aircraft rushing towards you under the cover of artillery fire? It is an oppressive feeling that covers the sky and the sun. These Standing Shadow cavalry carrier-based aircraft are mixed in with the defensive artillery fire of Star City and attack the dreadnought fleet, looking for their own targets with the squadron as the target. Facing the swarm-like agile Standing Shadow cavalry carrier-based aircraft, the anti-aircraft firepower on the Black Flag Legion's dreadnoughts is completely useless. They are either attracted by the defensive firepower of Star City or cannot catch up with the Standing Shadow cavalry carrier-based aircraft. In the end, he could only watch the Standing Shadow carrier aircraft break into his formation and crash into his warship, and then with a violent explosion, he lost consciousness. Although the conventional weapons of Star City were not as shocking as the Lightning Chain, they were not inferior to the Lightning Chain in terms of lethality. After just a few rounds of attacks, the only remaining dreadnought fleet of the Black Flag Corps was reduced to a few ships, and in the end, they were reduced to pieces under the anti-flagship artillery fire of Star City. This horrifying scene caused both the small aircraft carrier fleet and the conventional fleet to stop at the same time, hiding at a safe distance outside the attack range of Star City, watching the two annihilated dreadnought fleets with palpitations. Lord Edry, what should we do next? The commander of the small aircraft carrier fleet swallowed his saliva at the miserable appearance of the dreadnought fleet, and asked Edry Black Flag for instructions. If the dreadnought, which is famous for its defensive power, has become like this, then their small aircraft carriers, which are even more fragile than the dreadnought, will not be courting death. Looking at the remaining small aircraft carrier fleet and conventional fleet on the battlefield, the corners of Adry Black Flag's mouth twitched. How many good things did the Angel civilization equip the Star City of New Eden with? Now the two main dreadnought fleets have been annihilated, and the morale of the entire Vanguard fleet has become low under the continuous attack of the Star City. If they continue to fight like this, they will only give military merit to New Eden in vain. But if they don't attack now, while the doomsday weapon of the Star City is in the cooling time, I am afraid that their Titans will also be at risk of losses when they come to face the terrifying doomsday weapon after the cooling is over. The loss will be even greater by then. Disperse the plasma storm, start the induction, and the super flagship fleet enters the field. Edry Black Flag was unwilling to retreat in disgrace after paying such a huge loss, and immediately issued an order to the conventional fleet. Now there is no chance for the small aircraft carrier fleet and the conventional fleet to attack the Star City. Now we can only let the super flagship fleet enter the field, and then forcibly destroy the Star City with the powerful firepower of the super flagship fleet. After receiving the order, the commander of the small aircraft carrier fleet couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the commander of the corps was able to maintain his sanity in the face of such a huge loss, and did not let them die, otherwise he would really have died here. Several devices were ejected from the cabin of a reconnaissance ship. After being deployed, they suddenly dispersed the plasma storm of several kilometers around, and then a cross-shaped induction illuminated the entire space. With the help of the induction, Edry Black Flag personally led the super flagship fleet and other fleets into the Alpha Star field. Commander of the Corps. Adrian Black Flag came in person, and the commander of the small fleet saluted. But Adrian Black Flag didn't want to say anything to boost their low morale. Now they had to rush to break through the energy shield of Star City. As long as the energy shield of Star City was broken, they could destroy the doomsday weapons and the airway of the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft of Star City, and even destroy its defensive firepower one by one. At that time, Star City would be in their hands. Otherwise, when the doomsday weapons of Star City are cooled off, the threat to super flagships such as Titan is too great. When seeing all the main forces of the Black Flag army like this, Chelm Solin's face became very serious, and the smile just now disappeared. She also knew that if the Black Flag army attacked now, if they did not have a strong fleet to assist in defense, then the defense of Star City alone would not be able to withstand the attack of the Black Flag army. But the next second, Chelm Solin's solemn expression became very relaxed. It's still quite timely. As soon as the voice fell, a guide appeared in front of Star City, just blocking the Black Flag Army's advance route. Then, 20 Sky Blade-class Titans crushed the galaxy and came, creating waves of red energy. Behind them were dozens of Soul Revenant-class supercarriers, 3 God-inspired Dreadnought fleets, 8 Marker-class battle fleets, and 10 Red Turtle-class logistics carriers. Looking at the super flagship fleet that suddenly appeared in front of him, Adri Black Flag was a little unbelievable. A complete super flagship fleet? How is this possible? According to intelligence, it has not been more than 48 hours since the Angel civilization delivered 20 Sky Blade-class Titans to New Eden, and New Eden has actually formed a complete super flagship fleet. How did they do this? And judging from the configuration and formation of the super flagship fleet in front of him, Adri Black Flag did not doubt whether this quickly formed super flagship fleet had combat effectiveness. What's more, with the support of the firepower of this Star City, even if the super flagship fleet did not use any tactics, just a simple shooting could cause his Black Flag Corps to suffer unimaginable losses. The arrival of the New Eden super flagship fleet has made this raid lose its original meaning. If they really force the attack, they may not be able to capture the New Eden Star City and destroy the New Eden super flagship fleet. In order to avoid unnecessary losses, Adri Black Flag had to order a retreat. And the New Eden side just quietly watched the orderly evacuation of the Black Flag Corps. Neither side wanted to break out the super flag war now. Because it is not the time yet, neither side has made sufficient preparations. Chapter 300. After returning to the Beta Star Field, Adrian Black Flag reported to the Demon Third Fleet that New Eden had formed a super flagship fleet, while organizing a defense line in the border star system to prevent a surprise attack from New Eden. Now both sides are at the same starting line, and no one has the initiative in the war, so Adrian Black Flag cannot help but be cautious. After receiving Adrian Black Flag's report, Bill Saxon in the base camp was also incredulous. You said that New Eden completed the formation of a super flagship fleet in less than 2 days, and it has considerable combat effectiveness. Are you kidding me? Every Black Flag's report was as incredible as a gorilla getting an AK, and then teaching you how to suppress the gun. Not to mention the super flagship fleet. Even ordinary conventional fleets need a certain amount of training to form combat effectiveness, and this super flagship fleet is even more complicated. Without more than half a year of running in, it is unknown how many teammates will die at the hands of their own people in the battle. Facing Beeler Saxon's puzzlement, Adrian Black Flag could only smile bitterly. Sir Beeler Saxon, although it is a little unbelievable, this is indeed the fact. New Eden really formed a super flagship fleet in less than 2 days. Strictly speaking, it may even be less than 2 days. After all, if the time for the super flagship fleet to transfer is taken into account, it may really not exceed 1 day. Looking at the super flagship fleet in the battlefield record uploaded by Adrian Black Flag, Beeler Saxon could not help but believe this ironclad fact, so he asked, "What is the number of this New Eden super flagship fleet?" Looking at the paint on the warships in this super flagship fleet, they should be the killing angels of New Eden. At this point, Adri Black Flag suddenly reacted. Yes, these killing angels were originally abandoned by the Angel civilization, and they are very familiar with the Sky Blade Titan. In addition, the other warships in this super flagship fleet are originally owned by New Eden. If these killing angels are allowed to drive the Sky Blade Titan, and other warships are drawn from other troops, a super flagship fleet can be formed in a short time. From a serial number, Adrian Black Flag instantly deduced the reason why New Eden could form a super flagship fleet in such a short time, and it was relatively accurate. Listening to Adrian Black Flag's speculation, the doubts in Bill Saxon's heart were immediately resolved. Moreover, New Eden originally had a Sky Blade Titan brought by the Killing Angel, so it was not impossible to be familiar with this Sky Blade Titan in advance. Even based on the original Sky Blade Titan, a single Titan super flagship fleet was formed in advance. Now that the Angel civilization has supported more Sky Blade Titans, it only needs to merge these Titans into it, and it will be a complete super flagship fleet. Bill Saxon made a bolder and more reasonable speculation in his mind. Bill Saxon turned his head and looked at Adrian Black Flag, and couldn't help but sigh. Then how do you want to deal with him? We don't have much time left now. It's useless to speculate how New Eden quickly formed a super flagship fleet. The key is how to deal with him. Now other battlefields are in a stalemate, and a breakthrough is urgently needed. If the Black Flag Corps cannot capture New Eden, occupy the Alpha and Omega star fields, and put pressure on the Camp star field, it will be troublesome for the Freedom Camp. Especially now that New Eden also has a super flagship fleet, it plays the same role as the Black Flag Corps in the Justice Order. Moreover, now that New Eden occupies the Alpha and Omega star fields, it has completed the blockade of their base camp in the Beecher meteor field in terms of battlefield situation, and has taken the initiative on the battlefield, and can launch a surprise attack on their base camp at any time. The fleets that Beecher meteor field has placed on the front lines of Alpha and Omega can't stop New Eden's attack. Therefore, the Black Flag Corps must get rid of New Eden's super flagship fleet as quickly as possible. Adrian Black Flag is also clear about the situation on the battlefield. He also knows how important the role of his Black Flag Corps is in this camp war, so he is also thinking about how to break through New Eden's defense line. To break through New Eden, they need to destroy the Star City of the Western Fortress and defeat the New Eden super flagship fleet, otherwise they will be unable to move forward. Although the combat effectiveness of the New Eden super flagship is still unknown, they have figured out the combat effectiveness and defense of the Star City. It's really abnormal. As long as the New Eden super flagship is outside to help defend the Star City, even if the Black Flag Corps is exhausted, it may not cause any serious damage to New Eden. Therefore, it is necessary to lead the New Eden super flagship out of the defense range of the Star City. Soon, Adrian Black Flag had an idea in his mind. Adrian Black Flag raised his head, looked at Burrell Saxon, and told his plan. Sir Burrell Saxon, how many fleets can you mobilize now? Burrell Saxon looked at Adrian Black Flag and asked, what do you want to do? Send a fleet to attack the northern fortress of New Eden. Hearing this, Burrell Saxon thought about it and shook his head. Lure the tiger away from the mountain? Impossible. New Eden is not stupid. It is impossible to transfer the super flagship fleet to the north and ignore you, the real threat. The Black Flag Corps is the only one in the entire Freedom Camp that has a super flagship fleet, and this is also the biggest threat to New Eden. They will not transfer the super flagship fleet away. New Eden can still distinguish between the important and the urgent. And Adrian Black Flag showed a pair of white teeth and said, so, we need a strong fleet to attack the northern fortress. We don't even need to break through the fortress. We just need the fleet to go straight to the hinterland of New Eden to destroy it. At that time, I will also lead the fleet to confront New Eden, forcing them to leave the attack range of Star City and fight a super flag war with us. If New Eden's backyard catches fire, in order to kill the enemies who enter the hinterland to cause damage as soon as possible, New Eden must end the battle and confrontation in the west as soon as possible. After the two sides engage in a super flag war, the Black Flag Corps are all veterans who have been through many battles. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with a super flag fleet that has just been formed in New Eden? To put it another way, even if they can only contain the New Eden super flag fleet, it can also buy opportunities for friendly forces in other directions. Chapter 301. Biller Saxon quickly agreed to Edry Black Flag's plan. Then, under the instruction of Burrell Saxon, a coalition of several civilizations assembled in the Jelly Galaxy. The target was directly aimed at the Alpha North Fortress. The officials of Sasha laughed when they heard the news. Even Chelm Solon returned to the North Fortress immediately after handing over the Western Fortress Star City to Mu Yun, and then a reconnaissance ship after a ship sent back intelligence. This coalition army, composed of 5 civilizations from the Free Camp, has 4 dreadnought fleets, 2 small aircraft carrier fleets, and 20 conventional fleets. The sheer number of fleets shocked Sherman. In addition, Aura also intercepted some intelligence, which showed that these fleets would bypass the northern fortress and not fight to the death with Star City, but would advance into the heart of the Alpha Star region to destroy various industrial facilities in the heart of the region. How could Sherman tolerate this? He immediately ordered the Sasha fleet to guard tightly, and not allow any enemy warships to enter the heart of the Alpha Star region. Chelm Solon and other Sasha officials also issued a military order. Afterwards, the Sasha group took the initiative and entered the Beecher meteor field through the wormhole, came to the rear of the Freedom Camp coalition, and launched a sabotage attack on the logistics fleet and industrial facilities. In the face of this provocation from the Sasha group, the Freedom Camp coalition did not move, assembled as usual, and finally headed straight for the Alpha Star field. The battle started instantly. After entering the Alpha Star field, under the command of Burrell Saxon, 4 dreadnought fleets jumped to the Star City in batches and directly attacked the Star City. Faced with such an enemy seeking death, Chelm Solon expressed his incomprehension and sent them a set of lightning chain plus standing shadow cavalry. However, these dreadnought fleets seemed to be really ignorant of life and death, and they attacked Star City fiercely, causing Chelm Solon to be under increasing pressure, and had to send the Sasha fleet to assist in defense. Watching the Sasha fleet go out, Burrell Saxon showed a sinister smile on his face, and then gave orders to the fleet. The dreadnought fleet retreats to a safe distance and confront the enemy. The small aircraft carrier fleet releases drones to attack the enemy's conventional fleet and open a breakthrough. The conventional fleet is ready to break through the New Eden defense line. After entering the heart of New Eden, each fleet captain will lead the fleet to attack various facilities and fleets in New Eden. Your mission is only one: to destroy New Eden facilities as much as possible and come back alive. It is obvious that this coalition force was treated as a consumable in the hands of Burrell Saxon, just to cause as much trouble as possible to New Eden. Looking at the conventional fleet that had already raided and bypassed the northern fortress, Burrell Saxon muttered to himself, "Don't let me down." Burrell Saxon's actions undoubtedly caught Chelm Solon and others off guard. She didn't expect that the Dreadnought fleet, as a strategic force, was treated as a consumable in Burrell Saxon's hands, just to contain the main force of the Sasha fleet. Now that the enemy's Dreadnought fleet is outside the attack range of Star City, it is difficult for their own conventional fleet to leave, which makes Chelm Solon look very embarrassed. "Since you want to play so much, I play with you." As soon as the words fell, a fleet of pure super carriers consisting of 50 Soul Revenant super carriers came out of Star City. Before Burrell Saxon ordered the Dreadnought fleet to retreat, dozens of Demon-class heavy interceptors broke into the Dreadnought fleet, and the force field they opened enveloped all the Dreadnoughts. Then the Soul Revenant super carrier fleet leaped out of the Dreadnought's attack range, and released the Shadow Iron Cavalry to attack the enemy. Dozen Anklin, Selene Madical, Bakara Lever, the three of you take your Sasha invasion fleets and intercept the enemy's conventional fleets. Don't let any of them escape. I will handle the remaining Dreadnought fleets and small aircraft carrier fleets myself. While dispatching the Demon-class heavy interceptor to intercept the small aircraft carrier fleet, Chelm Solon gave orders to the other three Sasha officials. Yes! The three officials immediately received the order, and then the Sasha invasion fleets quickly transferred to other star systems in the Alpha Star field through the wormhole of the Sasha suppression control tower to intercept the enemy. Because of the reduced jump speed caused by the plasma storm, the regular fleets of the Freedom Camp were quickly caught up by the Sasha invasion fleet. Each Sasha officer has 8 Sasha invasion fleets under his command, and they are complete fleets, including scout ships, interceptor ships, electronic attack ships, and firepower ships. More importantly, during this period of time, with a large amount of resources obtained in the Battle of the Northern Fortress, all the warships of the Sasha invasion fleet have been fully replaced with officer equipment, and even the shield equipment is the officer equipment made by Chelm Solon at the request of Est Amartel, which can't be defense or firepower, but has been improved by more than one level. So facing these conventional fleets of the Freedom Camp, the Sasha invasion fleet was a dimensionality reduction attack, without any resistance. After several encounters with the Sasha invasion fleet, these conventional fleets of the Freedom Camp stopped fighting and only cared about how to escape. The Sasha invasion fleet relied on the wormhole advantage of the Sasha suppression control tower to chase and intercept the enemy, and chased all the enemies into a dead-end galaxy to start the final cleanup. On the other hand, under the powerful firepower of Chelm Solon's 50 Soul Returner supercarriers, the Freedom Camp Coalition's Dreadnought fleet soon lost more than half. Faced with this situation, Burrell Saxon immediately ordered the small aircraft carrier fleet to help the Dreadnought fleet to break out and eliminate the heavy interceptor. However, the defensive resistance of this Demon-class heavy interceptor was already very strong under the blessing of the officer equipment, coupled with its super-fast speed, resulting in few attacks being able to hit it head-on, and the most was just scratches. Just as they were trying to slowly grind these Demon-class heavy interceptors to death, the 20 Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carriers that came to support Gustavus came in with induction, and a few long-range shield recharges restored the Demon-class ability shield to its original state. The Red Turtle-class logistics carrier, which was originally intended to provide support for the Soul Returner supercarrier, is now acting as a nurse for the Demon-class heavy interceptor. When the other 3 officers were clearing out the conventional fleet, Chelm Solon's side had already finished the battle. The entire battle was over in just 10 hours, and most of the time was spent on chasing the enemy. Faced with this result, Adrian Black Flag also sighed, and ordered the fleet to set off. He shouldn't have trusted these pig teammates. Chapter 302. The war in the north ended quickly, and the coalition forces of the Free Camp did not cause any waves under the siege of the Sasha fleet. Sherman was very satisfied with this result. 50 Soul Returners supercarriers fought against 2 Dreadnought fleets, and a small carrier fleet. Except for the heavy losses of the Shadow Iron Cavalry, not even a single Demon-class heavy interceptor used for interception was lost. It can be said to be a complete victory. The Sasha invasion fleet that went to encircle and suppress the regular fleet of the Freedom Camp that broke into the Alpha Star region also showed extraordinary combat effectiveness. Facing a fleet force that was almost 1-to-1, Sasha completed the task of annihilating the enemy's 20 fleets with only less than 20 warships lost. This made Sherman have a different understanding of the combat effectiveness of this fine, divinely equipped Sasha invasion fleet. The results of the battle were brilliant, but Chelm Solon was very dissatisfied. When reporting to Sherman, he always had a sullen face, very dissatisfied with the loss ratio. Looking at Chelm Solon's appearance, Sherman couldn't help but tease, "Why, with such a great victory, you are still not satisfied?" "Well, a little dissatisfied." Chelm Solon was not embarrassed, and directly admitted what she thought in her heart. Looking at Chelm Solon's serious and embarrassed answer, Sherman was very sure that she was not in Versailles, but really thought so. This made Sherman a little curious. "Tell me, why are you not satisfied?" Chelm Solon looked at everyone, and said a little embarrassedly, "The Sasha invasion fleet was built with a lot of resources. Not to mention the official uniforms, even the cost of the ships is 10 times that of the same type of ships. And the system is perfect, and there is also the advantage of fighting at home. With mutual cooperation, it is completely possible to achieve a zero end result. But now there are still losses." After saying that, before Sherman could speak, Chelm Solon continued angrily, "And the most important thing is that those guys also destroyed the mining buildings of the Atano satellites in several star systems north of Alpha. This is the most unforgivable. You know, this Alpha North constellation is the main source of mineral resources for Sasha. Although it is not as much as through the prisoner trade, it is more stable. And after half of these mined minerals are handed over to Aura as reserves, the rest will all belong to Sasha. This is also the main way for them to obtain resources to build Sasha's invasion fleet. Every Atano is their treasure, and now 6 of them have been destroyed. After these Atanos were destroyed, some changes in the corresponding satellites also occurred, resulting in the inability to mine satellites for at least 3 months. This is what made Chelm Solon and other Sasha officials most angry. Looking at Chelm Solon, who looked disappointed, Sherman was powerless to complain. After all, if he were to command this battle, the casualties would definitely be much greater, and it would not be impossible to even fight 1-to-1. Everyone has their own expertise. They are the professionals in fighting. It is better for him to hide in the room and do nothing. So Sherman could only encourage Chelm Solon, "Well, learn from your mistakes and try not to make mistakes next time." "Yes." Chelm Solon nodded seriously. Then, several Sasha officials looked at each other, and Sherman couldn't help scratching his head. Anything else? Finally, it was still Chelm Solon, who gritted his teeth and asked Sherman for permission. "Commander, I want to apply for 2 permissions." Sherman nodded. "You say." "First, I want to replace the main firepower output ship of the Sasha invasion fleet with a Preacher-class heavy assault cruiser. So I need to apply for permission from you." "Preacher-class?" Sherman thought about it, and it seemed that there really was such a thing, and it was a special edition battleship that was unlocked last time with the Imp class and the Demon class. Special edition heavy assault cruiser. But of course, New Eden has fewer resources, so it can only find scouts and interceptors that Sasha urgently needs, so it was put aside. Now that Chelm Solon reminded him, Sherman remembered that there was such a thing. It's not Sherman's fault. After all, he has never played this preacher in the game, and he hasn't heard much about it, so he is not impressed. Faced with Chelm Solon's reasonable request, Sherman of course agreed. "Okay, the authority has been authorized to you, you can do it yourself. By the way, now in order to build a super flagship fleet, the mineral resources of the entire New Eden have become barren again, but there are no resources to build you a Preacher heavy assault cruiser fleet. Now in order to build various flagships, the resources of the entire New Eden have been almost emptied, so the factory warehouses are almost empty. But there are no resources to build a new fleet for Sasha." Chelm Solon was not surprised by this, and said excitedly, "Commander, I know this. So I hope you can authorize us, Sasha, to attack Beecher Meteor Field freely. Then we can raid the Freedom Camp through the wormhole and obtain a large amount of resources." This is also Chelm Solon's real purpose. Now that the coalition forces of the Freedom Camp have been annihilated, the entire northern fortress has no force that can stop Sasha's fleet. This is undoubtedly the best time to attack Beecher Meteor Field. As the base camp of the Freedom Camp, there are many resource storage points in the Beecher Meteor Field. If we take down any one of them, New Eden will be well fed. Moreover, the Sasha invasion fleet can be transferred through wormholes, and its mobility is very strong. There is no need to worry about being surrounded by the Freedom Camp's superior forces. Sure Man strongly supports Chelmsolan's idea. Fight. We must fight. Then, Sure Man gritted his teeth and said, since we came to this world and settled in the Alpha Star Field, the Freedom Camp has been looking for trouble with us. No matter how hard we fought back to prove our strength, they still didn't take us seriously and provoked us as they wished. Now it's time to let them know what pain is. How can we make the Freedom Camp feel pain? Of course we have to break into their base camp. It is said that if the master humiliates the servant will die. In response to Sure Man's sudden anger, everyone involuntarily started fighting mode, and every official's eyes turned blood red or pure white. The Sasha officials headed by Chelmsolan immediately half knelt on the ground and swore to Sure Man that they would make the Freedom Camp pay the price of their actions in blood. On the other hand, Harkon Stamai and Mu Yunyin, who attended the briefing, were also furious. After discovering through the reconnaissance ship that the Black Flag Corps' super flagship fleet was moving towards the Alpha Star Field, the two immediately assembled a fleet and set off. The Killing Angel super flagship fleet took the initiative to go to the Beta Star Field. They wanted to vent their anger with a battle. The Sasha fleet and the Killing Angel super flagship fleet went to the enemy's control area at the same time, and this was the first time that New Eden took the initiative to attack after the Extinction Order operation. They want to let everyone know what the majesty of New Eden is. If the enemy can go, I can go too. Chapter 303. Every Black Flag never expected that the Killing Angel super flagship fleet would take the initiative to attack. The super flagship fleets of both sides met unexpectedly at the Blood Fortress in the Beta Star Field. Because Hakam Stamai took the lead in clearing and blocking the Black Flag Corps' reconnaissance fleet with a conventional fleet, the Black Flag Corps was completely unprepared for this encounter. The inductions of both sides lit up almost at the same time in the original Blood Fortress galaxy. Looking at the Killing Angel super flagship fleet, every Black Flag couldn't help but say, how dare they? You know, it was only the Black Flag Corps that invaded others, and no one dared to take the initiative to challenge them. But it was good this way. The Killing Angel super flagship fleet was out of the range of Star City. As long as they annihilated this Killing Angel super flagship fleet, then the Black Flag Corps could directly block the Western Fortress Star City, and then the army would go deep into the hinterland of New Eden, which was exactly what he wanted. But before Adrian Black Flag gave the order, the Killing Angel super flagship fleet took the lead in launching the attack. I saw Harkon Stamai leading the regular fleet and the interception fleet to break into the fleet of the Black Flag Legion first, and fighting with the regular fleet of the Black Flag Legion, while various light and heavy interception ships opened force fields one after another to surround the flagship of the Black Flag Legion. And Adrian Black Flag's reaction was also very fast, and he issued orders almost at the same time. I saw the light and heavy interception ships of the Black Flag Legion also broke into the Killing Angels fleet, opened the force field and surrounded the Killing Angels flagship fleet. Neither side paid any attention to these light and heavy interceptors, but instead focused on the other side's flagship. Various interception force fields turned the battlefield into a huge arena, and only one side could get out alive. The first two Titans to fire, both sides' Titans activated their Doomsday weapons almost at the same time. The target of the Black Flag Legion Titan was the sole Revenant supercarrier in the Killing Angels super flagship fleet, while the target of the Killing Angels Titan was the other side's Titan. The Doomsday weapons of the Titans of both sides were launched almost at the same time, and the Titans shooting at each other even caused the conventional fleets of both sides to have a brief ceasefire. This was because the Doomsday weapons distorted the space, causing problems with the target locking system and weapon system of the conventional warships of both sides. Facing the Doomsday attack of the 20 Titans of the Black Flag Legion, the energy shields of the 13 super aircraft carriers in the front were instantly penetrated by the Doomsday weapons, piercing through the armor and hull, and instantly turned into fragments. The Titans of the Black Flag Legion were only able to break the energy shields under the attack of 20 Doomsday weapons, and they themselves were not damaged. Seeing this result, Adrian Black Flag could not help but sneer. It is indeed the newly built super flagship fleet, and it is still a little naive. Generally speaking, unless the Titan has an absolute advantage and a certain number, it will not attack the opponent's Titan first. Because the Titan's defense is too high, even dozens of Doomsday can't cause real damage to it. So many times, super flag battles are to first clear the opponent's super aircraft carriers and dreadnoughts and other flagships, and then after gaining an absolute advantage on the battlefield, the opponent's Titan can be worn down little by little. If you attack the Titan directly, it will undoubtedly give the enemy an advantage when clearing other flagships, which will affect the whole body and eventually lead to the defeat of the battle. But then Mu Yunyan used facts to tell him what it meant to move the whole body with a single hair. After using the Doomsday weapon to break through the energy shield of a Black Flag Legion, all the flagships of the Killing Angel turned their target firepower to this Titan. The overwhelming artillery fire and the Shadow Iron Cavalry instantly destroyed the Titan of the Black Flag Legion. Then Mu Yunyan turned his target to another Titan and started the fleet's concentrated fire. Seeing that the Killing Angel was determined to eat his Black Flag Legion Titan regardless of the consequences, Adri Black Flag suddenly panicked. Damn, these Killing Angel's fleet are crazy. How can they ignore their own casualties and exchange the opponent's Titans? Doesn't she know that even if they can destroy a few Titans, they will be wiped out? There is no other way. Adrian Black Flag can only grit his teeth and order the fleet to attack the Killing Angel Soul Revenant supercarrier. After all, they can't destroy this Skyblade Titan in a short time. Only the Soul Revenant supercarrier equipped with the Shadow Iron Cavalry is the biggest threat to them. But after Adri Black Flag gathered the firepower of the entire fleet to focus on a Soul Revenant supercarrier, he was a little dumbfounded. What the hell? The energy shield of this Soul Revenant supercarrier dropped by 1/3 in an instant under the concentrated fire of the Black Flag Corps. It would be destroyed with just a few more rounds of concentrated fire. However, with the sudden force of dozens of Red Turtle-class supercarriers that had been at the back, they only used the flagship-class shield remote recharge booster to repair the lost energy shield of this Soul Revenant-class supercarrier in an instant. This scene also surprised Adrian Black Flag. He swallowed his saliva when he saw dozens of Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carriers behind the Killing Angel super flagship fleet. Flagship-class logistics ship? This is a technology that neither the Angel civilization nor the Demon civilization has yet. You should know that this flagship-class logistics ship is not like a regular logistics ship. This is a logistics ship for the flagship. And because of the flagship's own ultra-high-intensity high-energy reaction, remote maintenance devices cannot act on it at all. Ordinary remote maintenance devices will be rejected when acting on it. So far, this flagship-class logistics ship has always been one of the research directions of the Angel civilization and the Demon civilization. But now that New Eden suddenly took out such a treasure, it made Adri Black Flag a little overwhelmed. He finally knew why the Killing Angels would attack his Titan directly. As long as there is this flagship-class logistics ship, as long as it cannot be killed instantly, it will be rescued and guaranteed not to die. And the only means of instant killing for their Black Flag Corps is the Titan's Doomsday weapon, so the Killing Angel Super Flag Fleet will attack their Titan without regard for the loss. As long as we eat all their Titans, we can be invincible with these dozens of flagship logistics ships. We can't keep fighting like this. If we keep fighting, the Black Flag Corps will really be finished. Strike the dreadnoughts, regular fleet, eliminate the enemy interceptor ships immediately. We have to prepare to retreat, otherwise the Black Flag Corps will lose everything in this damn place. Chapter 304. Of course, the actions of the Black Flag Army could not be hidden from Mu Yunyan's eyes. At this time, instead of cleaning up the flagship first, they cleaned up the interceptor ships. Isn't this a retreat? You want to run away after offending New Eden? Mu Yunyan showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth, and then ordered Hakam Stamai, refuel the interceptor ships as much as you can, and you must keep all these guys. Okay. Hakam Stamai immediately controlled the interceptor ships in the regular fleet to continuously rush into the super flagship fleet of the Black Flag Army. At the same time, the Black Flag Army began to desperately attack the interceptors of New Eden. Even though these Demon-class and Mastiff-class ships have extremely strong resistance and super high speed, the Black Flag Army is not a pushover. When the electronic warfare of various special warships was set on the interceptors, these heavy interceptors were immediately restricted, and all kinds of attacks were immediately greeted on them. Facing the concentrated fire of the Black Flag Army, the interceptors of New Eden could not avoid losses even with the remote maintenance of the Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carrier. Because the heavy interceptor suffered a blow that far exceeded its own damage limit in an instant, in some game terms, that is, damage overflow. The heavy interceptor was destroyed in an instant, leaving the Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carrier no chance to repair. The heavy loss of the interceptor bought the main fleet precious attack time. Under the command of Mu Yunyan, the efficiency of the Killing Angel super flagship fleet was very high. Especially the Shadow Cavalry carrier-based aircraft of the Soul Revenant-class super carrier, because the self-destruction ability of the Shadow Cavalry carrier-based aircraft is only slightly inferior to the Titan's Doomsday weapon in point attacks. But they were outnumbered. Hundreds of Shadow Cavalry carrier-based aircraft gave up conventional attacks, and used self-destruction attacks on the Titans of the Black Flag Legion. Even if the Titans' energy shields were thick, They could not withstand such attacks. Then the shields were quickly worn out under the continuous attacks of the Shadow Cavalry carrier-based aircraft. After losing the shields, although the remaining armor was very thick, it could not withstand the concentrated fire of conventional firepower. The armor was shattered, and the attack entered the hull structure. Then the reaction chamber collapsed and exploded, turning into wreckage. In less than half an hour, the Black Flag Legion lost a total of 9 Titans. This made Adrian Black Flag very distressed, and in the face of this disadvantage, his mind became particularly calm, and he quickly analyzed the current situation. Half an hour has passed, but New Eden has lost at least 80 interceptors, but they are still coming in endlessly like their own fleet. It can be seen that New Eden is fully prepared for this battle. Although I don't know how much benefit the Angel civilization has given to New Eden to make New Eden take the initiative to attack and fight with me not long after forming this super flagship fleet, but if the fight continues like this, regardless of victory or defeat, the Black Flag Corps will definitely be finished. After all, we have to find a way. It is not known how many interceptors New Eden still has. There is no hope of clearing these interceptors by conventional means. We must use some unconventional methods. All fleets listen to orders, dreadnoughts stop modules, all flagships keep capacitors fully charged and ready to evacuate at any time. The induction lights at the rear have been kept on. Evacuate on your own if you have a chance. In several star systems behind the Betelgeuse star field, more than 10 induction lights have been turned on, ready to assist the Black Flag flagship in evacuating at any time. And such a large number of induction lights are only to confuse the enemy, to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the situation and encircling the evacuating fleet. And this is also the backup plan that every Black Flag habitually prepared. He originally thought that it would not be used, but he did not expect that it might really save his life. After receiving the order, all the flagships of the Black Flag Corps began to frantically load batteries into the capacitor compartments of the warships to ensure sufficient energy for hyperspace jump evacuation. When all the flagships were ready, Adrian Black Flag immediately gave the order. All strafing dreadnoughts start a round of modules, strafing all interceptors within the attack range, and the conventional fleet approaches the A-11 Titan and freely concentrates fire on the surrounding interceptors. Afterwards, the interceptors that had just refueled and entered the Black Flag fleet suffered another devastating blow, and were all destroyed in less than 10 seconds. Seeing that something was wrong, Harkomstamai immediately commanded a new batch of interceptors to raid over and take over the interception mission. And Adrian Black Flag was waiting for this opportunity. The long-accumulated doomsday weapon of a Titan suddenly lit up, and the fan-shaped doomsday beam covered the front, just covering all the interceptors sent by Harkomstamai, and instantly destroyed all of them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the super aircraft carrier fleet of the Black Flag Legion, 3 dreadnought fleets, and 9 Titans that were not covered by the force field all evacuated through induction. Damn it! Seeing that the Black Flag Corps had almost evacuated half of its fleet, Mu Yunyan was immediately annoyed. Seeing that the Black Flag Corps only had 2 Titans left, a dreadnought fleet equipped with sweeping guns, and a conventional fleet that had lost more than half of its fleet, Mu Yunyan immediately ordered Harkomstamai to send more interceptors immediately. They must not be allowed to escape again. The enemy escaped, which made Harkomstamai, who was in charge of the conventional fleet, lose face. He then sent interceptors to keep the remaining Black Flag Corps fleet, and sent a part of the reconnaissance fleet to find the Black Flag Corps' evacuation point. At the same time, another Titan of the Black Flag Corps that had not yet evacuated launched another AoE Doomsday, destroying the interceptor ship that came to support it. But this time, Harkomstamai was well prepared. After the Doomsday ended, the second batch of interceptors rushed in again. In order to prevent the few remaining interceptors from being destroyed again, Mu Yunyan also controlled the Titan fleet and the Dreadnought fleet to directly carry out a Doomsday bombing on the Black Flag Corps' strafing Dreadnought fleet. The entire Dreadnought fleet was destroyed in an instant. The 2 Titans of the Black Flag Legion who launched the Doomsday weapons, and whose capacitors could no longer support their evacuation were heroes. They opened the bridge with their few remaining capacitors, allowing the few remaining conventional fleets to immediately evacuate through hyperspace jump. After watching the Black Flag Legion's conventional fleet evacuate through the bridge, Mu Yunyan and Harkomstamai's faces turned black. They can even run away with the meat in hand? And it happened twice. Facing the Killing Angel super flagship fleet, the remaining 2 Titan pilots of the Black Flag Legion were also tough, and immediately overloaded their firepower to attack the New Eden's dreadnoughts. Because after the dreadnought activated the battle module, it could not be repaired remotely due to the complex high-energy reaction of the device, so the 2 Titans of the Black Flag Legion were accurate in one hit. In the end, before being destroyed, it took away a full 7 God Revelation-class dreadnoughts. Mu Yunyan and Harkham Stamai looked at the huge wreckage all over the ground, but they didn't feel much joy in their hearts, because they knew that if the Black Flag Legion was released this time, the subsequent battles would be more difficult. After all, the people of the Black Flag Legion are not fools, and it is impossible for them to fall into the same pit twice. Chapter 305. During this encounter, the Killing Angel super flagship fleet benefited from the assistance of the Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carrier, so it did not suffer any major losses, especially the Titans. At the beginning, the Black Flag Legion Titans lost 13 Soul Revenant-class super aircraft carriers, and in order to intercept the enemy, they lost nearly 100 interceptors. The Black Flag Legion lost a full 11 Titans, straight to Dreadnought, and even the loss of the regular fleet exceeded 2/3. Almost half of the Black Flag Legion's belongings were lost here. But for this result, both Mu Yunyan and Hakam Stamai were very dissatisfied. Because this time it was because of the existence of the Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carrier that the Black Flag Army made a tactical mistake, which led to such a great defeat. Now the Black Flag Army is almost half crippled, but if it is not completely annihilated or defeated, they will quickly recover their strength with the support of the demon civilization. So the two decided to continue chasing the Black Flag Army. Hakam Stamai, has the reconnaissance fleet found the enemy fleet? Mu Yunyan asked Hakam Stamai, while shrinking the fleet to prepare. Mu Yunyan shrank the fleet so that Hakam Stamai's reconnaissance fleet could use the Titan's bridge to send all the fleets over after finding the Black Flag Corps fleet. On the other side, Hakam Stamai, who had divided more than 10 reconnaissance fleets, was also heading towards several induction star systems. The other party has opened 13 inductions in different star systems at the same time. Now I am heading towards these star systems with all my strength. I haven't found the other party's fleet yet. It must be said that the backup plan that Adrian Black Flag habitually left behind made Hakam Stamai a little uncomfortable. More than 10 inducements were in different star systems, and they were quite far away from each other, which made his reconnaissance mission very difficult. Mu Yunyan opened the star map, looked at the surrounding star systems, pointed to one of the star systems, and said, "Send a reconnaissance fleet to rush here at full speed, and be fast." Hakam Stamai looked at the star map, then nodded vigorously, and then sent the few remaining reconnaissance ships and interceptor ships to rush over. Now the Black Flag Corps can only evacuate in 3 directions. One is to go south, attack the Camp Star region, fight a bloody way out, make a strategic detour, and then return to a safe area. The second is to return directly to the Beecher Meteor region. As long as they return to the Beecher Meteor region, New Eden will not dare to chase them easily with the deterrent power of the Demon Third Fleet. Going south is not realistic, because after the Black Flag Corps captured the Beta Star region, the Justice Order has already sent a lot of fleets to the border, and various military fortresses have been built quickly without spending any money. Although it is difficult for the fleets of the Justice Order to resist the Black Flag Legion, it is still no problem to block it for a while. As long as they are intercepted, the Killing Angel Super Flag Fleet can catch up and completely annihilate it. The galaxy that Mu Yunyan mentioned is the only passage from the Beta Star region to the Beecher Meteor region. As long as this is blocked, no matter where the main fleet of the Black Flag Legion is hiding now, they will have plenty of time to play with them. And Adrian Black Flag thought exactly the same, so after the fleet completed its retreat, he immediately sent the regular fleet to control this only retreat. So when Hakam Stamai's reconnaissance fleet arrived, they unexpectedly encountered the regular fleet of the Black Flag Legion that was controlling the field, and the two sides immediately fought together. At the same time, after learning that the reconnaissance fleet of New Eden had arrived, Adrian Black Flag did not care about the consequences of a short-term hyperspace jump on the warships and pilots, and immediately ordered the flagship fleet to go over and prepare to evacuate. After detecting the movement of the main fleet of the Black Flag Legion, Hakam intercepted it while reporting to Mu Yunyan. The main fleet of the Black Flag Corps has been detained, the induction has been turned on, and the airspace is not clear. Please provide support quickly. Because they were entangled by the conventional fleet, and could not get rid of it, Hakam Stamai could only turn on the induction in the Black Flag Corps' fleet. Otherwise, after the few remaining reconnaissance ships were destroyed, there would be no induction ships, and they would only be able to watch the Black Flag Corps evacuate safely. In response, Mu Yunyan showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth. "If you have cleared the airspace, what use are we?" After that, he left a Titan to bridge the conventional fleet, and the other flagships connected to the induction beacon and jumped through hyperspace. Because the induction was right in the center of the Black Flag Legion, when Mu Yunyan led the fleet to jump, the fleets of both sides were inevitably mixed together. And because both sides were flagships, it caused a very serious squeeze, and the warships of both sides collided on a large scale. Some conventional warships even turned directly into a layer of iron sheet under this collision. Seeing the relentless pursuit of the Killing Angel fleet, they even resorted to induction operations in the enemy fleet in order to keep them, which made him gnashing with hatred. Now the fleets of both sides are entangled together, and no one can think of evacuating safely. Damn it! Seeing the fleets of both sides fighting in a mess, Adrian Black Flag knew that something was wrong. Seeing that New Eden wanted to repeat the same trick, and was attacking its own Titan with all its strength, Adrian Black Flag's eyes suddenly turned red. All fleets, listen to my order, watch me mark and attack with concentrated fire. Adrian Black Flag directly ordered the fleet to conduct a concentrated fire attack on the New Eden Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carrier. Because the induction was turned on in the Black Flag fleet, the Red Turtle-class was also exposed to the firepower range of the Black Flag fleet, and could not hide behind the fleet to assist as before. So facing the attack of the Black Flag fleet, these 20 Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carriers were quickly destroyed. After losing the remote maintenance of the logistics aircraft carrier, Mu Yunyan immediately changed his tactics and adopted the same tactics as Adrian Black Flag. Send an interceptor to leave the enemy Titan behind, then first try to eliminate the enemy's aircraft carrier and dreadnought, and finally attack the Titan, so as to achieve the greatest degree of enemy damage. In this situation, reducing the enemy's firepower means reducing casualties on one side, so Mu Yunyan has no choice but to do this. So both sides had the most brutal battle exchange, because the power of the dreadnought equipped with the flagship gun was extremely powerful, and coupled with a large number, it was also the first target to be eliminated by both sides. Almost every few seconds, warships on both sides were destroyed. On the battlefield, the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft flew in the Doomsday Beam, the starry sky was illuminated by the flames of the warship explosion, and the interceptor opened up the force field and shuttled through the fleet. However, the fierce battle did not cause the Black Flag Corps to fall into chaos. The entire fleet channel only had the calm command of Adrian Black Flag, and the teammates who were offline every minute and every second could not arouse the slightest ripple in their hearts. Some just followed Adrian Black Flag's orders with expressionless faces to concentrate fire, and if the enemy's regular fleet came to their side, they would use the guard system to expel it. It must be said that it is not without reason that the Black Flag Corps is valued and strongly supported by the demon civilization. At least it is the first time that New Eden has seen such a fierce enemy. The battle lasted for 3 hours. The warships on the battlefield have become very sparse, and the wreckage of warships is everywhere. Both sides paid a huge price in this melee. The Black Flag Corps currently has only 9 Titans and more than 10 super aircraft carriers left, and the Dreadnought fleet and the conventional fleet have been completely lost. New Eden was not far behind. The Dreadnought fleet had been completely destroyed, and there were only a few conventional fleets left. There was not even a single interceptor left. Now there were only 20 Titans and 27 supercarriers left. Seeing that her fleet, which originally had a numerical advantage, was now reduced to this small number, Mu Yunyan's face was very ugly. Originally, she had an absolute advantage in the process of clearing firepower, but when Adrian Black Flag saw that there were only a few dreadnoughts left, he immediately ordered the Titans to conduct indiscriminate doomsday sweeps. Faced with the indiscriminate doomsday sweeps by the Titans of the Black Flag Legion, all the warships affected by the doomsday except the super flagships were turned into debris. Even Harkam Stamai, who commanded the conventional fleet, was destroyed by the baptism of 2 waves of doomsday attacks and resurrected in the clone room of Chongqing Star City. This is also the main reason why the dreadnought fleets and conventional fleets of both sides were annihilated. Captain, if you don't retreat, the Black Flag Legion will really be finished. Looking at the current strength comparison between the two sides, a Titan driver couldn't help but advise. Now the Black Flag Corps has been seriously injured, but the Titans, as the Corps, are still there, and the Black Flag Corps still has a chance to rise again. If they continue to fight like this, the Black Flag Corps will really disappear silently in the Sea of Stars, like the civilizations they destroyed before. Under the roar of his subordinates, Adrian Black Flag, who was already bloodthirsty in the battle, suddenly woke up. Looking at the wreckage of warships all over the ground, his eyes were a little absent-minded. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since his Black Flag Corps suffered such a big loss? Leader, retreat. The Titan driver said, driving his Titan, which had been severely damaged and whose energy shield had disappeared, and activated the Doomsday weapon. The gravitational waves brought by the mass Doomsday enveloped his Titan, and a space storm was rolled up. The distorted space storm enveloped all the surrounding conventional warships. Doomsday Weapon Space Storm Generator. It can set off a space storm with a radius of 10,000 kilometers with itself as the center. The crushed and squeezed space can cause a small amount of damage, but the space storm generated can force all the warships below the flagship level to be moved to other places in the galaxy. This is the latest application of the Demon's wormhole technology, and it is also complained by the Free Camp as the most useless doomsday weapon. This time, the Black Flag fleet was equipped with this thing just for actual combat testing. The first encounter was because both sides had conventional fleets, and they were afraid of accidentally hurting friendly forces, so they did not use it, but now they have no conventional fleets. The shrouded warships were cut and squeezed by the space storm, crushing more than half of the few conventional warships left in New Eden. As for warships like heavy interceptors, which have high resistance, the space storm did not cause much damage, but they were also swept into the space storm and then moved to other parts of the galaxy. Let's go! The Titan driver roared in the fleet channel. The space storm threw away all the surrounding interceptors, which finally gave the Black Flag Corps, which had been trapped by the interceptors, a rare chance to breathe. But the price was that the Titan could not evacuate in a short time. The space at the center of the space storm has become distorted, and it will take at least half an hour to calm down. During this period, the Titan at the center of the space storm cannot jump. So this space storm generator is still in the experimental stage, and the demon civilization has not started to equip it. And this Titan driver used his life to cover his teammates to evacuate. Facing the opportunity created by his teammates with their lives, Adrian Black Flag knew that the opportunity was rare, and there was no time to hesitate on the battlefield. So he gave the order without hesitation. Everyone retreat. Because the interceptor was thrown out by the space storm, the Black Flag Corps needed to evacuate as soon as possible, and Mu Union looked at this situation with a cold light in her eyes. Afterwards, dozens of heavy and light interceptors flew out of the Titan's ship maintenance cabin and headed straight for the Black Flag Corps' fleet. Damn it! Looking at the interceptor flying out of the Skyblade Titan, Adrian Black Flag couldn't help but curse. This flagship has a ship maintenance warehouse, which can be used to support friendly warships to carry out basic equipment replacement. The most important thing is that there is a large space inside to store some warships. The interception mission had always been undertaken by Harcom Stamai, so Mu Union's Skyblade Titan was not used, and now it just caught Adri Black Flag off guard. At this critical moment, the Black Flag Legion looked at the pilots rushing towards New Eden, and a Titan driver gritted his teeth and activated the Doomsday weapon that had just cooled down. Let's go, Legion Commander, we must rebuild the Black Flag Legion. Then, the fan-shaped Doomsday beam covered the interceptor ship that was rushing towards it, and the hot Doomsday beam melted and destroyed the interceptor ship. This time, after Mu Union realized that something was wrong, she did not rush forward with all the interceptors, but divided them into two groups, one in front and one behind. After the first group of interceptors was destroyed by Doomsday, the second group was waiting outside the range of the Doomsday weapon. As long as the Doomsday weapon was finished, they would swarm in like a pack of wolves, and keep them all, turning them into huge fireworks in the universe. However, the Titan driver's goal was also achieved. Because the Doomsday weapon was continuously launched, the New Eden interceptors were seriously delayed, giving other teammates time to evacuate. After taking a deep look at the two Titan pilots, who risked their lives to give him and his men time to evacuate, Adrian Black Flag took the remaining Titans and supercarriers and used hyperspace jump to leave the Betelgeuse star field. The remaining two Titan pilots were also destroyed by Mu Union, who gathered all the Titans' Doomsday weapons and Shadow Cavalry with an angry face. At this point, the Black Flag Corps was defeated and fled, and the Killing Angel Super Flag Fleet won a tragic victory. The Betelgeuse star field was recaptured by New Eden, and became the third controlled star field of New Eden. Chapter 306. The recovery of the Betelgeuse star field made the Justice Order feel relieved. Especially the battle between the two super flagship fleets of New Eden and the Black Flag Legion ended in a loss for both sides, and both sides suffered heavy losses, which made both camps feel relieved. A loss for both sides is good. In this way, the super flagship fleets of both sides will not be able to take the initiative to attack in a short period of time, and can only go back to rest, which is good news for everyone. But Wang Yen was distressed by such a result. I say, you are too honest, aren't you? You just fight to show your strength, and then maintain confrontation with the Black Flag Legion. Now that it's like this, I don't know how long it will take to recover. This is her dowry. Now it's been ruined by Sherman. In response, Sherman could only show an awkward but polite smile. It's impossible for him to say that as long as the Titan is still there, the other warships are minor problems. With the industrial strength of New Eden, the fleet can be restored in a few months at most, right? Looking at Sherman with an awkward smile, Wang Yan actually didn't complain. She was so happy in her heart. After all, one is a newly built superflag fleet that has just been established for less than 3 days, and the other is a 10-year-old superflag legion. The strength and combat experience of both sides are very different. But New Eden fought it back, and even its organization almost defeated it. Even though its own losses were also serious, New Eden was still better overall. And the Emperor of New Eden is her fiancé, so she is also half the owner of New Eden. Now that New Eden has shown such a strong strength, how can she not be happy? Now New Eden has completed the mission perfectly, and defeated the Black Flag Army. Look at the huge loss of New Eden this time, Sherman said, rubbing his hands. Why, these 20 Skyblade-class ships can't satisfy your appetite? Wang Yan said unhappily, looking at Sherman with a mercenary face. It's not that the loss this time is a bit big. If you want to restore the establishment of the super flagship fleet, it will require a lot of resources. But now New Eden's battle line is so long, and the resources consumed every day are a huge number. How can there be so many resources to rebuild this super flagship fleet? Actually, although New Eden is now fighting in the Alpha Star region, Omega Star region, and the newly recovered Beta Star region, the battle line is a bit wide, but the consumption of resources is not great. Take this battle for example. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Except for super flagships such as Titan, almost all other warships of both sides were lost. But the winner is New Eden. After the battle, Mu Union began to clean up the battlefield and took the wreckage of the warship back home to refine it into raw minerals. Although there was some loss in this refining, the refined minerals were enough for the Killing Angels to restore the super flagship fleet, and there was even a surplus. Not to mention that after the Black Flag Army conquered the Beta Star field, the Freedom Camp prepared to set up a base in Beta and brought a large number of supplies, which now belong to New Eden. When others fight, the most serious losses are mainly in the following two aspects: personnel and equipment. New Eden has no shortage of personnel. As long as the cloning room is running at full capacity, it is no problem to cultivate hundreds of thousands of semi-mechanical clones every day. As for equipment, New Eden has a complete industrial system. As long as there are enough resources, from warships to equipment, you can have as much as you want, and you will not be blocked by others. You should know that most of the weapons and equipment of the civilizations of the Justice Order are from the Angel Civilization, and the backdoors such as warships are also in the hands of the Angel Civilization. The entire military relies on this Angel Civilization, so this is the important bargaining chip for the Angel Civilization to control the Justice Order. The same is true for the Demon Civilization in the Free Camp. The reason why New Eden's Killing Angel super flagship fleet suffered such a huge loss this time is actually because New Eden has its own considerations. After all, this Skyblade Titan is from the Angel Civilization. Aura and others have found many backdoors from the original Killing Angel Skyblade Titan, and now there are probably more of these 20 ships. So these 20 Skyblade Titans need to be refitted so that New Eden can fully control them. Before that, the Black Flag Legion needs to be repelled first, otherwise there will be no time and opportunity for modification. Now that the Killing Angel super flagship fleet has been severely damaged, it is a good opportunity to take a break to transform these 20 Skyblade-class Titans. Don't worry, New Eden has made great contributions this time, and you will definitely get all kinds of benefits. Wang Yan was very generous to Sherman's complaints. After all, New Eden has proved its strength, and the Black Flag Legion is only disabled, not annihilated, and will come back sooner or later. New Eden is the key to stopping the Black Flag Legion. Besides, this New Eden is her own, and she will definitely help New Eden become stronger as much as possible. Wang Yan was thinking about something, and turned to remind Sherman, by the way, the Black Flag Army has been repelled and the Bailey Star Field has been recovered, so the Justice Order may ask you to take the initiative to attack the Free Camp. You must be prepared. Now that the Black Flag Army has been defeated, and the Bailey Star Field is controlled by New Eden has unknowingly become the first line of defense of the Justice Order after occupying the 3 major star fields. It has also completed the counter-encirclement of the Bitch Meteor Field, so in order to open up the situation, the Justice Order will definitely ask New Eden to launch an attack on the Bitch Meteor Field to break the current stalemate. In response, Sherman shook his head like a rattle. No, my troops are only enough to complete the defense now. It would be too much of a stretch to attack. Sherman did not agree, but he did not actively refuse. Based on Wang Yan's understanding of Sherman, it actually means one thing: you have to pay more. So Wang Yan calmly projected a list, glanced at Sherman and said lightly, This is the first batch of support to restore the strength of the New Eden Super Flagship fleet. Because I know you like basic resources, I decided to replace the original battleship equipment with basic resources. Sherman looked at the list and made a slight estimate. After the mineral resources were exchanged, the price of this batch of warship equipment was almost doubled. It was equivalent to changing from one warship to resources that could build 2 warships. But it was true. After all, one was a finished product and the other was a basic resource. The values of the two were different. But there was no doubt that Wang Yin made a lot of money with this exchange. Looking at the list, Sherman couldn't help but sigh. The universe is not deceiving me. You angels are really lucky for your husbands. Get lost. Okay. Chapter 307. As a reward and compensation for the battle in New Eden, the Angel Civilization awarded New Eden 10 brand new Sky Blade Titans, and the Justice Order also awarded a huge amount of resources. The intelligence was also known to Adri Black Flag through the report of the spy. In this battle, only 7 Titans of the Black Flag Legion escaped, and the rest were all left by New Eden. The losses were very serious, and the organization could be said to be cancelled. Little white face, you dare to force me to exchange with you just because you are hooking up with the Angel Civilization. Looking at the various supplies New Eden had obtained from the intelligence, Adrian Black Flag could not help but curse in a low voice. In his opinion, this time New Eden dared to force the Black Flag army to exchange with New Eden so hard, fearing no life or death, because it was sure that after the battle, the Angel Civilization would be able to provide New Eden with sufficient damage to maintain New Eden's combat effectiveness. From this point of view, the Black Flag army was much worse in this regard. After all, New Eden had a fiancée who was the Angel Princess, so they could make up for any losses in the battle, and very quickly. Unlike his Black Flag Corps, which has now returned to the Beecher Meteoric Domain to rest, and has not yet received a response to the application for compensation from the Demon Civilization, the gap between the two sides can be imagined. Facing the New Eden that has been compensated and is rapidly recovering its strength, the Black Flag Corps' logistics minister, Ambitious Rabbit, looked at the Corps' finances and couldn't help but sigh. Captain, after paying the pensions to the families of the brothers who died in the battle, there is not much money left in the Corps account. If the Demon Civilization does not compensate for the losses, the Corps will not even be able to maintain basic operations. As the head of logistics, he deeply understood the impact of the defeat of the Black Flag Corps. The Black Flag Corps fought bravely thanks to the extremely high pensions and guarantees. This defeat resulted in the Black Flag Corps only having their logistics department left because the remaining personnel were relatively intact, but the number of combatants who could return could be counted on one hand. If there were not 7 Titans that returned, making other forces wary, the Black Flag Corps would have been swallowed up by others with their bones. Such a huge loss of life also caused the Black Flag Corps' account to run out of money after compensation. Now they can't even get the money to buy regular warships. How much money is left in the account now? 23,200,000 star coins. Ambitious Rabbit answered without hesitation. He was annoyed by the shortage of funds during this period, so he was very familiar with this fund. Hearing this number, Adrian Black Flag frowned. You know, the daily turnover in the Black Flag Corps' account was originally in the 11th digit, and the reserve funds were a full 100 billion. With this little money, it's not even enough fuel to activate the Titan Doomsday weapon, let alone rebuild the Black Flag Legion. Looking at the few remaining managers, Adrian Black Flag raised his head and said confidently, I have a way to prepare for war and funds. You just need to recruit new people and prepare to rebuild the Black Flag Legion. The other managers of the Black Flag Legion suddenly brightened up. That's right. After all, the Black Flag Legion has been around for so many years, and Adrian Black Flag also knows some people, so getting some funds and war preparations is not a problem. Then he went back excitedly to recruit people and revive the Black Flag army. After everyone left, Adrian Black Flag's face suddenly fell, no longer confident. Family members understand their own affairs. The Black Flag army used to be unpopular in the Freedom Camp with its powerful military force. It had no friends, but many enemies. After all, the Black Flag army was supported by the Demon Civilization and represented the interests of the Demon Civilization, so it was impossible for it to get too close to other forces. It can be said that he is a so-called lone minister. Now because of the defeat of Bayless, the Demon Civilization deliberately ignored the Black Flag Legion. It is good enough for others not to add insult to injury in this situation. How could they support him? However, he is not without other options. Adri Black Flag turned on the communicator, looked at a communication number and hesitated for a long time, but did not take any action. Finally, thinking about the desperate situation, Edry Black Flag gritted his teeth and dialed the number. "Hey, little brother Edry, why did you suddenly think of calling me your sister?" A charming voice came from the communicator, making Adrian Black Flag feel a little uncomfortable. After hesitating for a while, Adrian Black Flag gritted his teeth and said, "Sarah Jones. The angel civilization has a princess, and the demon civilization also has one. And Sarah Jones, like Wang Yen, is also the princess in charge of the Southern Star Field. It's just that one is from the angel civilization, and the other is from the demon civilization." Half an hour later, Adrian Black Flag hung up the communication, with a lot of thoughts in his mind and muttering to himself. "That pretty boy in New Eden is just a gigolo. I am doing this to stand on the same starting line with him. I am doing this for my career, and to revive the Black Flag Legion. As the leader of a Super Flag Legion, Adrian Black Flag is still very proud. If there were no angel civilization and demon civilization, his Black Flag Legion would have become the overlord of the Southern Star Field long ago. So when faced with Sarah Jones' pursuit, Adrian Black Flag refused without hesitation. Because he was confident that he could take over the Southern Star region by his own efforts, and use it as a gift to marry Sarah Jones, instead of relying on Sarah Jones's help. Although he was a bit chauvinistic, Adrian Black Flag was confident that he could do it. Now, he looked at the funds that had been received and the fleet that was on the way. He could only say that he had realized it. This soft rice is really delicious. If Sherman knew, he would definitely tell Adrian Black Flag righteously. This is called accepting the investment of his wife, not eating soft rice. On the other hand, New Eden also started the modification project of 20 Sky Blade Titans. The 10 newly arrived Sky Blade Titans were quickly formed into a super flagship fleet by drawing flagships and warships from other forces, and now they are heading to the Betelgeuse Star Field. Commander, the backdoor left by the Angel civilization in these 20 Sky Blade Titans has been repaired. The weapon system is currently being modified. In the huge assembly workshop, Tobias Crudrow pointed to the many Sky Blade Titans under construction and introduced them to Sherman. Tobias Cruzol, the #1 official of the Angel Enterprise Consortium, has done the most in-depth research on the reverse engineering of the Sky Blade Titan, so he is in charge of it this time. Sherman looked at the Sky Blade Titan that was being assembled and disassembled in front of him and nodded. Replacing the weapon system is actually the biggest project of this work. This is because the Angel civilization uses laser launchers, while the Angel Enterprise Consortium of New Eden uses projectile cannons. So in order to make it easier for his own forces to use it, Tobias Crudrow redesigned the weapon system and weapon platform of the Sky Blade Titan. Sherman knew nothing about these, so he asked directly, "Can it be mass-produced now?" "Yes," Tobias Crudrow said without hesitation. "At present, except for the most critical power system of the Sky Blade Titan, the rest has been reverse-engineered. We only need to replace the power system of the Sky Blade Titan with the Titan power system of our New Eden. It is not a problem to mass-produce. In short, except for the appearance of the Sky Blade Titan, this new Titan has changed everything from the weapon system to the power system. Compared with the Angel civilization, the power system and weapon system of New Eden are not much different, and New Eden is even better. After such a change of operation, New Eden can produce by itself, and with the cooperation of New Eden's industry, the production speed is even faster than that of the Angel civilization." Chapter 308. The heavy losses suffered by the two super flagship fleets of New Eden and the Black Flag Legion caused the two camps to slow down their attacks at the same time, and the camp war that lasted for nearly half a year entered a period of relaxation. Both sides also took this opportunity to take a deep breath. But then, they accumulated strength intensively, because everyone knew that this period of relaxation was just a preparation for the next decisive battle. After defeating the Black Flag Legion and occupying the Betelgeuse Star Field, with the help of Shengguan Qianqian, Sherman quickly obtained the most important resource library of the Betelgeuse Federation. And that was also the resource warehouse left by the former Betelgeuse Empire. Even after the squandering of the Betelgeuse Federation, the resources here are still very huge. For these resources, New Eden even dared to expose the Gusta's super flagship fleet to take it down. Originally, Sherman thought that the Betelgeuse Federation had squandered all these resources, but looking at the situation, it is estimated that only 1/10 of them have been used, or even not yet. This resource library of the Betelgeuse Federation can only be said to be a pleasant surprise, and for New Eden, the most important thing is that the Emma Empire is about to be unlocked. After more than a month of hard work, Sherman was almost sick of grinding in the cave, and with the help of Delk Alice, who was also grinding in the cave, he finally met the conditions for unlocking the Emma Empire. Looking at the digital master in front of him, Sherman's tears were about to flow. It's finally done. 500 digital masters, 100 Wanderer counterattack battleships. These are the conditions for unlocking the Emma Empire. These 100 Wanderer counterattack battleships are easy to say. Sherman used a super aircraft carrier to brush the unknown wormhole beacon in the main space for a few days, and brushed it all. But these 500 digital masters are really hard to handle. Because the digital master can only be found in the wormhole, Sherman and Dirk Alice went into the wormhole and became the master. Sherman has been working non-stop for more than a month, and now he only needs to complete the digital master in front of him. This makes Sherman very excited and sad. It's not easy. Although this wormhole is quite profitable, it is really a test of one's mind to do the same thing every day. It was okay to brush the star belt before, because this star belt at least has some surprises from time to time, such as the Mind Mother, the flagship, the small boss, etc., which can always adjust the mood. But it is really tiring to brush the wormhole. Not only do you have to brush the same battle location, but you also have to be vigilant all the time to see if there are any enemies entering the hole. Your heart is always broken. After more than a month, Sherman felt that he had lost weight. But now, it is all over. Looking at the digital master in front of him, Sherman fiercely controlled the Phoenix-class dreadnought to fire and destroy it. When the digital master was destroyed, the long-lost system prompt came. Congratulations to the commander for achieving the hidden condition, the anger of the Emma Queen, unlocking the intelligent light Jamil Salam. Congratulations to the commander for unlocking the intelligent light Jamil Salam, the Emma Empire technology is open. Clicking into the exclusive store, looking at the Emma Empire icon that has appeared, Sherman chose to unlock it without any hesitation. The tens of trillions of ISK accumulated finally have a place to use. Congratulations, Commander, for unlocking the Emma Empire. 3 hours later, in the meeting room of Chongqing City. Commander, I need a separate star field to develop. Jamil Salam is a mature woman who looks about 30 years old. She is dressed in the traditional costume of the Emma Empire, and looks very heroic. After waking up, after learning about the current situation of New Eden from the central computer, she could not wait to apply after reporting to Sherman. The Emma Empire is not like the first forces unlocked, such as Sasha and Modcore. Sasha's huge fleet is supported by a few officials. The Emma Empire is different. Except for the Emma Guard, which is led by Jamil Salam himself, the other fleets are composed of ordinary clone warriors. Therefore, in addition to huge resources, it also needs a dedicated area for training and development. Sherman did not answer Jamil Salam, but asked Aura on the side, Aura, how is the cultivation of the Emma Gene Bank now? The cultivation has been completed. Now all the Emma citizens are still in the cloning rooms of various space stations in New Eden, and can be awakened at any time. Because the gene bank of the Emma Empire has a full 5 billion genes, the cloning room of Chongqing City alone cannot complete such a huge task, so they are scattered in various space stations in New Eden. But now they have been cultivated and can be awakened at any time. After hearing this, Sherman pondered for a moment and asked Jamil Salam, now that the Emma Empire has just been unlocked, what do you want to do? The Emma Empire is a religious empire in the game, and it is also a huge empire composed of many forces. The forces are complicated and it is impossible to move all of them into reality, right? Jamil Salam also knows that this is unrealistic, and it is not in line with the interests of New Eden now, because now these intelligent beings have only one object of loyalty, that is, the Commander Sherman. Whether it is the Emma Empire or Miltima, they are all under the absolute control of Sherman. Therefore, the composition of the Emma Empire must be simplified to facilitate Sherman's control. Jamil Salam had a plan for this. Commander, I plan to establish only 3 organizations, the Emma Navy, the Imperial Crusades, and the Imperial Academy, and build the Emma Empire into a recruiting place and main army for the New Eden Army. 2 military organizations, 1 military trade organization. Jamil Salam wants to turn the Emma Empire into a New Eden military organization, not a separate empire under it. Afterwards, Jamil Salam looked at Sherman very seriously and continued in a calm tone. As for the Empire's faith, now Commander, you are our only faith, which will be engraved into the DNA of all Emma citizens, so there is no need to add a superfluous tool of religion. Jamil Salam's words were very direct, because it was true, and this was also the key to Sherman's absolute trust in the officials of New Eden and the people in the gene bank. After thinking for a while, Sherman decided on the defense zone of the Emma Empire. The Betelgeuse Starfield, this starfield will be allocated to you, and all the resources in the resource warehouse left by the Betelgeuse Federation will be given to you. I have only one request, Before the final battle of the Camp War, I need the Emma Empire to have the absolute strength to sweep across the entire southern star field and make the final decision. Yes. Jamil Salam accepted the order solemnly. She knew how many officials in New Eden were coveting the huge resources in the Beta star field. After all, both Gustas and the Angel Enterprise Consortium were building and replenishing their own super flagship fleets, and they were in urgent need of resources. And Sherman's decision could be said to have tilted most of New Eden's resources to her. Chapter 309. When Jamil Salam arrived at Bayless Prime with a star city and many engineering complexes and refineries, the citizens of the Emma Empire were also transported from various space stations in New Eden to the Beta star field with the assistance of Aura. Because these Emma citizens are not cyborg clones, but clones with their own independent thoughts. If they had not walked out of the cloning room, they would be no different from natural people. In less than a week, Beta Prime began production activities, and warships were formed in the engineering complexes. At the same time, Jamil Salam also assigned many citizens to the planets of various galaxies for large-scale development, and with the help of Aura, one after another of the United mining ships began to operate in the hands of the Amerians. And many selected people also began to study at the Imperial Academy. Although there was a lot to learn, after Jamil Salam applied to Sherman for a batch of learning brain implants, these were no longer a problem. After these brain implants were implanted, they greatly improved the learning efficiency of these people. Compressing the theoretical knowledge of several years into just a few months can be said to be a big bug. After this batch of students from the Imperial Academy graduate, they will be assigned to the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Crusaders. Only then will the two major military organizations of the Emma Empire really begin to be established. After the Emma Empire entered, the entire Beta star field began to return to its former bustle. During this period of the Emma Empire's power vacuum, the defense mission of the Beta star field was handed over to the currently idle Mod Group. During the period when the Emma Empire was developing rapidly, and the two camps were temporarily at a truce, a major event also happened in the Sherman game. Barbarian, there is a big update today, did you know? While waiting for the daily update, Delk Alice told Sherman in YY the gossip she had heard from the international server. Because generally, the update is first tested in the test server of the international server, and then officially updated to the international server, and then updated in the national server. Therefore, there is a period of version delay between the national server and the international server, and generally the news from the international server is quite accurate. Oh, what's updated today? Sherman asked slurredly while eating lunch. He almost vomited from brushing wormholes recently. Every day when he went online, he was either brushing wormholes or sweeping holes. In addition to a lot of things in reality, he had no time to care about these gossips. The international server has updated the Trigods expansion pack a long time ago. Finally, I can brush the abyss and play with the new ship. Delk Alice rubbed her hands and said expectantly, 3 gods? Abyss? Sherman was stunned for a moment, his face a little strange. In the previous life, when the 3 gods were just released, this was really a gold mine, because it produced mutants that could mutate equipment, which was equivalent to a thing like a reinforcement roll, and various materials for making 3 gods. Because it was just updated, the market gap was large. So many people brushed the abyss every day for hundreds of billions. And he was also envious of this exaggerated income, and then he sold everything he had and bought a chameleon-class ship, and also equipped it with a set of divine clothes, ready to make a fortune. But because of poor skills, he died in the abyss. With an unbalanced mentality, he almost said goodbye to the game, and finally became a 0-0 dead brush. However, since the 3 gods expansion pack has been updated, can I unlock the technology of the 3 gods? Sherman thought with some anticipation. After the update, Sherman and others couldn't wait to enter the game to see how the updated 3 gods were. After entering the game, Sherman was about to open the exclusive mall when he saw a familiar system prompt. Dear Commander, the Triglavian expansion pack has been updated, and the Triglavian unlocking mission has been opened. 1. Complete all levels of Abyss challenges with a frigate-class battleship. 2. Completely participate in an event to repel the invasion of the Triglavian. 3. Own a wormhole space or mezzanine space in reality this time. The system directly gave him the requirements to unlock the Triglavian, and they were all very clear, without any ambiguity, and unlike other Imperial forces that still have no clue. This is a good thing. But looking at these 3 unlocking tasks, Sherman's face is not very good. These tasks are more difficult than 1. The first task is to let Sherman use a guard-level battleship to single-handedly brush all levels of Abyss challenges. This is simply a nightmare-level challenge. You should know that there are 5 types of Abyss challenges in the Abyss, including Electronic, Gamma, Darkness, Fire Waterfall, and Alien, and they are divided into levels 1 to 5 according to the difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the better the reward. And this Abyss challenge also has requirements for battleships, which are divided into cruisers, 1 person, destroyers, 2 people, and frigates, 3 people. This is to limit the number of people entering according to the type of battleship. Among them, the reward for 3 guards to challenge the Abyss is the highest, and its difficulty can be imagined. Now Sherman is required to use a frigate to play alone, which is even more difficult. This is so difficult. Sherman touched his head with a headache. Apart from this, the other 2 tasks or conditions are not bad. For the 3 gods invasion task, Sherman only needs to find a time and a relevant team to follow. The gameplay of the 3 gods invasion is similar to that of the Sasha invasion. Although it is difficult, it can be solved. Moreover, Sherman also knows which organizations are more reliable in the future to play the 3 gods, so he can just contact them when the time comes. As for the need for a wormhole space or mezzanine space in reality, it is even simpler. Now Sherman has a ready-made one in his hand. That is the Imperial Arsenal of Betelgeuse. After occupying the Betelgeuse starfield, this mezzanine space was opened by Shangguan Qianqian. Now it is just free and can fully meet this demand. It is equivalent to that Sherman has now completed this 3rd task. He only needs to complete the first 2 tasks to unlock the 3 descendants of the gods. As for this Abyss, although Sherman had not brushed it much in his previous life, he had seen pigs run even if he had not eaten pork, so he also prepared for this day in advance. For example, some time ago, because there was no force to unlock, I didn't know how to use the tens of trillions of star coins in my account, so I cleared out the Demon class and Gold Tycoon class warships on the market. These 2 warships are currently the most suitable warships for clearing the Abyss. The market originally rose in level because of Sherman's sudden move to short sell. Now after the update of the 3 Gods expansion pack, the price is expected to rise even more. Sherman couldn't help but give a thumbs up for his foresight. Perfect. Chapter 310. The Demon class has super strong resistance and defense and super high firepower, while the Gold Tycoon class has super strong repair capabilities and higher firepower than most cruisers. So in the current second test environment, these 2 warships are the most suitable warships for solo Abyss. Of these 2 warships, only 10 of the Stone Demon class were received, because when he received them, there were not many of them in the market, and there were only 10 at a reasonable price. After all, those guitar profiteers are not vegetarians. After the Abyss of the international server came out, even when it was still in the test server, they had already made relevant preparations. At that time, Sherman was still lying in the clone room, and when he came back, he had missed the best time to short the market. However, he did collect a lot of Gold Tycoon class ships, and now he has more than 80 in stock. Almost all the reasonably priced Gold Tycoon class ships on the market will be swept away. And this Gold Tycoon class ship is the key to his completion of the Abyss challenge. At this stage, if you want to complete the Escort Solo Abyss, only the Gold Rich Man level has a little hope. Barbarian, how about trying this Abyss first? Dirk Alice said, and couldn't wait to drive a poisonous lizard-class cruiser to test the depth of the Abyss challenge. Sherman didn't have time to stop Dirk Alice, and he saw Dirk Alice excitedly using his poisonous lizard, which he used occasionally to hang up, to open the Abyss key given by signing in today. 20 minutes later, Dirk Alice came back with a thoughtful look on her face, and also contributed the KM address of her Abyss challenge. Dirk Alice was a little depressed. Barbarian, there is something wrong with this Abyss. The monsters in it run too fast. My drone can't catch up at all. And these monsters have all kinds of electronic combat, which is very difficult to fight. In response, Sherman rolled his eyes. This is nonsense, a level 5 Dark Abyss. It's strange that you can fight it easily. Don't ask how Sherman knows this, because after today's update, the system gave him this thing. There are 5 types of Abyss challenges, and each type has a different state. For example, the Gamma Abyss can increase the shield of the warship, which is very suitable for the passive ship to try. And the Dark Fiber that Dirk Alice just blew up the ship can speed up the speed of the warship. This makes the guards, who were originally running fast, run faster. If you don't bring a net to slow down, no matter how good or expensive your ship is, it will be useless. Old German, try to use the passive poisonous lizard to attack the Gamma Abyss Fiber. As he said that, Sherman cloned a guitar remotely. Before he was ready to deal with the Demon class, Dark Blood Kratos contacted him online. Barbarian, do you have a batch of demons? Yes, there are 10 ships. What, do you want them? Yes, I want them all. Give them to me at a market premium of 25%. Dark Blood Kratos said generously. He also heard from a friend in the International Server test server that the Abyss needs demons to be brushed to be the most stable and comprehensive. But when he wanted to buy a few demon-class ships, there was only one demon ship on the market at a sky-high price. Although he was rich, he was not a fool. He would spend so much money to buy something that was obviously made by unscrupulous merchants to trick people. So he thought of what Sherman said before, that he had hoarded a batch of demon-class ships. So he came to ask Sherman. And the 25% premium they mentioned was actually the price of Sherman buying this demon-class ship increased by 25%, so that Sherman could make some money. After hoarding for just a few days, he had earned nearly 100 billion, and Sherman was very satisfied. The money he earned was enough for him to spend and support him to complete this first task. After the transaction with Dark Blood Kratos was completed, Sherman thought about it, and bought a few sets of high-asker brain implants first. This set of implants can greatly increase the amount of battleship armor repair, which can be said to be the key to whether the guard can be completed alone. Because if you fail to brush this Abyss, not only will the battleship explode, but the implant will also explode with the space capsule, so Sherman bought a few more sets. Then comes the Gold Tycoon level assembly. Because there are 5 types of Abyss spaces, Sherman must be specially prepared. The Electronic Abyss is anti-destructive electricity, the Dark Abyss needs to add a net, etc. All preparations must be made accordingly. After Sherman was ready for everything, leaving only one ship, he hung all the things to the Alliance's express delivery, and waited for the express delivery to arrive at his hometown before starting. Otherwise, if he went to Gallon to brush the Abyss under this declaration of war, he would be dying. When the express delivery arrived, Sherman couldn't wait to start his own Abyss challenge. At the beginning, Sherman chose the Dark Abyss, which is now recognized as the most difficult, but also the easiest. In fact, this Dark Abyss is very easy to fight as long as you have enough cultivation and bring 1 or 2 nets. Sherman started practicing from the first level Abyss, and planned to complete this first task today. Level 1 to level 4 is not difficult. With the powerful attributes of the Gold Rich, Sherman can be said to have pushed through it directly. When it came to the 5th level of the Dark Abyss, Sherman suffered a big loss. That is, he was actually kited by the monster. Several cruisers cast a bunch of nets on him, and their speed was so fast that Sherman's nets could not catch them at all. He could only use long-range cannons to attack, and when he finally killed the monsters, the 20 minutes of the Abyss challenge had expired. He was killed by the collapsing Abyss. There were some mistakes, otherwise I could have passed it. After coming out, Sherman did not care about the losses and gains this time, but summarized the mistakes this time. I found that I made a lot of mistakes and wasted a lot of time, otherwise I could still finish it. After thinking about it, Sherman did not open it again directly, but went back to the guitar to buy a batch of enhancers. These enhancers have everything, which can increase certain attributes in a short period of time and increase the probability of clearing the level. After finally getting the enhancer to work without side effects at the resurrection point, Sherman immediately inserted the new implant and drove the Gold Tycoon to start the level 5 Dark Abyss challenge. This time, without any surprises, Sherman completed the Dark Abyss in one go. Oh, it's sold! Looking at the 3 gods' biochemical costumes in the cabin, Sherman was delighted. This set of costumes with visors is very beautiful and looks very cool, and even in the previous life, the shipment rate was very low. According to the current time, his current set is probably the first set in the whole server, right? However, Sherman didn't care. After putting the things away, he prepared to conquer the next type of Abyss. After all, although this thing is rare, it is only about 10 billion, not as expensive as his Brain Plug Plus ship. Chapter 311. After the Dark Abyss was completed, the only thing left was the Firefall Abyss, which had a higher firepower. After Sherman failed once, the others were almost completed soon. Now, except for the level 5 Electronic Abyss challenge, everything else has been completed. Sherman looked at the last level of the challenge space with more than 6 minutes left and only 2 monsters left, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. I prepared so much, but I thought I would have to blow up dozens of ships to complete it. Because the only Chameleon-class ship he invested heavily in the second test of his previous life died in the Abyss, and after losing everything, Sherman never touched the Abyss again, and he was still afraid. He regarded the Abyss as a tiger. So after seeing the task this time, he bought a full 8 sets of high-asker implants, and even the 80 or so gold-rich ships he had hoarded were not willing to sell, and he was ready to complete the task even if all of them were blown up. But now only 2 gold-rich ships were blown up, and the most difficult task he thought was completed. That's it? Sherman now deeply reflects on whether he was too traumatized by the abyss, which led to his current conservative attitude. After thinking about it, Sherman couldn't help but shake his head and chuckled. Yes, I didn't have 10 billion in my pocket back then, but now I have more than 100 billion. In order to conquer this abyss mission, Sherman bought large skill injectors to max out the Gold Tycoon level hull skills and weapon skills. And both the brain plug and the battleship are ready for unlimited replenishment. In terms of confidence, they are worlds apart and cannot be compared. Just as Sherman was about to quickly resolve this last layer of space and prepare for the last invasion mission, Dirk Ellis, who was watching Liangshan's women's live broadcast of the expedition, issued a warning. Barbarian, the dog Liangshan guy is here again, and is now waiting at the entrance of your abyss. Be careful. Sherman immediately stopped the ship and did not directly click on the acceleration track to leave the abyss space, and then asked, how many people are they? 2 people, 2 fleet sickles. As Dirk Ellis spoke, he was about to replace his beloved Hatred-class ship with another star, with the blood of the dog Liangshan. Hearing this, Sherman was relieved. It's just 2 fleet sickles, no big problem. Knowing the character of Dirk Ellis, Sherman immediately said, Olda, you don't have to come, I can handle it myself. Hearing what Sherman said, Dirk Ellis was also happy to be free, and immediately drove his warship into the space station, staring at Liangshan's live broadcast room, wanting to see how Sherman wanted to deal with it. Flowers bloom on both sides, each showing its own beauty. Liangshan, who was broadcasting live in a nurse's uniform, looked at the traces of the abyss, drank a sip of wolfberry tea nonchalantly, and waited for the prey to come out of the abyss. Starsky Hikaru Knight, who was also broadcasting live on the other side, couldn't wait any longer. He touched his thighs in hollow stockings and felt a little depressed. Dog Liangshan, it's been more than 10 minutes. Isn't this guy going to die in there? Don't worry, the fiber traces haven't disappeared yet. Wait a little longer. At most, there were only 20 minutes left. Either you get out or die inside. There was no other way to go, so Liangshan was not in a hurry. He even had the mood to drink some wolfberry tea. Starsky Hikaru Knight was originally an old player in the international server. He had a good relationship with Liangshan before. After Liangshan became famous in the live broadcast industry, he did not forget this good brother, and immediately pulled this good brother into the world of live broadcast in women's clothing. Liangshan originally thought that this good brother would need some psychological preparation before he could adapt. Unexpectedly, in less than half a month, this good brother was already doing well. Even Liangshan didn't need to do any tricks. This guy was banned several times by the super administrator for wearing sexy women's clothes because the weather was too hot. These actions shocked Liangshan. Liangshan wore women's clothes because he is now the promotion ambassador of this game and signed a contract. There is no other way. Everything is for work. But Starsky Hikaru Knight is like opening the door to a new world. He changes into several sets of women's clothes every day for live broadcast, and his makeup skills are getting better and better. Now his appearance after makeup is crushing all the female anchors, which is very outrageous. Of course, Starsky Hikaru Knight is not worried no matter how he messes up. He is a man who has the support of many bigwigs in the game industry. Moreover, he doesn't want to live broadcast in women's clothing anymore. If he hadn't been fooled into signing the contract, he would have run away before his family knew about it. Now that someone is here to share his attention, he is so happy. Hearing this, Starsky Hikaru Knight sighed and looked worried. Then how long do we have to wait? This charming sigh made many Galeni men in the live broadcast room raise their eyebrows. There is something. Compared to the feminine charm of Starsky Hikaru Knight, Liangshan is obviously not so into the play, and his words are much more bold. Who cares about aiming, just wait and do it. Wearing Lolita clothes, stepping on a massage chair, holding a cigarette in his mouth, if you ignore Liangshan's rough voice, then this is a real bad and irritable loli. Because of the constant bullying by a certain hatred of Yuan Quan, Liangshan now has a delayed live broadcast, but because he waited too long for Sherman to come out of the abyss, he also exposed his position, which allowed Dirk Ellis to discover and warn Sherman. Just as the two live broadcast rooms were bragging and farting, the abyss trace finally moved. I saw a Golden Tycoon class ship rushing out of the abyss trace. Oh my god, a Golden Tycoon class ship. Looking at the golden frigate in front of him, Starsky Hikaru Knight exclaimed. Liangshan looked at the man in front of him with murderous intent in his eyes, and gnashed his teeth and said, "Finally I caught you. Sherman, the culprit who made him live broadcast in women's clothing. If this guy hadn't chosen to self-destruct after being hit by a cannon in that battle, he wouldn't have live broadcast in women's clothing." He had looked for this guy several times in the source, but each time he was blocked by the door god Dirk Ellis driving the hatred level. He didn't expect to meet him this time. Hack him, don't let him get away, kill him and I give you a reward and rockets. Liang Shan's new and old hatred suddenly surged in his heart, and he immediately called Starsky Hikaru Knight to greet Sherman, even offering bribes. First of all, I'm not here for rockets, I just want to help my brother get revenge. Starsky Hikaru Knight said righteously, and controlled the warship in his hand to move towards Sherman. At this time, a rocket appeared in his live broadcast room. Starsky Hikaru Knight immediately made a hard shape with his hands and smiled sweetly. Thank you for the big rocket of the leader. Love you. The Galeni men in the live broadcast room saw this, and immediately showed a kind smile on their faces. Various gifts immediately appeared in Starsky Hikaru Knight's live broadcast room. Galeni, a real man. Chapter 312. Because after coming out of the abyss space, the warship will have a 1-minute unselectable time, and as long as you don't move yourself, others can't lock on you. So when Sherman came out, facing the covetous eyes of Starsky Hikaru Knight and Liang Shan, he didn't worry about his own safety, but worried that he didn't bring the jump jammer. What if these two people found that they couldn't beat them and ran away? After thinking about it, Sherman immediately came up with a plan. Sherman directly overloaded the thruster and drove towards the deep space. Liang Shan and the other two who had been watching closely also completed the lock after Sherman set off, and then 2 jump scramblers were set on Sherman and began to output firepower. Sherman did not fight back against the two people's attack, but just turned on the armor repairer and tried desperately to distance himself. Although Liang Shan and the other two's fleet sickle class was equipped with micro jump thrusters, the speed was not much slower than Sherman's Gold Richman class at the beginning, and they followed Sherman closely. Under the attack of the two, the hull of the Sherman Gold Tycoon class directly entered the hull structure. I don't know if it was the overloaded repairer, but the armor was barely maintained at about 1/3, as if it would be destroyed by 2 more shots. Overload weapons, kill him! Looking at Sherman who was still struggling, Liang Shan suddenly shouted murderously. Starsky Hikaru Knight was also obedient, directly overloaded the weapon to increase the firepower output, and strived to keep Sherman in one fell swoop. But before they finished overloading their weapons, Sherman's Gold Tycoon finally pulled out of the two people's jump scrambling range, and after getting ready, he jumped straight into deep space. Liang Shan and the other man, who had been chasing after Sherman, also got ready in disguise. After seeing Sherman jump away into deep space, Liang Shan took a look and then jumped towards a signal mark in the direction of Sherman's jump. During the event detection, Sherman ran into the force field after landing and waited quietly. There is a large-scale jump interference force field in the event detection, and the interference intensity is very high, and it can even force the warship's micro-jump thruster to shut down. In the absence of a jump jammer, Sherman wondered whether he could use the force field in the event detection device to complete the jump disruption of Liang Shan and his partner. In fact, Sherman was afraid that Liang Shan and his partner would not be fooled, so he deliberately sold the structure and almost sold out his own. Now it depends on whether Liang Shan and his partner will be fooled. In a few seconds, Liang Shan and Starsky Hikaru Knight's fleet of sickle class appeared in front of Sherman, which immediately made him smile. It's stable. Liang Shan looked at Sherman struggling in the force field of the event detection device, and smiled, and said anxiously, hurry up, this guy is in a panic, and is controlled by the force field. Here we go! Starsky Hikaru Knight also smiled at Sherman's Gold Richman class. However, everything changed when their warships entered the force field of the event detection device. Sherman, who was supposed to be chased in a panic, turned around and rushed towards them at an angular speed. The Golden Regal class approached rapidly under the strong propulsion of the afterburner. Because the sickle class of Liang Shan and Starsky Hikaru Knight's fleet was equipped with micro-jump thrusters, they were forced to shut down as soon as they entered the force field, and their speed was suddenly slowed down a lot. They could only watch Sherman attacking them from all directions. Liang Shan and the others immediately counterattacked, but found that their attacks suddenly failed to break the defense. The two's attacks broke some armor in the last second, and the armor was repaired again in the next second. This is the repairability of the Gold Tycoon level. Not only that, Sherman's Gold Tycoon level attack is not vegetarian. Each round of attack can cause great damage to them. In less than 10 seconds, the sickle level shield of Liang Shan's fleet has been broken, and then it quickly turned into a space capsule. Facing such a strong Gold Tycoon class, Starsky Hikaru Knight took a breath of cold air. Is this Golden Chicken nickname so strong? Starsky Hikaru Knight had just returned from the international server not long ago. There were not many gold tycoons in the international server. It could be said that there was no market for them, so he had never experienced the strength of the Gold Tycoon class so directly. Gold Tycoon class, Special Edition Frigate. This thing is a tournament prize in the international server, and its rarity is self-evident. But in the national server, this thing has been everywhere at some time because of some activities. Although the price is still expensive, it is only a few billion. It has even become a common item for task parties to complete the most difficult burning tasks. Almost every task party has several ships. Sherman was able to acquire more than 80 ships because of the large inventory and low price. Turtle, is this gold-rich level so strong? Duck Ellis, who had been watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he saw Sherman, who had no skills and won by just standing and fighting. Since this gold-rich man is so strong, does it mean that he can also use it to brush the abyss? Now the abyss is very profitable, much more than he used to make by brushing monsters. It just so happens that Sherman has a large number of gold-rich men, so he can ask him to get a few of them. Duck Ellis made up his mind to fight Sherman's Geofeng. On the other side, facing the strength of Shyman's Gold Tycoon, Lian Shan and Starsky Hikaru Knight's Fleet Sickle class were all defeated in the event detection one after another. Looking at Lian Shan and Starsky Hikaru Knight's space capsule, before Sherman helped them leave, Lian Shan asked on the local channel, "You bastard, how many levels of Abyss can your Gold Tycoon class hit?" Speaking of which, Lian Shan was also very curious about how many levels of Abyss this thing could hit. Now that the Three Gods expansion pack has just been updated, brushing the Abyss can be said to be the most profitable method at present, and everyone is trying to find a way. Just now I saw this guy coming out of the Abyss, and in this battle, we can see the attributes of Sherman's gold-rich class, which looks pretty good. You know, this frigate brushes the Abyss with a triple burst rate. Liang Shan is also very envious of this. Looking at Liang Shan's news, Sherman's eyes turned, and he squinted his eyes, and answered honestly, "I have tried everything, and there is no problem with all the abysses." As he spoke, Sherman showed off his harvest today, as if he had no intention at all. A set of Trigod's biochemical clothing, many mutants of various types, and many drawings of Trigod's warships. This pile of things only highlighted two words: valuable. Looking at this harvest, not only Liang Shan, but also everyone in the live broadcast room cheered up. Is it so profitable to be a guard in the Abyss? Chapter 313. Can I see the configuration? Starsky Hikaru Knight looked at Sherman's harvest, and his eyes lit up. This must be several hundred billion, right? A Gold Tycoon class ship is only about 2 billion, and with the equipment, 5 billion is the maximum. If you are lucky, you can make back your investment in one wave, and the rest is a huge profit. Of course. Sherman immediately sent out his Gold Tycoon class configuration without hiding anything. Because all this is unnecessary. After all, he himself knows the nature of players. Now that the Gold Tycoon level can clear the Abyss, it has been revealed that the configuration can be used by others in a day at most. He has no doubt about this. So, it is better to publish the configuration directly to gain a good reputation. Besides, he did not say that this configuration can be used to clear the Abyss. Take the Dark Abyss and Firefall Abyss for example. Even if they are somewhat weak against the Gold Tycoon level, Sherman was able to pass it by investing a lot of money in equipment and implants, and also used various enhancers to maximize the attributes, plus a little bit of luck to pass it in time. If someone drove a Gold Tycoon in excitedly, the scene would be too sour. Go ask if there are any requirements for brain insertion? Ho Banxian, who had lost tens of billions in the Abyss challenge, urged in Starsky Hikaru Knight's live broadcast room. In order to let Starsky Hikaru Knight see it, Ho Banxian also swiped a big rocket in the live broadcast room. After seeing the rocket, Starsky Hikaru Knight did not hesitate after thanking him, and asked Sherman about brain insertion directly. Just 06 gun socket and high asker set. This is nothing, so Sherman answered truthfully. 06 gun socket increases weapon damage, high asker increases maintenance, all for the purpose of raising the upper limit of the gold-rich level. This ship, equipment and implants will cost at least 20 billion, and this threshold will stop most people. Of course, some local tycoons are not included, it's just a small amount of money. When Sherman said friendly, give. After the two returned to the resurrection point, Sherman rushed to Guitar without stopping. First, he bought all the Gold Tycoon class ships on the market that were less than 2 billion, and then put 5 Gold Tycoon class ships on the market at a price of 3 billion. It can be predicted that after this live broadcast, the price of the Gold Tycoon class ships will rise all the way. Sherman already had more than 80 Gold Tycoon class ships in stock, and with the just acquired ships, the total number exceeded 100. So he didn't hide anything just now, all in order to raise the price of the Gold Tycoon class ships, so as to clear the inventory and make a profit. Otherwise, do you really think he would be so kind to say it? How is it possible? It's all just the self-cultivation of a profiteer. Sure enough, not long after Sherman put it on the market at a price of 3 billion, the 5 Golden Rich class ships were sold out, and then he repeated the same trick and put 5 more on the market. After Sherman sold a full 20 ships, he found that the price, which should have been reduced, did not decrease, but instead continued to rise. From the 3 billion set by Sherman, it rose to 3.8 billion in less than an hour. Logically speaking, there are not many people who can afford to use the Gold Tycoon level configuration to brush the abyss. In addition, the fact that the Gold Tycoon level can brush the abyss has not yet begun to spread on a large scale, so the price is unlikely to rise. But now it has risen. Not only did the selling price rise again, but even the receiving price also soared all the way, from the original 1.6 billion receiving order to 2.8 billion, almost doubling. This made Sherman a little puzzled. Then Sherman opened his account and looked through the transaction information, and he understood it. It turns out that the guitar profiteer has entered the market. Seeing that all the orders he placed were taken by the same person, Sherman immediately reacted. Then he looked at the 80 Gold Tycoon class in stock, and his eyes turned. It seems that he can make a profit. Then, Sherman no longer sold them in batches of 5, but started selling them one by one, and slowly raised the price. Sure enough, as Sherman expected, in the face of Sherman's price increase, the price of the Gold Tycoon class began to rise little by little from 3 billion. By the time Sherman had dinner that night, the price had risen to a full 4 billion, which had exceeded its own value. Whether it was collection value or use value, it had far exceeded it. From this, we can see how high the price had been driven by the guitar profiteers. Seeing that the purchase price of the Gold Tycoon class had also risen to a full 3.7 billion, Sherman knew that the opportunity had come. Then he sold all the more than 50 Gold Tycoon classes left in his inventory to the purchase order. Faced with so many purchase orders being smashed, in order to prevent the price they had worked so hard to hide from falling, these guitar profiteers had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue to place orders. And they didn't believe there would be many orders. After all, this was a special edition frigate of the Gold Tycoon class. How could anyone hoard it specifically? But when more than 50 Gold Tycoon class ships were smashed into the purchase order, the market for the Gold Tycoon class collapsed immediately. The price of the Gold Tycoon class, which was originally as high as 4 billion, dropped to 2.8 billion in less than 2 hours, and it was still falling. It is foreseeable that the price will continue to fall. This time, the profiteers who speculated on gold as tycoons suffered a huge loss. As for Sherman, who originally just wanted to clear his position quickly and make a small profit, he withdrew from the market after making hundreds of billions of dollars in scattered profits, and did not want to get stuck in it. After all, although the abyss makes money, it cannot withstand such an investment. Since it is to make money, you must choose some with lower costs, otherwise, every gold tycoon with a high-end discreet suit, no matter how rich you are, you can't withstand such consumption. Therefore, after living in the abyss for a while in the previous life at the Gold Tycoon level, with the unremitting efforts of the players, a very friendly abyss guarding strategy was developed. That is the 3-judge abyss configuration. The Judgment class assault frigate has unstoppable defense and firepower, plus the 3-judge class ships also carry swelling removing remote armor repairers, which can increase the survival rate. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter. After all, this set of Judge class ships only has 2 tickets to the level 5 abyss, so sprinkle some water. Moreover, the strategy guide for the 3 judgments will be released soon in the next few days, and the price of the Gold Tycoon level will return to normal by then. That's why Sherman is so anxious to sell his inventory as soon as possible, otherwise it will be a waste if it is left in his hands. It can be predicted that there will be more sad people in the guitar market by then. But all this has nothing to do with Sherman. Sherman took a look at the completed Abyss Challenge mission, and now it's time to do the last mission. Unlocking the 3 gods as soon as possible is what Sherman should do most. Chapter 3:14. The Abyss Challenge has been completed, and now there is only one last task left. Participate in and repel the invasion of the 3 gods. The invasion of the 3 gods is currently only in the Empire area, that is, high and low security, and it is not like the Sasha invasion, which will appear randomly in all areas. Therefore, if Sherman wants to participate in the activities of repelling the invasion of the 3 gods, he must leave the 00 area and go to the Empire area. But he has declared war, And going to the Empire area is even more dangerous than being in 00, not to mention participating in the activities of repelling the invasion of the three gods. Don't go up and prepare to participate, and then be pushed to the ground by the enemy. Therefore, in order to complete this task, the most important thing is to find a reliable force to help, preferably a force from your own alliance, so that it is safe. Sherman thought about it, and it seems that there is such a legion, and it is the source. But the problem is that this legion only started to get involved in this aspect in the middle and late stages, and now the legion has not even been established. At this time, Dark Blood Kratos began to curse in the YY channel. My cargo ship carrying Moon Ore exploded. Oh my god, didn't you set out with several trumpets? How come it exploded? Dirk Ellis asked in surprise. You know, Dark Blood Kratos always uses 7 or 8 trumpets to transport. Scout eyes were deployed in several star systems around the cargo ship to detect whether there were any fleets of QB around. In addition, he was using a trumpet that had not declared war, and there was no legal enemy to declare war on in the Empire. What's more, he still has 2 Nestor-class ships as logistics ships to guarantee, which can be said to be foolproof. So, when Sherman heard that Dark Blood Kratos' cargo ship had an accident, he was also surprised. The cargo ship explosion is a small matter, and it is also a small amount of money for them. They must learn from the lesson, and avoid it from happening again next time. Speaking of this, Dark Blood Kratos was full of anger, and said viciously, recently, the information of the 3 gods has been updated, and there is a 3 gods invasion. Do you know? Yeah. Sherman nodded. He was also studying this thing now, so how could he not know? Just now, the Permit Galaxy was invaded by the Triglavians. My cargo ship was captured by the Triglavians' fleet after it appeared through the Stargate. 2 logistics ships also died in the hands of the Triglavians. Dark Blood Kratos said with a gloomy face. Sherman was also a little shocked by this. It was not because Dark Blood Kratos' cargo ship exploded, but because the Triglavians' invasion was refreshed in the Permit Galaxy. You know, the Permit Galaxy is right next to the Guitar Galaxy, and it is a supplement to the Guitar Business Center. The Guitar Galaxy's high-sea NPC space station has accumulated a large number of goods over the years, and is the undisputed first market in the universe. The Permit Galaxy has the largest player space station market, Pimi Star City. This is the Star City anchored by PIBC, and used for player trade. In addition, there are a large number of supporting industrial facilities, with complete facilities in Pimi Star City, including buildings with high mineral refining bonus, high scientific research buildings, and high-efficiency production buildings. The perfect facilities, coupled with the much lower commercial tax prices in Star City than in Guitar C4, make many players like to sell some high-value goods in this Pimi Star City. After all, in the case of high-value or large-volume goods, this reduction of a few percent can already save them a lot of money. Of course, no matter how good this Pimi Galaxy is, it cannot replace the guitar market. After all, one is a permanent NPC space station, and there will be no problem if you put your own things in it. No matter how good the Pimi Star City is, it cannot hide the fact that it is a space station for players. If you put everything in it, you will have to bear certain risks. For example, if the building is flattened by the hostile alliance, your things will enter the safe assets, and you will have to pay a ransom for no reason. What's worse, the person with authority over the building will destroy the building after it is abandoned, and all the things you and others put in it will explode, leaving you with nothing. Therefore, no matter how low the business tax in Pimi Star City is, it cannot replace the role of the guitar market. Now the Permit Galaxy has been invaded by the Triglavians, and it is at the Stargate leading to the Guitar Galaxy. This is not a good thing for the transport ships that transport large cargo. The small boat can jump quickly and run away before the Triglavians can lock on, but this bulky large ship can't escape. Unless it can make it to the Regal Stargate, it will die there. However, the cargo ship has no thrusters to accelerate, and the speed is very slow. It is simply wishful thinking to want to recoil the Stargate. As for the firepower of the 3-God Invasion Patrol, Dark Blood Kratos' 2 Logistics Nestor-class battleships are a good example. Even the 2 well-equipped Nestor-class battleships that can repair each other and form a repair chain died because they could not withstand the firepower, not to mention the cargo ships that originally had worse defense. Thinking of his 2 dead Nestor battleships, and the cargo ships loaded with Moon Ore materials, Dark Blood Kratos was full of anger. He has been roaming the Star Sea for so long. When has he ever suffered such a loss? Sherman and Delk Ellis could only express deep sympathy for this. After being beaten by the player, he still planned revenge. This time he was beaten by the NPC, that was his own fault, and he had no place to vent his anger. However, Looking at the KM sent by Dark Blood Kratos, Sherman's thoughts suddenly became active. Damn it, is the Permit Galaxy still being invaded by the Triads now? Dark Blood Kratos' space capsule was hanging above the Permit Star City. This position was very close to the Guitar Galaxy, and he could clearly see the movement at the Stargate. So he looked at a ship that was being beaten by the patrol team of the Trigladians, and said with sympathy, "It's still there. Now, with the one I died, this second ship will follow in my footsteps." Hearing this, Sherman immediately became energetic. While remotely cloning to Pimi Star City, he said to the two, "Old dead two, get ready to pick up money." Huh? What do you mean? Dirk Ellis and Dark Blood Kratos were a little confused when they heard it. Sherman remotely cloned to Guitar, changed his ship and sailed out of Pimi Star City, aiming at the ship that was being beaten by the Trigladians, and explained to the two. Now the news that the Permit Galaxy was invaded by the Trigladians has not spread yet. There must be other victims next. There must be something in those cargo ships, and this is not picking up money. Hearing this, the eyes of the two people lit up. Although they don't like the things in these cargo ships, the money they picked up for free is sweet. Chapter 315. When the three of them were stationed in the city of Pimi, the ship was beaten by the patrol team of the three gods, and the ship had been hit into the hull structure, and it could not hold on for much longer. During this period, the friends of the pilot of the ship also drove two logistics ships to rescue, but without exception, they both died after giving the ship a sip of water. This only slowed down the time it took for the ship to be destroyed. Later, the ship was destroyed by the three gods amid the curses of the pilot. At the moment of being destroyed, Sherman found that there were many people who had the same idea as them. In less than 5 seconds, more than a dozen ships appeared around the wreckage of the Dushan class, all preparing to grab the things in the wreckage. In an instant, a bunch of people with yellow flashing appeared at the gate of the star. P.S. It is illegal for Gao to pick up wreckage that does not belong to him. There will be a period of yellow flashing, and he can be legally killed by others during this period. Before Sherman's ship passed by, the wreckage of the Dushan class was empty. Damn, I was too slow. Sherman looked at the empty wreckage of the God of War class, feeling a little unwilling. The quick ones get the prize, the slow ones get the prize. Who can you blame for this? Dirk Ellis said with a smile, while looking at a courier package in his cabin. That's right, that's right. Dark Blood Kratos, who also grabbed the courier package, also chimed in. Sherman could only curl his lips unwillingly. This God of War class cargo ship was a courier, and it was unknown which legion or alliance's courier number it belonged to. This time, he would suffer heavy losses. You know, most of the things delivered by express are valuable. This trip, the victim must be heartbroken. Moreover, opening this kind of express package is like opening a blind box, with an inexplicable sense of expectation. As expected, when Dirk Ellis and Dark Blood Kratos opened the express package, they both got a big prize. Dirk Ellis's package unpacked more than a dozen death equipment, with an estimated value of about 3 billion. And Dark Blood Kratos's was outrageous, with dozens of death equipment, including an official equipment, Coma No. 1 damage control, the value of which was unknown. It can be said that Dark Blood Kratos has made up for all his losses not long ago. Now Dark Blood Kratos' face is full of smiles, which makes up for his depression just now. Listening to the surprised voices of the two, Sherman could only keep a bitter face and said nothing. Depressed? After that, in less than an hour, a total of 13 cargo ships followed suit, including some slow-moving battleships. This made the entire Stargate not only a battlefield for the three gods, but also a carnival for Sherman and other people who picked up bargains. And the number of people is still increasing, from more than a dozen people to dozens of people staring at the Stargate, like a group of vultures. This situation leads to insufficient distribution of spoils, especially the anger of people like Sherman, who are slow and can't grab the wreckage. Therefore, after Sherman and his two friends failed to grab the wreckage after several attempts, they all turned into messengers of justice and appeared outside the Pimi Star City in battleships. Severe crackdowns on those illegal players who take advantage of the situation and compete for the wreckage of the victim's warship. Soon, several industrial ships that were fighting for the goods died in the hands of the three of them, and all the things picked up in the cabin exploded. Afterwards, Dark Blood Kratos drove an industrial ship to pick up all the wreckage of the warships that were destroyed by them, and under the threat of the two warships of Sherman and Dirk Ellis, no one dared to take these wreckages. Under the operation of Sherman and others, these things were immediately whitewashed in disguise, from picking up the things of other people who violated the law to becoming the spoils of their own fight against the lawbreakers. Perfect. As time went by, The Triglavian patrol stationed at the Guitar Star Gate went crazy. Countless warships were killed on the spot, and many speculators made a lot of money. And this situation lasted until about 2:30 in the afternoon, when the news of the invasion of the Triglavian in the Permit Galaxy was widely publicized, under the accusations of many victims, making others cautious. All bypassed the Permit Galaxy, and took a detour to other galaxies. This finally made the Stargate, which was originally full of debris, quiet down. Sherman and the others finally had time to count the spoils they had snatched in the past few hours. Why, now you don't blame the invasion of the three gods? Listening to Dark Blood Kratos in the YY channel, who was smiling excitedly as he clicked on the spoils, Sherman teased. No, how could I complain? Dark Blood Kratos looked at his spoils, which were valued at tens of billions, and smiled and waved his hands repeatedly. His losses had already been made up, and there was still some left. The Permit tragedy caused quite a stir on the forum. Some victims cried and asked for comfort in the forum, while others expressed sympathy and posted what they accidentally picked up at the Stargate. Suddenly, the entire forum was in chaos and very lively. But for the tragedy in the Permit Galaxy, most people wanted to say to the three gods, XX, go this way, Guitar. The Permit Galaxy is nothing. If the three gods really invade the Guitar Galaxy, that would be lively. For the Guitar Profiteers, most players expressed their deep hatred and really hoped that the three gods could invade the Guitar Galaxy and give the Guitar Profiteers a good blow. The tragedy in the Permit Galaxy made everyone sigh that the three gods had just come out and gave all the players a chance to show their strength. Permit Galaxy, Guitar Stargate. While Sherman and others were bragging, a Golem-class plunder ship jumped out of the Guitar Stargate. Living up to everyone's expectations, facing the clone pilots, who ignored them so much, the three gods patrol lived up to everyone's expectations and captured this Golem-class plunder ship in the eyes of everyone, and hung up a full set of electronic warfare services. Facing the attack of the three gods patrol, the driver of the Golem-class plundering ship, seeing that he could not evacuate, decisively activated the barrier equipment and chose to confront the three gods patrol. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, the Golem-class plundering ship activated the barrier equipment, resisted the attack of the three gods patrol, and began to fight back, clearing out the warships of the three gods patrol one by one. In just 7 or 8 minutes, the Golem-class plundering ship cleared out the three gods patrol at the gate of the star and left, leaving all the people who were looking forward to it disappointed. And Sherman fell into deep thought as he looked at the Golem-class that had gone far away. It seems that the intensity of the three gods invasion is not as outrageous as the Sasha invasion. Chapter 316. The invasion of the three gods in the Permit Galaxy seriously disrupted the daily activities of the players. Especially after dozens of innocent victims appeared in just one afternoon, some people proposed to repel the invasion of the three gods. Among them, many new and old legions have publicly recruited people, calling for them to repel the invasion of the three gods together, and also want to take the opportunity to recruit fresh blood. And this is exactly what Sherman hopes to see. After all, as long as someone wants to repel the invasion of the three gods, he can fish in troubled waters at any time to complete his mission. After all, the mission only requires him to participate in it personally, not to participate alone or play any major role and contribution in it. Just slack off and that's it. But during this mission, he must also participate. The best way is to find a team, join it, and slack off until the invasion of the three gods is repelled. So he needs to do two things first. First, quit the Legion to avoid being killed or harassed by the other party, who declared war during the repelling of the invasion of the three gods, which would be more trouble than gain. As for leaving the Legion and then joining it again, the worst that can happen is that he can shamelessly ask Shinza and others to come back from the European server and add Legion permissions to himself again. Finally, the most important step is to choose a suitable Legion. A suitable Legion can reduce the time he needs to complete the task faster and avoid some unnecessary troubles. He doesn't want the large army of the enemy in the Legion to wipe him out when the battle is critical. So he needs to be cautious in choosing the forces. Of course, before that, we still need to hand over the rest of the Legion to Dirk Ellis and the others. Otherwise, it would be funny if a building was abandoned without fuel and was attacked by others. Barbarian, are you going to Galen to experience the invasion of the three gods first? Regarding Sherman's idea of going to Galen to fight the invasion of the three gods, Dirk Ellis felt that Sherman was a man of ideas, and even he, who was always making trouble, could not catch up with Sherman's ideas. Isn't it better to stay in the 0-0 area and continue to snipe Leon Shan than to go and kill the three gods? You know, I'm a curious person. The Three Gods expansion pack has been updated. I won't feel comfortable if I don't participate in it all. Because the three of them had agreed to snipe Leon Shan and Starsky Hikaru Knight, the two cross-dressing bosses, and now Sherman suddenly has to do other things, which does make him a little regretful. After all, doing bad things without friends will be boring. Don't worry, you have to wait for me for at most a week. When I come back, I take you to beat up the dog Leon Shan and kick Starsky Hikaru Knight, and make them wake up in their sleep. Knowing that he had stood up the two people, Sherman immediately made a promise to Dirk Ellis. After hearing what Sherman said, Dirk Ellis couldn't say anything else, because Dirk Ellis could understand Sherman's decision very well. After all, the two of them had spent more than a month in the wormhole to experience life in the wormhole. When he was about to vomit, Sherman was still continuing to brush, as if this wanderer had a grudge against him. This also shows that once Sherman makes a decision, he will stick to it, and rarely change it suddenly. Okay, in that case, then I and C2 will go back to the base to prepare. Because Leon Shan and Starsky Hikaru Knight, who were broadcasting live, had entered the Jedi realm through the wormhole and were heading to the Source realm. So Dirk Ellis and the others had to go back and prepare. Well, let's go. Sherman nodded, and then after the two left, he decisively left the main group and became a member of the NPC novice group. Driving a warship and staying outside the Permit Star City, I searched for a suitable legion locally. XXX Legion is established to recruit talents, with generous benefits, and help you repel the three gods. In order to repel the invasion of the three gods and maintain the smooth navigation of players, the old Legion XXX launched a new recruitment plan today, with generous benefits, and welcomes new and old players to join. After the update of the Three Gods expansion pack, the recruitment work of each Alliance Legion, which had been stopped after the last batch of account registrations, started again. It's really effective, and each Alliance Legion has recruited a lot of people. But whether it's a real newbie or a real vest, it depends on the leaders of each Alliance Legion to identify it. Even in the Permit Galaxy, Sherman even saw D Xiangxiangji leading a fanatical fleet to show his strength outside the Star City and recruit new people. For this super vest, who has already become the second in command of the Beifu fleet, and is still shining for the Beifu fleet, Sherman doesn't know what to say. Resisting the urge to greet Xiangxiangji, Sherman began to read the recruitment information in the local channel again. Suddenly, a familiar person and a familiar legion's recruitment advertisement caught his eye. Su Tianhan, Three Gods Emergency Treatment Center is recruiting PvE players and Vengeance White pilots. Suddenly, memories of Su Tianhan and the Three Gods Emergency Treatment Center Legion in his previous life came to his mind. Su Tianhan, one of the official certified anchors, established the Three Gods Emergency Treatment Center, this high-security legion, on the day the Three Gods expansion pack was updated, and also created EVE Abyss Strategy. This game channel is used for mutant equipment trading and Abyss Strategy exchanges. Not to mention his good skills, at least he has a very good character and a positive outlook. He will not do anything to harm his teammates. If there is something wrong, he will speak out on the spot and will not play tricks on you. The most important thing is that Sherman himself had worked under him for a period of time in his previous life, and even served as the T3 supplier of his legion. The two sides got along very well. In his previous life, Su Tianhan and his legion had been circulating with Galen to brush the Three Gods invasion, and also took into account other tasks and gameplay, and even became Galen's largest legion to brush the Three Gods invasion. After the version update, the invasion of the Three Gods changed from the high security zone to a separate null security star field. After that, after being controlled by the VVV Alliance, its legion was unable to compete, and could only do other tasks and activities. Later, it began to decline for various reasons. But at the time when the Three Gods expansion pack was just updated, Su Tianhan was able to seize the opportunity to establish a legion and a channel dedicated to Abyss communication, and use it to expand his influence, which undoubtedly proved his unique vision. Moreover, Su Tianhan's newly established Three Gods Emergency Response Center is undoubtedly the most suitable legion for Sherman to complete the task. A high-security legion with no declaration of war, a legion dedicated to the invasion of the Three Gods, and an acquaintance who knows everything about him, Sherman has nothing to hesitate about. Chapter 317. While doing live broadcast, Su Tianhan was also recruiting new members in the local game channel. Looking at his live broadcast room, which was even less popular than before, and thinking of the popularity of Leon Shan and Starsky Hikaru Knight, two cross-dressing masters, he couldn't help but sigh. It would be a lie to say that he didn't envy the popularity of these two new official certified anchors. But what could he do? It's impossible for him to be a cross-dressing master, right? thinking of the live broadcast room of Lian Shan and Starsky Hikaru night, where one was wearing a nurse outfit and the other was wearing a super short JK, Su Tianhan couldn't help but shudder. Let him wear women's clothes, it would be better to kill him. If his former comrades saw this, he would be socially dead. Then, he looked at the 7 or 8 newbies he had recruited after calling for an entire afternoon, and couldn't help but sigh. He had asked and tested them, and these were all real newbies. The longest time player had only been playing for more than a month, and the shortest player had bought an account 3 days ago. So these newbies have neither experience nor assets. According to the news he got from the international server, although the invasion of the 3 gods is not as terrible as the invasion of Sasha, it is not much less, and the requirements for ships are still very high. The minimum is the Nestor logistics ship plus the Avenger-class battleship, and even if it is a full set of T2 equipment, it is several billion, and even if there are 20 people to brush the invasion fleet, it will cost 20 to 30 billion ISK. This group of newbies can't afford this money, and his newly formed legion doesn't have the capital to pay it, and he is the same. Although he is a streamer, he is also a poor character. This legion has just been established, and it is on the verge of bankruptcy. How miserable is this? Just when he was considering whether to use some unconventional means to get some ISK, Sherman sent him a private message. Hello, Lao Han, I am your fan. I want to join your legion to experience the gameplay of the 3 gods invasion. Sherman expressed his thoughts directly, without pretending to be a newbie. After all, his character's employment record could not be faked, so it was better to tell the truth. Indeed, when Su Tianhan subconsciously glanced at Sherman's employment record, he couldn't help but frown. Although Sherman's account was registered at the beginning of the second test, judging from the employment record, he was also a top figure in the original legion. Why did Gowan come now? And he also found him. Su Tianhan asked this question directly. Although he knew that the small temple he had just established would not bring much profit to people with bad intentions, he still had to follow the procedures. Looking at Su Tianhan, who was straightforward and did not care whether his words would cause dissatisfaction in other people, Sherman smiled. This was the old Han he knew, very straightforward. Isn't it that the 3 gods expansion pack was just updated? I want to try the gameplay of the 3 gods invasion. I will just go to Gowan to play for a few days, and then I will return to the main group. Sherman also said this very directly. After all, it was no big deal, and there was nothing to hide. Although there were often fake people who infiltrated these newly promoted legions in this way, and then deliberately showed their wealth, in the end, because these newly promoted legions were just established and lacked foundation, the newcomers were poached, causing the legions to quickly become lonely. But to be honest, Sherman did not plan to recruit people. After all, the base of their main group was now controlled by him in 2-star systems, which was just enough to maintain the daily production activities of the 3 of them, and there was no room for too many people. After all, they were all working on the flagship, and if they recruited more people, it would be useless if they couldn't play. Sherman's world is small, and his circle is small too. A few close friends are enough. Su Tianhan was very satisfied with Sherman's honesty, but a bitter smile still appeared on his lips. Thank you very much for your support, but our army cannot carry out the 3 gods invasion in the short term. Why? Sherman was a little surprised. The 3 gods emergency response center carried out the 3 gods invasion on the day it was established. Why is it like this now? Su Tianhan did not hide this, and told Sherman the reason with a little disappointment. The reason is that most of the members of the Legion are new, lack of combat experience, and the Legion funds are not enough to support the invasion of the 3 gods. Sherman looked strange when he heard it. Then he realized that part of the reason was due to him. Why? That is, Liang Shan and Starsky Hikaru Knight, the 2 cross-dressing bosses, were indirectly created by him, and many old players who watched the live broadcast were snatched away. At the beginning, this 3 gods emergency response center had many fans of Su Tianhan joining at the beginning, and most of them were old players, so their experience and assets were self-evident. So on the day of its establishment, Su Tianhan was able to organize a team to fight against the invasion of the 3 gods. Now these old players have gone to watch the live broadcast of the 2 coquettish cross-dressing bosses in Lianshan, so Su Tianhan is in this predicament. However, this matter about money is not a big deal. From today on, I will buy all the warships for the team. You can give me a list to purchase or just give me the money. After leaving Dark Blood Kratos, Sherman dared to say such a bold statement for the first time. I have to say, it's pretty cool. This is not a small amount of money, eh? And it's unknown whether you can recover these investments. Although Su Tianhan was very excited about the investment from the sponsor, He couldn't help but remind him that he didn't want his conscience to be condemned because of this matter. After all, this is not a small amount of money. In response, Sherman said calmly, 100 billion, I will transfer 100 billion to you, and I don't want anything, and I won't ask you how you want to spend this money, you handle it yourself. Faced with this 100 billion funds, Su Tianhan's heart was warmed, but then he calmed down and asked very rationally, this 100 billion can't be given to me for free, right? If you have any requirements, just put them forward first. Free is the most expensive, and in this game, he doesn't believe that a random person would be so kind. Of course, there are requirements, but they are simple. That is, I require you to take me to experience a complete invasion of the three gods within a week. That's it? Su Tianhan was a little stunned. You know, this 100 billion is enough to hire the VVV Alliance to help. Although the VVV Alliance has a bad reputation, its strength is there. If it really has 100 billion to hire, it may not take a week to complete it, right? That's all. Of course, if you don't accept it, I will find someone else immediately. Sherman said with a smile. Deal, 1 week. If it is not completed, I will return the 100 billion to you in full. How could Su Tianhan refuse this almost free hiring bounty? Chapter 318. When the 100 billion funds arrived, Su Tianhan, who had solved the urgent problem, immediately started to purchase warships and equipment, and learned about the skills of the Legion members so as to assign tasks. Fortunately, although the Legion was full of new members, these accounts were indeed old accounts, and their skills were still up to standard, so Su Tianhan was relieved. Afterwards, the first Three Gods invasion activity of the Three Gods Emergency Response Center began to gather soon. Because the Permic Galaxy was invaded by the Triglavians, Su Tianhan placed the assembly point in the Pimi Star City and distributed warships in this Star City. Soon, a fleet of 16 people including 8 Nestor-class battleships, with logistics configuration, and 8 Avenger-class battleships appeared outside the Pimi Star City. From the situation in the international server, the intensity of the Triglavian invasion is much smaller than that of the Sasha invasion, so the logistics to buy an Avenger-class fleet are enough. Su Tianhan excitedly told Sherman the news he had found out in the international server. Sherman was quite familiar with the fleet configuration. After all, he had participated in the invasion of the Three Gods once or twice before, although he had always been lazy. The Nestor-class battleship was used as a logistics ship because it had a ship maintenance cabin, which could replace the warship in space, and it also had many high slots and equipment remote repair. As for the Avenger-class battleship as a firepower ship, it was because this Sky Serpent battleship had a strong melee ability and net bonus. The Tri-God invasion fleet has many high-speed boats, so the Avenger-class battleships are needed to net these high-speed boats and then destroy them. There is a saying to describe the warships of the Serpentis group in Galeni: no grass grows within the range of the net. This is not a joke. In addition, the Avenger-class battleship is also an armor-resistant ship, which perfectly matches the Nestor-class logistics ship, so the combination of the two can play a great effect. Looking at Su Tianhan, who was talking slowly, Sherman was still very moved. You know, the Tri-Gods expansion pack has just been updated, and the Tri-Gods invasion activities are still in the exploratory stage. Su Tianhan spoke out his painstaking fleet configuration without reservation, which undoubtedly shows his high trust in him. This is all money. When the fleet is assembled, the rest is to run in the tacit understanding of the fleet in the battle, which must be done little by little in the battle, and can't be rushed. When Su Tianhan led the fleet to start the Tri-Gods invasion of the Permic Galaxy, everyone found that the Tri-Gods were actually quite simple. Similar to the Sasha invasion, the Triglavian invasion gameplay also requires players to suppress the invasion of the galaxy, that is, to eliminate the various Triglavian anomalies in the local area. The easiest and most introductory one is the secondary conduit. Don't move after entering, to buy pilots, pay attention to the ship point, release drones to assist me, and then pay attention to whether teammates need repairs. Revenge pilots, look at my call and focus fire, put all the nets on me. Because they were all newcomers, after entering the dungeon, Su Tianhan reminded everyone like a nanny, fearing that this mission would go wrong. But there is no doubt that although the super conduit was somewhat strong this time, under Su Tianhan's very perfect planning and command, although some problems occurred during the period because most of the fleet were newcomers, it was not a big deal. The fleet did not suffer any losses, and easily cleared this super conduit. In this case, Sherman seemed to have returned to the time when he was doing the Sasha invasion mission in order to unlock Sasha. The whole instance only has the commander's command voice, and you only need to lock the marked target and fire, and then the rest, whether it is moving or jumping away, is up to the commander himself. In short, all Avengers pilots are ruthless F1, attack key fighters, and they are very easy. In less than 10 minutes, this secondary conduit has been cleared. After clearing one personally, everyone has a bottom line in their hearts, and is more confident. Next, it's easy. You just need to clear these secondary conduits bit by bit under Su Tianhan's command, suppress the invasion of the three gods, and wait until it is suppressed to a certain extent, and the final battle of the invasion of the three gods will come. At this time, we just need to clean up the secondary conduits. It must be said that the three gods invasion is really profitable. The reason is that the three gods database dropped by the monsters of the three gods invasion can be directly exchanged for ISK at the Unified Cooperation Department, and the salvaged parts of the wreckage are the manufacturing materials of the three gods warships, which are also valuable. It can be said that the three gods invasion is a treasure. After seeing Su Tianhan and his fleet seeing the benefits of the three gods invasion, everyone's enthusiasm was very high, and the counterattack against the three gods invasion was even higher. Looking at the current progress, Sherman was also very satisfied. According to this progress, we can enter the decisive battle dungeon in 3 to 4 days at most. With the current rapid progress, Sherman's smile continued to overflow. Just when Sherman followed Su Tianhan's fleet to fight the invasion of the three gods, Aura came to him with a serious face. "Commander, there is urgent information in the Omega Star region." Aura's serious expression made Sherman's smile disappear because of the hope of unlocking the three gods. While taking the report from Aura and checking it, he asked Aura, "What happened in the Omega Star region?" Aura also focused on telling Sherman everything one by one. After the Emma Empire entered the Beta Star region, and the Angel Enterprise Consortium also temporarily took over the defense of the Beta Star region, I sent Gustus to enter the Omega Star region. 2 hours ago, a fleet of a neutral civilization forcibly entered the Omega Star region through the Camp Star region, attacked the Mod Group patrol team patrolling the border, and then collided with the Gustus super flagship fleet that was in the process of transfer. As a last resort, Estamel Tel could only lead the fleet to annihilate the entire fleet. Now this civilization is asking us to explain this matter, and this civilization has also united with several other civilizations to assemble fleets, intending to use force to coerce us. Force? Sherman sneered at this. After he had a super flagship fleet, especially the Skyblade Titan fleet, which was a fleet that could be made public, he was not afraid of anyone in this southern star field except for the two major civilizations. As for the coalition passing through the Camp Star field, the Justice Order did not stop it, and even the Angels did not make any move. "Commander, there is something wrong here. Now New Eden is the first force of Justice Order in the southern star field besides the Angel civilization, and it also has an Angel Princess as its fiancée, not to mention that New Eden is now at the forefront of the Camp War. And anyone with a discerning eye can see that this incident was initiated by this force. After all, the Omega Star field is already a military defense zone of New Eden, and the fleet of this civilization broke in forcefully. Most importantly, the fleet also took the initiative to attack the patrol team of the Mod Group that intercepted them at the border. If this is not a provocation, what is it?" But even though it was such an obvious thing, the Justice Order actually allowed its joint fleet to pass through the Camp Star field to attack New Eden, and the Angel civilization did not take any action against it. This meant something. "Have you contacted Wang Yin about this matter?" The attitudes of the Justice Order and the Angel civilization are a little unclear now, so Sherman still has to find out first. "I have contacted them, but I have not been able to get in touch with them. I have also tracked the communication signal of Her Royal Highness the Princess, but I can't find it." In other words, it's not that Wang Yin doesn't want to take care of it, but that she is also in trouble. So what Aura is worried about is not the clown-like coalition forces that came to threaten New Eden with a dozen battle fleets, but the worry that something might happen to Wang Yin, the future mistress of New Eden. "Have you asked the Fifth Fleet of Angels?" "They have, but they haven't responded yet." Aura shook his head and answered. "Now Wang Yin can't be found. Even he, an intelligent life, comparable to the god of the internet world, can't find her signal. This seems very strange." Then, Ola continued, "Commander, the Fifth Fleet of Angels has shown some very abnormal action since yesterday. Its super flagship fleet has already gone to the station, aiming directly at the super flagship fleet of the Third Fleet of Demons. It is not in line with the style of the Angels to make such a move at this time. Now, whether it is the Angel civilization or the Demon civilization, they have just finished fighting for more than half a year and are still in the rest stage. No one can recover so quickly. Besides, according to the style of the two civilizations, Even if they want to go to war, they will first send the fleet of their camp to start the war first, consume or contain the opponent's strength, and will not go into battle so nakedly. Wang Yan's disappearance made Sherman feel inexplicably anxious. Then he didn't care about unlocking the Three Gods quest. He closed the game directly and contacted the Fifth Fleet of Angels, who was also the person in charge of the Southern Star region, Vibble Elena. Vibble Elena, who was in the combat command center of Camp Star City, was no longer calm as usual. She paced slowly in the conference room anxiously with a frown on her face. She was waiting for the order from the Angel Civilization headquarters, the order to launch a full-scale war. Just then, her private communication rang. Seeing the caller, Vibble Elena pursed her lips, then sighed and answered the phone. Sir Vibble Elena, may I ask if Wang Yan is in trouble? I can't contact her no matter how I try. Sherman asked anxiously. In response, Vibble Elena said in surprise, I thought you would first ask me why I didn't stop the fleet of the Early Free Federation. Early Free Federation? It should be the so-called neutral force that provoked New Eden. Sherman was not interested in the fleet of the Early Free Federation and several allied civilizations. He only cared about where Wang Yan was. Please tell me what happened to Wang Yan. Sherman's tone became a little tough. Before he was sure of the safety of his fiancée, he didn't want to play dumb with Vibble Elena. Looking at Sherman, who was almost threatening her, Vibble Elena was stunned. Since she came to the Southern Star region with the Fifth Fleet of Angels for decades, this was the first time she heard a threat from someone outside the demon civilization. Vibra Elena narrowed her eyes and smiled, but the smile was very cold. Sherman, you are very brave. If you don't tell me, I will let you know what true boldness is. Sherman still responded to the threat in Vibra Elena's tone. If Wang Yan really gets into trouble because of Vibra Elena, Sherman will definitely let her know what true boldness means. At worst, he will just have to take out all his belongings and turn over the tables in the Southern Star region. No one will have an easy life then. New Eden now has this kind of power. Looking at the commander who is no longer gentle as before, but has a fierce face and tyranny in his eyes, Ola's heart is also lifted. If Sherman really wants to, he may have to set off a natural disaster in this world. Smart Scourge. Although he and other officials did not want to play such a role, if Sherman really gave the order, they would definitely execute it 200%. Sir Vibra Elena, please don't hide it anymore. Her Royal Highness is the mistress of New Eden. If something really happens, New Eden should have the right to know. Aware of the increasingly irritable Sherman, Ola quickly took over the conversation and said to Vibra Elena. There was no force. Just starting from Wang Yan's position in New Eden, she explained the right to know about this matter. Vibra Elena curled her lips. Looking at Sherman who had lost his patience, she did not play dumb anymore and told him the whereabouts of Wang Yan. 3 days ago, Her Royal Highness was ordered to go to the Waipa Free Alliance to persuade it to join the Justice Order, and was attacked by the Void Demon Fleet on the way. The escorting Dark Angel Fleet suffered heavy losses, and Her Royal Highness was injured and captured in the battle. She is now imprisoned in the free country, Star City, in the Camp Star region. How is she doing now? There is no danger to life for the time being, but according to the intelligence I received, the demon civilization will soon send invitations to the neutral civilizations of the entire southern star field, auctioning all captured angel warriors as slaves. And Her Royal Highness the Princess is among them. And this is also the reason why Vibra Elena launched a full-scale war in advance. Angels can die in battle, but they must not be insulted like this. What's more, there is an angel princess among them, which is unacceptable to the entire angel civilization. After receiving the reply, Sherman hung up the communication without hesitation, and walked to the combat meeting room while giving orders to Aura. Order all officials to put down all tasks in hand and rush back as soon as possible. We are going to launch a war that can open up the entire southern star field. Chapter 319. As Sherman's order was issued, all the officials put down all their tasks. Those who were close took the spacecraft back, and those who were far away were directly cloned back remotely. In less than half an hour, the meeting room in Chongqing City was full. Maud looked at Sherman with a gloomy face in the main seat, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. It couldn't be that because his Maud group failed to stop the fleet of the Early Free Federation, the Gusta's super flagship fleet was discovered, and now the commander wanted to punish him? Then he tilted his head slightly and said to Estammer Tell, Sister Estammer, is your super flagship fleet exposed? Absolutely impossible. Estammer Tell answered confidently, the fleet of the Early Free Federation that broke in was suppressed by our electronic devices the entire time, and no information could be released. And I can be sure that everyone who saw my Gusta's super flagship fleet has disappeared. so it is impossible to be exposed. This time, because a main fleet of the Uri Free Federation suddenly broke in from the camp system, the Mod regiment on patrol was caught off guard, resulting in a squadron-sized patrol that rushed over, temporarily failing to stop the enemy, allowing the enemy to advance straight into the Omega Star field and see the Gustus super flagship fleet in transit. Of course, after discovering that the whereabouts of his super flagship fleet had been exposed, Tel was also very decisive and directly implemented electronic suppression on the entire system, cutting off the enemy's contact with the outside world. Then, the flagship directly attacked and resolved the battle in less than 20 minutes. In order to avoid leaking the news, Tel did not leave any prisoners in this battle, and all of them were killed. After that, the central computer conducted a full-scale investigation of the entire Omega Star field, and confirmed that there were no fish that slipped through the net, so he was relieved. That's strange. Mod touched his bald head, wondering what kind of major event could call all the officials to a meeting so urgently. As for the Uri Free Federation summoning several civilizations with more than 10 fleets to threaten with force, I am not bragging. Even these so-called joint fleets of all conventional main battleships are not enough for the current New Eden. Except for his Mod's group, which is quite special, the others, whether it is Sasha or Gustavus, can be completely annihilated by sending 1 or 2 officers at random, and they are not even qualified to force New Eden to use the flagship. The most important thing is that since he came to New Eden, he has never seen the Commander Sherman so emotional. Even after he woke up from the attack and was seriously injured, he was not so emotional after learning that he was attacked by several Titans. In Aura's words, their commander is very calm and rarely has any drastic changes in his emotions. And now, looking up at Sherman, who had a gloomy face and eyes full of cruelty, Mod couldn't help but shudder and lowered his head slightly. When the last official sat down, Aura, who usually presided over such meetings, did not speak. Instead, Sherman, who was more often used as a mascot and spoke only at critical moments, spoke first. Everyone, I have called you here today for one thing. My fiancée, your future mistress, Angel Princess, Wang Yin. She is now captured by the Freedom Camp, and is being auctioned off at an auction for the entire Southern Star region civilization. What do you think we should do? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent for a while. Afterwards, all the officials were furious, panting heavily, with dangerous glints in their eyes. Fuck him. When has anyone dared to humiliate New Eden like this? Commander, give the order. I, Mod, will be the first to charge and bring back their bodies as fertilizer. Mod immediately slammed the table and stood up. Although the others did not speak, the fighting look in their eyes unconsciously made people shudder. In fact, they did not feel anything about Wang Yin, the future mistress, because they only obeyed Sherman, not Wang Yin. Even if she really married into New Eden in the future, they would only respect her at most. What's more, Wang Yin is only Sherman's fiancée in name. However, no matter how they treat Wang Yin, it can't cover up the fact that she is Sherman's fiancée and their future mistress. It is said that if the master humiliates the servant will die. Now Wang Yin has been captured and will be taken to the auction house. This is a slap in the face of New Eden. Who in the entire Southern Star region doesn't know the relationship between Wang Yin, the Angel Princess, and New Eden? This is not only a provocation to the Angel civilization, but also an insult to New Eden. Now, they finally realized why the Angel civilization had behaved so abnormally recently. Sherman stood up. His bloodshot eyes swept over everyone, and said fiercely, "War. Only the blood of war can wash away the shame." Everyone stood up and saluted. Looking at the officials with fighting spirit surging under their banners, and burning with anger, Sherman also issued an order. Start immediately. Prepare for war and prepare to attack Beecher Meteor region. Everyone agrees. But regarding Sherman's hasty order to start a war, Aura tactfully expressed his opinion. Commander, I remember that the most urgent task now is not to start a war, but to find a way to rescue Her Royal Highness the Princess. More importantly, New Eden is not ready to start a full-scale war. After all, there are only 2 super flagship fleets, Gustas and Killing Angel, and they will not benefit from facing the Demon Third Fleet. At least we have to wait until the fleet of the Emma Empire is completed. Now the Emma Empire's Emma Navy and the Imperial Crusaders have only equipped the conventional fleet, and the flagship warships are still on the production line. Except for the personnel selection, the warships have not yet been equipped. It will take at least 2 full months to complete the installation and form combat effectiveness. This time is extra critical for New Eden. After all, as long as the Emma Empire completes the fleet formation, the war will no longer be a problem. Of course, Even if New Eden really defeated the Demon Third Fleet, Wang Yan's life would definitely be threatened. But at that time, the enemy used Wang Yan as a bargaining chip, and New Eden was very embarrassed. Listening to Aura's persuasion, Sherman gradually regained his sanity, and soon asked Aura, "Do you have a way to rescue Wang Yan safely?" Aura nodded fiercely, "Yes." In this regard, Sherman could only choose to believe in Aura unconditionally. "Okay, I will leave this matter to you. You will allocate the resources of the entire New Eden. I hope you can bring her back safely." "Don't worry, Commander." Seeing the order being delayed, the other officials felt very frustrated, but they could do nothing about it. After all, they also knew the current situation of New Eden, and even Jamil Salam blamed himself for holding New Eden back. Seeing the depression of the crowd, Ola also reminded Sherman in time, "Commander, what should we do with the joint fleet of the Free Federation of Nurli?" "Destroy them." Now Sherman is still full of anger, and he urgently needs a sandbag. After looking at the people under his command, Sherman's eyes finally stopped at the officials of the Sasha group. "Chelm Solon, I order your troops, except for one officer who stays behind to guard the northern fortress. All the fleets of the other officers will destroy the joint fleet of the early Free Federation. I don't care who is behind the provocation, and I don't care what their purpose is. I only have one request, to destroy this coalition as quickly as possible. Afterwards, send the fleet to all the civilizations participating in this coalition, and say hello to them for me." "Yes." Chelm Solon took the order, but her beautiful face was full of ferocity. "Don't worry, they will definitely pay enough." Sherman gave the task to the Sasha group according to the actual situation. After all, the Emma Empire has not yet taken shape, so the Beta Starfield still needs the fleet of the Angel Enterprise Consortium to defend it. It is not the time for Gustus's super flagship fleet to be exposed, so it was also excluded. As for the Mod group, although the Mod Corps has been strengthened to a certain extent, New Eden does not position the Mod Corps as the main force on the front battlefield, but as patrolmen responsible for the safety of the entire New Eden industry. This is based on the excellent maneuverability of the Mod Corps warships. Therefore now, without exposing the hidden power, only the Sasha group can mobilize it. As for whether the Freedom Camp will launch a surprise attack on the Alpha Star region after withdrawing most of the Sasha fleet from the northern fortress, Sherman was not worried about this. After all, as long as the Killing Angel super flagship fleet did not show up, the Freedom Camp would not dare to launch a real large-scale attack. Others should immediately start to stockpile war preparations and prepare for a full-scale war. Yes! For New Eden, war is not about population, but about war reserves. As long as there is one warship, New Eden can send out another warship at any time, and it will not be restricted by the number of pilots. At present, the Emma Empire has the resource library left by the Beta Federation, so its development is not limited by resources. It is still enough, and it can even support the construction of some modified Sky Blade Titans for the Angel Enterprise Consortium, and the construction of the super flagship fleet belonging to the Angel Enterprise Consortium. The Sasha group and the Gustav group are in a bit of an awkward situation. After all, because of the Emma Empire, all resources are tilted towards it, and they don't have enough resources. The war preparedness of the Sasha group is only 3 bases, that is, 3 times the fleet it can control, which is not enough for future full-scale wars. As for Gustav's war preparedness, it is even worse, because Gustav directly built a super flagship fleet, so the resource consumption is large and the war preparedness is small. Especially when the Killing Angel super flagship fleet took away flagships from all sides, they also took away some of the Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carriers that were used as combat readiness. Later, when the battle was over and the organization was restored, they took away all of them. Now Buristas has nothing except 100 Cayman-class dreadnoughts and a dozen conventional fleets in reserve. There are no resources to build anything. So after the meeting, Estamel Terrace and Chelm Solon looked at each other, and the two sides held another small meeting with the officials of their groups. After the others left, Sherman couldn't wait to ask Aura, "Aura, what is the rescue plan?" His fiancée was trapped, which made him a little anxious. Looking at the anxious Sherman, Aura didn't play dumb and directly told him his plan. "Commander, I have 2 plans. Tell me quickly." The first plan is to send a special forces team into the free country, Star City, to rescue Her Royal Highness the Princess directly. Although I cannot completely control the authority of the other Star City, I can still block it to a certain extent, with a success rate of at least 80%. Aura, an intelligent life, with the help of the upgraded central computer, although it cannot completely break through the core authority of the Star City, it is still no problem to provide assistance to the special forces, such as temporarily blocking some monitoring and scanning. As for the selection of the special forces, it goes without saying that the Dorite Corps, which is rubbing mushrooms every day on the planet below the Chongqing Star City, is the best choice. And this time we don't need too many people, a few dozen people are enough. After quietly rescuing Wang Yan, the initiative of the war will be in the hands of New Eden, and there will be no more restrictions. Of course, there are risks. After all, it is the enemy's Star City, plus Wang Yan's identity. Sherman doesn't believe that the enemy has not set up a net. So, Sherman continued to ask, what about the other plan? The second plan is to wait until after the auction, and send a fleet to hijack the auctioneer's fleet directly, and rescue Her Royal Highness the Princess. And the success rate is 100%. Aura said confidently. In Star City, Aura doesn't have many ways, but in space, Aura has 100 ways to kill them. This is the confidence of intelligent life generated by an interstellar war game. The other party must be prepared for this. It can't be done with just a few fleets, right? Sherman analyzed calmly. You know, the location of the Star City of the Free Country is the central galaxy of the Free Camp, and the space blockade is very strict. The wormhole technology, the specialty of Sasha's invasion fleet, cannot be opened in such a stable space. If you want to get in, you can only sneak through the dirt road. But a large fleet will be exposed, and a small fleet is also prone to overturning, which is not easy to deal with. Seeing Sherman's doubts, Aura smiled and pulled down the curtains of the conference room, revealing the ship berthing port in the deepest part of Chongqing Star City. Aura turned his back to the dense black and white warships outside the window and said solemnly, Commander, the Rapid Response Fleet under the Unified Cooperation Department is here to fight. Chapter 320. The Unified Cooperation Department's Quick Response Fleet, the Sherman Personal Guard Fleet, is also Shyman's direct fleet, and its second commander is Aura. Since Sherman was assassinated last time, Aura has expanded and modified this Quick Response Fleet, from the original Police Alert Fleet to the current military-grade fleet based on offensiveness. And this is currently the only Black Hidden Special Service fleet in New Eden. At present, this fleet is the size of a standard main fleet. Except for a few Pacifier-class stealth special service ships, and law enforcement-class force field reconnaissance ships used for infiltration and reconnaissance, the rest are military versions of the Marshall-class Black Hidden Special Service ships, and the combat effectiveness is directly maximized. To put it bluntly, even if Chelm Solin's Sasha invasion fleet fought against this Black Hidden fleet, the Sasha invasion fleet would be beaten. And because this is the direct fleet of Sherman, there will be no combat missions under normal circumstances, so they have been on combat duty in Chongqing City, relying on the advantages of hyperspace jumps of the Rapid Deployment Kit to provide emergency support to the 3 surrounding star fields. Last time, the fleet of the early Free Federation suddenly broke into the Omega Star Field and ran into the Gusta's super flagship fleet. In order to prevent the news from leaking, it was still Martel who contacted Aura, and then Aura quickly sent this fleet to provide emergency support, block the entire battlefield with its own electronic warfare kit, and help deal with the remaining enemies. Otherwise, Martel alone would not be able to complete the electronic suppression of the entire information all of a sudden. Therefore, this fleet of the Unified Cooperation Department, based on its positioning to deal with sudden emergencies in the control area, was also named Unified Cooperation Department Rapid Response Fleet. The Unified Cooperation Department controlled by Aura now has 2 fleets. In addition to this one, the other one is the original police escort fleet. The most important thing is that this police escort fleet will never leave Sherman's side, and is only used to protect Sherman's safety, so one of the 2 fleets will be by Sherman's side no matter what. So even if this rapid response fleet is dispatched, there is no need to worry about Sherman's safety. The 2 fleets, one for defense and one for combat, complement each other and form Sherman's all-round defense system. Infiltration and special combat missions are the specialty of the Black Hidden Special Service fleet, so when Sherman saw that Aura wanted to use this rapid response fleet to perform rescue missions, he had a bottom line in his heart. With the 2 powerful weapons of the Rapid Deployment Kit and the Electronic Warfare Kit, this rescue mission couldn't be simpler. Without further ado, Sherman gave Aura an order. Aura, I now authorize you to command the Rapid Response Fleet. Take the fleet to the target star system immediately, and lurk there. Seize the opportunity to rescue Wang Yan. Yes. Aura immediately accepted the order. Although there are still 10 days before the auction, it is better to lurk the fleet there first to catch them off guard. When Aura left, Sherman looked at the empty combat meeting room, and his anxiety was slightly relieved. Now he had no mood to play games or do other things. He just sat in a chair and looked at the twinkling starry sky through the window, wondering what he was thinking. At the same time, the joint fleet of the early Free Federation had arrived in the border galaxy between the Camp Star region and the Omega Star region. Its commander, Cromwell Fitch, looked at his boundless fleet with a smug look on his face, and said to several fleet commanders of other civilizations, "What can resist this boundless fleet sea?" It's not his fault that he was complacent, but this joint fleet brought together 4 civilizations, a total of 18 fleets, including 2 dreadnought fleets. Among them, the fleet of the early Free Federation accounted for the vast majority, and the fleets of the other 3 civilizations added up to form just a regular fleet. It can be said that this so-called joint fleet is actually just the fleet of the early Free Federation. Involving the other 3 civilizations is just to increase their momentum and improve the reputation of their action. But then, a fleet commander from another civilization poured cold water on Cromwell Fitch. "Sir Cromwell Fitch, New Eden has formed a super flagship fleet with the help of the Angel civilization, and even defeated the famous Black Flag Legion. Do you think these fleets can stop New Eden? The entire Beta star field was breached in less than a few days, and the strength of the Black Flag Legion is obvious to all. However, the newly built super flagship fleet of New Eden was able to suppress the Black Flag Legion, and even defeated the Black Flag Legion in less than a day after the war started, and occupied the Beta star field. Moreover, he also learned from an acquaintance of the Demon Third Fleet that the Black Flag Corps suffered heavy losses this time. Only a few Titans of the entire Corps escaped, and the rest were defeated by New Eden. Originally, he tried his best to dissuade the Prime Minister from participating in the action of the early Free Federation and wading into this muddy water, but he could not resist the various benefits promised to their civilization by the early Free Federation. So he was not impressed by Cromwell Fitch's arrogant behavior of bringing 80% of the fleet of the early Free Federation to show off his power this time. Cromwell Fitch couldn't help but snort coldly when someone poured cold water on him. "Are you worried about the super flagship fleet of New Eden?" "Yes." The others nodded gently. "Although they are so powerful now, and their fleet seems endless, if they really encounter a super flagship fleet, they will definitely die miserably. There will be no trace of their bodies left." Looking at the slightly worried people around him, Cromwell Fitch laughed loudly, and then gave everyone a dose of tranquilizer. "If it's just the New Eden super flagship fleet, then you don't have to worry. According to the information we received from the Demon Civilization, although the Black Flag Corps was defeated this time, New Eden is not doing well either. According to the information, the entire New Eden super flagship fleet is also seriously damaged. At present, most of the flagships have been returned to the factory for repairs and cannot be used for battle. So you can put your heart at ease." Just kidding, Cromwell Fitch is arrogant, but he is not stupid. If the Demon Civilization and the Angel Civilization had not received the information that the New Eden super flagship fleet is now unable to fight due to large-scale repairs, he would not have brought so many fleets to seek death. And this information has been verified by many parties. It is absolutely impossible to be wrong. Chapter 321. Actually, after the Black Flag Corps withdrew to the Beecher Meteor Field, they reported the battle report truthfully. Lost is lost, and the Black Flag Corps has no habit of falsely reporting the results to save face, so the battle report is reported truthfully. However, New Eden could not resist the false news. Because the Skyblade Titan needs to be transformed on a large scale, the Killing Angel super flagship fleet cannot be moved for the time being. In order to save trouble, the battle report sent by New Eden to the Angel Civilization is relatively true. In the battle report of New Eden, although New Eden became the winner in that super flag battle, the Black Flag Legion was worthy of being a veteran legion. Even in adversity, it caused considerable losses to New Eden, causing the entire Killing Angel super flagship fleet to be severely damaged. Now all the flagships have been returned to the factory for repair. This is undoubtedly more in line with everyone's speculation about this battle. After all, a hastily built super flagship team fought against a long-established super flagship team, and the old super flagship team was almost disbanded. How could its own losses be small? And according to some expert speculation, the losses of New Eden may be greater than the war reports they sent out. So, this is one of the reasons why the early Free Federation dared to provoke New Eden. After hearing what Cromwell Fitch said, others finally understood why the early Free Federation was so arrogant. Can you guarantee the accuracy of the intelligence? Of course, some people also questioned this. Cromwell Fitch laughed and said to everyone, "I believe you should also know the relationship between the early Free Federation and the Angel Civilization and the Justice Order. This information was analyzed from the battle report sent by New Eden to the 5th Fleet of Angels, and was also verified by personnel sent by the 5th Fleet of Angels. Are there any questions?" Everyone looked at each other and nodded. They no longer doubted the information from the Fifth Fleet of Angels. To put it bluntly, if New Eden had not emerged, the spokesperson of the Angel civilization in this southern star field should be the Early Free Federation. The Early Free Federation has the largest population, the largest fleet, the strongest strength, and is more friendly with the Angel civilization. It has already entered the scope of investigation of the Angel civilization. Moreover, among all the competitors, this is the last chance for the Early Free Federation to win the favor of the Angel civilization and form a super flagship fleet. Moreover, after the Black Flag Army invaded and occupied the Beta Star region and threatened the Camp Star region, the Early Free Federation sensed that the opportunity had come, so it showed its great performance towards the Angel civilization in order to win this opportunity. As long as it seizes this opportunity, the Early Free Federation will be able to take its position in the Southern Star region to a higher level with this super flagship fleet, which will be the rise of the entire civilization, and it is not much less than the national destiny. But he didn't expect that New Eden would suddenly appear, relying on his relationship with Wang Yan, the Angel Princess, to snatch away this opportunity that he had been waiting for many years. How could the Early Free Federation not be angry? So this time, taking advantage of the fact that New Eden's killing Angel super flagship fleet could not go to battle, and New Eden's defense zone was too large, the fleet defense pressure was too great, so he took the opportunity to support the defense of the Camp Star region and sent a main fleet into the Omega Star region to provoke and vent his frustration. But what they didn't expect was that their main fleet had no movement after entering the Omega Star field, and disappeared without a trace. Until New Eden sent out a war report. Then, under the instruction and promise of a big man of the Angel civilization, the Early Free Federation gambled on the country's destiny and dispatched 80% of the civilization's fleet to the Camp Star field to carry out the task of the Joint Defense Plan. And used this to threaten New Eden with force, and demanded that New Eden give an explanation for the matter. You know, the procedure for the Early Free Federation to send a fleet into the Omega Star region is reasonable and legal. After all, they signed the Joint Defense Plan with the Justice Order. And New Eden is also a sequence unit of the Justice Order. They have the right to conduct joint defense within the sphere of influence of the Justice Order. So, they actually took the greater good this time. And his purpose this time was just to strike a blow to the now glorious New Eden under the instruction of a certain big man of the Angel civilization. He only needed to force New Eden to bow its head to win. After completing the task, the big man's promise will allow the Early Free Federation to form a super flagship fleet and make their civilization take off. For the Early Free Federation, this task is a benefit. How could they refuse? Besides, although they are not in an advantageous position morally this time, they are in an advantageous position in terms of rules. Unless New Eden wants to break away from the order of justice, it will have to bow its head and apologize and compensate the Early Free Federation for this matter. Other civilizations dare to participate because of this reason. It is a sure win. Now that the Early Free Federation has formed a super flagship fleet, it has made many promises to the other three civilizations. The meaning is very clear. That is to tell New Eden and Angel civilization that they are more capable than New Eden to serve as the spokesperson of Angel civilization in the Southern Star field. Okay, let's start the military exercise according to the plan. The military exercise conducted by 16 main fleets and 2 dreadnought fleets can be imagined. Just as Cromwell Fitch was looking at the neatly arrayed fleet, which was obviously an elite force, with great joy, and was about to give an opening speech. A dozen reconnaissance ships suddenly appeared in the space of the fleet array of the Early Free Federation, and then more than a dozen bright cross-shaped induction lights lit up. In the horrified eyes of Cromwell Fitch and others, one after another Sol Revenant-class super aircraft carriers and dreadnoughts, as well as a large number of conventional fleets appeared through induction. The Demon-class heavy interceptors and light interceptors quickly rushed into the camp of the Early Free Federation, and the interception force field suddenly expanded to intercept all the warships on the field. Then, before Cromwell Fitch and others could react, the Sasha fleet began to attack the joint fleet of the Early Free Federation. The dreadnoughts were cleared by the Sol Revenant-class Shadow Iron Cavalry, and the conventional fleet was strafed by the Sasha dreadnought fleet equipped with strafing guns. Even the Sasha invasion fleet, which was originally the main force, could only perform its control task, blocking the entire battlefield and clearing out the fish that slipped through the net. Looking at the Early Free Federation fleet that was caught in a sea of fire, and in complete chaos, Chum Solon had no expression on her face. She simply gave this order to the other 2 Sasha officials. She wanted to keep all the so-called joint fleet. At the same time, New Eden also announced to the outside world through Star Vision Universe, the largest news media in the universe, since the early Free Federation sent a fleet to break into the New Eden defense zone without reason and did not repent, and also assembled a fleet to carry out armed provocation against New Eden. New Eden declared war on the 4 civilizations headed by the early Free Federation, and sent a joint fleet. Chapter 322. To be honest, the fleet of the early Free Federation was not prepared for the sudden attack on New Eden. From Cromwell Fitch, the supreme commander of the fleet, to the soldiers below, they all knew that they came here just to show off their muscles. They just needed to do a beautiful military exercise to show their strength to the outside world. They thought that New Eden would protest against this, and even apply to the Angel civilization for mediation, but they never thought that New Eden would fight without declaration. No, it was the war that started first, and then the declaration of war. The intense reaction of New Eden was beyond everyone's expectations. Looking at the one-sided battle under the attack of New Eden, even if Cromwell Fitch was an idiot, he knew that the situation was no longer under their control. The fleet will do its best to eliminate the enemy interceptor ships. The electronic attack ships will launch electronic warfare against the enemy, and the dreadnoughts will not activate the battle module unless necessary, and prepare to evacuate. Cromwell Fitch's order was quickly issued. Facing a large mixed fleet of super aircraft carriers in New Eden, these fleets are just fighting head-on. Facing an absolutely overwhelming combat force, numbers are no longer an advantage. This time, Chelmsolin is absolutely serious and brought out most of the current combat forces of the Sasha Group. This is the only super aircraft carrier mixed fleet of the Sasha Group, with the Sol Revenant super aircraft carrier as the core, the Sasha Dreadnought as the main firepower, and conventional and special warships as supplements. A total of 50 Sol Revenant super aircraft carriers, 30 Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carriers, 500 Sasha Dreadnoughts, and 13 conventional fleets equipped with interceptors, command ships, reconnaissance ships, etc. In Chelmsolin's words, if Sasha didn't have any Titans now, if he added a dozen or 20 Titans, it would be a complete super flagship fleet. Facing the movement of the early Free Federation's joint fleet, Chelmsolin showed a mocking expression. Want to leave? It's too late. Except for the Sol Returner super aircraft carrier fleet cluster, whose induction position was outside the attack range of the early Free Federation's joint fleet, the rest of Sasha's fleet was directly inserted into the formation of the joint fleet through induction. This also led to the fleets of both sides being mixed together after the war began. It was simply wishful thinking for either side to get out safely. When Cromwell Fitch's evacuation order was issued, he suddenly found that the combined fleet was still in a state of chaos, and did not execute his order. Then, he found that the communication system of the entire battlefield had completely lost its function, and no orders could be sent or received. Looking at the silence of his warship's communication system, Cromwell Fitch's eyes shrank, and he blurted out, "Indiscriminate electronic communication interference suppression across the entire galaxy?" At this moment, Cromwell Fitch's heart was filled with doubt, shock, palpitations, fear, and other emotions. How could New Eden have such technology, and even dare to use it? You know, this kind of indiscriminate electronic interference suppression across the entire galaxy does not distinguish between enemies and friends. The interference suffered by his joint fleet will also be felt by the New Eden fleet. It can be said that the New Eden fleet is now in a situation where the communication system cannot operate, and the command system cannot function. However, the scenes on the battlefield shocked him greatly. The New Eden supercarrier, which was out of the range of its own dreadnought, dispatched a large number of carrier-based aircraft to attack its own dreadnought fleet one by one like cupping. The dreadnought was very powerful. It could crush conventional fleets with its strafing guns, and cause considerable damage to various flagships with its flagship guns. In addition to its own strong defense, a fully equipped strafing dreadnought could easily fight against 100 times more conventional fleets on a suitable battlefield. However, it could not move after the battle module was activated, which made it a live target. The cavalry carrier-based aircraft group of the Sol Revenant supercarrier rushed into the dreadnought fleet of the joint fleet like a swarm of bees. Facing these immovable live targets, they were accurate in every shot. Almost every noble sacrifice of the Shadow Cavalry carrier-based aircraft squadron can bring about the fireworks produced by the explosion of a dreadnought. Under the crazy attack of the Shadow Cavalry carrier-based aircraft of Chelmsolin at all costs, the dreadnought fleet of the early Free Federation collapsed in less than 10 minutes. The same is true for its conventional fleet. The entry of the Sasha Dreadnought fleet is aimed at the conventional fleet of the early Free Federation. What will happen if 500 dreadnoughts equipped with strafing guns appear in the enemy's conventional fleet cluster? There is only one answer, that is, indiscriminate killing. Under the flying lasers, few conventional warships can withstand a few shots. Especially after the dreadnought fleet of the early Free Federation was suppressed by the Soul Returner super aircraft carrier cluster, the Sasha dreadnought fleet was even more reckless and indiscriminately strafed the conventional fleet of the combined fleet. Looking at the one-sided battlefield, Cromwell Fitch gave up resistance, and the warship stopped quietly in place. Of course, it was not that he could not escape, but the two Demon-class heavy interceptors around him had firmly controlled his warship and could not move. The most important thing was that less than 100 meters away from him, a Sasha dreadnought had accumulated energy and was aiming at his doomsday weapon, which was the reason why he gave up resistance. Looking at Cromwell Fitch, who had given up resistance, Chelmsford did not intend to let him go. Chelmsford's eyes just turned from Cromwell Fitch's vehicle, and the Sasha dreadnought, which had already charged the energy of the doomsday weapon, fired a round of doomsday at Cromwell Fitch without hesitation. Looking at the thick energy coming towards him, Cromwell Fitch didn't even have time to say his last words, and he had already merged with his vehicle that had turned into molten iron. The death of Cromwell Fitch did not cause any waves on this chaotic battlefield, because they could not know it because the communication system was blocked and the command system was in chaos. It is said that thousands of pigs cannot be caught at once on the battlefield, let alone thousands of interstellar warships. Therefore, in this chaotic battlefield, the role of Sasha's interceptor is particularly important. Once the force field of the Demon-class heavy interceptor is opened, no one will love it. This warship that can fight and resist makes all enemies who try to destroy the interceptor and escape despair. The battle lasted for more than 10 hours. Most of the warships in the main battlefield were destroyed in less than 2 hours. Most of the time was wasted on cleaning up the defeated soldiers who fled to various parts of the galaxy one by one. Chapter 323. Looking at the dense wreckage and the captured space capsules on the battlefield, Chelmsford's eyes flashed a trace of blood, and he was about to kill them. Aura stopped her. Chelmsford, spare their lives. Reason. The battle was over, and the fast response fleet led by Aura also jumped out of the subspace, and there was no need to hide anymore. Aura went to the Beecher meteor field through the Omega star field to carry out the rescue mission, and this time he also assisted the Sasha group in the battle. The electronic interference suppression of the entire galaxy just now was the work of the Rapid Response Fleet. With more than 200 Marshall-class electronic kits, it is quite easy to suppress the electronic interference of a galaxy. Although this battle was won, it can't bring much benefit to New Eden. On the contrary, there are still many troubles to be solved. Instead of killing all these guys, it is better to keep them and exchange them for some resources. Ola explained lightly. Chelmsford frowned slightly when he heard this. This is indeed a problem. This time, New Eden declared war and raided the joint fleet of the early Freedom Alliance. Although it won, the Justice Order and the Angel Civilization will definitely hold them accountable. Although New Eden is not interested in such accountability, it is a bit of a headache for the Angel Civilization to hold them accountable given New Eden's current situation. Therefore, if all these prisoners who have lost their ability to resist are killed, I am afraid that even if the Angel Civilization is inclined to New Eden, it will not be easy to do it. But if she didn't kill all of these guys, she would be angry. Looking at the tangled face of Chelmsford, Ola left with the Rapid Response Fleet after leaving a word. Anyway, you decide for yourself. After all, according to the rules set by the commander, you can keep 50% of all the captured and earned resources. If you Sasha have enough resources now, then kill them all. Hearing this, Chelmsford immediately knew what to do. All the prisoners were immediately dragged into the cabin and imprisoned. Just kidding. Although their Sasha group is a little richer, who would complain about resources. In addition, the war is imminent, and the war reserves of the Sasha group are only enough to fight a few large-scale battles. Facing the future chaos in the entire southern star field, their resources are not enough. Looking at the Sasha fleet that was capturing prisoners, Aura was relieved. Now that the Mistress was captured, and the early Free Federation was conducting military provocations, it can be said without hesitation that the entire southern star field is now staring at New Eden. There is no problem for New Eden to go to war with civilizations such as the early Free Federation, but if these prisoners of war are massacred, it will undoubtedly make New Eden fall into public opinion. Although New Eden does not need to care about these public opinions, it is better to avoid them if possible. With Aura's wave of his hand, the black and white fleet quickly disappeared into space. New Eden went to war with the 4 civilizations headed by the early Free Federation, and destroyed the entire early Free Federation in one battle. This news, along with the exclusive report of Star Vision Universe, caused a great uproar in the entire Southern Star region. In the face of military provocation, New Eden dared to declare war. This reckless behavior gave headaches to all those who participated in the attack on New Eden. We are all civilized people. When encountering such a thing, shouldn't we protest, find a suitable third party to mediate, and then discuss compensation? Why did a war suddenly start? The cost of a war is much higher than the compensation. When did such a tough guy appear in the Southern Star region? It's not a martial ethics. But New Eden would not give them time to react. After the battle, the Sasha fleet did not cover up its whereabouts and moved directly to the Cooper Star region, where the early Free Federation and other civilizations were located. In the face of New Eden's behavior, other neutral civilizations, like the early Free Federation, expressed their protest and also declared that if the Sasha fleet dared to enter the Cooper Star region, they would unite and fight against the invasion of New Eden. In the face of these guys, who did not believe in evil, Sherman did not tolerate them, and directly released the Killing Angel super flagship fleet that had just been modified. When the Killing Angel super flagship appeared at the border of the Omega Star region, all the protests disappeared. Even those who had been shouting the loudest fell silent, leaving only the early Free Federation, which was shouting at the top of its lungs, still protesting to the Justice Order. However, the Killing Angel super flagship was stationed at the border of the Omega Star region and could rush into the Camp Star region at any time, and the Sasha fleet was already in the Camp Star region, making friendly passage to the Cooper Star region. How could the Justice Order dare to speak out? Even if they did, they would not dare to speak loudly. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that New Eden had been tricked. Now that they were filled with rage, they dared not run into the gun. In the end, it was the captain of the 5th Fleet of Angels, Vibra Elena, who took the initiative to make a private call to Sherman. If you are here to beg for mercy, then there is no need to say anything. New Eden does not have the habit of suffering in silence. When the matter is over, I will personally come to your door to apologize to you. Before Vibra Elena opened her mouth, Sherman had already spoken first. Hearing this, Vibra Elena opened her mouth, not knowing what to say, and then she could only smile bitterly. Don't you want to know who made you suffer this loss? Sherman sat on the sofa, and his hand holding the kufi drink suddenly clenched. Humph, who else could it be besides the other princesses? Sherman is not a fool. The strategic significance of New Eden to the 5th Fleet of Angels and the entire Justice Order in the Southern Star region is self-evident. Therefore, Vibra Elena and others are unlikely to offend New Eden. In addition, the so-called Joint Defense Plan signed by the early Free Federation was signed directly from the Central Star region, that is, the Angel civilization signed directly with the early Free Federation, completely bypassing the 5th Fleet of Angels. That's why Vibra Elena turned a blind eye to the provocation of the early Free Federation against New Eden, because it was directly signed by the Angel civilization, and she had no right to obstruct it. Moreover, she also understood that this was not only a test of New Eden by other princesses, but also a warning from the Angel civilization to New Eden. However, neither she nor others expected that New Eden would be so stubborn and directly overturn the chessboard and escalate the whole situation. The point is that New Eden really has the strength to influence the battle of the Southern Camp at this time. If this matter is not handled properly, New Eden will fall to the Free Camp, and the demon civilization will probably wake up laughing, and she, Vibra Elena, will have to bear the blame. So, Vibra Elena bowed her head to Sherman about this matter. Mr. Sherman, on behalf of the Angel civilization, I apologize to you and New Eden for this matter. Chapter 324. As the person in charge and leader of the Angel civilization and Justice Order in the Southern Star region, Vibra Elena is the face of the Angel civilization in the Southern Star region. In a sense, she is even more representative of the Angel civilization than Wang Yin, the Angel princess. So this time she bowed her head to apologize to New Eden, which can be said to be very sincere. In this regard, Sherman also gave Vibra Elena a guarantee. Sir Vibra Elena, I accept your apology and apologize to you for the trouble this time. Please rest assured that New Eden will firmly uphold justice. Listening to Sherman's assurance, Vibra Elena was relieved. As long as New Eden was not in chaos, it would not be too late. When will New Eden withdraw its troops? Vibra Elena asked. Now New Eden Sasha fleet is crossing the Camp Star field. It will take at most 10 hours to cross the Camp Star field and reach the border of the Cooper Star field. Behind it, the Killing Angel super flagship fleet is in the Omega Star field, which makes the entire Justice Order feel anxious. Now, the defense line of the 3-star regions in the north of the Justice Order is supported by New Eden. If New Eden falls into the arms of the devil because of this, the consequences for the Justice Order will be unimaginable. So now Vibra Elena urgently needs New Eden to express its attitude to the outside world, and appease the restless mood within the Justice Order. Otherwise, who knows what will happen when people's hearts are floating. Withdraw? Sure Man smiled, and then looked at Vibralena seriously. Sir Vibralena, you should know that this is not just a provocation. Are you sure you want me to withdraw? Looking at Sure Man, with a smile on his face, Vibralena then realized that she had made a mistake and immediately changed her words. Then you should issue a statement as soon as possible to appease those guys of the Justice Order. After saying that, Vibralena decisively hung up the call. Looking at Vibralena, who left decisively, the smile on Sure Man's face slowly disappeared, and he turned into a thoughtful look. It seems that this time's test has nothing to do with Vibralena, or she knew about it but didn't get involved. Faced with Sure Man's question, Vibralena ran so fast, knowing that she didn't want to get involved in this matter. Commander, what are you talking about? Maud touched his bald head and looked at Sure Man with a puzzled look. Just now, he heard that the conversation between the two sides was quite normal. Why did it become a mystery at the end? Are you bullying him because he is an honest man? Sure Man stood up and looked at Maud's tall body. He gave up the idea of patting him on the shoulder without making a sound, and picked up the coffee drink on the table. It's just that this matter is too complicated, and the water is too muddy. Vibralena doesn't want to get involved. Looking at Sure Man, who had gone far away, Maud shrugged for no reason. What's the difference between this and not saying anything? As a Sure Man with a 5,000-year history, although he has never seen such a thing, he has also seen it in history books. It's just an obvious power struggle. New Eden is Wang Yan's preferred force. In addition, New Eden has performed well in the Southern Star Field during this period. Other angel princesses will naturally test New Eden. And the early Free Federation's provocation of New Eden is naturally instigated by a certain angel princess, or a certain force chosen by the angel princess. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to sign the joint operation plan that bypassed Vibralena, and was directly issued from the angel civilization to the early Free Federation. At least the person who can sign this agreement will not be worse than Vibralena in the angel civilization. Since ancient times, this kind of power struggle among heirs has been the most troublesome and crazy thing for all civil officials and military generals. As the head of the Southern Star region, Vibralena's power has reached the limit of what she can have, so naturally, she doesn't want to get involved. Because she knows that no matter who succeeds in getting to that position, it will not easily shake her position, so she naturally stays as far away from such things as possible. Fleet captains like them are only loyal to the angel civilization and the angel queen. As long as they don't take sides, they don't have to worry about anything else. Sir Vibralena, is the matter resolved? In the meeting of the Fist of Justice, Star City, in the Camp Star region, Vibralena was communicating holographically with a person wearing an angel uniform, but with a blurred face. New Eden will issue a statement to firmly support justice, and I believe they will do so. Vibralena sat on a chair, talking and drinking calmly. Why hasn't New Eden withdrawn its troops yet? Facing this person's question, Vibralena narrowed her eyes suddenly, looked at the person in front of her with a pair of narrow eyes, and said coldly, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Looking at Vibralena's expression, the man shuddered, clasped his fists, and bowed his head to explain. "I dare not. I am worried that the war between New Eden and the Free Federation of Early will provoke conflicts between the Justice Order and those neutral civilizations, and make these neutral civilizations completely turn to the free camp. At that time, the Southern Star Field under your jurisdiction will be difficult to deal with." She apologized, but her words were soft but sharp. "Can I think you are threatening me?" Vibralena looked at the person in front of her with a playful look. "I dare not, I dare not." Looking at the guy with a blurry face in front of her, Vibralena shook her head and said sarcastically, "You are hiding your head and showing your tail. I really don't know which princess can be interested in you." Faced with Vibralena's ridicule, this person did not express anything, and even his emotions did not fluctuate at all. This made Vibralena feel a little bored. She waved her hand and said, "I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Since I chose to ignore you when you plotted against New Eden, don't expect me to help you now. Since you have done it, you have to bear all the consequences. Good luck to you." Not helping either side, this is her attitude. As for whether New Eden's declaration of war on the early Free Federation will cause those already wavering neutral civilizations to completely turn to the free camp, Vibralena is not worried. As long as the Fifth Fleet of Angels is still there, she is not afraid even if the entire civilization of the Southern Star region turns to the demon civilization. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is false. After Vibralena hung up the call, she walked to the window with a wine glass in her hand, looking at the sea of stars in front of her, wondering what she was thinking. Finally, a sigh echoed softly in the empty room. They are all little guys who make people worry. Chapter 325. At the same time, the early Free Federation also received a reply. This is the situation. Vibra Lena does not want to get involved, so now you can only rely on yourselves. Faced with this reply, the early Free Federation naturally disagreed, so its president expressed dissatisfaction. Sir, because of your false information, my early Free Federation lost 80% of the interstellar fleet. Now facing the attack of the New Eden army, what do you think we can use to resist? At this point, he regretted it to death. Wouldn't it be enough if he had just sent a fleet symbolically? He had to listen to the idiots in the House of Representatives and sent most of the fleet. He was showing off his military power. Now, the fleet was attacked by New Eden just after it arrived, and was completely wiped out in less than 24 hours. Not only did they become the background of New Eden's military, but they also had to face the military threat of New Eden. Now New Eden is only a dozen hours away. What can their garrison fleets do to fight against New Eden's super aircraft carrier mixed fleet? What's more, it was the Sasha fleet that had made a great name for itself in the Alpha Northern Fortress. I need fleet support, the president of the early Free Federation said to the man behind the scenes word by word. Now he no longer thought about the rise of civilization, but only wanted to resist the attack of New Eden, otherwise the early Free Federation would fall in his hands. But the reality is cruel, the man behind the scenes said with regret. I'm sorry, because of my identity, I can't directly help your fleet. However, a sum of money will be transferred to your account later, which is enough for you to hire a large fleet. This is the help I can give you now. In other words, you can use this money to hire a fleet or keep it for yourself. It's all up to you. This is hush money. If you give him away later, you will bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge amount of money was transferred to the account of the president of the early Free Federation. Looking at the huge amount of money in the account, the president of the early Free Federation shook his head and said, "This is not enough." Hearing this greedy tone, the tone of the person behind the scenes also became extremely grim. This is a full trillion, enough for you to form a standard super flagship team. Don't be too greedy. 1 trillion. With this amount of money, it is enough for either the demon civilization or the angel civilization to buy a super flagship team without titans. Even if there are some connections within the two civilizations, it is not impossible to form a super flagship team with titans. From the agreement reached by both parties, he has completed the transaction. Looking at the funds in the account, the president of the early Free Federation had a bitter look on his face. What's the use of this money now? How about I use this money in exchange for you to send a super flagship fleet to help us resist New Eden? Do you agree? As soon as this was said, the visitor fell silent. In this frozen atmosphere, the visitor finally opened his mouth and pointed out a way for the early Free Federation. Go contact the Freedom Camp. The one who is attacking you this time is the Sasha fleet stationed at the Alpha North Fortress. Now that the Sasha fleet has dispatched so many fleets, the defense of the Alpha Northern Fortress must be extremely empty. The president of the early Free Federation couldn't help but brighten up. You mean? That's all. From now on, our deal ends, and we will have nothing to do with each other in the future. After that, the two sides ended the communication. The president of the early Free Federation played with the communicator in his hand, thought about it, and finally threw the specially made communicator into the circulation device of the space station and completely smashed it. Freedom Camp? Then, dozens of communications came out from the early Free Federation. Unfortunately, these were all cracked by New Eden. Here, this is the encrypted communication that the early Free Federation secretly sent to other civilizations 15 minutes ago, and there is another one for the Free Camp. After Shangwan Qianqian sent several cracked files to Sherman, he reached out and took out a bottle of cool flying drink hidden in the wine cabinet by Sherman, and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed to play games. Sherman glanced at Shangwan Qianqian unhappily, and while checking the communication he said, "I asked you to help the Angel Enterprise Consortium to modify the Skyblade Titan, but you took out the game they collected while Mu Yunyan was not here. Be careful that they will come back and beat you up." Because Allah led the Rapid Response Fleet to the Beecher Meteoric region to perform a rescue mission, at Allah's suggestion, his original job was temporarily taken over by Shangwan Qianqian, who was even more lazy than Sherman. Shangwan Qianqian, because there was no fleet suitable for her, it was unnecessary to give her other fleets to lead, so she wandered around in various forces like a witch every day. She either drew on Maud's bald head, or took out Mu Yunyan's collection of games to play. It was not until she ran to Chelm Solin's research laboratory some time ago, and was caught by Chelm Solon and hung at the door for a night, that she felt more at ease. But after all, it is an intelligent life that is not inferior to Aura, so after Aura left, Shangwan Qianqian quickly took over Aura's work, and it was even very easy. After occupying Sherman's sofa, Shangwan Qianqian drank coffee and shook his feet, and said, 15 minutes ago, the early Free Federation sent encrypted communications to a total of 13 neutral civilizations in the Cooper Star region, all hoping to unite against us. And one letter was sent to the Free Camp, hoping that the Free Camp could take advantage of the opportunity of the Sasha fleet's eastward advance into the Cooper Star region to attack the Alpha North Fortress and force the Sasha fleet to withdraw. Sherman curled his lips as he looked at the report. The civilization is not big, but the idea is pretty good. Where is the Sasha fleet now? Shangwan Qianqian looked at the star map and said, at the current speed, it will take 11 hours to reach the Cooper Star field. Order Chelm Solon to rush to the destination and launch an attack immediately. We must destroy the early Free Federation. Yes. Order the Killing Angel super flagship fleet to show up at the northern fortress to see if the Freedom Camp dares to touch the tiger's whiskers. Yes. One order after another was issued from Sherman's mouth. All the fleets that could be mobilized in New Eden were mobilized. Even the Eurista's super flagship received an order that if the Omega Star region encountered a large-scale invasion, the Eurista's super flagship would be authorized to freely counterattack. This huge war machine of New Eden quickly started to operate. Chapter 326. After the secret letter from the early Free Federation reached the Free Camp, they were indeed somewhat tempted. After all, the Alpha Star region was the headquarters of New Eden. If the Alpha Northern Fortress was captured, the Free Camp would have the initiative on the battlefield in future battles. However, when the dispatched reconnaissance ship detected the whereabouts of the Killing Angel super flagship fleet in the Northern Fortress, all their thoughts were extinguished. Even the daily military frictions of mutual harassment were reduced a lot, and the entire Northern Fortress was peaceful. In the face of absolute power, all ambitions will be buried. As for the Cooper Star region, other neutral civilizations were very active in the request for help from the early Free Federation, and began to gather fleets at the border to block the Sasha fleet. For this, New Eden was also mentally prepared. Because the civilizations in the Cooper Star region are all neutral civilizations that do not want to participate in the battle between camps, and now New Eden has declared war on the early Free Federation, which is also a disguised way for them to disintegrate the alliance between these neutral civilizations. In order to keep these civilizations united in the future and avoid joining the brutal camp war, no matter how much they hate the early Free Federation, they will send troops to take action. Attitude still needs to be shown. Soon, a huge new joint fleet appeared at the border of the Cooper Star field, waiting for Sasha's fleet with great momentum. This huge fleet was put together by various civilizations in the entire Cooper Star field. It includes nearly 250 superflag aircraft carriers, more than 10 fleets of dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers, and more than 80 full-strength conventional fleets. The entire Cooper Star region pulled out all its fleets. This scene also attracted the attention of the entire Southern Star region, who wanted to see how New Eden would respond. In the Cooper Star region, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the United Fleet, an interstellar cruise ship painted with the Star Vision logo stayed quietly in place. As a good opportunity to promote themselves, the Cooper Star Region Alliance would certainly not miss such a good opportunity to promote themselves, and decisively invited the reporter of Star Vision stationed in the Southern Star region to come over, preparing to release a report through Star Vision to show their strength. Xiaoyu, will the Sasha fleet withdraw? Dengai looked at the endless fleet in front of him, and couldn't help but get goosebumps. Each ship was hundreds of thousands of meters long. The momentum of these nearly 100 fleets, and tens of thousands of warships together appeared in the starry sky in the true sense of blocking out the sky. Don't you see that the sun on the planets below the orbit is blocked? This is also the first time she has seen such a huge fleet, and the shock in her heart can be imagined. Compared to Dengtai, Xiaoyu, who had been in the Central Star field for a while, was much calmer about this. After all, the civilization in the Central Star field is not comparable to this barren Southern Star field. Don't worry, you know that Chelm Solon and his group, these fleets will not make them retreat, but will make them more excited. They will definitely come, and they may even take the initiative to launch an attack. Because New Eden has been the storm eye of the Southern Star field recently, the two of them have stayed in the Alpha North Fortress for a period of time, and are familiar with Chelm Solon and other Sasha officials, so Xiaoyu is quite familiar with the personalities of Sasha officials. Retreating voluntarily because of the enemy's strength is not Sasha's grid, let alone New Eden's grid. Looking at the huge Cooper Star region joint fleet in front of him, Xiao Yu checked the broadcasting equipment of the spacecraft and said without raising his head, "Wait, Sasha's fleet will definitely come." This is also true. When Chelm Solon learned from Shangguan Qianqian that the Cooper Star region had organized a huge fleet, his mood suddenly became very pleasantly surprised. For others, this huge fleet is a threat, but for them, Sasha, the pilots of these warships are all money. Then he couldn't wait to ask, "Shangguan Qianqian, how many fleets have been assembled in the Cooper Star region?" 1 super aircraft carrier fleet, 13 dreadnought, and small aircraft carrier fleets, 86 conventional fleets, a total of 100 fleets of various warships, and 25,000 warships of various types. Are you sure you can handle it? I still suggest that the Gusta's super flagship fleet urgently support you. Shangguan Qianqian suggested very seriously. Chelm Solon led a super aircraft carrier mixed fleet. The ratio of the number of fleets on both sides was more than 1:10. No matter how excellent the Sasha warships were, one person and one gun on the opposite side could kill the Sasha fleet. Therefore, Shangguan Qianqian suggested that the Gusta's super flagship fleet go over for support. As long as the Gusta's super flagship fleet arrives, the joint fleet composed of 100 fleets will not be able to make any waves. There is no need for Gustas to come. I, Sasha, can handle it myself. Just wait for the performance. Chelm Solon rejected Shangguan Qianqian's suggestion. It was not easy to come across such a good opportunity to make money. How could she let Gustas come to share a piece of the pie? Judging from the situation broadcast by Xingshi Huanyu, this joint fleet is just a large number. From the array, it can be seen that they have no tacit understanding on the battlefield, and this is Sasha's opportunity. Moreover, most of the fleets in this so-called joint fleet are conventional fleets, with only 1 super aircraft carrier, and only 13 dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers. As long as this super aircraft carrier fleet is eliminated first, the rest will be much easier to deal with. This time, Chelm Solon has added another batch of Shadow Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft to the Soul Returner super aircraft carrier. She doesn't believe that she can't kill these rabble. Seeing Chelm Solon insist, Shangguan Qianqian no longer persuaded, but said, "Okay, but I will also let the Gusta's super flagship fleet be prepared. If there is an accident, they will come to rescue you." The upper limit of the battle is determined by the combatants themselves, and Shangguan Qianqian's task is to ensure its lower limit and ensure that the strategic goal will not be achieved due to accidents. That is the so-called backhand. Yeah. Chelm Solon did not refuse this. Because she knew that with her there, the Gusta's super flagship fleet would not come to rescue her. When the Sasha fleet arrived at the border of the Cooper Star field, the battle broke out in an instant. It was not that the Cooper Star field's joint fleet wanted to take advantage of the Sasha fleet's unstable footing to launch an attack, but that the Sasha fleet took the initiative to start the battle. In Xiao Yu's expression of no surprise, rounds of induction appeared around the joint fleet. One by one, warships with spikes and ferocious appearance appeared in front of everyone. Sasha Fleet 2. Chapter 327. After being induced, the Sasha fleet quickly assembled and lined up in front of the combined fleet. The two sides were separated by 100,000 kilometers, which was also a safe distance outside the attack range of both sides. Looking at the Sasha fleet that was in confrontation with the combined fleet, Ding Tai couldn't help but sigh. New Eden is still so brave. Xiao Yu patted Ding Tai's head and scolded with a smile. It's time to start work. What are you waiting for? Oh. Ding Tai also reacted immediately, and then turned on the broadcasting equipment, and sent the scene to various places in the universe in the form of a live broadcast. Hello everyone, I am Ding Tai, the reporter of Star Vision Universal in the Southern Star region. Now here is the Cooper Star region. Because the conflict between the early Free Federation and New Eden escalated a few days ago, New Eden has sent the Sasha fleet, which has made great achievements in the Battle of the Camps, and the Cooper Star region has also organized a huge fleet of 100 fleets to defend. Currently, the two sides are confronting each other in the starry sky. Ding Tai quickly explained the situation to the people in the live broadcast room. This war live broadcast has always been there, but the battle scene of nearly 100 fleets is rare, so the live broadcast room was instantly crowded with people. After seeing that the battlefield broadcast of Star Vision Universe was completed, Chelm Solon nodded with satisfaction and ordered the other two officials. The stage has been set, and the fame will spread all over the world today. Fleet attack? Yes. Vizen Anklin and Selani Madical received the order, and each led a fleet to jump directly to the joint fleet according to the plan. This time, in addition to the conventional main battleship Nightmare class, the Sasha fleet also had two interception fleets composed of Demon class heavy interception ships and logistics ships. Vizen Anklin and Selani Medical are now leading these two fleets. The two Demon-class heavy interceptor fleets jumped directly to the conventional fleet at the edge of the combined fleet. The mission of these two Demon-class fleets was not to intercept the enemy's flagship, but to clear out the conventional warships on the opposite side. Faced with Sasha sending two fleets over, the combined fleet thought it was a tentative attack by Sasha's fleet, so it directly surrounded the dozen conventional fleets at the edge and prepared to eat them up in one bite. With an absolute number of more than 10 times, it should be very easy to crush these two conventional fleets. But the reality was shocking. In the eyes of tens of billions of people in the live broadcast room of Star Vision, facing the double teaming of more than a dozen conventional fleets, the two Demon-class fleets turned on the afterburners and forced their way out to the periphery, and when everyone thought they would be entangled and beaten to death. The two Demon-class fleets were like gods descending from heaven, and they forcibly pierced through the three conventional fleets that blocked their breakout. The warships of the combined fleet were like paper in the hands of the two Sasha fleets, which broke into pieces with a single squeeze, and they pierced through the blocking fleets effortlessly, while they themselves were unscathed. How is this possible? What kind of warship is this? Not only is its firepower so strong, but its defense is also so strong. Is this the main battleship of some ancient super civilization? In the live broadcast room of Xingshi Huanyu, seeing such a brave demon-class fleet, a great uproar was set off. Even Xiaoyu and Deng Tai looked at each other. They didn't expect that the warships they saw every day in the northern fortress would have such strong combat power after being established. Sherman, who was far away in Chongqing Star City, was also watching the battle through the live broadcast room of Xingshi Huanyu. Seeing the discussion in the live broadcast room, he couldn't help but complain, "Tim, how can a fleet composed of all heavy interceptors not be tough? The heavy interceptor is the toughest among warships of the same level." Coupled with Sasha's high firepower weapon system, the firepower of this demon-class heavy interceptor is far beyond that of warships of the same type. Coupled with the powerful afterburner system, the demon class can also have super high speed and small signal radius in battle, which can effectively avoid the enemy's firepower output. In addition, there are powerful logistics ships in this standard fleet. With these factors added together, the demon fleet appeared like a god of war under the siege of the joint fleet. This scene could not help but cause a big blow to the morale of the joint fleet. Afterwards, although it was only a slight contact, the command of the joint fleet also knew that their regular fleet could not do anything to the two Sasha fleets, so they did not delay any further and launched an attack on the main Sasha fleet. The conventional fleet of the combined fleet, which covered the sky and the sun, leaped towards the main fleet of Sasha like a swarm of bees. Then, at a distance of 10,000 kilometers from the main fleet of Sasha, dozens of leap interception force fields suddenly opened up, intercepting all the combined fleets that leaped in. Then, the Sasha dreadnought fleet, which had been waiting for a long time, launched a sweep at the conventional fleet of the combined fleet. This distance was very embarrassing for the combined fleet. If the conventional fleet wanted to attack the main fleet of Sasha, it would need to turn on the thrusters to get closer. This distance was far beyond their attack range, but this range happened to be the best attack range of the Sasha dreadnought fleet sweep guns, so it could be said that one hit would be accurate. After the conventional fleet of the combined fleet was intercepted, Sasha's interceptors deployed various interception force fields without any cost. Electronic interference force fields, jump interception force fields, stagnation force fields, etc. appeared without any cost, making the combined fleet miserable. The most fatal thing was that they were trapped by these interception force fields, and then the Sasha dreadnoughts fired wildly. The speed at which 3 shots could destroy one of their warships made them a little scared, fearing that they would be the next one. Damn it! The commander of the combined fleet looked at the dozen or so conventional fleets being hammered by the 2 demon fleets around the main battlefield, and then looked at the 20 or so conventional fleets trapped in various force fields and being madly strafed by the Sasha dreadnoughts, and his face was very embarrassed. He never thought that the battle had just begun, and his side would be in such a passive position, and this was when they had the absolute advantage of fighting at home and the number of fleets. Order! The dreadnought fleet jumped into the main battlefield and cleared all the enemy's strafing dreadnoughts for me. Let the aircraft carrier fleet release the drone group to clean up the 2 flies around me. The interceptor ships will set off immediately and leave all the enemy flagships to me. Since we can't defeat New Eden in the local battlefield, we will just rely on the general situation to crush it. It's a showdown, no more playing. He just wants to crush the Sasha fleet directly with the absolute advantage in numbers. He doesn't believe that his fleet is 10 times larger than Sasha's, but he can't just crush it. Chapter 328. When the combined fleet stopped probing and launched a massive attack, The pressure on the Sasha fleet increased immediately. The combined fleet's dreadnought fleet jumped directly to the trapped conventional fleet, and the 8 dreadnought fleets activated the battle module and attacked the Sasha dreadnought fleet. As long as the Sasha dreadnought fleet was cleared, the conventional fleet would naturally have plenty of time to escape. Looking at the dreadnought fleet of the combined fleet that launched a crazy attack on his own dreadnought fleet, Chelmsolin smiled. "I thought you could hold on." As soon as the words fell, a guide appeared tens of thousands of kilometers behind the main fleet of Shasa, and the sole Revenant super aircraft carrier fleet that had been hidden jumped over. This distance is outside the attack range of the United Fleet's dreadnought fleet, but within the attack range of the sole Revenant super aircraft carrier, so it can attack the enemy's dreadnought fleet cluster with full force without worrying about being counterattacked. When the Shadow Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft rushed towards the dreadnought fleet cluster of the United Fleet at a very fast speed, like a swarm of bees, a series of explosions set off in the dreadnought cluster, instantly destroying 50 dreadnoughts. Except for Xiaoyu and Deng Tai, who had seen this scene long ago and were mentally prepared, everyone else was shocked. It destroyed the same number of dreadnoughts in an instant. What kind of cavalry carrier-based aircraft is this? It's so exaggerated. At this moment, many spectators who were originally watching the excitement had different ideas about this terrifying shadow cavalry. This super powerful warship that can fight 10 enemies at once and kill them all without any damage is so powerful that 3 squadrons can destroy a terrifying cavalry that can fight dreadnoughts. These two things alone have really aroused their interest in New Eden, a new civilization far away in the southern star field. Regarding the discussion in the live broadcast room, Deng Tai glanced at it and said, intentionally or unintentionally, "This New Eden is worthy of being the object chosen by the Angel Princess." Various black technologies are emerging in an endless stream. After this, the live broadcast room immediately stopped discussing whether New Eden inherited any ancient super civilization. Instead, they were discussing what was so outstanding about New Eden that it could actually win the favor of the Angel Princess and eat soft rice with the angel's thigh. This is really enviable. Since it is the choice of the angel civilization, it is no problem for New Eden to come up with these black technologies. After all, relying on the angel civilization, it can create the giant demon civilization. So what is impossible? You are the one who eats the free rice. Your whole family eats the free rice. The complaints of a certain spectator were also drowned in the huge discussion, without causing any waves. Seeing that Sasha's super aircraft carrier fleet finally appeared, the commander of the joint fleet finally put his mind at ease. When he saw that the dreadnought fleet suffered such a loss, he immediately ordered his own super aircraft carrier fleet to go to support. But at this moment, the 2 demon-class fleets that had been entangled with their regular fleets finally revealed their identities. After discovering that the super aircraft carrier of the combined fleet had made some movement, the 2 demon-class heavy interceptors immediately gave up the entanglement with their regular fleets and rushed directly into their super aircraft carrier fleets, leaving them all behind with the deployment of interception force fields one by one. Heavy interceptor. Looking at the scene in front of them, both the combined fleet and the people in the live broadcast room were a little caught off guard. So far, the heavy interceptors of both angel and demon civilizations have focused their technology on defense. The main purpose of heavy interceptors is to intercept the enemy's flagship fleet, which has extremely high requirements for defense, but not high requirements for firepower. After all, heavy interceptors are so small in size, how can they have both defense and firepower? So now the mainstream heavy interceptors have focused all their technology on defense, and as for firepower, they only have some anti-aircraft firepower. But now the heavy interceptor of New Eden has broken their cognition. There is really a heavy interceptor with both defense and firepower. At this moment, many people's hearts are burning. They see a bright future of money. Although due to New Eden's status in the angel civilization and New Eden's current reckless style, they dare not take any tough measures, but New Eden can't refuse normal commercial trade, right? After all, who would refuse cute little money? The commander of the combined fleet didn't know how other people felt, but he himself was in a very bad mood. He never expected that what he thought was a new heavy assault cruiser turned out to be a heavy interceptor, which restricted his plan. Now his super aircraft carrier fleet was blocked by the heavy interceptor and could not move, which made the dreadnought fleet cluster at the front line face the attack of the Sasha super aircraft carrier fleet directly. At the current rate of loss, his 8 dreadnought fleets can't hold on for long. What is the small aircraft carrier fleet for? Why haven't they cleared out the enemy's warships yet? Looking at the 2 demon-class heavy interception fleets that were still intact under the attack of the small aircraft carrier fleet and intercepted their most important super aircraft carrier fleet, The commander of the Joint Fleet could not help but get furious. The attack of 5 small aircraft carriers actually failed to leave a single enemy warship. What an idiot! Commander, this is not my fault. These 2 fleets are like loaches, running too fast. My drone group can't catch up with them at all, and when chasing them, they also destroyed all the drones of my small aircraft carrier fleet. Now the drones of the 5 small aircraft carrier fleets have been destroyed, and the 5 small aircraft carrier fleets have lost their attack capabilities. The commander of the small aircraft carrier said with a frustrated look on his face. These 2 Demon-class heavy interception fleets are not human. Relying on their excellent maneuverability, they have been hanging on his drone group to attack, and destroyed all the drones of his 5 small aircraft carriers. And the small aircraft carrier without drones is like a plucked hedgehog, not even as good as a chicken. Now the 5 small aircraft carriers can declare their withdrawal from the battlefield. They will be useless before the drones are replenished. Damn it! Super aircraft carrier fleet, do your best to wipe out these 2 heavy interception fleets, and support the dreadnought fleet in the shortest time. The same goes for the conventional fleet. Do your best to clear them out, and you must liberate the super aircraft carrier fleet. At this moment, his originally confident heart was shaken. This Sasha fleet really won't accomplish the feat of 1 against 10, and use them as a background board to promote its reputation? The current situation is almost completely out of his control. Chapter 329. The main battlefield was like a quagmire, trapping the dreadnought fleet and most of the conventional fleet. Watching the dreadnought fleet being hit by the Sasha supercarrier formation, it was like pulling a cup, and the speed of the battle loss was very alarming. The Sasha dreadnought also ignored the attack of the dreadnought fleet and fired wildly at the conventional fleet. Not long after the battle started, the conventional fleet that took the lead in the attack had lost more than half of its troops. He didn't know if the Sasha fleet would collapse if the battle continued like this, but his joint fleet would definitely collapse directly in the face of such heavy losses. Super aircraft carrier fleet, are your cavalry eating shit? Why haven't you cleared out these 2 heavy interception fleets yet? Speaking of this, the pilots of the super aircraft carrier fleet were extremely frustrated. The 2 Demon-class heavy interception fleets were like loaches. As long as they locked onto the previous one, the Demon-class interceptor would rush out without hesitation, and then another Demon-class would fill in the next second, not giving them a single chance. Even if they wanted to use the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group to capture one of them, and then eliminate it bit by bit, there was no way. Because the speed of this Demon-class heavy interceptor ship was faster than their Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft, their Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft could not catch up at all, not to mention that they could not hit it, and their Iron Cavalry squadron would be kite-fighted and counterattacked. Now they have lost a lot of Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft. Now the only thing that can cause damage to these 2 Demon-class heavy interceptor fleets is the close-in defense gun system on the super aircraft carrier, but the close-in defense gun system is used to deal with small ships and missiles. Although the firing rate is fast, the damage is just a scratch to the Demon class. Even if they concentrated all the close defense gun systems within the range to fire, they could not break the Demon class ability shield in a short time, and the lost shield of the Demon class would be repaired by the logistics ship in an instant. Looking at the 2 Demon-class heavy interception fleets swimming in their super aircraft carrier fleets, the super aircraft carrier pilots of the joint fleet couldn't help but wonder, if the 2 sides continue to fight like this, would they be worn down by these 2 cockroach-like fleets? Looking at the supercarrier fleet in a predicament, the commander of the combined fleet went from being furious at the beginning to being terrified. He knew that if he could not free his supercarrier fleet in a short time, then when the dreadnought fleet and the conventional fleet in the main battlefield were finished, his supercarrier fleet, which was blocked by 2 heavy interceptors, would not be able to retreat safely. He immediately ordered all conventional warships that had not yet participated in the battle to immediately support the supercarrier fleet. He did not ask to defeat the 2 heavy interceptor fleets of Sasha, but only needed to drive them away slightly and free the supercarrier fleet. Faced with the return of more than 10 conventional fleets from the combined fleet, Sasha made a prompt decision, leaving one fleet to continue intercepting the supercarrier fleet, while the other rushed towards the combined fleet. Fleet collision is not a good thing for both sides. Because warships are precision weapons, the collision of warships of both sides will cause irreparable damage to the warships of both sides regardless of the result. In serious cases, the 2 warships may explode at the moment of collision. Therefore, this fleet confrontation requires a very high psychological endurance from the pilots. And this rare scene of fleet confrontation also made all the spectators watch intently. At the moment when both sides reached the battle distance, they began to lock the attack. With excellent defense capabilities and excellent firepower systems, the Demon-class fleet took the lead and defeated the Vanguard fleet of the Joint Fleet. This also made the vanguard of the Demon-class fleet unstoppable. All the Demon-class heavy interceptors overloaded the afterburners and charged straight forward, and the hideous spikes on the ships began to glow slightly. The powerful thrust made the Demon-class fleet even faster, and then the energy shield began to shrink to the surface of the warship. The highly compressed energy emitted a dazzling blue-gray light, as if the Demon-class was covered with a layer of armor. The moment the two fleets came into contact, the battlefield was silent. The vanguard of the Demon-class fleet, which charged in a cone array, saw the spikes on the warship easily break through the energy shield of the enemy warship after flashing a blue-gray stream of light at the moment of collision, and pierced into the enemy warship like tofu. As a burst of energy from the spikes detonated inside the enemy warship, the explosion from the inside instantly blew the enemy warship into several sections. Then, under the charge of the Demon class, the enemy warship turned into fragments and wreckage, and even the driver could not escape in time. Everything happened in less than a second, so fast that people could not even react. This led to the fact that from the live broadcast of Star Vision universe, after Sasha's fleet rushed into the Joint Fleet, all the enemies it came into contact with were instantly turned into wreckage, and the speed of the Demon-class charge was very fast, and it quickly killed everyone, and behind it was a series of exploding warships and wreckage, which was particularly terrifying. Just one fleet clash, and the morale of the combined fleet was instantly destroyed. They had never seen such an unreasonable fleet. When they saw that the Demon-class fleet changed from the front fleet to the rear fleet and was preparing to clash again, the regular fleets of the dozen combined fleets collapsed and fled in all directions. Looking at the fleet that was fleeing in all directions and could not be pulled back no matter how hard he tried, the commander of the combined fleet showed a bitter smile. It's over. The regular fleet that came back to support was defeated and fled by the Sasha fleet under absolute advantage, and these fleeing warships were fatal to the entire battlefield. It is said that one fleeing soldier can carry away 10, and 10 can carry away 100. The morale of the combined fleet completely collapsed. All orders could no longer be issued. Everyone was desperately fleeing backwards, and the entire battle situation collapsed. Seeing the combined fleet begin to flee, Chelm Solon also directly abandoned the conventional fleet of less value, and only ordered the interceptor ships to intercept the enemy's flagship-level combat power as much as possible. They were too few in number, and it was impossible to intercept them all. Soon, with the combined fleet's command system in chaos, the Dreadnought fleet and more than 20 conventional fleets trapped in the quagmire of the main battlefield were quickly devoured by Chelm Solon, and the super aircraft carrier that had been intercepted by the Demon-class heavy interceptor fleet chose to surrender without hesitation when facing the Sasha main fleet that turned its attention to itself. Chapter 330. The entire supercarrier fleet surrendered. After letting the pilots of these supercarriers eject their warships, Chelm Solon immediately controlled the Sasha fleet to take over the supercarrier fleet. When the only supercarrier fleet that could threaten the Sasha fleet was completely taken over, the Sasha fleet had no more concerns. Chelm Solon immediately ordered the two Demon-class fleets to be mixed with the other main Sasha fleets, and divided them into countless teams to capture the fleeing Joint Fleet. This is all money. How could Chelm Solon let them escape so easily? The scene of the Sasha fleet crushing the enemy in this battle also made everyone in the Star Vision Universal Live room look at each other in bewilderment. After a long time, someone tentatively spoke. Is this warship with a ferocious horn really the technology supported by the Angel civilization to New Eden? Impossible. I have the heavy interceptor of the Angel civilization in service, but it is definitely not as advanced as the heavy interceptor of New Eden. The defense, firepower, and mobility are far superior to warships of the same level, and they can also have such a crushing performance in warship confrontations. This is not a super battleship from some ancient civilization. I'm going to eat shit on my live broadcast. The excellent performance of this Demon-class heavy interceptor fleet on the battlefield is simply blinding everyone's eyes. It is said that there are gains and losses, but this Demon-class performance on the battlefield is simply perfect, without any shortcomings. Some people even compare the active warships of the Angel civilization and the Demon civilization with this Demon-class fleet, and the answer they got was that if the two sides had the same number, the heavy interceptor of New Eden could crush the main battleships of the Angel civilization and the Demon civilization. Coupled with the terrifying iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft that instantly destroyed the Dreadnought fleet, everyone now began to speculate that it was not that New Eden was taking advantage of the Angel civilization, but that the Angel civilization really saw the potential of New Eden. This New Eden must have inherited the legacy of an ancient super civilization, otherwise it would never have so many advanced technologies. The battle was over, and the live broadcast room of Star Vision Universe was also closed. After the live broadcast was closed, business cooperation requests from various star-field civilizations flew into New Eden like snowflakes. They were very envious of such advanced warships and cavalry. This scene also made Shangguan Qianqian, who was temporarily working for Outlaw, smile. This was all money. After asking Sherman for instructions, orders for arms trade were quickly signed, and resources were continuously flowing into New Eden. The entire New Eden industry began to operate at full capacity. As for whether these warships would be reverse-engineered or turned to attack New Eden had never worried about this. If they didn't even have this ability, then these intelligent beings would just have to go back to the furnace and be rebuilt. The booming arms business in New Eden is in contrast to the panic of the civilizations in the Cooper Star region. This time, they were defeated with the power of the entire star region. All the supercarriers surrendered to the enemy, the dreadnought fleet was annihilated, and more than half of the conventional fleets were lost. The original 100 fleets that covered the sky and the sun are now only the remnants of more than 40 conventional fleets. It is impossible to stop New Eden with this fleet alone. Therefore, the entire Cooper Star region's joint fleet was disbanded in an instant, and the early Free Federation was handed over, hoping that New Eden would let them go after severely retaliating against the early Free Federation. But how is this possible? The Sasha fleet, which had an absolute advantage, carried out the Sasha invasion operation on the entire Cooper Star region under the command of Chelm Solon. One Sasha suppression control tower after another was anchored in various star systems, and the entire Cooper Star region was blocked in less than a day. There was a Sasha patrol fleet in each star system, prohibiting all non-New Eden spacecraft from taking off, blocking direct contact between various planets and space stations, and the starry sky of the entire Cooper Star region was controlled by the Sasha fleet. The Cooper Star region had thought about resisting, but the previous battle had broken their backbone. When they finally reassembled the scattered fleet and pulled out the reserve fleet, when the Sasha fleet came to them through induction, several civilizations' fleets turned against them on the spot and surrendered to the Sasha fleet. The act of surrendering to the enemy on the battlefield caused the already fragile alliance to disintegrate again, and the temporary alliance fleet assembled in the Cooper Star region began to surrender to Sasha in an organized manner. At this point, the entire Cooper Star region Starry Sky Sasha fleet had no resistance, and the early Free Federation, which was the main target of the Sasha group's operation, was also given special attention. Cooper Star region, the three major star systems controlled by the early Free Federation, completely fell after the Second Allied forces failed to resist the Sasha fleet. All the space stations in the starry sky were removed one by the Sasha fleet, and the government officials of the early Free Federation also retreated from the space stations to the stars to avoid the liquidation of the Sasha fleet. Because the main material of these interstellar warships is titanium alloy, which is very unstable in the atmosphere and will disintegrate, the Sasha fleet cannot land on the surface of the planet and capture the government officials of the early Free Federation. Knowing that they will die if they are captured by the Sasha fleet, the government officials of the early Free Federation desperately organized ground defense to slow down the attack speed of New Eden, while issuing various messages for help to the outside world, so that the attention of various civilizations in the southern star field turned to them. This method also made the Sasha fleet very difficult. After all, although the early Free Federation had carried out military provocations against New Eden, it did not cause any major losses to New Eden. Chelm Solon could not ignore the reaction of the outside world and directly call on the super flagship fleet to carry out such cruel means as star annihilation against these stubbornly resisting planets. This would put New Eden in a passive position and was not conducive to the development of New Eden. At this time, the Dorit Legion asked Sherman for a fight. It is said that it takes 1,000 days to train an army and only 1 day to deploy it. The Dorit Corps has been trained so far, and Sherman has invested a lot of resources in them. It is time for them to appear. After receiving Sherman's order, 100,000 Dorit warriors immediately set off from the Alpha Star region to the Cooper Star region on a transport ship. They want to use the blood of the enemy to wash away the shame of their majesty. And Sherman also wants to know whether these 100,000 Dorit warriors can bring him a surprise. The future battlefield of New Eden is not only the starry sky, but also the land. The performance of the Dorit Corps this time is very important to New Eden, and it is related to the strategic development of part of New Eden's future. This is crucial. Chapter 331. Although the resistance of the civilizations in the Cooper Star region to New Eden is stubborn, everyone knows that facing the blockade of the Sasha fleet, failure is a matter of time. While the Dorit Corps rushed to the front line of the Cooper Star region, the auction in the free country was also in full swing. This auction not only had hundreds of elite warriors of the Angel civilization, but also one of the 5 princesses of the Angel, which attracted the attention of the entire southern star region and even other star regions. Even Xiaoyu and Deng Tai from Xingshi Universe rushed over without stopping after finishing the battle against New Eden and Cooper Star Region Alliance. Because this auction was deliberately used by the Demon Civilization to attack and provoke the Angel Civilization, the protection was very strict. Outside the free country, Star City, the entire Demon Third Fleet has been assembled, and the surrounding 10 star systems within the jump range are strictly monitored, which also makes the people participating in the auction feel inexplicably relieved. After all, how can they not feel at ease when the entire Demon Third Fleet is here to perform security work? The unreasonable behavior of the Demon Third Fleet also makes the Angels extremely difficult. After all, the Beecher Meteoric Domain is the base camp of the Freedom Camp. The fleet of the Demon Civilization can be exposed unscrupulously, but the Angel Civilization cannot send a fleet to rescue. If the entire Angel Fifth Fleet is pressed forward, the two sides will have a decisive battle, and because it is not fighting at home, the Angel Fifth Fleet will definitely suffer a big loss. It would be useless for the small fleet to go there. After all, the entire Demon Third Fleet was there. It might be destroyed as soon as it appeared, and it would not make any waves. Reason eventually defeated emotion. Vibra Elena ordered the Angel Fifth Fleet to stop moving, and stopped at the border of the Camp Star region. The movement of the Angel Fifth Fleet was also observed by the demons in time. Beeler Saxon sat on the chair with his legs crossed, and couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth when he looked at the latest intelligence. I thought the Angels would really start a decisive battle without caring about anything. Seeing this, a staff officer beside him also responded with a smile. Sir Bill Saxon, the commander of the Fifth Fleet of Angels, is not a short-sighted person, so it is not surprising that he can make such a decision. It's a pity that I made all those arrangements, Bill Saxon said quietly as he looked at the invited guests who had arrived at the soda auction. The foundation of the entire Justice Order and Angel Civilization in the Southern Star Field lies in the Fifth Fleet of Angels, and as the commander, Vibra Elena is naturally not a person who acts on impulse. After seeing that her military threats did not work and the Demon Civilization had moved, she decisively gave up the action and contacted Sherman. The Demon Third Fleet has already blockaded the entire free country and its surrounding galaxies. The Beecher meteor field is now a barrel of explosives that can explode at any time. I can't risk the lives of tens of thousands of people. So, it's up to you next, Vibra Elena said bluntly. Although New Eden has been conducting large-scale combat operations against the Cooper Star Field, she absolutely believes that New Eden has already started to implement the rescue plan for Wang Yan. Sherman was not surprised to hear this. He did not care about other people's affairs. Now, he could understand what Vibra Elena did. How can I let others save my wife? I just hope that if things get out of hand, you can come to cover for me. This time, Ola went there not only to rescue Wang Yan, but also to take revenge on the Freedom Camp. According to Ola's usual style, the consequences of this revenge will not be too small. He is afraid that the current New Eden cannot cover it. You can rest assured about this. As long as the princess can be rescued, I will naturally help you deal with the subsequent impact, Weeble Elena assured confidently. She just couldn't easily step into the Beecher meteor field, a trap that the Freedom Camp had already prepared. If Wang Yan could be brought back by New Eden, they would no longer be so passive. If the demons really want to launch a decisive battle in advance, she will not be afraid. After getting a clear answer, Sherman was very satisfied. Okay, wait for good news from New Eden. Vibra Elena waited for Sherman's good news for 3 whole days. In 3 days, the auctions in the free country have all ended, and all forces have evacuated one after another. Even the third fleet of demons responsible for security has returned to their base. This disappointed the crowd who were expecting a head-on confrontation between the demon civilization and the angel civilization. Because this auction was conducted anonymously, only money was recognized, not people, so who participated in the auction in the end was only known by the demon civilization and the buyer. Now all the participants have left one after another, even the demon third fleet has left, which also proves that the forces of the angel princess, who auctioned off the event, have also evacuated safely, so the demon third fleet can retreat with confidence. On the 4th day, the entire free country has returned to its former tranquility. There is no longer the bustling scene of the past few days, but there are only a few spaceships coming and going from time to time. At this time, a fleet of 20 ships sailed out of the Star City. After coming out of the alley and completing the assembly, they escorted a very luxurious cruise ship like a group of stars surrounding the moon and jumped towards the Star Gate. This scene has happened in the past few days, so everyone is not surprised. But after seeing this fleet, a reconnaissance ship in the subspace tens of thousands of kilometers away from Star City sent information to the main fleet in a very secret way. And Aura, who had been hiding in a Galaxy 1 jump away from the free country Star City for almost 2 weeks, finally opened his eyes, with a cold light in his eyes. Finally out. Although Aura could not break into the network protection center of the free country, it was still easy to get intelligence from the buyer. After all, these intelligent beings are not kidding when they are called the gods of the network world. Therefore, the various measures and tricks taken by the demon civilization and the buyer to ensure safety did not escape Aura's eyes. After all, even the fact that the buyer and seller were the third fleet of the demons could not be hidden from Aura, so what else could be hidden? When the target appeared, the rapid response fleet that had been lurking in the subspace jumped out of the subspace and jumped towards the Stargate. The fleet was like a black and white river flowing quickly in the starry sky, which was very beautiful. Chapter 332. When the fleet patrolling the Stargate of the Freedom Camp detected this fleet of unknown origin, they were alarmed and quickly reported to the command center. But the next second they found that the communication equipment on their warships had been paralyzed. Not to mention contacting the command center, they couldn't even contact the teammates' warships not far away. But before he realized that something was wrong and prepared to retreat, he saw a black and white torrent quickly submerge him. In less than 10 seconds, this patrol team was quickly annihilated by Aura. Then, Aura led the quick reaction fleet to quickly take over the work of this fleet and firmly control the 2 Stargates of the galaxy. But one is for protection, and the other is for killing. When the fleet carrying Wang Yin passed through the Stargate hyperspace and came to the other side, looking at the fleet sprayed with the New Eden logo, his heart was mixed with mixed feelings. Then its escort fleet quickly rushed towards the New Eden fleet, trying to buy time for the cruise ship carrying Wang Yin and other angels to enter the subspace and leave. But how could Aura give them such an opportunity? At the beginning, he controlled several Marshall-class and Pacifier-class ships to lock the luxury cruise ship and perform jump scrambling, firmly controlling it and not giving it a chance to escape. Because this was in the hinterland of the free camp, Aura did not want to entangle, and directly used the Doomsday weapon on the Marshall-class to blast the convoy that was trying to approach into pieces. Seeing the convoy around them being quickly destroyed, the people on the luxury cruise ship quickly calmed down from the panic state and began to shout to Aura, "Sir, I know your purpose this time is for these angels on this ship. Let me go. I swear on the honor of the devil, I will release these angels intact when I am safe." Lansgong had just inherited his father's position as the Demon Duke, and he didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing on his first trip as the Demon Duke. He never thought that such an enemy fleet would appear quietly in the hinterland, and it was the fleet that was considered the most unlikely New Eden. If he had known this, he would not have agreed to help Burrell Saxon, and would have gone home without joining in the fun. Now, the 30 or so elite soldiers he had carefully selected from the third fleet of demons, as guards could not last more than 10 seconds in front of this terrifying black and white fleet. Now it was a dead end. He knew that the only way to survive now was the dozens of angels in his cargo hold, and he had to seize them. Hearing this, Ola showed disdain. "Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me now? There are 33 angels in my cabin, one of whom is the Princess of Angels, and the reason you risked your life to sneak in here is also for them, right? Now they can only choose to believe me. After all, the lives of these angels are in my hands. You have no choice." Lansgong spoke to Aura clearly, and then added, "Don't even think about rescuing these angels from the cargo hold after destroying my spaceship, because the hibernation pods of these angels are connected to the CNC center of my spaceship. If the spaceship explodes, the bombs installed in these angels' hibernation pods will also explode." Looking at Lansgong, who regained his confidence while speaking, Aura smiled. "So, I can only agree to your conditions?" "Yes." Lansgong looked at Aura, whose tone was relaxed, and said seriously, "I swear on the reputation of the devil and the reputation of my title of the Devil Grand Duke for thousands of years that after letting me go, these angels will not return to the angel civilization safely." Aura curled her lips in disdain for Lansgong's oath. "I believe you will fulfill your promise. But sorry, New Eden only believes in its own strength and never puts the future above the promises of others. Although this demon civilization has done many bad things, to be honest, the credibility of these demons is the same as that of angels, and they are all trustworthy. However, as Aura said, New Eden will never put its future above the promises of others." As soon as the voice fell, Ollie waved his hand lightly, and several Marshall-class Black Special Forces ships rushed up to surround Lansgong's luxury cruise ship. When one of the marshals launched a strong electronic interference on the luxury cruise ship, Lansgong's communication equipment was shut down again under the high-intensity electronic interference shielding. Then, as Lansgong watched in fear, he saw the guns of the other two Marshall-class warships fire a nearly 100-meter-long light blade, which began to cut his spaceship bit by bit. Because the energy of the warship had been completely destroyed by the Marshall-class electronic warfare kit, its energy shield could not be continuously restored. The two 100-meter-long light blades easily penetrated the thin energy shield and cut the hull. Alarm! Alarm! The energy shield has been penetrated. Alarm! Alarm! The armor plate has been penetrated. Alarm! Alarm! The hull structure is disintegrating. The alarms made Lansgong completely desperate. No matter how he shouted, Aura did not reply to him. There were only more and more urgent alarms. Listening to the alarms, the sound of the two light blades dismembering the warship seemed to be in his ears, which made him shudder and his eyes were bloodshot. Since you don't want me to live, let these angels be buried with me. Then, Lansgong, with a crazy look on his face, pressed the self-destruct button. He wanted to let these 33 angels be buried with him. However, after pressing the self-destruct button, the spacecraft did not count down after the self-destruct command was confirmed, and there was only the urgent alarm sounding. Looking at Lansgong with a stunned look, Aura's face did not change. Just kidding. With the cooperation of the Marshall-level electronic kit and his intelligent life, he still couldn't cut off the self-destruct program. Then he really could go back to the furnace and rebuild. The transition from frantically begging for death to frantically begging for mercy only took a moment, because the feeling of slowly waiting for death to come was enough to drive anyone crazy. Aura had carefully controlled the two Marshall-class light blades to dismember and cut the luxury yacht. In a short while, a nearly 500-meter-long luxury cruise ship was cut into pieces. After carefully separating its container warehouse, Aura first shielded and dismantled the bombs in the dormant cabin that controlled the angels, and then transferred these angels one by one to the Marshall-class cabin. Afterwards, after confirming that Wang Yan was also among them, Aura immediately ordered the pacifier class in another galaxy to start secret induction, and the fleet quickly evacuated through hyperspace jump. Only the scattered debris around the Stargate and a Demon Duke struggling in the space environment after his life support device was destroyed were left behind. Chapter 333. Bang! In the command room of the Free Country, Star City, Burrell Saxon threw the wine glass on the table to the ground. Such a terrible incident happened in his own hinterland. A demon archduke was tortured to death. In addition, many fleets and various baggage fleets were severely damaged in just an hour. The entire galaxy lost 3 large baggage fleets in less than an hour, and the patrol team on the protection mission was wiped out. This loss was nothing for the Demon Third Fleet, but it was a naked shame. He had just auctioned off the angels, and now this incident had occurred, and the angel princess had been rescued. This had instantly turned the public opinion against the angel civilization that he had worked so hard to create into his own, and he had suffered the consequences. How could Bill Saxon accept this? The third fleet of demons must return along the same route and block the entire Beecher meteor field. We must annihilate all these arrogant people here. Yes! The commotion that New Eden had made in the Beecher meteor field was so big that even if the demon civilization wanted to conceal it, it could not. The news that the angel princess had been rescued and a demon duke had been exiled to space and tortured to death was quickly spread. This made Burrell Saxon even more furious, and he immediately ordered the Freedom Camp to gather the coalition forces to attack the Alpha North Fortress. The Black Flag Legion, which had completed its rest, immediately went to the Beta Star region to prepare for revenge. The revenge of the demon civilization came extremely quickly. Of course, New Eden had already prepared for the revenge of the demon civilization. The Alpha North Fortress, because Chelm Solan's fleet went to suppress the Kubo Star region and annihilated most of its remaining interstellar forces, the next task was handed over to the Mod Corps, and they soon returned to the Alpha North Fortress for defense. The enemy's interstellar forces in the Kubo Star field are now only a few small cats and dogs. Next, we only need to blockade the Kubo Star field and wait for the Dorit Legion to slowly capture the planets that are still resisting. This kind of blockade mission is enough for the Mod Corps. Most importantly, because the Mod Corps' warships are missiles, they can provide ultra-long-range fire support for the Dorit Legion in the planetary orbit. Unlike the laser weapons of the Sasha warships, which are restricted to the ground, the Mod Corps and the Dorit Legion can still cooperate tactically. So after handing over the mission to the Mod Corps, Chelm Solan happily returned to the Alpha North Fortress with his fleet. What could be happier than having a new combat mission right after a battle? The attack of the Freedom Camp came very quickly. When Chelm Solon returned to the North Fortress with the main fleet, 2 or 3 battles had already been fought, and the entire North Fortress was filled with smoke. The space outside the Star City was piled with large pieces of warship wreckage and countless cold corpses. The intensity of the battle can be imagined. "Is the Freedom Camp crazy?" Chelm Solon said with a slight twitch of his lips. From the battlefield, the Freedom Camp really spent a lot of money this time and launched a strong attack on the northern fortress, otherwise there would not be such a tragic scene. In the previous attack, the Freedom Camp sent 10 conventional fleets and 3 dreadnought fleets to directly attack the northern fortress, but they were also repelled by the lightning chain of Star City and the standing shadow iron cavalry. But this time, the Freedom Camp assembled 13 dreadnought fleets, 2 super aircraft carrier fleets, and 30 conventional main fleets, which made me a little stressed. Bakara Lever reported the current situation to Chelm Solon while laughing happily. Because of the battle in the Kubo Star Field, Chelm Solon took away the other 2 Sasha officials and left him to garrison in the northern fortress. He thought he could only watch, but he didn't expect the Freedom Camp to suddenly gather heavy troops to attack the northern fortress, which made him very happy. At the beginning, he took the fleet out to fight and defeated the conventional fleet on the opposite side, but later the Freedom Camp did not give him another chance. It directly sent the dreadnought fleet to cover the conventional fleet without any martial ethics, and did not entangle with him, but directly launched an attack on the northern fortress. Because all of Sasha's flagship-level forces were taken away by Chelm Solon, he now only had the conventional fleet in his hands. He had no choice but to send the conventional fleet to harass the enemy, while controlling the defense measures of Star City, to carry out targeted elimination. Fortunately, this time the Freedom Camp seemed to be bloodthirsty, and fought to the death. This made him very happy. The lightning chain of Star City could hit more than a dozen dreadnoughts at a time, and the power of the fixed turrets and stand-up missile launchers was also very impressive. He repelled the 3 large-scale attacks of the Freedom Camp and killed countless enemies. Correspondingly, the standing shadow cavalry of Star City was consumed very quickly, with less than 1/3 left. Several lightning chain launchers were also paralyzed under multiple high-intensity launches, and now only 2 can be used. Facing this large-scale attack from the Freedom Camp, if Chelm Solon does not bring his fleet to defend, he can only call on the Gusta's super flagship or the Killing Angel super flagship, otherwise the northern fortress will not be able to defend with its own strength. After quickly summarizing the intelligence, Chelm Solon fell into deep thought. Now the demon civilization has invested a lot of money to improve the strength of the Free Camp fleet by more than 1 level. Except for the lack of the big killer like Titan, it has everything. This has rapidly expanded the strength of the Free Camp, and even the fleet strength of the Sasha group has fallen into a disadvantage. Just when Chelm Solon was thinking about how to repel the Free Camp, Mu Union came to the North Fortress. "Why are you here?" Looking at Mu Union's 2 ponytails bouncing around, Chelm Solon couldn't help but rub her hair while asking. Mu Union moved her hands away from her head in dissatisfaction, but after feeling the force on her head, she immediately gave up struggling and said helplessly, "The commander ordered me to bring the Killing Angel super flagship to assist you." Hearing this, Chelm Solon frowned slightly, not because he had any opinion on Sherman's command, but because he was a little worried about the situation in the Betelgeuse Star field. "What about the Betelgeuse Star region?" "The Betelgeuse Star region?" Mu Union shuddered as she thought of the Emma Empire, which had changed so much in just 3 months. "The Betelgeuse Star region doesn't need me at all now. The Emma Empire can handle it on its own." Afterwards, Sherman also issued an order to Chelm Solon. Order: Sasha Group and Angel Enterprise Consortium immediately defeat the enemy from the north, and counterattack Beecher Meteor region as much as possible to buy time and opportunity for Aura to evacuate. Only when there is chaos, Aura, who is being chased by the Devil's Third Fleet, will have a chance to withdraw. Yes. Chapter 334. After Sherman's order was issued, Chelm Solon and Mu Union immediately accepted it. After Sherman hung up the call, Chelm Solon immediately clenched his fists excitedly, with a look of joy on his face. You know, it's not that their Sasha group has no strength to defend the bitch meteoric domain, but they can only passively defend due to the needs of New Eden. Apart from sending a small force to enter its rear to fight a little, there is not much action. Now that the order to counterattack has finally been issued, they have nothing to worry about, and can counterattack the bitch meteoric domain. How can she not be excited? Looking at Mu Union, who was still simulating the joint operations of the 2 fleets, Chelm Solon showed a wicked smile on his face, then hugged Mu Union and kissed her hard. "Little sister, you are really my lucky star." 10 minutes later, Mu Union wiped the saliva on her face helplessly, looked at Chelm Solon, who was still excited, and said, "Sister Chelm, Don't be excited anymore, let's think about how we can cooperate. After all, one is a genuine super flagship fleet, and the other is a super aircraft carrier mixed fleet. The tactics and methods of the two sides are very different. If they want to cooperate perfectly, they need to make a complete plan. Regarding this, Chelmsolin waved his hand nonchalantly, his eyes slightly bloodshot as he said, "There is no need to make any plans. The Freedom Camp now only has 2 super aircraft carrier fleets and 13 dreadnought fleets that pose a greater threat to us. We just need to push them forward with absolute force. I don't believe how strong these fleets formed temporarily by the Freedom Camp can be. After all, not every force is New Eden, and as long as there are warships, they can instantly exert the full strength of the warships. Although the Demon Civilization has invested heavily in adding supercarriers and dreadnought fleets to the Freedom faction fleets that attack the Northern Fortress, can they really bring out the full strength of these supercarriers? It is estimated that it is good enough to be able to start basic combat. It is simply wishful thinking to expect them to have any tactical coordination. Now that the Sasha Group and the Angel Enterprise have joined forces, except that the number of dreadnought fleets is less than that of the enemy, the others are crushing, especially under the Shadow Cavalry of the Sky Blade Titan and the Soul Revenant Supercarrier. These dreadnought fleets are just targets. No conspiracy can compare to the pleasure of directly pushing forward with absolute strength. Listening to Chelmsolin's words, Mu Yunyan nodded belatedly. When do we start the action? There is no time to lose. Let's set off now. While the Freedom Camp is still assembling its fleet, we will catch them off guard. Okay. It is said that offense is the best defense. As long as they defeat the Freedom Camp, the crisis of the Northern Fortress will naturally be resolved. And they did so. When the fleet of the Freedom Camp was still gathering, the Sasha fleet and the Killing Angel super flagship lured the Freedom Camp into the battlefield one after another, catching the Freedom Camp off guard. Facing the Killing Angel super flagship, the 2 super aircraft carrier fleets of the Freedom Camp were hit by a round of doomsday volleys from the Sky Blade Titans before they could start to play a role. Then the Shadow Iron Cavalry of the Sasha Soul Returner super aircraft carrier formation also quickly appeared and attacked them. After this set of processes, one of the 2 super aircraft carrier fleets of the Freedom Camp was gone, and the remaining one was also in chaos. Especially when the doomsday of one of the Sky Blade Titans was aimed at its commander. When the commander turned into ashes under the doomsday, the command system of the entire Freedom Camp was paralyzed. The commander died, and the Sky Blade Titan launched a doomsday as soon as it appeared, which completely collapsed the fleet of the Freedom Camp. Its original formation became very chaotic, and there was no order. However, the situation here was soon known to Burrell Saxon, who took over the command without hesitation, without giving the various civilizations that made up the fleet a chance to react, and immediately contacted every driver through the background of the battleship. After revealing his identity to these pilots, he transferred the command of the entire fleet to his own hands through coercion and inducement, and the fleet began to counterattack New Eden in an organized manner. Seeing the Freedom faction fleet quickly recover from the chaotic state and start to counterattack them in a systematic manner, within just a few minutes, Chelmsolin couldn't help but exclaimed. I saw that these Freedom faction's dreadnought fleets quickly restored order, and began to line up to counterattack the Sasha dreadnought fleet that was frantically firing at their regular fleet. Because of the close distance, and the fact that there were too many Freedom faction dreadnoughts, the Sasha dreadnought fleet was hit hard in an instant. Seeing this situation, how could Chelmsolin not see that the command system of the Freedom Camp had been restored? Seeing her own dreadnought fleet rapidly reduced in number under the concentrated fire of more than a dozen dreadnought fleets, Chelmsolin had no expression on her face, but ordered the interceptor ships to intercept these dreadnoughts. After she cleared out the few remaining super aircraft carrier fleets of the Freedom Camp, and the threat of her own super flags, she had plenty of ways to deal with these dreadnought fleets. Because New Eden was very cautious, and did not put the super flagship within the range of the Freedom Camp, only 3 Sashas strafed the dreadnought fleet in order to attract firepower and strafe the enemy's conventional fleet, so they were exposed to the range of their dreadnought fleets. Therefore, casualties of the Sasha dreadnought fleet were inevitable, but even when facing an enemy that was several times larger than itself, the Sasha dreadnought fleet was still not afraid, and took the gunfire to strafe the conventional fleet of the Freedom Camp. This desperate fighting style made the conventional fleet, which was originally the largest in number, become smaller than the dreadnought fleet in a short period of time. Chelmsolin ordered the Sasha dreadnought fleet to attack only the conventional fleet of the Freedom Camp, and did not counterattack the enemy's dreadnought fleet group, because the 3 Sasha dreadnought fleets were equipped with strafe guns. Although these strafe guns were very threatening to conventional warships, They were somewhat powerless against the thick-skinned and thick-fleshed big guys like dreadnoughts. If there really was a dreadnought duel, even if Sasha's dreadnought had better defense than the free camp's dreadnought, it would not be able to make up for the gap in firepower between the two sides, and Sasha would definitely suffer a great loss. So Chelmsolin just let Sasha's dreadnought fleet fire at the enemy's conventional fleet, effectively killing the enemy's manpower. After all, her dreadnought fleet was a consumable that could be replenished at any time, but the pilots of the free camp could not be replenished in a short time. Chelmsolin said that the other party was right to want to compete with her in consumption. In fact, the three Sasha dreadnought fleets were almost completely wiped out after destroying the enemy's conventional fleets within the surrounding range. But the super aircraft carrier fleet of the Freedom Camp was also completely eaten up by Chelmsolin and Mu Yunyin. Then both sides turned around and focused their attention on the Freedom Camp dreadnought fleet that had activated the module, and was covered and restricted by various interception force fields. Facing the New Eden super flagship fleet that was out of its range and began to attack its own dreadnought fleet, Bill Saxon knew that no matter how good his command was, he could not stop New Eden. Chapter 335. When Sasha's supercarrier mixed fleet and the Killing Angel super flagship fleet resolved the Free Camp's supercarrier fleet, the outcome of the battle was already decided. When the Free Camp's dreadnought fleet was trapped in place by the Interceptor, facing the Sky Blade Titan and Soul Revenant supercarrier that were attacking them crazily out of range, they could only roar in impotence and rage. In order to avoid casualties, Chelmsolin and Mu Yunyin did not choose to send the remaining dreadnought fleet to fight back and resolve the battle as soon as possible, in addition to sending the Interceptor, but chose to use Titans and supercarriers to clear them out in turn. Although the efficiency is a little slower, it is safer and reduces unnecessary losses. Facing the sudden and steady play of New Eden, Bill Saxon knew that he had no chance unless he sent the third fleet of demons over. Actually, it was impossible. Because the third fleet of demons was not only chasing the lunatics, who were blocking their hinterland and committing major crimes, but also confronting the fifth fleet of angels, who had already arrived at the border of the Omega Star region. Once he dared to send the third fleet of demons to attack the fleet of New Eden, he had no doubt that Vibralena would seize the opportunity to open a bigger breakthrough, which would be even more unprofitable. Order: the super flagship fleet will be transferred to the K-14 Galaxy for garrison. Let the Black Flag Corps conduct combat operations against the Beta Star field as soon as possible. The K-14 Galaxy has a special geographical location. The super flagship fleet is located here, and can jump to the border of the Alpha Star field and the border of the Omega Star field at any time, so both directions can be taken care of. And Bill Saxon's meaning is also very clear, that is, to warn New Eden not to push too far, otherwise don't blame him for the super flag riding on the face. Similarly, after the capture and occupation of the Jelly Galaxy at home, Chelmsolin and Mu Yunyin took the time to garrison and build an anchored military fortress. They want to build the Jelly Galaxy into a bridgehead for attacking the Beecher Meteor region. The most important thing is that they captured the Jelly Galaxy in order to meet Aura's quick response fleet. The Black Hidden Special Forces fleet led by Aura can perform hyperspace jumps like the flagship, so as long as they capture the Jelly Galaxy, they can hyperspace jump in and quickly evacuate back to the Alpha Star region as long as Aura reaches the right position. This was also the plan that Aura and Sherman had made at the beginning. However, both Aura and Sherman greatly underestimated the reaction of the demons. After the raid, Aura evacuated with his fleet, but he underestimated Burrell Saxon's reaction to the incident. After the incident was exposed, Burrell Saxon immediately blocked the entire Beecher Stream Central constellation. Not only was the Stargate blocked, but anti-induction facilities were also activated for all galaxies in the entire constellation. The space in the entire constellation was reinforced, and even Aura could not make long-distance hyperspace jumps, and could only make short-distance hyperspace jumps between galaxies. The original plan to evacuate directly after rescuing Wang Yin was also forced to be interrupted. Now Aura can only hide in the subspace with the fleet and look for an opportunity to evacuate. Facing the cunning Aura, Burrell Saxon was not in a hurry. After all, as long as the third fleet of demons continued to blockade, he would sooner or later seize the opportunity to catch these daring guys in one fell swoop. He could fail countless times, but as long as the opponent made a mistake once, he would be finished. But now New Eden has broken through the defense line and occupied the Jelly Galaxy, the bridgehead for attacking the Alpha Star field, which provided a place for this unknown Black Hidden Special Service fleet to respond. He must hurry up. Then, Bill Saxon gave the order to the Demon Third Fleet. Order: The Void Demon fleet will set out immediately and prepare to annihilate this daring Black Hidden Special Service fleet. Yes, the Void Demon fleet and the Dark Angel fleet of the Angel 5th Fleet are both rare Black Hidden Special Service fleets in the Southern Star region. Some time ago, the Void Demon fleet set a trap, led the Dark Angel fleet into the trap, and joined forces with the main fleet of the Demon 3rd Fleet to cripple this old opponent. After that incident, only 1/10 of the entire Dark Angel fleet survived, and Wang Yan, the captain of the Dark Angel fleet, was actually captured in this way. Wang Yan's mission to other civilizations was fake, and the real reason was to use this name to attack the Freedom Camp, but he didn't expect that all this was planned by Burrell Saxon. It can only be said that the devil is always stronger than the enemy, and Wang Yan's defeat was not unfair. So in the face of this Black Hidden Special Forces fleet of New Eden, Burrell Saxon could only send out his Void Demon fleet. As long as it is expelled from the subspace, everything will be easy. The battles in the subspace are much more intense and complicated than those in the main space. Because of the special nature of the subspace, ordinary warships can only use some means to open a point-to-point subspace channel and perform hyperspace jumps. After entering the subspace, they can only perform very slow cruising movements at best. Special warships such as the Black Hidden Special Service ship and the reconnaissance ship are not included in this list. After entering the subspace with the help of secret equipment, they can also move freely in it and jump, appearing behind the enemy without anyone noticing. To deal with the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet, in addition to anti-stealth building equipment like Sasha's suppression console, there are better ways. The Void Demon class Black Hidden Special Forces fleet, the complete form of the devil, is specially designed to counter the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet. So in addition to the functions that the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet should have, it also has an anti-stealth function that can track the enemy in the subspace. And this is also the reason why this upgraded version of the Void Demon class has become the main Black Hidden Special Forces fleet of the Demon civilization. According to the classification, the Void Demon class of the Demon 3rd Fleet should be classified as the second generation of the Black Hidden Special Service ship, which is one generation higher than the Dark Angel class prepared by the Angel 5th Fleet. This is very fatal. So after the Dark Angel fleet was attacked, Weibel Elena not only reported the news of Wang Yan's capture, but also sent this news back to the Angel civilization. Technology is something that will cost countless people their lives if it is one step behind, so the Angels immediately started researching it after receiving this news. The Angels just lack a research direction. Now that the Demons have pointed out the direction for the Angels' second generation Black Hidden Special Forces ships will come out faster. Compared to Burrell Saxon's confidence in his Void Demon fleet, Aura looked at the Marshall class equipped with a rapid deployment kit and smiled without saying a word. Chapter 336. Rapid Deployment Kit and Electronic Warfare Kit. These are the two killer features of the Marshall class. The former has strong maneuverability and can directly jump to the hyperspace as long as there is a space marker, without the need for secret guidance like other Black Special Forces ships. If it weren't for the fact that this Demon super large-scale anti-guidance device was a bit weird, making the space in the entire constellation very solid, making it impossible to make long-distance hyperspace jumps, otherwise Aura would have left long ago. As for the Electronic Warfare Kit, it is a kit that is biased towards combat. The Marshall class equipped with the Electronic Warfare Kit can become a combination of a logistics ship and an electronic jamming ship. The shipborne anti-stealth function of the Void Demon class is also one of the functions of this Electronic Warfare Kit. For example, why Aura was able to monitor Wang Yan's Dark Angel fleet arriving in the Alpha Star region is also for this reason. If you really want to calculate, the Marshall class of New Eden is far ahead of the Void Demon class of the Demon by 1 or 2 generations. It can't be said that it can be crushed, but the pressure will not be great after the battle. And this is indeed the case. When Burrell Saxon's order was issued, the Void Demon fleet immediately rushed to the galaxy where Aura was hiding. After arriving at the galaxy, it entered the subspace, and then activated the anti-stealth device to find Aura's location. The operation of the Void Demon level anti-stealth device is actually to search for warship signals in the subspace, and then jump its own warships there. Because of the insolubility of the subspace and the main space, if there is something at the overlap of the main space and the subspace, the warships in the subspace will be forcibly thrown out. Therefore, the Void Demon fleet only needs to get close to a certain distance in the subspace, and the warships of both sides will be immediately exposed from the subspace, and then Aura's quick response fleet will no longer be able to hide. As for the actions of the Void Demon fleet, Aura can clearly detect it through the Marshall level, but there is no better way to contain it. Because the Marshall-level electronic warfare kit does not have the function of shielding signals in the subspace, even if Aura keeps dodging, it will not be a problem, and it will collide sooner or later. It seems that after I go back, I will have to stay in the research institute for a while, Aura said helplessly, as he looked at the Void Demon fleet that had been nipping at his heels, and was only a little away from breaking through his subspace invisibility. It was absolutely impossible to go on like this. He had to find a way to kill these dogskin plasters behind him. Aura's face became solemn, and then he led the fleet quietly to the deep space in the galaxy. The Void Demon fleet's jump activity in the subspace was also quickly detected by the Void Demon fleet, and it quickly captured the relevant signals and followed the jump. Can this Black Hidden Special Forces fleet detect us? Nathaniel Benson frowned as he looked at the enemy fleet that had already jumped away on the operation table of his warship. Then he shook his head firmly. His Void Demon fleet was one generation higher than the Angels. How could this New Eden have a technology higher than the Angel civilization? It can only be said that the commander of this fleet was cautious after all, so he kept changing positions. But after chasing more than a dozen positions in a row, Nathaniel Benson's patience was also worn out. This New Eden's Black Hidden Special Forces fleet is really like a child with ADHD, never idle for a moment. Every time he led the fleet to jump over, the opponent had already made the next round of jumps. Moreover, the opponent's warship's jump speed was faster than his own warships, so he could never catch up. Just when he was about to send only a small force to track, he suddenly found on the warship's instrument that the New Eden's Black Hidden fleet finally stopped in a subspace, only retaining the normal cruising speed, and not jumping. Nathaniel Benson was overjoyed. He immediately led his fleet to jump over, and called other fleets that were blocking the galaxy to prepare. As long as he knocked the fleet of New Eden out of the subspace, he would directly trap it and annihilate them. As for whether there is martial virtue or not, it is nonsense. As long as he can win and reduce his own casualties, that is the best tactic. He will not make any arrogant mistakes. However, listening to the silent communication channel, Nathaniel Benson frowned, but he didn't care. After all, this subspace is full of various space storms, and it is normal to occasionally interfere with the communication of the main space. It is not too late to notify the main fleet after the jump to the location. But when he led the fleet to jump to the target location, when the warship began to slow down and before landing, he saw that the fleet of New Eden had jumped out of the subspace and was ready to assemble. No, they are going to run. Looking at the New Eden hidden fleet that had already jumped out of the subspace, Nathaniel Benson looked a little embarrassed, and immediately led the fleet to jump out of the subspace to keep the other party. Because hyperspace jumps cannot be performed in the subspace, it can only be done by jumping to the main space and then opening a subspace channel. So when Nathaniel Benson saw Aura leading the fleet out of the subspace and began to assemble, his first reaction was that the other party was going to run away. As for whether the other party would take the initiative to engage in battle, he didn't believe it at all. After all, not to mention that the number of warships on both sides was similar, and he was fighting at home. In addition to his own fleet, this galaxy also had the main fleet of the Demon Third Fleet. If the other party really took the initiative to engage in battle, he would laugh so hard that he would wake up at night. However, when he led the fleet to jump to a position not far from the fleet of New Eden, he detected the terrifying high-energy reaction on the other side's warship before he could take action, and his face turned very pale. Retreat! Nathaniel Benson's shout was destined to not cause any waves in the fleet channel that had been blocked by electronic interference. Ola was seen controlling the Marshall-class Black Hidden Special Service ship and giving Nathaniel Benson's Void Demon fleet a big gift in a one-on-one manner. The scorching energy beam streaked across the starry sky and hit the enemy's hull fiercely, and then its energy shield and external deck were pierced in an instant. The warship was directly penetrated, and then a secondary explosion occurred. With one doomsday salvo, only 1/10 of the Void Demon fleet that was chasing them survived, and Nathaniel Benson was killed in the first place. Without a leader, the remaining warships opened the subspace to escape. But how could Aura give them a chance? He immediately controlled the warships to control the remaining Void Demon fleet, and then concentrated fire, and concentrated fire again. Under the sudden attack of the doomsday weapons, the entire battle ended in less than 5 minutes. Aura knew that this electronic blockade could not delay much time, so after the battle, he only picked up some relatively intact wreckage and took the fleet back into the subspace to hide. Chapter 337. Impossible. How could this New Eden's Black Hidden fleet destroy my Void Demon fleet? Faced with such a battle report, Burrell Saxon felt it was impossible. His Void Demon fleet was not a waste, and its commander Nathaniel Benson was known for his steadiness. Moreover, it was fighting at home, and even if it couldn't win, it could call on other fleets for support. How could it be completely annihilated? It was simply ridiculous. Sir Burrell Saxon, although it is unbelievable, the wreckage of the battlefield and the remains of many Void Demon fleets cannot deceive people. The Void Demon fleet has been completely annihilated. The staff officer projected the video footage of the battlefield onto the screen of the conference room. The wreckage was scattered all over the ground, with broken pieces of warships and many bodies mixed in. The scene was extremely tragic. Looking at the marks on the wreckage of these warships and the number of wreckage, Burrell Saxon could not believe it, but the evidence of the destruction of the Void Demon fleet was here, so he could not help but believe it. Burrell Saxon closed his eyes, and after a while, when he opened his eyes again, his emotions had returned to calm. Tell me the results of the battlefield restoration simulation. Yes. Since the results are here, he would like to see how his elite troops were destroyed in such a short time. Afterwards, the combat staff officer summarized the traces left on the battlefield and the intelligence of the Galaxy combat forces, and then conducted a battlefield restoration simulation. At 11:30, the 6th Squadron, which was carrying out the blockade mission, detected hundreds of high-energy reactions in the galaxy, and immediately began to contact the Void Demon fleet, but at that time the communication system of the entire galaxy was severely interfered. After failing to contact the Void Demon fleet, the 6th Squadron used combat probes to scan the deep space of the galaxy. At 11:35, the 6th Squadron successfully completed the positioning and led the fleet to the battlefield, but at this time, only the wreckage of the Void Demon fleet remained on the battlefield. The New Eden fleet had disappeared and returned to the subspace to hide. It can be inferred that after New Eden noticed the pursuit of the Void Demon fleet, it set a trap to lure the Void Demon fleet out, and then first used doomsday weapons to destroy most of the Void Demon fleet's forces, and then completely eliminated the Void Demon fleet with its absolute advantage. In addition, it used some unknown method to conduct short-term electronic interference in the entire galaxy, which cut off the communication between the Void Demon fleet and the 6th Squadron, which was also the reason why the Void Demon fleet did not receive timely support. The whole battle was clean and neat, and it was completed in just 5 minutes. The strength of this New Eden's Black Hidden Special Forces fleet should not be underestimated. Because the battle was very hasty from beginning to end, or it did not have time to eliminate the traces on the battlefield, so it was not difficult for the demons to guess the beginning and end of this battle based on these traces. Order the Demon Third Fleet to tightly seal the entire central constellation, the super flagship fleet to be on combat duty 24 hours a day, and all galaxies to induce preparations. I want to turn this Black Hidden Fleet into ashes at the end of the world, Burrell Saxon said viciously. Now his only Void Demon fleet used to counter the Black Hidden Fleet has been completely wiped out. The only way now is to continue to blockade the entire constellation. As long as the anti-stealth equipment is repaired, it will be the end of the Black Hidden Fleet of New Eden. Yes. The combat staff received the order and left. After everyone left, Burrell Saxon slammed the table hard, and a low roar echoed in the combat meeting room for a long time. On the other hand, after destroying the Void Demon fleet, Ola's situation was only slightly better. Facing the blockade of the entire Demon Third Fleet, he had no way to evacuate. Ora knew that if he continued like this, once the demons found a countermeasure, he would not be able to evacuate safely even if he had all the means. If it was just a simple combat mission, Ora could have led the fleet to make a mess in the Beecher Meteor region without restraint, and contain the Freedom Camp and the Demon Third Fleet for the front line. If they failed to fight, they would be annihilated. In a month, this fast counterfleet will be able to appear on the battlefield again and shine for New Eden. But now it is different. Ora's main task is to send Wang Yin back safely, and the combat mission is secondary. With these concerns, Ora was restrained and not very satisfied. If Ora wanted to evacuate safely, he would need to transfer the Demon Third Fleet. As for how to transfer it, it would depend on the Bailey Star region. Now the Sasha Group has opened a breakthrough in the Alpha North Fortress, and the Angel Fifth Fleet is also stationed on the border of the Omega Star region. Now the super flagship fleet of Burrell Saxon is stationed in the K-14 galaxy, which can provide support to the battlefields in both directions at any time. But if the direction of the Beta Star field is also breached, the super flagship fleet of Burrell Saxon will not be able to take care of it. At that time, they only need to put enough pressure. Even if they only let the Third Fleet of the Devil disperse some troops, then Ora can seize the opportunity to evacuate. So Ora immediately contacted Sherman, hoping that Sherman could make some noise in the Beta Star field. After hearing Ora's request, Sherman also hurriedly contacted Jamil Salam, who was in charge of the Beta Star field. Jamil Salam, there is a very urgent large-scale combat mission now. Can the Emma Empire take it? Sherman's style is like this. He asked Jamil Salam directly, without beating around the bush. It has only been a little over 3 months since the Emma Empire was unlocked. In addition, the Emma Empire is not like the pirate forces such as Sasha or Gusta's group. They only need warships to form a fleet at any time. The pilots of the Emma Empire are living people, not unconscious semi-mechanical clones controlled by officials. They need to be trained and run in. In response to Sherman's question, Jamil Salam's eyes lit up, and he saluted Sherman and assured him, at present, the Imperial Crusade has been basically built and can fight for New Eden and for the commander at any time. After Jamil Salam led the Emma Empire to the Beta Star field, Sherman handed over all the industrial complexes in New Eden to her, and even only 5 of the socio-engineering complexes that could build super flagships were left, and the others were unanchored and handed over to Jamil Salam. It is hoped that the Emma Empire can build its own fleet in the shortest time. With Sherman's full support, Jamil Salam lived up to expectations and formed the Imperial Crusade in just 3 months. Chapter 338. The Imperial Crusades and the Imperial Navy are the 2 major military organizations of the Emma Empire in Jamil Salam's plan. The former is used for expeditionary combat missions, while the latter is the most important cornerstone of the Emma Empire's power. Because the construction of the Imperial Navy requires countless resources, and it is impossible to build it with the current population of the Emma Empire, coupled with the current overall external expansion strategy of New Eden, Jamil Salam first established the Imperial Crusades. With the industrial support of New Eden and the huge resources left by the Beta Federation, the formation of the Imperial Crusaders was very smooth. In less than half a month, the 6 legions under the Imperial Crusaders had been basically formed, and another 6 legions were also being formed. And each of these legions is a complete super flagship fleet. Therefore, in just over 3 months, the Emma Empire now has a full 6 super flagship fleets. You know, the total number of super flagship fleets of the Demon Third Fleet is only this number. That is to say, the number of super flagship fleets of the Emma Empire is now equal to that of the Demon Third Fleet and the Angel Fifth Fleet. Together, with Augusta's super flagship and the Killing Angel super flagship, New Eden has now become the force with the most super flagship fleets in the entire Southern Star region. After more than 3 months of dormant development, Jamil Salam gave Sherman a big surprise. Now New Eden really has the strength to overturn the table. The shackles on New Eden were also broken after these 6 super flagship fleets came out. The only question now is whether the newly formed Imperial Crusaders can compete with the Demon Third Fleet. After all, the same number of troops does not represent the true combat effectiveness. After all, they can lose even if they are hit by a flying dragon, not to mention that the Demon Third Fleet is a battle-hardened ace fleet. How is the training of the Imperial Crusaders? Can they fight the Demon Third Fleet? Commander, rest assured. All pilots have been strictly selected and trained. Although it is only a short 3 months, all pilots have been baptized by war hundreds of times in the training cabin, and everyone has been implanted with combat implants, and has the strength that is not inferior to the Demon Third Fleet. The training cabin is something Shangwan Qianqian made. This thing can be seen as a virtual reality game, but under Shangwan Qianqian's modification, various large, medium, and small battles are implanted in this training cabin, allowing trainees to play the roles they want to fight against the fleet led by Shangwan Qianqian. That's right, in fact, the reason why this thing appeared was that Shangwan Qianqian didn't have a fleet suitable for him, so he built such a thing because he was bored. At the beginning, it was just used to exchange fleet command with other officials, and then Jamil Salam took a fancy to it. Jamil Salam then reported it to Sherman, and after explaining the importance of this thing to the Emma Empire, Sherman waved his hand and directly transferred the server of this thing to the central computer, expanding the server that was originally used by a few people to a super server that can now maintain tens of billions of people online at the same time. And with this training cabin, the pilots of the Imperial Crusaders are undergoing very brutal training in it, fighting against the central computer every day, and sometimes fighting against bored officials who come to have fun. In the more than 3 months, when their fleet's warships were still under construction, the Imperial Crusaders had already experienced hundreds of wars, so after the warships were built, it was not difficult for them to get started. Moreover, these Imperial Crusaders are all clone pilots, who have completed the consciousness transfer surgery. Although they are not as capable as officials in unlimited consciousness transfer, with only 7 to dozens of consciousness transfers, it is enough for them to be fearless of life and death. After all, After reaching the cloning limit, these clone pilots will be forced to retire, so there is no need to worry about consciousness collapse and death due to too many consciousness transfers. The training cabin has given them a wealth of combat experience, and they cooperate very well with each other. The identity of clone pilots also allows them to fight the enemy to the death without fear of life and death. Coupled with the Emma Empire's truly systematic fleet, the strength of the Imperial Crusaders is self-evident. Especially the systematic fleet of the Emma Empire, this is the real foundation of the Emma Empire. Take the Sasha Group for example. Most of its ship technology can be found in the ship system of the Emma Empire. It can be said that its technology is derived from the Emma Empire. Like the Sasha Group, the Angel Enterprise Consortium, and even the Gustas Group with the Super Flagship Fleet, they do not have a complete ship system. When the Gustas Super Flagship Fleet was being planned and built, it needed to use the Soul Returner Super Aircraft Carrier of the Sasha Group to fill the vacancy of the Super Aircraft Carrier, because although Gustas had Titan, it did not have its own Super Aircraft Carrier. This is especially true for the Angel Enterprise Consortium, especially when they were forming the Killing Angel Fleet. Gustas's Red Turtle-class Logistics Aircraft Carrier, Shas's Soul Revenant-class Super Aircraft Carrier, the Emma Empire's God-inspired-class Dreadnought, and the Sky Blade-class Titan supported by the Angel Civilization. Only then did they piece together the Killing Angel Super Flagship Fleet. Although the warships of these New Eden pirate forces are stronger than those of the same level, they are indeed incomparable to the behemoths, with a complete system like the Emma Empire. After all, every legion of the Imperial Crusaders has warships such as Titans, frigates, logistics ships, electronic attack ships, reconnaissance ships, etc., and even cargo ships specializing in material supply and marines for landing operations. From interstellar battles to planetary landing operations, all kinds of tasks can be completed without the limitations of the Gyrista's Super Flagship. Even if you only compare one legion with the Gyrista's Super Flagship, the Gyrista's Super Flagship will definitely win. After all, the entire fleet is just one person, and this advantage cannot be compensated, but it is definitely a miserable victory. The combat effectiveness of a systematic fleet cannot be simply observed from the fleet tonnage and number. Just like playing LOL, a team with close cooperation between AP/AD/support/tank/assassin meets a lineup of all AD. From the paper data, the damage of the AD lineup may be absolutely off the charts, but the final victory will be the team with a complete lineup. And here, it is the same truth. Since Jamil Salam's Emma Empire is ready, Sherman did not say much and immediately issued an order. Assemble the fleet and attack the Beecher Meteor Domain to show the world the strength of New Eden. The strength of New Eden can no longer be hidden, and there is no need to hide it anymore. It is time to show the true strength of New Eden. Chapter 339. When Burrell Saxon chose to attack the fleet of the Beta Starfield, Adrian Black Flag jumped out impatiently and signed a military order to take the task of attacking the Beta Starfield. Looking at the fleet that was reorganized in less than 3 months, Adrian Black Flag's desire for revenge against New Eden was burning fiercely. Last time, his Black Flag Corps was caught off guard because it did not have the flagship-level logistics aircraft carrier of the Killing Angel Super Flag Fleet, and then one wrong step led to another, resulting in a great defeat. In the Beecher Meteor region, and even in the entire Southern Star region, he couldn't raise his head. In the end, he had to lower his head and eat soft rice. With the help of his wife, he reorganized the Black Flag Corps in just over 3 months. Moreover, this time, because he married the Demon Princess, his Black Flag Corps received the most direct help from the Demon Civilization and transformed into a real Super Flagship Fleet, instead of the original Super Flagship Fleet with an incomplete system. Now his Super Flagship Fleet, Titan, Super Aircraft Carrier, Logistics Aircraft Carrier, Dreadnought, Small Aircraft Carrier, Conventional Warships, etc. are all very complete, which is the configuration of a standard Super Flagship Fleet of the Demon Civilization. In addition, his Legion members are retainers of his wife's family. They are not only experienced in combat, but also loyal. Now even Burrell Saxon, the head of the Demon Civilization stationed in the Southern Starfield, would take the initiative to greet him when he saw him. He no longer treated him as a vassal army that could be sacrificed at any time like before. He even had a vague sense of being on equal footing with him. And all this was only caused by his acceptance of the pursuit of the Demon Princess. Everything that happened in the past few months seemed like a dream. He now regretted why he did not accept his wife's pursuit. If he had the current strength earlier, his old brothers would not have all sacrificed in the Beta Starfield. So when he learned that New Eden had attacked the heart of Beecher Meteor Field, Burrell Saxon was furious and wanted to attack New Eden on all fronts. He signed a military order and accepted the combat mission in Beta Star Field. He would stand up from where he fell, and use the blood of New Eden to commemorate the souls of his old brothers. Then, when he led the Black Flag Legion to a position just one jump away from Beta Star Field, and was ready to wait for subsequent supplies before attacking, the Emma Empire took the initiative to attack him. More than a dozen inductions bloomed in the galaxy, and Adrian Black Flag immediately ordered the fleet to begin to assemble. Looking at the inductions in the galaxy, he couldn't help but reveal a mockery. Do you really think I will suffer twice with the same tactic? He was caught off guard by the Killing Angel super flagship fleet, which led to the defeat of the entire battlefield. So after coming here, his Black Flag Corps always maintained a 24-hour war duty, and the fleet was always in a state of readiness, not even entering the space, and always staying outside the military fortress. So although he was a little surprised by New Eden's active attack this time, he was well prepared, and the fleet did not cause any chaos because of this surprise attack. However, after seeing the assembled fleet in front of him, the mockery on Adri Black Flag's face turned into astonishment. What is this? Except for the dreadnought, which they were familiar with, the other warships in the fleet in front of them were not recognized at all. Especially the huge warship that released the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft made him even more confused and unable to complain. What civilization super aircraft carrier is this? Isn't it too ugly? These huge white warships in front of me seem to be half-built, extremely asymmetrical, and lack the industrial beauty of the interstellar era. You know, as one of the strategic level forces of a civilization, this super aircraft carrier can be said to represent the aesthetics of a civilization. As long as there is a civilization capable of building a super aircraft carrier, it will build it beautifully. After all, from a certain perspective, this appearance is also a reflection of combat effectiveness. But even though he complained, Adrian Black Flag did not despise them at all. After all, the opponent's super aircraft carrier was a little ugly, but it was a real super aircraft carrier that could kill people. Just when he was about to ask which civilization the super flagship fleet in front of him belonged to, he saw red energy ripples flashing by, and 20 titans that looked like huge columns crushed the galaxy. Then, the huge gun muzzles of the front of the columns of the 20 titans began to condense energy. This huge energy reaction made him shudder. He did not give any orders, but only asked the experienced pilots of the Black Flag Legion to perform emergency doomsday avoidance on their own. The small warships frantically avoided the doomsday range, and the large warships with limited mobility overloaded all their defense equipment to prepare for it. 20 doomsday beams that destroyed the heavens and the earth all hit one of the titans of the Black Flag Legion. Facing these 20 doomsday beams, the titan of the Black Flag Legion was quickly penetrated after resisting for more than 10 seconds. The 20 doomsday beams completely dismembered it. And this is not the end. After piercing the target titan, the 20 doomsday beams continued to penetrate the fleet array of the Black Flag Legion with undiminished power, and shot into the space station and planet behind it. It was not until the doomsday launcher stopped operating that the doomsday, like a giant sword, stopped. Then, in the dull eyes of everyone, the space station pierced by the 20 doomsday beams exploded, and the planet under the orbit began to slowly disintegrate and collapse. Titan doomsday weapons are ready to charge and fight back. Looking at the unknown super flagship fleet that destroyed one of his titans and dozens of warships as soon as it appeared, and turned the space station and the planet into a mine, Adri Black Flag immediately ordered a counterattack. Although he didn't know which civilization this fleet belonged to, he only knew that only one of the super flagship fleet and his Black Flag Legion could leave here. It is impolite not to return the favor. After obtaining the authorization to launch the doomsday weapon, the remaining 19 titans of the Black Flag Legion launched the doomsday weapon at one of the Emma Empire's god-level titans. The dark gray doomsday energy quickly hit the god-level titan, instantly piercing its energy shield, but it became powerless when facing the armor, and was unable to penetrate the thick armor. Even when the doomsday weapon continued to corrode and dissolve the armor of the god-level titan, the apostle-level combat auxiliary ship also began to activate the module to repair the god-level titan with all its strength. The maintenance volume was so high that even after the doomsday weapon of the Black Flag Legion titan gradually became weak, it repaired its damaged armor bit by bit. How is this possible? Looking at the enemy titan that quickly recovered from the 19 doomsday weapons, Adri Black Flag's eyes almost popped out. What kind of titan is this, and why is its defense so strong? Before he could recover from the shock, he saw the enemy launched a full-scale attack again, and the warships rushed towards his fleet, like a white wave, full of oppression. Chapter 340. The first to rush into the Black Flag fleet were the Devotion-class heavy interceptors, and the Heretic-class light interceptors. After the interception force fields were set up in the Black Flag fleet, the Zealot-class heavy assault cruiser fleet, as the main fleet, launched an attack on the regular fleet outside the Black Flag fleet in a tactical formation. Because the Zealot-class heavy assault cruiser fleet was outside the periphery of the Black Flag, which made it difficult for the flagship to play a role, every Black Flag immediately ordered his War Demon-class heavy assault cruiser fleet to engage in close combat with it. As for the enemy's interceptor ships that have already rushed into the fleet, they will naturally be dealt with by small aircraft carriers and strafe dreadnoughts. Besides, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Adrian Black Flag also ordered the interceptor ships to rush into the fleet of the Imperial Crusaders, wanting to keep the opponent's flagship. After the opening of the Doomsday, the battle between the two sides broke out instantly. After the last disastrous defeat with the Killing Angel super flagship, Adrian Black Flag also learned a lesson. After discovering that the Apostle-class combat auxiliary ship was a flagship-class logistics ship, he made every effort to eliminate it. Under the firepower of the entire Black Flag Legion's flagship, the Apostle class of the 1st Legion of the Imperial Crusaders suffered very rapid losses. Unlike the tactics of Adrian Black Flag, the commander of the 1st Legion of the Imperial Crusaders used the tactic of clearing firepower first. The first target of the firepower was not the Black Flag Legion's flagship logistics ship, but the Dreadnought. Because unlike other flagships, the Dreadnought cannot move after activating the battle module, and cannot accept external repairs. Facing such a live target, the Titan flagship battle cannon of the 1st Legion was accurate in every shot, and coupled with the cluster attack of the heavy cavalry of the Eternal Supercarrier, the Black Flag Legion's Dreadnought fleet was quickly written off. We can't go on like this, otherwise our Dreadnought fleet will be finished before the enemy's logistics carriers are completely destroyed. Every Black Flag frowned as he looked at his Dreadnought fleet that was quickly destroyed. But now that things have come to this, if we give up like this, then everything we have done before will be in vain. So every Black Flag still ordered to continue to eliminate the Apostle-class combat auxiliary ships of the 1st Legion. After all the Apostle-class combat auxiliary ships were destroyed, he immediately and decisively ordered the fleet to switch fire to the 1st Legion's Divine Envoy Titans. Without the remote repair of the logistics aircraft carrier, no matter how thick the armor of this Titan is, it will eventually be worn down. Besides, the concentrated fire of all the flagships of the Black Flag Legion will still cause considerable damage to this god-level Titan, and it can always be killed. As long as the opponent's Titan can be killed, it is worth it even if his own Dreadnought fleet is completely wiped out. Every Black Flag's eyes were red, and he looked at the fleets fighting between the two sides like a gambler. The value of a Titan is not comparable to that of a Dreadnought fleet or other flagships. Just like two aircraft carrier fleets in the Pacific Ocean went to war, one of the fleets sank the other's aircraft carrier at the cost of the destruction of the escort fleet. From the perspective of economic losses, it is obvious that the fleet with only one aircraft carrier left suffered more serious losses, but there is no doubt that the impact of this battle is very unfavorable to the fleet that lost the aircraft carrier. Because aircraft carriers are not only a reflection of strength, but also a country's face, and have a great impact. In this world, the same is true for the Titans. Just like the last time, the Black Flag Corps had only 7 Titans left and fled back to the Beecher meteoric field in a panic, but other forces only dared to mock them verbally, and did not dare to attack the Black Flag Corps directly. That's it. As long as the Titans are there, the super flagship fleet is still there. So the initial goal of Adrian Black Flag was to attack the Titans without logistical support with all his strength after clearing the combat auxiliary ships. As long as he could destroy one of the enemy's Titans, it would not only boost his own morale, but also hit the enemy's high momentum. But the result was that when he saw the God-class Titan in front of him, which was still standing firm under his own full-force attack, Adrian Black Flag could not help but bite his teeth with hatred. But now, he was in a dilemma, and could only go all the way. Otherwise, if he just changed the target, it would be a huge blow to his morale. Now he could only hope that his conventional fleet could assist the flagship fleet's offensive after defeating the enemy's conventional fleet. In such a large battlefield of the super flag battle, the conventional fleet could only become a consumable like cannon fodder, but there was no doubt that its role could not be replaced by the flagship. But soon, Adrian Black Flag's expectations were dashed. During the super flag battle, the conventional fleets of both sides had already had several rounds of contact. The conventional fleet of the Black Flag Legion is indeed the elite of the Demon Princess, with extremely high combat quality. Among the conventional fleets encountered in New Eden so far, its strength can be ranked first. Various fleet tactics are at your fingertips, and a small cone formation can be played out. Moreover, the personal combat quality of these pilots is also very high, so that the fanatic fleet of the 1st Legion can hardly resist its offensive when they first contact. At the beginning, the Zealot-class fleet of the 1st Legion misjudged the strength of the opponent and was suppressed. After losing dozens of warships, they decisively withdrew. After regrouping the fleet, they started the 2nd and 3rd contacts. In these 2 times, relying on the excellent attributes of the Zealot-class heavy assault cruisers, they revitalized the entire battle situation and also allowed them to verify the knowledge they learned in the training cabin one by one. In the battle, the soldiers and commanders of the 1st Legion are growing rapidly. Because the Emma Empire is not like other forces in New Eden, which are controlled by officials in person, and one person is a fleet. The Emma Empire's fleet is composed of countless people. Even if combat experience is mastered through countless training in the training cabin, it is fake and training is training, which is irrefutable. Therefore, the Emma Empire's fleet still needs to be tested in actual combat, and it needs to be baptized with wet and hot blood and dripping battles. And it is obvious that this Black Flag Legion, as the first battle of the Emma Empire, has a complete super flagship fleet, which is a rare and suitable opponent. So at the beginning, the Emma Empire did not directly send all 6 super flagship fleets to crush the Black Flag Legion with absolute strength. The pressure is not enough. Jamil Salam, who was always paying attention to the battle situation in Emma's first star, Star City, far away in the Beta star field, frowned slightly. As one of the 4 empires of New Eden, and even the most powerful empire, the Emma Empire has its own pride. Although all the grievances of New Eden have disappeared after coming to this world, this does not mean that the pirates of the Sasha group can ride on the head of the Emma Empire and compete with her for favor. The Emma Empire must become the pillar of strength of New Eden in the shortest time. Chapter 341. Looking at the fanatical fleet that gradually gained the upper hand on the battlefield, Jamil Salam opened his mouth, but in the end, no sound came out. Taking over the command before the battle is a fatal problem, and even if she took over the command and won, it would not allow the fleet command to grow effectively. After all, she is not an official like Chelm Solon, who can personally control all the fleets under her. The Emma Empire will have many fleets in the future, and there will be many more battles. It is impossible for her to personally command every battle. The most important thing is to train a group of qualified fleet commanders. Well, let me cover for you. Watching the 1st Legion, which had gone from a panic response to being able to handle the Black Flag Legion with ease, Jamil Salam sighed softly. Then, a guide lighted up behind the Titan cluster of the 1st Legion. The next moment, 50 Apostle-class combat auxiliary ships came through the guide, and then hundreds of remote maintenance beams were projected onto the God-class Titan that was under concentrated fire. Under these remote repair beams, the armor of the God Envoy class, which was on the verge of breaking, was repaired frantically by the nano-repair robots, and the armor that was on the verge of breaking was repaired again. This also made everything that Adri Black Flag had done before come to naught. Seeing this scene, Adri Black Flag's face turned blue and red, and he let out a low roar. Ah! He hated it. If he knew that the super flagship fleet in front of him had a reserve fleet of flagship-class logistics ships, he would have led the team away long ago. How could they have fought hard until now? Now their dreadnought fleet has suffered heavy losses, and can no longer organize attacks in an organized manner, and their firepower output has dropped sharply. Now the enemy has the support of a logistics aircraft carrier, not to mention that the Titans can't take it. Now it's a big problem for the Black Flag Corps to evacuate safely. They must find a way to evacuate, otherwise his hard work, physical, reorganized Black Flag Corps will have to be sacrificed again. Even if he has the support of the Demon Princess, and can get the full support of the Demon Civilization, he can't do this. And up to now, he was still confused. He was still imagining the future, but suddenly he was ridden by an unknown super flagship fleet, and then he had a super flagship battle in a muddle. Until now, he didn't even know who the opponent was, which was outrageous. After thinking of retreating, Adrian Black Flag also made a prompt decision and ordered the Dreadnought fleet and the small aircraft carrier fleet to return to defense, clear the enemy's interceptor ships, and prepare for the fleet's evacuation. He also ordered the interceptor ships and the conventional fleet to retain the opponent's flagship and reinforcement interceptor ships at all costs to buy time for the fleet to evacuate. The fleets of the Black Flag Legion also carried out the order of Adrian Black Flag very thoroughly. After receiving the order, they rushed into the fleet of the 1st Legion desperately, because they knew that in this situation, only by rushing into the enemy's flagship group could they win a way out. Although the commander of the 1st Legion was still a little immature in command, after seeing the movements of the Black Flag Legion, he quickly analyzed that the Black Flag Legion wanted to evacuate. So he also ordered the interceptor to intercept the opponent's fleet at all costs, but was met with a crazy counterattack from the enemy. Adrian Black Flag was very experienced. On the one hand, he ordered the Black Flag Corps to eliminate the interception ships in his fleet with all his strength. On the other hand, he set up 2 lines of defense in front of his flagship to intercept the interception ships, and the conventional fleet to intercept the interception fleet coming to support the First Corps. Moreover, the location of his defense line was very tricky, just outside the range of the First Corps strafe of the dreadnoughts. Because the signal radius of conventional warships was small, and they were constantly maneuvering, the flagship guns could not hit them, so the interception ships coming to support the First Corps were all stopped at the first line of defense, and had to retreat after suffering heavy losses. When the 1st Legion's cavalry carrier-based aircraft squadrons wanted to clear out the enemy, they would encounter the Black Flag Legion's carrier-based aircraft squadrons, and they would be unable to break through the defense line. If this continues, once Adrian Black Flag clears out the interceptors in the flagship group, his flagship group will be able to evacuate safely. And Jamil Salam's order to the 1st Legion was not to defeat the Black Flag Legion, but to completely annihilate it. So facing the 2 lines of defense of the Black Flag Legion, the commander of the 1st Legion immediately ordered the fleet that had been staying around the Titan fleet to perform air defense missions to attack. Now facing this situation, only this fleet could open a breakthrough. Looking at the fleet leaping towards the defense line, Adrian Black Flag raised his eyebrows. Battle fleet? You really don't think that this battle fleet can break through my defense line alone, right? Although this heavy assault cruiser was born not long ago, both the Demon Civilization and the Angel Civilization have studied it thoroughly. Super high defense and firepower, coupled with excellent mobility, cannot say that it can kill traditional battle fleets, but judging from its performance on the battlefield, it can suppress traditional battle fleets with the same data. Even if facing the battleships of New Eden, it can use small doomsday weapons. As long as the assault damage control is activated, it will still be safe. The opponent's regular fleet is also a heavy assault cruiser. It is impossible not to know this. If the opponent really thinks that they can break through the defense line in a short time with a battle fleet, then it is too naive. Order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd War Demon class assault cruiser fleets to go out and assist the 4th War Demon fleet in defense. There is no need to annihilate, just hold them back and buy time for the flagship to evacuate. Although he didn't know what the other party was up to, with a more cautious attitude, Adrian Black Flag still sent 3 fleets as reserve forces. Sending 4 times the enemy fleet was a sign of Adrian Black Flag's respect for the enemy's strength. But when the enemy's battle fleet arrived at the defense line, Adrian Black Flag saw that the battleships of the battle fleet suddenly flashed with energy lines, and he had a bad premonition. Before he could react, he saw that the battle fleet had exploded with terrifying attack power. I saw the fleet on my first line of defense rushing forward after it finished its jump, imagining to tear the fleet apart as it had just done. But the result was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. The battleship fleet in front of me burst out with an attack force that did not belong to the tonnage of the hull, and instantly tore apart the first line of defense of the Black Flag Corps. The interceptor ships, and the War Demon-class heavy assault cruisers of the Black Flag Corps were like paper in front of this fleet, and they melted with a few shots. Looking at the instantly torn line of defense, and the slaughtered fleet of his own side, Adrian Black Flag looked at the battleship fleet in front of him as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell is this warship? Jamil Salam looked at this scene, and couldn't help but nodded slightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and gently uttered a sentence. Paladin Fleet join. Chapter 342. Paladin Class, Plunder Ship. Like the Black Hidden Special Forces, it is an upgraded model of the battleship, a T2 class battleship. The Paladin class plunder ship represents the forefront of Emma's contemporary battleship technology. It is not only thick-skinned and strong, but also similar to the Dreadnought, and can use Fortress equipment. The Fortress equipment is similar to the exclusive battle module of the Dreadnought. After it is turned on, it can be immune to electronic warfare interference, greatly improving the defense and attack power of the battleship, but the price is similar. After it is turned on, it cannot be moved and cannot accept external repairs. The Paladin-class Plunderer is a multi-purpose warship, suitable for filling the firepower gap on battlefields that certain flagships cannot enter. Its own solid armor and advanced weapons system achieve a perfect balance between offense and defense. It is not an exaggeration to call it a little dreadnought. So facing the defense line of the Black Flag fleet, after the Paladin fleet arrived and activated the Fortress equipment, the fierce firepower instantly melted the first line of defense of the Black Flag Legion. The Paladin fleet, which even broke through the first line of defense in an instant, began to attack the three war demon fleets on the second line of defense with the ultra-long range after activating the fortress equipment. The Black Flag Legion had thought about counterattacking, but they just couldn't organize it. Before their regular fleet got close, they had already entered the enemy's range. Under the concentrated fire, no matter how skilled the warship pilots were, they would only be reduced to ashes. In such a large battlefield, individual warship skills were infinitely reduced, and the competition was about team tacit understanding and the commander's ability. Damn it! Looking at the first line of defense that was broken in an instant, and the second line of defense that was already retreating step by step, Adrian Black Flag couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He couldn't figure out why the battle fleet in front of him had such fierce firepower. It was completely beyond his expectations. Because the Plunder's ship was the first time it appeared in this world, even the Angel civilization and the Demon civilization had never studied it before, so it was not surprising that Adrian Black Flag didn't know it. But now was not the time for him to think and wonder. He had to stop the battle fleet in front of him. Otherwise, when they broke through the defense line and covered the interceptor ship to come in, the Black Flag Legion would really have to die here. Supercarrier formation, fully assist the conventional fleet and stop this battle fleet. Now the enemy's interceptor ships and the flagship fleet are almost wiped out. As long as the energy of the force field is consumed and disappears automatically, he can evacuate with the Black Flag Legion. Now we have to fight for this precious evacuation time. When the Paladin fleet attacked the second line of defense, a large number of cavalry carrier-based aircraft groups behind the Black Flag Legion gave up attacking the dreadnought fleet of the 1st Legion and shifted their target to them. Faced with this situation, the commander of the Paladin fleet sought support from the main fleet while ordering the fleet to attack these cavalry carrier-based aircraft. Because the fortress equipment was activated, the Paladin-class plunderer became a live target like a dreadnought in the attack range of the super aircraft carrier. So if these cavalry carrier-based aircraft were not cleared first, the entire Paladin fleet might be destroyed here. But fortunately, the attack range of these cavalry carrier-based aircraft was short and close to the Paladin fleet, so the Paladin fleet was quickly destroyed in the face of the powerful attack. At the same time, the Eternal Supercarrier also quickly dispatched the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group to support, and the supercarrier fleets of both sides engaged in fierce exchanges of fire around this second line of defense. It was also under the desperate cover of the Paladin fleet that the 1st Legion's interceptor fleet finally broke through the line of defense and killed into the flagship group of the Black Flag Legion, re-establishing a new interception force field. But then, under the attack of the exasperated Black Flag Legion, the interceptor ship was quickly destroyed. However, this also bought enough time for the 1st Legion. Under the attack of the 1st Legion Titans and supercarriers, the Black Flag Legion's dreadnought fleet had been completely destroyed. Without the cover of the dreadnought fleet, the Black Flag Legion's front battlefield was no longer able to defend. Then, the 1st Legion's dreadnought fleet began to stop the module, moved to the two wings of the Black Flag Legion, and began to attack the Black Flag Legion's aircraft carrier formation. Faced with the sudden and fierce offensive of the 1st Legion, the Black Flag Legion supercarrier fleet had to stop attacking the Paladin fleet and turn to counterattack the dreadnought fleet. Otherwise, the threat of this large number of dreadnought fleets would be no less than that of the Titans. After being liberated, the Paladin fleet quickly launched a new round of attacks on the Black Flag Legion, which had rebuilt the second line of defense, to cover the advance of the interceptor. A 1,000-mile embankment is destroyed by an ant hole. The Paladin fleet, a surprise force, completely disrupted the plan of Adrian Black Flag. The 1st Legion had already cleared out the Black Flag Legion's dreadnought fleet. Without the firepower of the dreadnought fleet, the Black Flag Legion was already wide open, and its supercarriers and small carrier fleets suffered a devastating blow. Looking at this situation, Adrian Black Flag could only order the flagship-class logistics ship to provide quick support, hoping to stabilize the defense line of the aircraft carrier fleet. However, the performance of the logistics aircraft carrier of the Black Flag Corps was unsatisfactory. Judging from the amount of maintenance alone, it was far inferior to the Apostle class of the 1st Corps. You don't really think that an aircraft carrier modified with a flagship-class remote maintenance device is a logistics aircraft carrier? Looking at the logistics aircraft carrier of the Black Flag Corps struggling to repair the aircraft carrier fleet, Jamil Salam showed a hint of disdain. The last time the Killing Angel super flagship fought against the Black Flag Legion, the Red Turtle-class combat auxiliary ship of New Eden was exposed to the eyes of the Demon civilization. So after seeing the strategic role of this flagship-class logistics ship, they began to carry out relevant research and development work. But after all, the research and development of this warship and equipment is not a task that can be completed in a short period of time, and Adrian Black Flag hopes to equip the flagship-class logistics ship as soon as possible, so the Demon civilization took a shortcut and modified the small aircraft carrier, increased the storage capacity of its energy warehouse, and increased the energy output, and equipped it with the experimental flagship-class shield remote repair booster that had just completed the first phase of research and development, and finally delivered this flagship-class logistics ship to the Black Flag Legion. Although it is a bit crude, it must be said that this is indeed a good method and can still be used in emergencies. Of course, if compared with the combat auxiliary ships of New Eden, it is a world of difference. In the words of Jamil Salam, even the Minmater guys don't like this thing. After seeing this simple logistics aircraft carrier, the 1st Legion's dreadnought fleet also immediately cleared it to avoid any accidents. This is out of respect for the status of logistics, nothing else. As the 1st Legion finished encircling the remaining fleet of the Black Flag Legion, the outcome of the battle became clear, and the victory of the 1st Legion was a matter of time. Knowing his own situation, Adrian Black Flag no longer cared about his face, and immediately sent a request for help to the Demon 3rd Fleet, hoping that the Demon 3rd Fleet could arrive in time to rescue him. At the same time, Jamil Salam also issued an order, and the 2nd to 6th Legions of the Imperial Crusaders, a total of 5 super flagship fleets, were also ready to enter the battlefield at any time. Now it depends on which side can keep calm. Chapter 343. The news that an unknown super flagship raided Beecher Meteor Field and forced the Black Flag Corps of Adrian Black Flag into a desperate situation surprised Byril Saxon. Where did this super flagship come from? Currently, the only super flagships in the entire Southern Star region are the Demons, Angels, New Eden, and the Black Flag Corps. Now the Angel 5th Fleet is confronting them in the Omega Star region, and all of its super flagships are under his surveillance, so it can't be them. As for the New Eden's Killing Angel Super Flag Fleet, it is now stationed in the Jelly Star system, and this fleet is also known to a dry black flag, so it is impossible that the fleet reporting to him now is an unknown fleet. For a dry black flag's request for help, Byril Saxon is also unable to split his forces. Now the Demon 3rd Fleet needs to be stationed in the Central Star Field, and it is impossible to move and attack easily, otherwise the Angel 5th Fleet will not be soft. But it still needs to be rescued, otherwise without the Black Flag Corps, many things that the Demons have to do in the Southern Star Field will be difficult to handle. Order, the 1st Super Flag Fleet rushes to the aid of the Black Flag Legion, and let the Black Flag Legion find an opportunity to evacuate, or hold on and wait. Although it is impossible to send the entire 3rd Fleet, it is still possible to dispatch a super flagship fleet. As the military force guarding the Southern Star region, the Demon 3rd Fleet has a total of 6 super flagship fleets, and the Angel 5th Fleet is the same. This is also the reason why they dare to support the Black Flag Legion and New Eden to have super flagship fleets without fear of rebellion. So it is still no problem to dispatch a super flagship fleet. After all, the battlefield is in the Beecher meteoric domain, and Byril Saxon is not afraid of any accidents. Even if the Angel civilization wants to take advantage of the opportunity to do something, this super flagship fleet can return in a short time. However, compared to the Black Flag Corps that rescued Adrian Black Flag, Byril Saxon is more interested in which force this super flagship fleet belongs to. Order the intelligence department to investigate the detailed information of this super flagship fleet for me, the sooner the better. Yes. The unusual movement of a super flag fleet in the Demon 3rd Fleet did not escape the Angel civilization, and following the clues, they soon learned about the super flag battle that took place in the Beecher Meteor region. Looking at the real-time video sent by the reconnaissance ship that rushed to the battle site, Vibralena was also confused. Where did this super flag fleet come from? And do they have a grudge against the Black Flag Legion? Why are they so angry? Facing the siege of the 1st Legion, the Black Flag Legion also burst out with strength, trying to break through the encirclement and find a way out. The 1st Legion's goal was to annihilate the Black Flag Legion, and they were also desperately intercepting and attacking. The two sides fought hard, and the Titan's doomsday weapon was released almost as soon as it cooled down. There were even many accidental injuries, because the fleets of both sides were mixed together. Both sides were bloodthirsty. But overall, the Black Flag Legion has shown signs of decline, and the 1st Legion began to shrink the encirclement under the absolute firepower advantage. Now the Black Flag Legion's dreadnought fleet and small aircraft carrier fleet have been completely destroyed, and the super aircraft carrier has lost more than half, and the firepower has shown signs of fatigue. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Flag Legion was composed of elite veterans with a strong fighting will, they would have been defeated long ago in the face of such heavy casualties. Under the crazy counterattack of the Black Flag Legion, the 1st Legion was also not in a good situation. Because of the existence of the Apostle-class combat auxiliary ship, and it was out of range of his own fleet, Adrian Black Flag knew that he could not destroy the God-class Titan, and even the ugly super aircraft carrier was useless. So Adrian Black Flag attacked the Dreadnought fleet and interceptor ships on both wings of the 1st Legion, hoping to tear a hole from the Dreadnought fleet. Because the Dreadnoughts could not receive logistical maintenance after activating the battle module, the losses suddenly soared in the face of the crazy counterattack of the Black Flag Legion Titans and super aircraft carriers. Although they knew that if they continued like this, even if they annihilated the Black Flag Legion, the 1st Legion would suffer heavy casualties. But even so, the 1st Legion decided to continue to hold on, because the Dreadnoughts had already activated the battle module, plus various interception force fields. It was too late to evacuate now. Only by quickly annihilating the Black Flag Legion's living forces could they reduce their own casualties. The 1st Legion had no other choice but to fight with firepower. Activate the Emma Phenomenon Generator, and fire the doomsday weapons of the Dreadnought fleet and the Titan fleet as soon as they cool down. Get rid of these guys as quickly as possible. The 1st Legion's commander had a cold look in his eyes, and gave an order to the Titan fleet. After receiving the order, the space around the 20 God Envoy Titan suddenly twisted, and the space was filled with blue-green energy ripples. These energy ripples quickly filled the entire battlefield, and the speed of the warships affected by these energy ripples suddenly dropped. What the hell is this? Looking at the energy waves that distorted the space in front of him, Adrian Black Flag looked a little ugly. Although he didn't know what this thing was, since it was made by the other party, it would definitely not be good news for him. Captain, this energy wave is a bit weird. A Titan pilot looked at his warship and reported to Adrian Black Flag strangely. Hearing this, Adrian Black Flag was shocked and immediately asked, "What effect do these energy waves have on the warship?" The Titan driver of the Black Flag Legion carefully observed his vehicle while fighting, and then quickly reported to Adrian Black Flag. These energy ripples are very suspicious. They can weaken and strengthen part of the battleship's defense field, and also have a slight retention effect on the battleship's speed. And under these energy ripples, the battleship's energy recovery speed has been greatly improved. What is this? After hearing the report, Adrian Black Flag also checked his battleship and found that the battleship's capacitor recovery speed was indeed much higher, and the ship's resistance was also strengthened and weakened. What the hell is this thing? If it was all negative, it would be understandable, but now it has increased and decreased, which makes Adrian Black Flag a little confused. Although I don't know what this thing is, for the current Black Flag Corps, this thing is still beneficial, and can help them last longer. While Vibra Elena and Burrell Saxon, who are always paying attention to the development of the battlefield, looked at this strange energy ripple, and learned the situation from the report of the reconnaissance ship. From the performance, this energy wave seems to be the same as the command pulse wave. However, the command pulse wave is also encrypted, and will only add bonuses to the own fleet, but this one does not distinguish between friend and foe, which makes them a little puzzled. No, this thing is definitely not that simple. Vibra Elena and Vibra Elena looked at the video. The system is perfect, the style is similar, and the battlefield performance is not inferior to the super flagship fleet of their civilization. The purpose of the other party releasing this thing at this time is definitely not as simple as it appears. Chapter 344. Emma Phenomenon Generator, exclusive equipment of Emma Titan, is a celestial weapon. Its operating principle is to distort the local space through the huge radar sensing array of the God-level Titan to produce a large-scale celestial phenomenon. The celestial phenomenon it produces ignores the enemy, and will affect all warships within the range. It is a strategic weapon that can directly change the battlefield situation. The impact of its celestial phenomenon on warships is manifested as capacitor recharge rate increased by 30%. Kinetic resistance increased by 10%. Electromagnetic resistance reduced by 15%. Warship speed reduced by 10%. And the 1st Legion is looking at the first and third effects, increasing capacitor recharge rate and reducing electromagnetic resistance. After the celestial phenomenon appeared, all the warships of the 1st Legion were bathed in it, and the power capacity that was originally depleted due to continuous firing was quickly recharged. Then, the doomsday weapons of the God Envoy class Titan and the God Revelation class Dreadnought began to charge. Watching the 1st Legion start charging before the doomsday weapons were launched, Adrian Black Flag broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, everyone quickly overload the resistance equipment. As the doomsday approached, the remaining super aircraft carriers of the Black Flag Legion were instantly wiped out by this round of doomsday weapons. The doomsday weapons of the dreadnoughts were okay, at least they could still resist, but facing the doomsday weapons of the God-class Titans, there was no need to concentrate fire. Under the doomsday weapons of the God-class Titans, the shields and armor of the Black Flag Legion super aircraft carriers were penetrated and melted in an instant, and the hull was directly pierced. Seeing that his flagship was left with only 19 lonely Titans, and a few regular fleets, Adrian Black Flag opened his mouth weakly, unable to say anything. The battle was decided. Facing the opponent's still relatively intact super flagship fleet, it is impossible to rely on the current 19 Titans and several half-crippled conventional fleets to hold out for the support of the demons. Seeing the battle situation suddenly unfold, Jamil Salam showed a smile on his face. Not bad, the training in the past 3 months has not been in vain. The temporary astronomical phenomenon generated by the Emma phenomenon generator allowed the warships, that were originally short of capacitors, to quickly recharge and meet the requirements for launching doomsday weapons. The reduced electromagnetic resistance maximized the damage of the Emma warship's doomsday weapons and conventional weapons. Don't underestimate this 15% reduction in electromagnetic resistance. Unlike in the game, you have to slowly consume the shield, armor and structure to destroy the warship. In reality, as long as the damage is enough, the warship can be destroyed directly. Just like the super aircraft carrier of the Black Flag Legion, if it is under normal circumstances, even if the doomsday weapon of the God-class Titan is powerful, it will take 3 to 5 concentrated fire to destroy it in an instant. But under this astronomical phenomenon, the God-class Titan can destroy it with just one doomsday. The reason is that the electromagnetic resistance of the Black Flag Legion super aircraft carrier defense system has been reduced, and it is a comprehensive reduction from the energy shield, armor and hull structure. Moreover, the God-class Titan is equipped with a single Judgment Day, a highly condensed single doomsday weapon. This is called Judgment Day, which is like the wrath of God and cleanses all the sins in the world. The power of the electromagnetic doomsday weapon is no joke. After the resistance was reduced, it became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The doomsday beam of Judgment Day was like a knife cutting tofu. It effortlessly broke through the energy shield, melted through the armor and hull, and directly made a hole. Looking at the doomsday weapons that were showing their might under the energy ripples, and the completely defeated Black Flag army, Bill Saxon and Viber Elena finally understood what this thing was. Astronomy. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in their eyes, and they said at the same time, Astronomy is a natural phenomenon that occurs naturally in the universe, and it often appears in unknown wormhole spaces, and occasionally appears in the main space. The demon civilization and the angel civilization did not study astronomy in depth, because wormholes were too rare and too dangerous, and because of some concepts, their research on astronomy was still in the primary stage of application. In fact, the anti-guidance and anti-stealth methods of the demon and angel civilizations are also the result of the study of celestial phenomena, but these methods are similar to the Sasha suppression control tower, requiring a huge space to operate, and they have never thought of directly miniaturizing and placing them on Titan like the Emma Empire. But now the First Legion has really taught them a lesson. How terrifying is the performance of this celestial weapon on the battlefield? It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a strategic weapon that reverses the situation on the battlefield. Report: the target has been investigated, attacking the Emma Empire under the New Eden of the Black Flag Legion. At this time, someone also reported the intelligence of the First Legion to Bill Saxon. Bill Saxon looked at the intelligence, his mouth twitched slightly, and he was a little unbelievable. When did New Eden have such a super flagship fleet? Moreover, the construction style and technological level of this super flagship fleet are obviously different from those of the Angel civilization, so it is definitely impossible to be the work of the Angel civilization. So where did New Eden get such a super flagship fleet? Compared to Burrell Saxon's doubts, Vibrelena had already guessed it after seeing the God Revelation class dreadnought later. After all, as the main dreadnought of New Eden, the God Revelation class dreadnought has always been active on the battlefield. Whether it is the Killing Angel super flagship or the dreadnought fleet of the Sasha super aircraft carrier mixed fleet, they are all God Revelation class dreadnoughts, so it is not surprising that Vibrelena knows it. Now the style and technology of this super flagship fleet, from frigates to Titan battleships, are obviously the same, so it is not difficult to see that this is the work of New Eden. In addition, New Eden's sole Revenant super aircraft carrier, which shines on the battlefield, since it can build super aircraft carriers, it is not surprising that it can build Titans. It can only be said that this New Eden is patient enough to reveal its true strength and foundation only now. Looking at the Imperial Crusaders' First Legion that is doing its best to wipe out the Black Flag Legion Titans, Vibralena touched her smooth chin and sighed slightly. You hit it really well. Now that New Eden has revealed its trump card, no matter what the outcome of this camp war is, the Angel civilization will have to reconsider its attitude towards New Eden. After all, this is a civilization that can build its own super flagship fleet, so they have no choice but to be cautious. As for the outcome, it depends on the attitude of New Eden. Little guys, I hope you can make the right choice. Chapter 345. Faced with the Black Flag Corps struggling to hold on, with only a dozen Titans left, Adrian Black Flag was already as pale as death. He couldn't understand why he, once a great overlord in the Southern Star region, had to fall twice in a row because of attacking the small Beta Star region. Captain, break through. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will never worry about lack of firewood. A Titan driver advised. Now the defeat of the Black Flag Corps is inevitable. Now they have only two options left, either die or run. I won't leave. Edry Black Flag replied calmly, while driving his warship madly to fight back. He knew that if he could break through and go back, with the power of his wife, she could easily help him rebuild the Black Flag Legion. But Edry Black Flag had his own pride. The first time he escaped was enough. He would rather die on this battlefield than go back again. Knowing that Edry Black Flag had made up his mind to die, several Titan pilots looked at each other in the fleet channel and nodded at the same time. The leading driver said to Adry Black Flag with an apologetic look, "Captain, I'm sorry." Before Adry Black Flag could react, he only felt his eyes go dark, and he knew nothing. The battleship backstage password is correct. The driver has been forced to sleep. Seeing that Adry Black Flag's vehicle was silent in an instant, the other Titan drivers breathed a sigh of relief, and then respectfully said to the Demon Princess, who had been behind the scenes since the start of the war, "Your Highness, take the commander back." The Demon Princess, dressed in black gauze, also appeared in the fleet channel of the Black Flag Corps. After seeing the dormant Adry Black Flag, her words showed some emotion. The Demon Princess bent her body and saluted everyone. "I would like to send you off respectfully. Thank you for everything you have done." Seeing this, everyone in the Black Flag Corps was flattered and saluted in unison, roaring in unison, for the glory of the demons. Then, everyone looked at each other and nodded. I saw that several Titans surrounding the vehicle of Adry Black Flag activated the Doomsday weapons at the same time. I saw that the Doomsday weapons ignored the enemy and swept the airspace around Adry Black Flag. The interceptors of the 1st Legion, who did not expect the Black Flag Corps to do this, were all turned into ashes under the network of Doomsday beams, and even the interception force field was destroyed by these Doomsdays in an instant, forming a blank airspace for interception. After seeing that the goal was achieved, everyone tried their best to control the Doomsday weapon while roaring in the fleet channel, "Your Highness." Knowing that this opportunity created by everyone risking their lives was rare, the Demon Princess did not waste any words and directly put Edry Black Flag into the shuttle through her authority and drove out of the Titan. Afterwards, another Titan of the Black Flag Corps forcibly opened the hyperspace bridge and sent Edry Black Flag's shuttle to the rear of the Beecher Meteor region. The next second, the Black Flag Legion was surrounded by the 1st Legion, which had reacted. All kinds of interception force fields were added, forcibly closing the bridge of the Black Flag Legion Titan. But it was too late. Their goal had been achieved, and Edry Black Flag had returned safely to the rear. It must be said that the fleet in front of them had a tenacious will and loyalty that other civilizations could hardly reach. This made Jamil Salam deeply touched, and he randomly ordered the 1st Legion, "Give them a quick death." Yes. Then, the 1st Legion expressed its respect for the dozen Titans of the Black Flag Legion with the full Doomsday salvo of the super flagship fleet. Looking at the Black Flag Legion drowned in various Doomsdays, Bill Saxon sighed softly. "Order the 1st Super Flag Fleet to garrison nearby. No need to go. It's too late. Now that we can't even bring back the bodies, there is no point in going again. It's safer to garrison nearby and guard against the continued attack of this super flagship fleet." After thinking about it, Bill Saxon mobilized the 2nd Super Flag Fleet again, so that it could form a pincer with the 1st Super Flag Fleet so that they could support each other at any time. After killing the Titans of the Black Flag Legion, the 1st Legion began to clean up the battlefield while sending out mixed fleets to strangle the regular fleets of the Black Flag Legion scattered in the galaxy. In this battle, the Emma Empire's first show returned with a great victory, but the 1st Legion was not satisfied with it, because Adrian Black Flag escaped and the result of the battle was not perfect. In addition, many of its own problems were exposed, which could not be discovered during training. So even if it won, the 1st Legion did not feel much joy of victory. They thought it was a hearty crushing battle, but it turned into a tug-of-war. If Jamil Salam hadn't decisively sent an apostle fleet, the First Legion would have suffered even more severe losses. My people, I, Queen Emma, Jamil Salam, am proud of the courage you have shown in this battle. I saw the desperate fight of the Dreadnought fleet, and the desperate efforts of the Interceptor fleet. I am proud of your courage in this battle. You are worthy of the name of the Empire. The commander is also watching you, and is proud of you. He also hopes that you can grow in this battle, become the sharp sword in the commander's hand, and become the absolute force pillar of New Eden. These words immediately raised the morale of the entire First Legion. The soldiers of the First Legion roared in unison, "Die for the commander, die for the queen." On the other hand, the mobilization of the two super flagship fleets of the Demon Third Fleet finally caused some loopholes in the central constellation of the Beecher Stream. Aura seized the opportunity and deliberately showed up in another star system with a small fleet. After attracting the attention of the Demon Third Fleet, he led the other fleets to break out in the direction of the Omega Star region. After realizing that he had fallen into a trap, Burrell Saxon immediately sent a super flagship fleet to directly jump through hyperspace to a border star system with a jump from the Omega Star region, blocking Aura's way, and quickly transferred the anti-stealth equipment over, preparing to completely annihilate Aura's Black Stealth Special Fleet. Now, because of his strategic mistake, he underestimated the strength of New Eden, which led to the entire Beecher Meteoric Domain's defense line being full of loopholes. If Wang Yan, the Angel Princess, was allowed to go back, the Angel Civilization and New Eden would have no scruples, and would attack with all their might, which would be very hard for him. Therefore, he had to stop this fleet, and not let Wang Yan return to the Angel Civilization. Even if he couldn't catch them, he had to keep them within his control. Chapter 346. A super flagship fleet blocked the way, and Aura did not dare to force his way in, so he could only continue to lie dormant in the subspace. The anti-stealth beacon that the demons were about to anchor could not be hidden from Aura, or the demons did not think of hiding it from others, so they just anchored it in the deep space of the galaxy. They wanted to force Aura to move, and as long as Aura moved, the Demon Third Fleet would find an opportunity. If they did not move now, they could only watch the anti-stealth beacon anchor and force them out of the subspace. This was Bilal Saxon's conspiracy, and Ola had no choice but to take action. It's not easy. Ola looked at the busy demon fleet in the galaxy, and couldn't help but touch his chin. Bilal Saxon was more patient than he expected, and even completely exceeded his expectations. When the defense lines of the Beta S and Alpha Star fields were broken, and the Fifth Fleet of Angels was deployed in the Omega Star field, Bilal Saxon still kept his troops in place, and squatted on his rapid response fleet. I really don't know whether Burrell Saxon is confident or conceited, but there is no doubt that Burrell Saxon won the bet. After New Eden broke through the defense line of the Freedom Camp from Alpha Star region and Beta S, it stopped and no longer continued to attack, and chose to build the captured galaxy into a bridgehead for subsequent attacks. And the Angel Fifth Fleet did not dare to move forward easily, because Wang Yan was still in the control area of the Demon Third Fleet. In fact, neither New Eden nor the Angel Civilization wanted to face the Demon Third Fleet head-on. It is said that even if the tiger dies, its might still exists. Not to mention that the Demon Third Fleet is still in full condition. If they are really forced into a corner, the counterattack they face is definitely something no one wants to see. To put it bluntly, New Eden is also afraid that after the Angel Civilization wins the Battle of Factions, they will be killed after the rabbit dies. If New Eden really attacks directly now, except for the main fleet of the Demon Third Fleet, the fleets of the Free Faction will be completely unstoppable. If New Eden is fighting to the death with the Demonic Third Fleet, and the Angelic Fifth Fleet comes and takes over the fleets of New Eden and the Demonic Civilization, that would be bad. The Angelic Civilization also has this concern. The strength of New Eden now exposed cannot help but make Vibra Lena afraid. If they fight with the demons and both sides suffer losses, will New Eden choose to sit back and watch the fight, so that they can own the entire Southern Star region? As long as the future of the Southern Star region is not in the hands of the devil, Vibra Elena doesn't care who controls it, but she has to be responsible for the lives of the people of the entire Angel Fifth Fleet. So under the various concerns of both sides, the situation seems to have returned to the original, except that a new Eden has been added now. As long as the two sides do not reach a consensus one day, this situation will continue like this. Forget it, let the commander worry about it. Ola shook his head, and decided to let Sherman decide this matter himself. In short, his plan has been completed, and a very favorable situation has been achieved for New Eden. Further, the entire Southern Star region is within easy reach. Taking a step back, it can also become the largest force of justice order in the Southern Star region. How to do it specifically depends on Sherman himself. After all, Aura's plan is also based on rescuing Wang Yan, the future mistress, and it is carried out smoothly. In the final analysis, it still uses Wang Yan and the Fifth Fleet of Angels, and the means are not glorious. It would be better to let his insignificant commander decide on this matter. After receiving Aura's report, Sherman was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that all the actions during this period were within Aura's plan, and he also gave him such a great gift. Commander, if we choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then the entire Southern Star region will surrender to the feet of New Eden in the future. Aura's words were very tempting, and Sherman had no doubt about it. Once the Third Fleet of Demons and the Fifth Fleet of Angels, the two obstacles blocking New Eden, are defeated, New Eden will be free to swim and fly. Now New Eden has the Killing Angel super flagship, the Gustus super flagship, and the Imperial Crusaders of the Emma Empire, and can completely swallow up the entire Southern Star region. Once the entire Southern Star region is controlled, it only takes a short period of development for New Eden to completely build the existing fleet with its strong industrial capacity. Not much, just 1 year is enough. By then, each pirate force in New Eden alone will be able to have 4 super flagship fleets, plus the Emma Empire's Imperial Navy and Imperial Crusaders. The two civilizations can completely show off their skills. However, facing this temptation, Sherman did not answer Aura's question directly, but asked Aura, "Aura, do you know what I thought when I first came to this world?" Aura thought about it, and shook his head. "Commander, I don't know. This is not what I should think about." Aura and other intelligent beings live because of Sherman's orders are their direction for moving forward. So they have never thought about what Sherman is thinking. Live. Sherman stood up, took out a cigarette and lit it. He looked at the fleet outside the window through the curling green smoke, and said with a dazed look, "When I first came to this world, I just wanted to live well. It would be best if I could be the kind of person who owns a living planet and be an interstellar rancher. Then I will marry a well-educated and well-mannered wife and live a stable life. That will be enough for my life. But these things kept forcing me to keep coming, for fear that I would fall into the abyss if I stopped. I didn't expect that I would experience the feeling of death in the end. It was quite exciting." At some point, the holographic projections of many officials of New Eden quietly appeared in the room, all kneeling on one knee, bowing their heads and saying nothing. Sherman looked at everyone, but didn't care. Instead, he smiled and said to the burly man who bowed his head beside him, "Maud, do you know how I looked at you before?" "I don't know." Maud shook his head, and said very straightforwardly. Sherman looked at such a straightforward Maud and smiled. "At first, I regarded the whole world as a game, a real-life version of Eve, to reduce my fear of coming to this world. I only regarded you as NPCs, who assist me, not as real lives." Before Sherman finished speaking, Maud raised his head, touched his bald head, and said honestly, "Commander, you are right. We came from the game, and were born because of you. It is our honor to be your NPC." The other officials also nodded. What Maud said was what they meant. They were originally a string of ethereal data in the void. They came to this world because of Sherman, and had real life. They were happy to be the NPC in Sherman's life. No, you are yourselves, the protagonists of your own lives, and you should not be anyone's NPC. "Even me," Sherman retorted. Chapter 347. Sherman almost forgot how he had finally separated Aura and the others from the inherent image in the game, and treated them as real living beings. It might be because of the scarcity of supplies when he and Maud fought wits and courage to hide tobacco. It might also be the impact of Chelm Solin's transformation from a man in the game to a tall and majestic woman on him. Or it might be that the joys and sorrows of Aura and the others in front of him during these days changed his impression. After that, he began to take real responsibility for everyone and became a hands-off boss. Because he knew his own level, he handed over the development of the entire New Eden to Aura and others, allowing them to truly experience the feeling of mastering their own lives. Being with people he was familiar with in the game made him feel less homesick, which was why he liked to stay in the game every day. Hearing this, Aura and others also understood what Sherman meant. Then, Aura waved his hand and smiled at Sherman. "My lord, we understand what you mean, give the order." All the officials also knelt on one knee, and said with a moving face, "My lord, give the order." This time, the officials did not call Sherman the commander, but used the word "my lord" to express their attitude. At this moment, New Eden truly belonged to Sherman. Congratulations to the host for completing the final trial, and the authority of New Eden is completely unlocked. Conditions are met, the authority of the central computer of New Eden is changed, and the final authority is Sherman. Authority is met. The four empires' technology unlocking tasks are released. In Change-Mixing City, commands quietly appeared in the central computer, and the door of the entire New Eden was truly open to him without Sherman noticing. I'm sorry. Looking at the officials, Sherman bowed gently. He said sorry because he knew that the second mission of Aura and others was to rebuild New Eden in this world, but he would let this mission continue. When Sherman raised his head, there was no hesitation in his eyes, and the cowardice of the past had disappeared. Order, the Killing Angel super flagship, and the Sasha fleet will immediately launch an attack to smash the Freedom Faction fleet blocking the Jilly Galaxy. Yes. Chelm Solon and Mu Yunyan immediately received the order. Order, the Gusta's super flagship will set off immediately, attack the Beecher meteor field from the Omega Star field, and rescue Aura and Wang Yin at all costs. Yes. Estamel Terrace and other Gusta's group officials immediately received the order, and all began to look forward to the upcoming battle. The Gusta's super flagship was the first super flagship established in New Eden, but it has always lived in the background. Now it is finally their turn to appear. Jamil Salam, your Imperial Crusaders will send the first legion to continue eastward into the Beecher meteor region. The other legions will remain in place, and be ready to attack at any time. Yes. Jamil Salam took the order solemnly. She knew what Sherman's order meant to New Eden, and even the entire Southern Star region. My lord, what about us? Maud and other officials of the Angel Enterprise Consortium looked at Sherman expectantly. Sherman looked at Maud and others, who were eagerly waiting for the mission, thought for a while, and said, the regular fleet of the Angel Enterprise Consortium will act together with Augusta's super flagship fleet. You have only one mission, which is to intercept all the free camp fleets that are heading to the main battlefield for support. Maud's group will keep an eye on the home base to prevent any scoundrels from taking advantage of the situation and sending out the army to cause trouble. Yes. Of course, unlike the excitement of the Angel Enterprise Consortium officials such as Harcom Stamai, Maud seemed a little depressed. Looking at the somewhat disappointed Maud, Sherman said earnestly, I feel uneasy without anyone watching over my family, and a strong fleet protecting me. Yes. Knowing that he was responsible for protecting Sherman, Maud immediately changed his disappointed look and took the order seriously. Although he knew that Sherman had a personal fleet protecting him, and he didn't need to take action under normal circumstances, he couldn't resist Sherman's trust. It's not that Sherman didn't want Maud's group to attack Beecher meteor field together, but now the entire fleet of New Eden has been sent out, and the family can't be left alone. Otherwise, when the battle is over, you will find that someone has stolen your home. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Then, Sherman looked at everyone solemnly. This time, I leave it to you. Everyone immediately stood up, saluted, and roared in unison, Die for my lord. When the others took the order and left, Sherman called the officials of the Gusta's group. Looking at Sherman who left them alone, the officials of Gusta's looked at each other, and finally Estamel Tel went up to ask, My lord, are there any other tasks? Looking at Estamel Tel, Sherman said hesitantly, Your mission this time is very heavy. You need to face the main force of the Demon Third Fleet directly, and I need you to show the style of New Eden. Hearing this, Estamel Tel instantly understood what Sherman meant, and couldn't help but smile brightly, and said confidently, My lord, don't worry, we understand what you mean. Facing the 8 super flagship fleets of the Demon Third Fleet, Sherman needed Augusta's super flagship to show its own style. In other words, it requires the sacrifice of Augusta's super flagship. That is, it is necessary to fight to the death with the main force of the Demon Third Fleet until it is completely annihilated. In this way, it shows its attitude to the Angel civilization and also tests the attitude of the Angel Fifth Fleet, which has already entered the Omega Star region. If the Angel Fifth Fleet does not take any action in the face of Augusta's super flagship, or even has other ideas, then don't blame him for not considering any feelings in the future. He is soft-hearted, but that doesn't mean he can accept someone stabbing him in the back. And he asked the other 5 legions of Jamil Salam's Imperial Crusaders to stay put for this reason. If the Angel Fifth Fleet really wants to be the fisherman behind the scenes and watch the New Eden and the Demon Third Fleet fight to the death, then don't blame him. Thinking of this, Sherman's eyes flashed with a cold light. Report. A super flagship fleet appeared during the reconnaissance in the heart of the Omega Star field, and it is moving towards my fleet. After the Gurista's super flagship fleet began to move, the Angel Fifth Fleet, which was in the Omega Star region and confronting the Demon Third Fleet, also observed it. Vibra Lena looked at the suddenly appearing super flagship fleet with a puzzled look on her face. Which civilization super flagship fleet is the other party from? Now all the known super flagship fleets in the entire Southern Star region are under the surveillance of the Angel Fifth Fleet. Where did this one come from? The reconnaissance ship looked at the super flagship fleet that passed by in front of it without any cover, and reported with a little hesitation. The other party claims to be the New Eden Euristas group, the fearful Euristas First Fleet. The super flagship fleet of New Eden? Vibra Elena looked as if she had seen a ghost. Where did this super flagship fleet come from in New Eden? Chapter 348. When Vibra Elena heard this information, she felt her scalp tingling. What did New Eden want to do by suddenly sending out such a super flagship fleet at this time? Order the first and second super flagship fleets to disperse to the two galaxies on both sides and wait for orders, and the other fleets to prepare for battle. Even with the intelligence of the Angel civilization, they were unable to find out about this super flagship fleet of New Eden before, so you can imagine how deeply New Eden hid this super flagship fleet. And now it is exposed so unconcealedly, and it is heading straight for her fleet. She doesn't think this is New Eden simply showing off its strength. Moreover, under the current special circumstances, she had to be on guard against the New Eden super flagship fleet. It's better to be safe than sorry. A few hours later, Estemeltel and his super flagship fleet stopped in front of the defense zone, where the Angel Fifth Fleet was currently stationed. Although he didn't have much impression of the Angel Fleet in front of him, in order to avoid accidents, Estemeltel still asked Vibra Elena for a passage. After all, this was a super flagship fleet that had to pass through someone else's defense zone. If it caused any misunderstandings due to carelessness, it would be a big joke. We are ordered by our Lord to go to Beecher Meteor Field to pick up the mistress. We are asking for your defense zone to pass through. Please reply as soon as possible. Listening to Estemelter's words, Vibra Elena was slightly thoughtful. Borrowing the passage to Beecher Meteor Field? Is this a formal preparation to go to war with the Third Fleet of the Devil? Or is it that New Eden has some unknown plan in this? Vibra Elena was a little confused, but she still had the necessary caution in her heart. She then took the initiative to contact Estemelteris, and the two sides switched from the public channel to an encrypted channel. I am the person in charge of the Angel civilization in the Southern Star region, the commander of the Angel Fifth Fleet, Vibra Elena. Please tell me the number and mission of your department. I need to confirm it. Vibra Elena said in a businesslike manner. Estemeltel, the commander of the First Fleet of the Euristas group under New Eden, the mission is to go to the Beecher Meteor region to pick up your princess, my master's fiancée. Estemeltel said lightly. As for the sarcasm in Estemelter's tone, Vibra Elena seemed to have not heard it, and confirmed it with New Eden in a businesslike manner. The two sides just looked at each other in silence, waiting for New Eden's confirmation. Not long after, New Eden's reply arrived. After confirming that the super flagship team in front of her was really New Eden, Vibra Elena was still a little shocked. From the super flagship team in front of her, it was obviously different from the super flagship team that had just appeared in the Beta star field. And judging from the weapons exposed on the warships in this super flagship fleet, this is a super flagship fleet tending towards missile weapons, while the one in the Beta star field is an energy cannon weapon. So, this New Eden not only has the ability to independently build super flagship fleets, but also has two types of super flagship fleet manufacturing technologies. How could this not make Vibra Elena shocked? Others are eager for Titan technology and super flagship fleet construction technology, but this New Eden has taken out two sets at once, and there was no news at all before, so the degree of confidentiality can be imagined. Confirmed, your unit can pass at any time. Don't worry, I need to wait a while. Let's leave it like this for now. At this time, Estemertel was not so anxious, but walked out of the space capsule that controlled the warship leisurely, and sat on the sofa in the cab. Now she brought the fleet here, not only to express her attitude to the angels, but also to give the Demon Third Fleet time to prepare, to attract enough attention for the offensive in other directions of New Eden, and to reduce the pressure in other directions. Since she came here with the intention of dying, she naturally had to maximize the value of her fleet. Vibra Elena naturally accepted Estemelter's request. Now the entire Angel Fifth Fleet was ready, and she was not afraid that the New Eden super flagship fleet would do anything. She had the confidence and the courage. You can do whatever you want, as long as your fleet does not intrude into my defense zone. All troops are on standby, shut down the engines, and wait for follow-up orders. In response to Vibra Elena's secret warning, Estemertel answered in a straightforward way. In ancient times, when two armies met, cavalry slowed down and approached each other as a way to express friendship. After all, cavalry without sufficient distance and speed were not as good as infantry at close range. In the Star Sea, shutting down the engine of a warship also meant something similar. So after seeing that the first fleet of dread Euristas had shut down its engines, Vibralena breathed a sigh of relief. At least from now on, the New Eden super flagship fleet in front of them really did not want to be their enemy, and there was no provocation at all. Seeing the fleet shut down its engines in unison after receiving the order, Vibralena asked curiously, "Your Majesty has hidden you for such a long time. Such an elite super flagship fleet." From the tip of the iceberg, this super flagship fleet executed the order without any delay, and even after the engine was turned off, it still maintained the best battle formation. This kind of tacit understanding cannot be achieved in a short period of time. Vibralena doesn't believe that there is no rigorous training for more than a year. In response, Estemeltel smiled and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Yes, if the future mistress of New Eden had not been trapped in the Beecher meteor field without rescue, my lord would not have exposed us." This was secretly mocking the inaction of the angels such as Vibralinlin, which caused Wang Yin and others to be trapped in the Beecher meteor field and unable to withdraw. Looking at Estemeltel, who was like a hedgehog and had thorns in his words, Vibralena knew that she could not get any valuable information from this guy, so she made a few random remarks and found an excuse to leave. Seeing this, Estemertel changed his sarcastic expression, showed a bright smile, and whistled softly while lying on the sofa. It was a nice idea to get information from her. At the same time, the news that New Eden sent a super flagship fleet to enter the Omega Star Field and wanted to go to the Beecher meteor field through the Angel 5th Fleet Defense Zone was also known to Burrell Saxon. Another super flagship fleet from New Eden. Where did New Eden get so many super flagship fleets? Listening to the intelligence reported by the reconnaissance ship, Burrell Saxon's first reaction was to disbelieve. After all, the New Eden had just placed a hidden super flagship fleet in the Beta star field. How could another one appear now? But the various intelligence sent by the reconnaissance ship, especially seeing that this super flagship fleet had a large New Eden icon in addition to a skull rabbit-like paint, made him have to accept this fact. Because no one would paint the logo of other civilizations on this super flagship fleet that represents face. Looking at the super flagship fleet in the video, Burrell Saxon frowned and gave an order to the fleet. Order the entire fleet to prepare for battle and maintain a level 1 alert. I have a very bad premonition. Chapter 349. When everything was ready, Sherman gave Estemeltel an attack order. Feared Eurista's first fleet, attack. Yes, my lord. After receiving the order, Estemeltel did not care about Vibralena's surprised look, and led the fleet across the starfield defense line and entered the Beecher meteor field. After entering the Beecher meteor field, Estemeltel immediately led the fleet to take the initiative to attack the 4 super flagship fleet of the Demon 3rd Fleet in the galaxy that blocked Aura. Even though the Demon's 4 super flagship fleet had received warnings from Burrell Saxon before, they really didn't expect that they would rush directly towards them, but they were prepared for this. The jump star gate to the Omega Star Field became the target of the attack of the first fleet of Dread Euristas at the first time. Facing the siege of an entire fleet, the Demon's Dreadnought fleet, and 2 conventional fleets defending the Stargate suffered a devastating blow in an instant. But then Burrell Saxon, who was well prepared, immediately pressed the 4 super flagship fleet directly to compete with Estemeltel for control of the Stargate. If the Stargate is lost, and there are only a few, as long as there is a short blank period, then Aura can take Wang Yen and escape. This is unacceptable to the demons. Therefore, before the main force of the 4 super flagship fleet of the demons arrived, its various interception ships and interception equipment arrived at the Stargate, and various interception force fields and interception devices surrounded the tens of thousands of kilometers centered on the Stargate without any cost, giving the Aura fleet no chance to approach the Stargate. As long as Aura's fleet dares to jump to the Stargate, it will be intercepted by these interception force fields. If the demons seize the opportunity, they may kill them here even with the firepower of the first fleet of feared Euristas. There is no doubt that Burrell Saxon hates this. Now New Eden has taken the lead in attacking the demons. No matter what the result of this battle is, the 5th Fleet of Angels, which has been eyeing the Omega Star region, will definitely seize the opportunity to give him a big blow. This camp battle has not officially ended yet, but the result has been predicted. If he can save his face by killing an angel princess before retreating, Burrell Saxon will certainly be happy to do so, and he will never be soft-hearted. In the face of these interception ships, the Poison Lizard-class cruiser fleet and the Cayman-class dreadnought fleet used for air defense were immediately dispatched to clear these interception and interception equipment. The medium-sized drones of the Poison Lizard-class cruiser fleet merged into a drone cluster during the attack, attacking the interception ships of the Demon Civilization fleet, and the light missile launchers equipped on them also fired at the same time, and the high efficiency of their concentrated fire made everyone stunned. What kind of drone is this? It's so outrageous. Looking at his own interceptor ship being overwhelmed by missiles and drones, the corners of Burrell Saxon's mouth twitched slightly. These medium-sized attack drones are very outrageous. Their firepower and defense are comparable to ordinary cruisers. This is the first time he has seen such an outrageous situation. It's not the Iron Cavalry, but it's comparable to the Iron Cavalry to some extent, which is outrageous. Facing the alarming increase in the damage of the interceptor ship, Burrell Saxon had to order the regular fleet to enter the field, assist the interceptor ship's actions, and anchor the interception equipment to ensure that the interception force field of the Stargate is always there. Heh. Looking at the several War Demon-class cruisers coming towards the Stargate, Estamel showed a sneer on his face. Then he controlled the Poison Lizard-class cruiser fleet to immediately pull out the main fleet to engage in battle with it, and the Rattler-class battle fleet also released sentry drones, and the missile launch bay was slightly opened, and the cruise missiles showed a cold light. When the 3 War Demon-class heavy assault cruisers of Bill Saxon came, Estamel did not let the Poison Lizard-class cruiser fleet directly engage in battle, but pulled it to a safe distance and released a group of unmanned attack aircraft to attack it. The Poison Lizard-class cruiser is a very powerful drone and missile warship. Its drone combat system can greatly enhance the drone's capabilities, allowing this medium-sized drone to burst out with power comparable to that of an ordinary cruiser. Each Poison Lizard-class cruiser can control 2 medium-sized attack drones, and Estamel sent 3 Poison Lizard-class cruiser fleets to fight against Burrell Saxon's 3 War Demon-class fleets. So when the drone swarms that covered the sky and the sun directly rushed into the War Demon-class fleet, they realized how difficult these drones were. Estamel adopted the method of targeted and concentrated fire to use drones for long-range attacks, attacking the War Demon-class fleet from a distance. Each War Demon-class that was targeted would be attacked by drones of a full-strength Lizard-class fleet, which was equivalent to bearing the firepower of 2 cruiser fleets in an instant. Even the War Demon-class, a heavy assault cruiser known for its defensive power, could not withstand this terrifying firepower. In addition, Estamel directly controlled 3 Lizard-class fleets to attack his 3 War Demon-class fleets. The speed of destroying a War Demon-class battleship in an average of 5 seconds was unacceptable to Bill Saxon. Overload the thrusters, clear the drones while approaching them, and engage in close combat. Bill Saxon ordered the 3 fleets. If they continue to fight like this, his 3 conventional fleets will be kited like living kites until they die without being able to hurt the enemy at all. But it is so difficult to get close, and Estamel must give them a chance. When the War Demon-class fleet wanted to get close, Estamel controlled the Poison Lizard-class to retreat or deter, and kept a safe distance from them, always out of their range. Once the enemy's interception fleet is found to be trying to intercept, the light missile launchers of the Poison Lizard-class will conduct concentrated fire defense, destroying all the fast-approaching interception ships on the periphery, not giving them a chance to get close. When it comes to kite tactics, Gustav is better than the Mod Regiment. Looking at the Poison Lizard-class fleet that has been hanging on his fleet, Burrell Saxon knew that he could not catch up, and immediately ordered the fleet to clear these attack drones. He saw that the fleet in front of him used drones as the main means of attack, and he didn't believe that after he cleared all these drones, they would still be able to play any role. The main attack method of this drone warship is this drone, and as long as all its drones are destroyed, it will be useless, like a plucked chicken. As soon as he said it, Bill Saxon immediately ordered the fleet to clear out these medium-sized attack drones around him. Although these medium-sized attack drones have a defense comparable to that of an ordinary cruiser fleet, they were still quickly cleared in front of the War Demon-class fleet, and the 3 War Demon-class fleets of the Demon Civilization also paid a heavy price. But when the drone swarms around them were cleared, the people in the 3 War Demon-class fleets also breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure brought by these drone swarms was too great. But before they could catch their breath, they saw another group of medium-sized attack drones set off from the Poison Lizard-class fleet and swarm towards them. Bill Saxon's face froze. Each Poison Lizard-class cruiser can carry 10 medium-sized attack drones, and can complete 5 waves of drone attacks. Estamel said that even if they were not enough, there would be more, and the quantity was enough. MD, is it over yet? Looking at the other side's drone swarm taking off again, Bill Saxon immediately cursed, and then ordered the fleet that was ready. Titans are in the lead, super aircraft carrier fleets and small aircraft carrier fleets are attacking. Use the cavalry to smash these guys for me. Chapter 350. Since we can't touch these guys conventionally, let's use the cavalry to smash them. Don't you like playing with drones? Then let you have a taste of the cavalry. When has Bill Saxon ever suffered such a loss, when he was kite the whole time? Since the War Demon-class heavy assault cruiser fleet can't fight in close combat, let the cavalry smash these guys. Afterwards, the main force of the 4 super flagship fleet of the Demon 3rd Fleet attacked with nearly 7 dreadnought fleets in front, and the aircraft carrier fleet entered the field around the Titan. But Burrell Saxon didn't want to start a super flag decisive battle, so he parked the fleet at a safe distance, just within the attack range of the aircraft carrier. Supercarriers and small aircraft carriers are the most professional drone platforms, so their locking distance is far beyond that of other warships. Even Titans are inferior. There are no aircraft carriers in Estimelter's Dreg Eurista's first fleet. The flagship fleet is composed of Cayman-class dreadnoughts, Red Turtle-class combat auxiliary ships, and Komodo-class Titans. In addition, there are more than a dozen Rattler-class battle fleets and Poison Lizard-class cruise fleets. Moreover, the majority of them are Cayman-class dreadnought fleets, which are even comparable to regular fleets, with a total of 10 fleets, and the Komodo-class Titans are several times more than other super flagship fleets, with a total of 50. But there is no doubt that Eurystus does not have an aircraft carrier, which is a flaw. Originally, the first fleet of Dreg Eurystus had a super aircraft carrier fleet, which was Sasha's sole Revenant-class super aircraft carrier, but before coming, Estimeltel handed them all over to the Sasha group for attacks in other directions. Although the sole Revenant-class supercarrier is good, it is not Gustav's own supercarrier after all. Estimeltel is not used to it, and there is no need to use it. After all, she brought the fleet here to die, so there is no need to bring another supercarrier fleet. Her fear Gustav First Fleet alone is enough. So when facing the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group of the Burrell Saxon aircraft carrier fleet, there was no aircraft carrier fleet that could threaten it, so Estimeltel immediately withdrew the Poison Lizard-class fleet, and did not confront it head-on. Looking at the Poison Lizard-class fleet returning to the main fleet under the threat of the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group, Burrell Saxon showed disdain on his face, and then ordered the aircraft carrier fleet to switch fire to the dreadnought fleet. Letting the aircraft carrier fleet attack the conventional fleet was just to vent his anger. Now that the opponent has fled, the firepower must be turned to more valuable targets. And the dreadnought that cannot move after the battle module is activated is the most valuable target. It is a tin can that cannot move, and it can't hit its own aircraft carrier fleet. Isn't this wonderful? Facing the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group attacking his dreadnought fleet, Estimelteris responded calmly, releasing drone groups from the Poison Lizard-class fleet to attack the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group directly, and the Rattler-class battleship fleet also released sentry drones to assist in the attack. The missile launchers of the Poison Lizard-class fleet and the Rattler-class fleet also began to operate, aiming directly at the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group coming from the main fleet. In addition, the Cayman-class air defense system also began to operate, and missile launchers emerged from the cabin, and sharp missiles with tail flames rushed towards the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group. You know, although this missile can't deal high damage instantly like energy cannons, and because of the attack method, the damage will be delayed. But it also has one most important advantage, that is, the hit attribute brought by its own automatic lock-on system. And because of the missile warhead, its damage is also very stable. It will not happen that energy cannons and projectile cannons will miss due to angular velocity. It is almost impossible to happen in front of the missile. Unless the target speed can exceed the speed of the missile can catch up and destroy it. So facing the fleet of Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft, under the interception of the drone cluster and missiles of the Dread Eurystus super flagship fleet, more than half of them were lost before they could reach the best attack distance. At this moment, Bill Saxon said that he was really disgusted. His own aircraft carrier fleet, which had an absolute advantage, and was supposed to be able to eliminate the opponent's dreadnought fleet one by one, now had no way to deal with the opponent. The Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group could not even break through the blockade formed by the drone cluster and missiles, let alone attack the dreadnought fleet. Seeing the first wave of his own Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft being quickly destroyed under the blockade of drones and missiles, Bill Saxon's eyes narrowed slightly. We must find a way to open a gap and regain control of the Stargate. Otherwise, when the interception force field that our interceptor ship risked its life to open disappears, the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet that rescued Wang Yin will take the opportunity to slip away. All conventional fleets are dispatched, keep a safe distance, and clear out this group of drones. The aircraft carrier fleet covers the interceptor ship and rushes in to stop the enemy's drone group. The Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group provides firepower cover. The stealth bomber fleet is ready to attack at any time, release electronic jamming bombs, and paralyzed the air defense system of the enemy's dreadnought. Commands came out from Bill Saxon's mouth, and the entire 4 super flagship fleet was mobilized. Several war demon fleets began to move to the front line under the cover of the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group, and began to attack the medium-sized attack drone group of the Poison Lizard class, preparing to clear them bit by bit. It must be said that this is indeed the elite fleet of the demons suppressing the Southern Star region. After suffering a loss just now, they estimated the attack range of the Poisonous Lizard class drone, so this time, they have been attacking outside the maximum attack range of its drone, and the cooperation of the aircraft carrier fleet is also very close, keeping the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group in a state of closeness at all times, otherwise the drone group will leave. In this regard, Estimeltel did not have a good response. If the drone was withdrawn, it would create an attack window of the blockade line, causing the Demon's Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group to break in and attack the Dreadnought cluster, which would cause more serious losses. So she could only keep the drones in a defensive posture, and at most conduct a seesaw attack, using a back-and-forth tactic to clear the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group. But she did not dare to retreat easily, and even if the drones suffered serious losses, she had to release new ones to replenish them. At this time, Aura, who had been in the subspace, noticed something wrong and immediately warned Estimelteris. But it was too late. I saw a stealth bomber quietly approaching the side of the first fleet of Dreguristas from the subspace, and as soon as it appeared, it fired bombs at Estimelter's dreadnought fleet and the Poison Lizard class cruiser fleet. Estimeltel's face was on the side. He saw that the stealth bomber consisting of dozens of people launched dozens of electronic jamming bombs, and suddenly exploded after reaching the predetermined position, setting off an electromagnetic pulse wave, which interfered with the locking system of the Poison Lizard class fleet. Although the dreadnought fleet ignored the electronic interference because of the battle module, the air defense system also had some problems. Taking advantage of the window period of air defense firepower, the Demon's aircraft carrier fleet immediately seized the opportunity, and the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft group rushed towards the Cayman-class dreadnought fleet like a venomous snake. If no measures are taken, then with the intensity of the Demon's cavalry carrier-based aircraft group's attack, the Dreguristas fleet will lose at least a dozen dreadnoughts. In this emergency, Estimelter no longer hides, and is the first to reveal his trump card. Afterwards, with Burrell Saxon's stunned expression, a squadron of cavalry took off from the Cayman-class dreadnought fleet and formed a new line of defense to stop the Demon's cavalry carrier-based aircraft group. Chapter 351. Looking at the cavalry squadron taking off from the dreadnought, Burrell Saxon felt a headache. A dreadnought can also carry a cavalry squadron. What kind of weird technology is this? The dreadnought is one of the most important strategic forces in interstellar battles. The main feature is to defeat the opponent with powerful firepower and defense, so in order to ensure the performance of the dreadnought, the interior of the dreadnought is very compact, and at most some ordinary drone bays are installed to supplement the air defense firepower. This was the first time he had seen a dreadnought with a cavalry track installed directly in front of him. You know, the cavalry has very high requirements for drone systems, and even needs a special drone system to command it, so the cavalry has always been exclusive to aircraft carriers. The weapon system of the dreadnought is incompatible with the cavalry system. If you want to force the two together, the dreadnought will almost be useless. The demons did research in this area at the beginning, but no matter how they studied, they could not perfectly integrate the two systems. The final result is that the dreadnought equipped with the Iron Cavalry system is far inferior to the dreadnoughts of the same level in terms of firepower and defense, and the Iron Cavalry equipped is also very useless, and cannot play the expected role. Therefore, this research was finally denied. But now, looking at the dreadnought in front of him, even if Burrell Saxon doesn't believe it, he has to admit that the dreadnought of this super flagship fleet is indeed a perfect integration of the dreadnought weapon system and the Iron Cavalry system. Not only did the dreadnought not suffer any negative impact, but the power of the Iron Cavalry was also strengthened, greatly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the dreadnought. It's incredible! Biller Saxon couldn't help but exclaim. Then he became more curious about this new Eden, and couldn't help wondering which ancient super civilization's technology this new Eden inherited. But thinking back to the various super civilizations recorded in the data, there was no similar civilization. And Vibralena, who had been watching the battle in secret, was also shocked by this scene, and her heart was also in turmoil. Looking at the dreadnought fleet that had reorganized a line of defense in front of him and stopped his own cavalry carrier-based aircraft group, Burrell Saxon patted his head, cleared his distracting thoughts, and put his thoughts back on the battle. Now the cavalry carrier-based aircraft group that suddenly rushed out of the dreadnought fleet resolved his new round of offensive. His original intention of relying on the absolute advantage of his aircraft carrier to eliminate the opponent's dreadnought fleet and slowly consume the opponent's manpower was in vain. He had to change his tactics. Soon, Bill Saxon had a new round of plans. The stealth bomber formation, carrying electronic bombs, carried out rounds of bombing on the enemy's cruiser fleet and cavalry squadron. I want to see how many drones and cavalry they have. Burrell Saxon is worthy of being a general of the demon civilization guarding the southern star field. He quickly sees the weakness of the dread Eurystus fleet. Whether it is the drones of the Poison Lizard class or the cavalry in the Cayman class cavalry bay, they are limited and cannot store a large amount of ammunition like conventional weapons. When facing the demon fleet, they will slowly consume it. Then the air defense blockade organized by Estamel-Tel will be useless. In fact, the Poison Lizard class cruiser can only dispatch 5 waves of drone attacks. Once the drones are consumed, they can only use conventional weapons to attack. This is even more true for the Cayman class dreadnought. It is not easy to fit the cavalry bay into the dreadnought, so the cavalry squadron stored in the bay will not be many, and it is impossible to store a large number of cavalry carrier-based aircraft like an aircraft carrier. Stealth bombers can sail in the subspace, quietly approach and launch powerful range bombs, destroying enemy drones and cavalry carrier-based aircraft through large-scale explosions, and even if there are enough, it is not impossible to blow up the enemy's cruisers together. After the cruiser fleet was blown up, the drone was completely useless, which would clear a major obstacle for the aircraft carrier fleet's attack. However, after the first sneak attack by the stealth bomber, how could Estamel-Tel suffer a second loss? When Burrell Saxon's stealth bomber was about to jump out of the subspace to bomb again, Estamel-Tel taught them a good lesson. The stealth bomber fleet had just jumped out of the subspace, and the Poison Lizard class cruiser fleet used light missiles to attack it, and instantly controlled it. When this stealth bomber fleet forcibly launched the electronic bombs in the bomb launcher and prepared to fight to the death, the air defense system on the Cayman class dreadnought began to work, and anti-ballistic missiles were quickly launched, intercepting all the bombs. The bombs hit by the anti-ballistic missiles were detonated in advance in an instant. The powerful force generated by the bombs after detonation swept all the stealth bomber fleets that had not left the explosion range, destroying the entire stealth bomber fleet and causing harm. After that, Burrell Saxon organized several more attacks by stealth bomber fleets, but they were all resolved by Estamel-Tel, who also ate all of these stealth bomber fleets. Burrell Saxon's plan failed again. Seeing that his plans to take advantage of the situation were resolved by Estamel-Tel one by one, Burrell Saxon touched his head in distress. Forget it, the 4th Super Flagship Fleet will attack, and the 5th Super Flagship Fleet is ready to enter the field. Leave this New Eden Super Flagship Fleet to me. We can't delay any longer. If we delay any longer, the interception force field around the Stargate will disappear. We can only attack directly. After the order was issued, Burrell Saxon's 4th Super Flagship Fleet immediately began to jump to the Stargate, and the weapon systems of all warships have also emerged from the dust-proof cabin. Finally, seeing that the Super Flagship Fleet that had been in a standoff for a long time finally made a big move, Estamel-Tel's eyes lit up. The entire Dread Gusta's Super Flagship Fleet was ready, and the Interceptor immediately opened the interception force field on the battlefield. The interception force field opened by the Interceptor immediately took effect, blocking the 4th Super Flagship Fleet of Burrell Saxon at an optimal attack distance. Then, 50 Komodo-class Titans first presented a great gift to the 4th Super Flagship Fleet of Burrell Saxon. The 50 Komodo-class Titans suddenly revealed countless missile launch bays, and countless special missiles were quickly launched into the air at an extremely fast speed, and then merged into a huge and rapid missile torrent that submerged a Titan of the 4th Fleet. The energy shield of the Demon Civilization Titan was shattered directly in the face of this violent attack, and then the armor and hull could not withstand the extremely penetrating missiles. As the missiles that penetrated the armor and hull were detonated at the same time, the Titan of the Demon Civilization also exploded. Destroy everything, annihilate everything. Holy Light of Annihilation Kinetic Doomsday Weapon. Chapter 352. Missile Doomsday Weapons? Damn it! Looking at his Titan destroyed by the storm-like attack, Burrell Saxon could not help but curse. In terms of the energy reaction of damage, missile Doomsday Weapons are actually not inferior to laser Doomsday Weapons. But in terms of applicability, they are far inferior to laser Doomsday Weapons. This is determined by the requirements of the two different weapons. After all, as long as there is enough fuel for the reaction, the laser Doomsday Weapon can be launched after cooling. The requirements for missile-type Doomsday Weapons are much higher. Not only do they need fuel to react, but they also need missiles to load. Moreover, the missiles they launch are special and valuable. Moreover, the number of missiles they carry is limited. After several rounds of launch, they may need to return to the base for reloading, which is not suitable for long-term combat. Therefore, the demons have also excavated similar technologies from other ancient ruins, but they were all put into the warehouse after testing. Moreover, laser-type doomsday weapons are also the mainstream and trend in this world. Therefore, the equipment carried by Bylil Saxon's Titan to defend against doomsday weapons is mainly electromagnetic resistance. Unexpectedly, the Titan of the super flagship team in front of him did not take the usual path and used kinetic missile-type doomsday weapons, which made Bylil Saxon fall into the trap. Target the opponent's number 1 Titan. The 4 super flagship team is ready for doomsday energy storage. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Bylil Saxon should also return the gift from Estamel Tel. All of Bylil Saxon's 4 super flagship fleet, from Titans to Dreadnoughts, activated their doomsday weapons and aimed at Estamel Ter's vehicle. Faced with the doomsday salvo of the entire super flagship fleet, Estamel Terrace calmly controlled the command ship to activate the bonus. A series of shield command pulse waves quickly spread to the entire fleet. The nanorobot clusters in the shield command pulse wave ammunition quickly attached to the battleship's energy shield along with the pulse wave. Under the effect of nanorobots, the strength of the battleship's energy shield increased. Energy shield resistance increased. The Komodo-class Titan, which was already thick-skinned, has been greatly strengthened. Not long after, the 4 super flagship fleet, which had completed the energy storage, roared at Estamel Ter's vehicle. 20 thick black light beams carrying hundreds of slightly smaller light beams hit Estamel Ter's vehicle at the same time. Devil's Kiss, the standard doomsday weapon of the demon civilization, is known as the strategic doomsday weapon of the universe together with the Sword of Judgment of the angel civilization. Unlike the Sword of Judgment of the angel civilization, the Sword of Judgment relies on the absolute violence of the magnificent power of heaven to destroy the enemy. Although the Devil's Kiss is slightly less powerful than the Sword of Judgment, it has a unique energy corrosiveness. It can corrode the enemy's energy during continuous firing, making the enemy warship unable to maintain defense due to energy hollowness until death. Hundreds of dark doomsday beams completely wrapped around Estamel Ter's vehicle, leaving no gaps. After the doomsday salvo of the 4 super flagship fleet of Bylil Saxon was over, the warship wrapped in the pitch-black beam was revealed. How is this possible? Looking at the Komodo-class Titan, which was intact except for the dimming of the energy shield, Bylil Saxon was a little unbelievable. Even if the Angel Sky Blade-class Titan was here, it would not be intact in the face of the doomsday salvo of his entire 4 super flagship fleet. And Estamel Terrace couldn't help but sweat as he looked at his energy shield, which was less than 10% left. Careless. She didn't expect that the doomsday weapon of the demonic civilization actually had a strong energy neutralization effect. She was careless for a moment, and did not allow the Red Turtle-class combat auxiliary fleet to carry out the original repair, and chose to resist. Then, after being under these hundreds of doomsday beams for a short while, the warship's capacitors were destroyed, causing the shield enhancer to stop running due to lack of power, and the energy shield resistance of the entire warship dropped a lot. After noticing something was wrong, Estamel Tel hurriedly dispatched a Red Turtle-class combat auxiliary ship to quietly transfer several rounds of capacitors, and then restart the shield enhancer, which was able to withstand the damage. Fortunately, her Komodo-class Titans are tougher. If it weren't for the capacitor being destroyed, causing the energy shield resistance to drop a lot, otherwise this level of doomsday salvo would have been able to knock down 30% of her shield at best. Gustav's warships are already famous for their energy shield technology, and the unique shield system can increase the shield resistance of the warship by a full 20%. In addition, these Komodo-class Titans were all deployed by her personally, and the resistance equipment was all improved equipment produced from her research laboratory, which made their defense even more extreme. Estamel Tel is one of the most outstanding researchers in New Eden, and his shield and missile technologies are top-notch in New Eden. So facing the concentrated fire of Bylil Saxon's 4 super flagship fleet, Estamel Tel really didn't feel any pressure. In Bylil Saxon's shock, the Red Turtle-class combat auxiliary fleet also began to repair Estamel Tel's vehicle, and quickly restored the lost energy shield. This huge repair effect made Bylil Saxon astonished. Then Bylil Saxon immediately realized that if he didn't destroy this fleet-level logistics fleet, it would be impossible to destroy this super flagship fleet. This Titan was originally tough beyond imagination, and it would take a long time to kill it. If there was still such a flagship-level logistics ship that was always repairing it in the back, then it would be impossible to destroy it even if it was fought until the end of time. Fighting the healer first in a group, this is an experience that will never be outdated. Afterwards, Burrell Saxon quickly changed his target, and the entire 4th Fleet launched an attack on the Red Turtle-level combat auxiliary fleet. Tel was not willing to lag behind, and ordered the Dreadnought fleet and Titan formation to attack the enemy's Titan. The battle between the two sides became fierce in an instant, with cavalry and drones flying together, missiles dancing with lasers, and explosions and death going hand in hand. After the battle lasted for 2 hours, facing heavy casualties, Burrell Saxon had to evacuate first. There was no way. This Tel just stared at his Titan attack. The concentrated fire of 10 Cayman-class Dreadnought fleets and 50 Komodo-class Titans was too damaging. What's even more outrageous is that these 10 Dreadnought fleets launched a cavalry squadron, and this Komodo-class Titan could also launch 3 cavalry squadrons, one of which was a Shadow cavalry carrier-based aircraft. Facing such fierce firepower, he lost a full 10 Titans and 2 Dreadnought fleets in 2 hours. The opponent only lost a Red Turtle-class combat auxiliary fleet and 2 Dreadnought fleets, and he was defeated miserably. There was no way. This super flagship fleet was too weird. Not only the Titans were terribly tough, but the Dreadnoughts were also very tough. If he wanted to destroy one of the enemy's Dreadnoughts, he would have to pay several times the price of the enemy. If the enemy had not first set its sights on his Titan formation, his Dreadnought fleet might have been completely lost. Gather the 3rd Fleet of Demons, and leave all of this fleet to me. Facing the defeat on the battlefield, Burrell Saxon was furious and directly chose to assemble the entire 3rd Fleet of 8 super flagships to leave this New Eden super flagship fleet behind. This decision was partly due to some anger, but more because he saw something different in this fleet. From the Dreadnoughts, Titans, and the flagship logistics ships of this super flagship fleet, we can see the future development direction of the flagship technology of the Demon civilization. If we can get the relevant technology from this super flagship fleet, then it doesn't matter if we give up the Southern Star region or the Angel Princess. Even if we lose the battle and withdraw from the Southern Star region, the headquarters will not blame him for it, and even give him credit for it. Chapter 353. It must be said that Burrell Saxon did find a way out for himself. Facing the defense of the 1st Fleet of the Dread Euristas, his 4 super flagship paid a heavy price. And he also knew that New Eden had sent out such a terrifying super flagship fleet to express its goodwill to the Angel civilization. And no matter what the Angel civilization would do in the end, it would not miss such a rare opportunity. The outcome of the camp war was already foreseeable. This kind of defeat could have sent him directly to a military court. So he had originally prepared to fight the Angel 5th Fleet to the end, until he died on the battlefield. But the appearance of the feared Euristas' 1st Fleet gave him a way out. As a military commander, who had been fighting for many years, he deeply understood what impact the appearance of this fleet would have on the entire universe. The development of science and technology is most strongly and directly reflected in the military. Take this battle for example. Who dares to say that there will be a super flagship fleet that can fight head-on with the Demon civilization fleet and still have an absolute advantage? But now it has really happened. If the Demon civilization does not catch up in time, its position in the universe will suffer an unparalleled impact. And with the current attitude of New Eden towards the Angel civilization, it is not certain that it will not be long before the new flagship of the Angel civilization will appear on the front line of the Demon civilization and completely beat the Demon civilization back into the abyss. This will be very fatal. So no matter what, Burrell Saxon must destroy this fleet in front of him and bring back the relevant technology, whether it is for the Demon civilization or for himself. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Burrell Saxon's eyes. And with the retreat of Burrell Saxon's 4 super flagship fleet, the defense line around the Stargate was completely liberated, and the various interception force fields around it also quietly dissipated. Seeing this, Aura also seized the opportunity to lead the fleet out of the subspace and jump towards the Stargate. Looking at the black and white fleet leaping from deep space, Burrell Saxon narrowed his eyes slightly. The 4 super flagship fleet attacks stopped them for me. Although this Angel Princess is no longer so important, it would be better if she could stay. After receiving Burrell Saxon's order, the 4 super flagship fleet also re-entered the battlefield regardless of the huge losses it had suffered. The only remaining interceptor immediately went to the appropriate position to support the interception force field. Moreover, the pilots of these interceptors were very experienced. They did not jump directly to the Stargate, but opened the interception force field in the deceleration zone between the Aura fleet and the Stargate. The Aura fleet was caught off guard, and was directly shaken off the jump state by the interception force field, and was absorbed by the interception force field. Then, the other interceptors immediately added several interception force fields, completely covering the Aura fleet. Then, the main force of the 4 super flagship fleet arrived in time, without any nonsense, and the remaining 11 Titans directly faced the Aura fleet with a Doomsday. The pitch-black Doomsday beam instantly penetrated the entire fleet. Although the Devil's Kiss is a single Doomsday weapon, the 11 Titans' Doomsday beams completely enveloped all of Aura's warships. This time, no accidents happened. With the personal witness of Burrell Saxon, the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet turned into wreckage under the Doomsday beam after resisting for a while. The Devil's Kiss, a Doomsday weapon with a capacitor neutralization effect, is a natural nemesis for warships such as the Marshall class that have better capacitor requirements. So after resisting for a while, it was destroyed by the Doomsday weapon because the capacitor was destroyed and the shield could not be repaired. It's done! Looking at the fleet reduced to ashes in front of him, Burrell Saxon showed a happy smile on his face. It was because of this fleet that his entire strategic plan was burned. It directly led to his current embarrassing situation. If he had carried out the plan at the beginning, using the Angel Princess as bait to force the Justice Order to fight a decisive battle, then he would not only be able to expel the Angel civilization from the Southern Star Field, but also gain a great advantage and win the Battle of the Camps. But he didn't expect that before his plan was launched, the Angel Princess he had captured with great effort was kidnapped by the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet. How could Burrell Saxon not be angry? It can be said that Burrell Saxon's hatred for the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet is even greater than that of the old enemy, the 5th Angel Fleet. So after seeing the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet and the Angel Princess turn to ashes, Burrell Saxon felt extremely happy. After destroying Ola's fleet, the 4 super flagship fleet was also surrounded by Estimal Tel. The interceptors of the first fleet of Figuristas immediately rushed into the 4 super flagship fleet and surrounded it with various interception force fields. After the first battle, Estimal Tel had a better understanding of the strength of the opponent in front of him. Compared with the caution during the first contact, now Estimal Tel wanted to say, "I want to fight 10 of them." Looking at the first fleet of Figuristas that surrounded his 4 super flagship fleet, Burrell Saxon frowned. The next moment, dozens of inductions suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and the bright cross-shaped inductions illuminated the entire starry sky. Then, 6 super flagship fleets surrounded Estimal Tel's Figuristas' first fleet. Looking at the 6 full super flagship fleets around him, and the 4 super flagship fleet that was still fighting back in his encirclement and was already half crippled, the smile on Estimal Tel's face became very bitter, and he couldn't help but say depressedly, "Not really, really not." But Burrell Saxon would not understand how Estimal Terrace felt now. After the 6 super flagships were in place, they fired a round of Doomsday salvos at one of the Komodo-class Titans. This time, without the support of the Red Turtle-class combat auxiliary fleet, the capacitor of Estimal Terrace's Komodo-class Titan was completely neutralized, and the resistance equipment was directly shut down because there was no energy supply. After the resistance equipment was shut down, the energy shield resistance was directly reduced by a large margin. The Komodo-class Titan's tankiness is largely due to its resistance. Without resistance to reduce the damage it receives, the Komodo-class Titan's advantage will be greatly weakened. In this case, facing the Doomsday fire of 6 super flagship fleets, it was no surprise that this Komodo-class Titan was reduced to wreckage. Unlike Estimal Terrace's depression, Burrell Saxon looked at the Komodo-class Titan that was barely destroyed under the Doomsday fire of his 6 super flagship fleets, and his mouth twitched slightly. This Titan is even tougher than I thought. Because of the Doomsday fire of the 6 super flagship fleets, the interception force field around the Stargate was completely destroyed under the Doomsday. During this window of the interception force field, another black and white Black Hidden Special Forces fleet leaped out from deep space and escaped to the Omega Star region through the Stargate in the stunned eyes of Burrell Saxon. Looking at the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet slipping away from his eyes, Burrell Saxon covered his chest and felt a little depressed. What a cunning chicken! Chapter 354. It turned out that Aura had divided the fleet into 2. The first one to go out was used to explore the way, and then it was turned into ashes by the 4th fleet of Burrell Saxon. Now this fleet is the fleet with Wang Yin and other angels. They rushed out of the battlefield and entered the Omega Star region. Before Aura and others could catch their breath, they were intercepted by the 5th fleet of angels stationed there. Looking at the angel fleet that surrounded him, Aura's expression remained unchanged, but he smiled slightly. "Sir Vibralena, what do you mean?" Vibralena stepped forward and bowed slightly, and said, "Thank you for rescuing my angels, but please hand them over to us now." In response, Aura narrowed his eyes slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. "Okay, Go and receive them yourself. After that, several hibernation capsules carrying angels were thrown out of the cabin by Aura, and the angel fleet on the side immediately towed them into their own cabins. Your people have been returned to you. Please let them go. Looking at the angel fleet checking the angels in the hibernation chamber, Aura said lightly. Now the feared Eurista's first fleet of Estamel Tel is being besieged by the entire demon third fleet, and the angel fifth fleet, which is only separated by a star gate, is still watching from the sidelines, which makes Aura's heart move slightly. At this time, an angel warrior reported to Vibel Elena. After hearing the report, Vibel Elena narrowed her eyes and said with a gentle smile, Sir, thank you for everything you have done, but the number of people you returned is a bit wrong, right? Aura's expression remained unchanged. He looked cheerful and very kind. Really? I've handed all your people over to you. Besides, my new Eden is not like your angel civilization, where you have a large family and a large business and don't keep idle people. In response to Aura's sarcasm, the smile on Vibra Elena's face turned a little cold. Sir, let's be frank. Please hand over my princess to us, and I will let you go, otherwise don't blame me for taking some bad measures. Yes, what Aura had just handed over to Vibra Elena were all members of the Dark Knight Angel Fleet, who were captured with Wang Yan, but Wang Yan did not hand them over. I'm sorry, I don't have your princess here, only the future mistress of my new Eden. Aura refused without hesitation. Then, the muzzles of the surrounding angel fleets glowed slightly red, and all of Aura's fleets were locked. Aura was not afraid either, and the doors of the remaining 100 Marshall-class Doomsday weapons were opened directly, aimed at the surrounding angel warships, and began to accumulate energy directly. The Titans of the Angel Fifth Fleet, which detected the high-energy reaction, also entered the battlefield in an instant, and dozens of Titans aimed their Doomsday weapons at Aura. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became very solidified. That is the princess of my clan. Please return her to us no matter what. I don't want this incident to destroy the friendship between the Angel Civilization and New Eden. As soon as she came up, Vibra Elena put a big hat on Aura, and her words were full of faint threats. I will say it again. This is the future mistress that my new Eden has saved from the hands of the devil at a huge cost. Your princess should ask the devil civilization for her yourself. Aura finished speaking, with an indescribable mockery in his tone. You dare not rescue, but we did, and even because of this, our new Eden was fighting the Demon Third Fleet head-on, and now the super flagship fleet is still under siege by the entire Demon Third Fleet. Abandoning your people, watching your friendly forces trapped in the siege without thinking of rescuing them, and now you are licking your face and asking for help. If this is the justice you angels preach, then you should eat your justice. You don't deserve it. Aura's words were so poisonous that the surrounding angel fleets were somewhat broken. They all looked at Aura with red eyes, and the energy reaction on the muzzle was even higher. As long as Vibra Elena gave an order, they would turn this guy who insulted their beliefs into dust in the universe. Compared with these angel warriors, Vibra Elena's chi cultivation skills were much better. After calming down the excited fleet, Vibra Elena looked at Aura and said solemnly, Do you New Eden want to betray justice? Justice? What is justice? Ola asked, If what you are doing now is justice, then I don't want this kind of justice in New Eden. In response, Vibra Elena said to Ola very seriously, Angels are justice. Ola looked disdainful. If justice is fists, then New Eden can also promote its own justice. If you don't believe it, you can try it. If fists are justice, then New Eden can also promote its own justice. Vibra Elena felt a headache when she saw Aura, who was still threatening her in the remaining predicament. Originally, she thought that there was only one wise man in New Eden, but she didn't expect that he was also a reckless man who did things without considering the consequences. Couldn't he understand what she meant? As long as he truly surrendered to the angels on behalf of New Eden and accepted the tie of the Order of Justice, wouldn't it be all right? Besides, isn't New Eden now also in the Order of Justice? Of course, Aura could hear it, but he chose to refuse with the toughest attitude. Because although New Eden is now in the Justice Order, because of the relationship between New Eden and Wang Yan, it only listens to the orders of the Angel Civilization and the Justice Order. If New Eden chooses to surrender to Vibra Elena now, then New Eden can only be manipulated by the Angel Civilization and no longer have any autonomy. This is not what New Eden wants to see. And Sure Man, who has been watching all this through Aura's broadcast, is also ruthless in his heart. Aura, bring Wang Yan back to Chongqing Star City at all costs. Estamel Tel, the first fleet of Dread Euristas should retreat now, if possible, or just give it up if it can't. Abandon the defense line and let the angels take over. Mu Yunyan, Chelm Solin, temporarily suspend the offensive against the Beecher Meteor Field and withdraw to the Alpha Northern Fortress to stand by. Jamil Salam ordered the 1st Legion of the Imperial Crusaders to withdraw from the Beecher Meteor Field and return to the Baital Star Field to stand by. After Sherman's order was issued, the original plan to resolve the Demon Third Fleet and the Freedom Camp in one battle was all burned. But it made Aura and the others smile. The commander finally stopped being soft-hearted. The current situation is that the offensive of New Eden has made the Freedom Camp breathless. Now that New Eden has directly withdrawn from the battlefield, the Freedom Camp and the Demon Third Fleet, which have recovered, will reorganize their defense line. This leaves the problem to the Angels. Should they take advantage of the Demon Third Fleet's lack of recovery and continue to take over the offensive of New Eden to drive the demons and the Freedom Camp out of the Southern Star region in one fell swoop? It's better to wait for the Demon Third Fleet to recover and let the battle between the camps continue. And now New Eden also has the power to shake the battle between the camps. She also has to consider whether New Eden will take advantage of the bloody battle between the Angel Fifth Fleet and the Demon Third Fleet to intervene. Since the Angel really wants to be the Oriole, don't blame him for overturning the table. Everyone wants to be in trouble. Chapter 355. Yeah. Sherman nodded gently, forcibly suppressing his thoughts, indicating that everything would be discussed after the meeting. Ola also nodded slightly and retreated behind Sherman to reorganize the meeting. To be honest, Sherman didn't know how to face his fiancée. It's impossible to say directly, "Your family wants to trick me, so I will drag your family into the trap," right? Until the end of the meeting, Sherman's confused thoughts were not sorted out. On the other side, Wang Yin also contacted Vibble Elena after waking up, and knew the current situation even faster. The specific situation is like this: the little guy used to be very smart. Why is he so stubborn now? Vibble Elena said, rubbing his head with a headache. He is not smart, he is just lazy. In the past, he directly handed over the military power of New Eden to his subordinates without reservation, and he was a hands-off boss. Now that he finally wants to take power and stand in the front, his subordinates are eager to let him make decisions so that they can train him. Having stayed in New Eden for a long time, Wang Yan knew much more about New Eden. How could she not understand that it was not Sherman who was stubborn, but that he simply could not see Vibble Elena's purpose? And Ola must have seen it, but in order to train Sherman, a lazy guy, to officially take charge of New Eden as soon as possible, he did not say it clearly, but let Sherman do it. However, under Sherman's operation, Vibble Elena was so angry that her head hurt. In addition, Sherman was a straightforward person, who did not like to think about these messy things and liked to flip the table at any time. Other reckless people would at most use violence to solve problems, but these guys in New Eden would directly solve the people who raised the problems. So Sherman also learned this from what he saw and heard. This can be seen from what has happened since the development of New Eden. Moreover, he does have the ability. Of course, the most important thing is that Sherman has lost trust in the Angel civilization, or he never trusted the Angel civilization in the first place, which is the reason for the current situation. Thinking of this, Wang Yin sighed. I will explain the situation to him. But you too, if you communicated with him directly, this situation would not have happened. In response, Vibra Elena smiled, then said with a straight face, "This is your man, you can handle it yourself, I still have to command the battle." Then she hung up the call like she was escaping. Looking at the hung-up call, Wang Yin rubbed his temples. "You are hundreds of years old, why are you still like a child?" "You don't need to say it, I already know." Wang Yin said this when Sherman entered the room. Sherman was stunned, then he looked at Wang Yin expressionlessly and said, "Since you know, what is your choice?" Since Wang Yin already knew the situation, he didn't have to worry about it. So he asked directly, wanting to hear Wang Yin's choice. Whether to choose to return to the Angel civilization or stay in New Eden. Looking at the expressionless Sherman, Wang Yin narrowed her eyes, stepped forward in combat boots and stared into Sherman's eyes. Sherman could even feel the other person's hot breath, and couldn't help but blush and turned away. The next moment, a pair of hands clamped his face and twisted it back forcibly. Wang Yin looked at Sherman's somewhat panicked eyes, and couldn't help but smile in her eyes, her pupils like soft water. "You barbarian." Then, a kiss was gently attached to Sherman's mouth. Feeling the warmth on his mouth, Sherman's eyes widened suddenly, and his mind went blank. Seeing this, Ola quietly left the room and closed the door, blocking the sight of many onlookers outside the door. Allah sighed softly after moving the heads of Chelm Solon and Mu Yunyan, who were leaning their ears against the door. Then he stood guard outside the door like a door god, not letting the gossiping officials come forward. After the kiss, Wang Yin looked at Sherman with watery eyes and said softly, This is my choice. Angels, loyalty to love is unquestionable. In an instant, Sherman felt that his heart was filled with something inexplicable, and a smile appeared on his face. Then, but let's put it one way, why did you, a barbarian, flip the table directly? Wang Yan looked at Sherman unhappily, pouting slightly, looking very cute and playful. In response, Sherman was helpless. I sent the super flagship fleet to confront the demon Third Fleet, open a door to victory for the Justice Order, and express the goodwill of New Eden. But your Angel Fifth Fleet didn't help, and threatened New Eden after I rescued you. Do you think I have any other choice? If he didn't overturn the table, New Eden would fall into the abyss, and he had no choice but to do so. You barbarian. Wang Yan looked at Sherman, tapped his head with her finger, and said unhappily, Bible Elena's meaning is so clear, why can't you hear it? What do you mean? Sherman was stunned. Didn't she just threaten him that if he didn't accept the leadership of the Angel Civilization, he would have to face the crusade of the Angel Civilization? Is there anything else? At this point, Wang Yan stood up and sat opposite Sherman, and said seriously, You just need to make a promise to Bible Elena that New Eden will stand on the side of the angels in the future, and just do justice. The Angel Civilization will not do anything to New Eden, nor is it interested in it. After all, there have been ancient civilizations, like your New Eden, that suddenly revived. The angels have seen many of them, and even Bible Elena's husband is the master of an ancient civilization. Bible Elena just wants to ensure that New Eden can always be under the order of justice, so that your ancient civilization will not start a massacre in the universe. Don't underestimate the foundation of the Angel Civilization. Wang Yan's words shocked Sherman. It sounds like there are ancient civilizations that have been passed down to the present day, and there are quite a few of them. As for the fact that the Angel Civilization also regards New Eden as an ancient civilization, Sherman tacitly agrees. This is a good statement. After all, if they say that they are a civilization from another dimension, it would be too shocking. After all, if they say that they are visitors from another dimension, they would be dragged into the laboratory for dissection and research by all means, wouldn't they? Sherman didn't completely believe Wang Yan's explanation. If what Wang Yan said was true, and the Angel Civilization had no idea about New Eden, then why would the Angel Fifth Fleet sit on the sidelines and watch the destruction of the Figuristas First Fleet? Faced with Sherman's question, Wang Yan also gave an answer. Because the Angel Civilization wants to completely end the long-standing disputes in the Southern Star region, and does not want the Demon Civilization to control the Southern Star region. It wants to choose a suitable force as the spokesperson for the Angel Civilization. And New Eden is the only choice, and this is the opportunity one fought for from the Queen. The Queen just wanted to see if you could deal with the Demon Civilization after the Angel Civilization evacuated. I didn't expect you to flip the table and let the whole situation return to chaos, Wang Yan said helplessly. If the Demon Civilization had not intervened in the Southern Star Field first, the Angel Civilization would not have any interest in this barren Southern Star Field. For the Southern Star Field, it only took the approach of winning over the local civilization to fight against the expansion of the Demon Civilization, instead of directly attacking the demons. This is the reason. Now there is a trustworthy force that can completely end the war in the Southern Star Field, and the Angel Civilization is of course happy to see it. So the Angel Queen wanted to investigate New Eden to ensure that after the Angel Civilization left, New Eden could withstand the next attack of the Demon Civilization alone. Then, Sherman, who thought he was threatened, turned the table over directly. The angels were also very troubled by this. It is reasonable and well-founded, but it is not enough to convince me. Sherman shook his head and said, He likes stability, so he rarely does things beyond his control. Even this time, he flipped the table because he was sure of it. So he didn't dare to bet whether it was what Wang Yan said. Looking at Sherman's appearance, Wang Yan knew that she couldn't convince Sherman alone, so she sent a communication to Bible Elena in front of him. Soon, Bible Elena answered the communication. Looking at Sherman, Bible Elena showed a little interest. Little guy, we meet again. Before Sherman could speak, Wang Yan knelt on one knee in front of Bible Elena's holographic projection and said respectfully, Meet the Queen. Queen? Looking at Bible Elena in the holographic projection, and then looking at Wang Yan beside him, Sherman was a little confused. Chapter 356. After Sherman's order was issued, the Sasha fleet and the Killing Angel super flagship fleet, which were about to attack the heart of the Beecher Meteor region, returned directly to the original place, leaving behind many civilizations of the Free Camp who were ready to flee to other star regions. The First Legion of the Imperial Crusaders no longer entangled with the first super flagship fleet of the Demon Third Fleet, and went back home directly to the Beta Star region without any delay. and Estamertel, who was fighting against the 7 super flagship fleets of the Demon Third Fleet alone, also instantly understood Sherman's plan, and stopped all the resistance equipment of the warships without hesitation, and the originally uniform attack became sparse, like rain and dew. Although the battle became more intense from the battlefield, with missiles flying in all directions, Bill Saxon clearly felt that the opponent's counterattack had become less powerful. The most obvious thing was that although the opponent's attack looked very terrifying, his fleet did not suffer any casualties, it just looked louder. Moreover, the opponent's warships were not so tough, just like a heavily armored warrior took off his armor and started fighting naked, making it easier to fight. Just when he was wondering, good news came from the rear. The New Eden fleet took the initiative to withdraw, the Freedom Alliance recovered all the lost territory, and the first super flagship fleet also withdrew. What's going on? The battle situation turned from defeat to victory in an instant, and the development was too dreamy. Even though Bill Saxon was a veteran, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, he was very confused when facing this situation. And this can't be faked. After all, the New Eden did withdraw from the Beecher Meteor region without leaving the water. If it is a conspiracy, it is pure nonsense. Is there any better chance to annihilate them than now? As long as New Eden attacks from Alpha and Beta into the heart of Beecher Meteor Field, raids his lair, and then attacks towards Omega Field, under this pincer attack, his third fleet of demons will be sent here, and there is no need to use any conspiracy or tricks. Just push forward. And now on the rear battlefield, New Eden withdrew from the battle, and let the Freedom Camp reorganize the defense line. Everything is going in his favor. After a little thought, Burrell Saxon's eyes lit up. Could it be that the Angel Civilization and New Eden have fallen out? As soon as this thought came out, Burrell Saxon thought along this line of thought, and found that everything became reasonable. Because doing so is the most beneficial to New Eden. However, looking at the super flagship fleet in front of him, that almost gave up struggling, Burrell Saxon's heart couldn't help but feel cold. This is really a big deal. For a plan, you can sacrifice a super flagship fleet without hesitation, and it is a powerful fleet that can fight back and forth with his entire Demon Third Fleet. This is not an ordinary big deal. Most importantly, the super flagship fleet in front of him obviously knew about this plan, and was willing to sacrifice, which made him feel cold. He understood that the super flagship fleet in front of him did this to reduce the losses of his Demon Third Fleet, so that they could fight against the Angel Fifth Fleet later, so that New Eden could escape from this war of justice and watch from the sidelines. Treating such an elite fleet as a pawn, and being willing to be a pawn, this New Eden has something. In any case, Bill Saxon had no choice but to follow New Eden to survive, and revitalize the war situation in the entire southern star field. Then the attack on the first fleet of Draguristas was accelerated. Estamertel also destroyed all the officer equipment and ship systems on the warship to prevent these things from falling into the hands of the demon civilization. Although it would be fine if they fell into the hands of the demons, it was better to be careful. With the cooperation of both sides, the battle ended quickly. And Vibrelena, who was still confronting Aura, also received feedback from various fronts. Looking at the intelligence, Vibrelena's mouth twitched slightly, and she looked up at Aura with a complicated expression. "You are really good at this. You are too kind." Aura replied with a look of honor. Directly sacrificing a super flagship fleet, this move made her have to admire. Now that New Eden has withdrawn from the battle, Burrell Saxon ordered the Freedom Camp to counterattack other defense lines, and also pulled out all the fleets in the Beta Star region and Alpha Star region to support other fronts. This instantly repelled the offensive of the Justice Order, and they were even counterattacking. Bill Saxon was betting that New Eden would not continue to attack while its defense was idle, and obviously, his bet was right. Not only did New Eden not attack, it even stopped all the fleets of the Justice Order, not allowing them to attack the Beecher Meteor region through the passage. Facing the super flagship fleet that New Eden was hitting on the head, the fleet of the Justice Order rationally returned along the original route. Weeble Elena looked at Aura with a smile on her face, touched her aching head, and waved her hand. Then the fleet lifted the lock and made way for Aura. The counterattack of New Eden came too quickly and too deadly, forcing her to consider the future choices of New Eden. If she pushed too hard and let New Eden and the demon civilization come together, it would not be her who would have a headache, but the entire angel civilization and the Justice Order. "Thank you." After Aura said politely, he led the fleet to leave directly through hyperspace jump. Looking at Aura leaving, Vibrelena couldn't help but laugh and curse in a low voice. This New Eden is really a group of reckless people. "Captain of the Legion, what should we do now?" a captain of the super flagship fleet asked. Now because of the sudden evacuation of New Eden, the good situation was reversed in an instant, which made her a little overwhelmed. Weeble Elena looked in the direction of Beecher Meteor Field and said lightly, "All troops will assemble, attack Beecher Meteor Field, and start a decisive battle with the Demon Third Fleet." She had no choice. If she continued like this, the consequences of this incident would be unpredictable. The worst-case scenario is that the situation will return to the original situation, or even worse, because now the entire fleet of the Justice Order has been mixed with the Freedom Camp, and it is impossible to evacuate safely. Now there is only one way left for her, that is, to take advantage of the fact that the Demon Third Fleet has not recovered from the battle, and quickly lead the fleet to completely defeat it, so as to save the situation. Otherwise, if she really waits until the Demon Third Fleet recovers, it will be too late. Chapter 357. After the battle, Burrell Saxon immediately sent a salvage fleet to salvage something valuable. But Estamel Tell had already prepared, and Burrell Saxon was doomed to be disappointed. These wreckages could only extract some basic materials after smelting, and there was nothing else. Looking at the wreckage of the warships, whose equipment had been completely destroyed, Burrell Saxon was speechless. He spent a huge price, and then he got the smelting materials of the wreckage of this super flagship fleet? Looking at this situation, he couldn't help but shook his head. If he wanted to obtain this New Eden technology, he had to think of another way. Biller Saxon turned his head and looked at the Stargate, only to see several huge fleets appear on the battlefield. Looking at the fleet in front of him, Burler Saxon did not hesitate and immediately gave orders to the fleet. The first and second super flagship fleets will attack and meet our old rivals. Angel 5th Fleet, 2. Alpha Star Region, Chungqing Star City. Although the Angel's actions were expected, Sherman was still disappointed. He thought that his goodwill would make the Angels let down their guard, but he didn't expect to get such a ruthless result. "It's just too unfair for you." Sherman sighed as he looked at Estamel Terrace, who had been cloned. Estamel Terrace shook his head, indicating that he didn't have any thoughts on this. Seeing this, Chum Solon on the side also put his arm around Estamel Terrace's shoulders and raised his eyebrows. "This time, my sister brought back a large amount of resources, too many to use up. I send them to you later to help you rebuild your fleet." In this operation, the Sasha fleet and the Killing Angel super flagship attacked the Beecher Meteor Field from the Alpha Northern Fortress and gained a lot. Because in order to guard against New Eden, the Freedom Camp built many military fortresses and logistics bases in the direction. Under the joint attack of the Sasha fleet and the Killing Angel super flagship, the materials piled up in the military fortresses and logistics bases were continuously transported back to the Northern Fortress. It can be said that among the three directions of the attack, the most spoils came from the direction of Chelm Solon. The Angel Enterprise Consortium fleet that went deep into the Beecher Meteoric region to perform the interception mission was no less impressive. Because they went deep into the heart of the Beecher Meteoric region alone, and because the front line was lost, the Freedom Camp retreated one after another, and the Angel Enterprise Consortium fleet intercepted a lot of supplies. Even after handing over half of the resources, they were still preparing to prepare the other 4 super flagship fleets of the Angel Enterprise Consortium. This time, the Sasha Group and the Angel Enterprise Consortium made a lot of money. So even if it was to rebuild the fleet for Estamel Terrace, Chelm Solon didn't even blink. "Thank you, Sister Solon." In the face of Chelm Solon's help, Estamel Terrace immediately returned a warm hug. Looking at the two people laughing, Sherman scratched his head, wondering whether he should tell Chelm Solon that he had handed over the resources for rebuilding the Gustus fleet to Estamel Terrace. And it's not just one super flagship fleet, but the resources of 4 super flagship fleets. Shaking his head, Sherman decided not to say more, so as not to destroy the friendship between the two sisters. "Jamil Salam, how much loss did you suffer?" This time, the Imperial Crusaders of the Emma Empire attacked from Battles. Because the Black Flag Legion was guarding this place before, no free camp team came to guard it. But facing the attack of the First Legion of the Imperial Crusaders, Bill Saxon still guarded his first super flag fleet here. The two sides also fought several battles, with some wins and some losses, but it was generally a draw. Sherman was very satisfied with this. After all, the Imperial Crusaders were a fleet that had just been formed not long ago, and their actual combat experience was only the one with the Black Flag Legion, so it was inevitable that they lacked actual combat experience. The Third Fleet of Demons were all elite veterans, who had fought for many years, and their combat experience was beyond doubt. The First Legion was able to fight the Third Fleet of Demons again after the battle with the Black Flag Legion, and they were able to draw, which was beyond Sherman's expectation. "You know, Sherman was ready to order the other fleets of the Imperial Crusaders to support the First Army at any time if they could not resist. Unexpectedly, this super flagship fleet that was not controlled by officials could also burst out such a strong combat power. Sherman was very surprised by this. The First Legion Titans and losses, only the Apostle-class combat auxiliary ships, and the God-inspired class dreadnoughts suffered more serious losses. At present, all the pilots who died have been cloned and returned to the team. The lost warships of the First Legion have also been replenished. You can fight for my master in the Starry Sea anytime, Jamil Salam replied. Although the First Legion suffered heavy losses in this battle, it was not seriously injured. Instead, after learning from the actual combat experience of the two battles, its combat effectiveness has been improved. This is also what Jamil Salam did deliberately. Whether it was the battle with the Black Flag Legion or the battle with the Demon Third Fleet later, she carried it out with the attitude of training. Therefore, the intensity of the battle has been controlled by her within a range that is neither too big nor too small. The purpose is to improve the combat effectiveness of the First Legion through actual combat. Because the Emma Empire monopolizes the entire Betelgeuse star field, and also has the resource library left by the Betelgeuse Federation, Sherman does not need to worry about the material issues, they can solve them themselves. So after thinking about it, Sherman suggested to Jamil Salam, can the First Legion be split into other legions? Jamil Salam also understood Sherman's meaning instantly, and his eyes lit up. Are you going to use this batch of veterans with actual combat experience to lead the new recruits? Sherman nodded. It is an old tradition to use veterans as the backbone to lead the new recruits, and it can also make the entire army form combat effectiveness in the shortest time. Of course, he didn't know whether this method could be applied to the current Imperial Crusaders, so he added, you can decide the specific operation yourself, and everything should be done according to the actual situation. Understood? Jamil Salam nodded to indicate that he understood. Whether it will work or not, she just needs to go back and prepare a group of soldiers to conduct a pilot test. Then, at Sherman's signal, Aura stepped forward and organized a meeting. There were 3 things in the meeting. First, each fleet should shrink its defense, switch from offense to defense, no longer get involved in the War of Freedom, and the fleets of the 2 camps should not be allowed to enter the defense zone of New Eden. All major forces should immediately expand their fleets, digest the resources obtained this time as soon as possible, and transform them into combat power. Second, abandon the eastern half of the Omega star field, and let the Angel 5th Fleet and the Demon 3rd Fleet fight there. It is only necessary to ensure that the western half, with the richest ice resources, is under the control of New Eden. Whether New Eden's industry can operate depends on these ice resources, so in order to ensure that nothing can go wrong, in addition to sending the Angel Enterprise Consortium and part of the Sasha fleet to garrison, 3 legions of the Imperial Crusaders will also be sent to guard. At this time, Aura's face changed, and he bowed his head to report to Sherman, My lord, Her Highness the Princess has awakened. Chapter 358. Looking at the confused Sherman in front of her, Vibla Elena's mouth corners slightly raised. What? Are you surprised? Yeah, a little. Sherman nodded. He really didn't expect that the dignified Angel Queen would not command the entire Angel civilization, and even the entire Justice Order in the Central Star Field, but would stay in this remote and barren Southern Star Field as a Legion commander. You are quite honest. Looking at Sherman, Vibla Elena couldn't help but roll her eyes. Sherman could only touch his head and smile foolishly, and respectfully shouted, Hello, mother-in-law. Puff, cough, cough. This mother-in-law made Vibla Elena break her defense, and she spit out a mouthful of water without swallowing it, and kept coughing. Vibla Elena couldn't control her expression immediately, holding her stomach while coughing and laughing. Seeing this, Wang Yan lowered her head, and pulled the corner of Sherman's clothes, her face flushed. The queen is my teacher, not my mother. This barbarian, don't you know the situation of Angel civilization? Angel civilization is a religious civilization, not an imperial civilization. The selection of angel queens is all done by religious institutes, who select children from civilizations as candidates according to the will of God, that is, princesses. And each princess is a student of the angel queen, and all she has learned is taught by the previous queen herself. So the angel queen and the princesses are apostles, not blood relatives. And after each princess is selected, she has cut off contact with her original family. So except for a very small number of people in the religious institute, even the angel queen cannot know the original parents and families of these princesses. Knowing that he had made a mistake, Sherman was calm and collected at this moment. In my hometown, a teacher is a master, and a master is both a father and a mother. since you are Wang Yan's master, then I did not call you wrong. Sherman's words made Vibu Elena stunned, and she pondered over the words carefully. Master, a teacher is both a father and a mother? I have raised Wang Yan and her children since they were young, so I am both a teacher and a parent. Although they are master and apprentice, their relationship is comparable to that of mother and daughter. This is very appropriate. Vibu Elena put down her legs, sat upright on the sofa, and said with a straight face, From this, we can see that your civilization and culture are very profound. Can you tell me more? Vibu Elena was both admiring and curious, and wanted to test the bottom of New Eden. Really, when New Eden exposed its strength, she used her queen's authority to search for relevant information, but did not find any news related to New Eden. Even its warship technology was not found in the database. And she also asked her husband, and he had never heard of similar civilization in his time. So, she was quite curious. Sherman didn't care about this, but thought that he could never go back to his original world, and he couldn't even share the news that he had such a big business in this world with his good friends, so his eyes suddenly darkened. I can't go back anymore, there's nothing to say. Looking at the lost Sherman, Vibu Elena did not ask any more questions, but she was more certain that New Eden was the remnant of an ancient civilization. Vibu Elena put her feet up, hugged her knees, lowered her head slightly, and looked at Sherman with a smile in her phoenix eyes. Little guy, tell me, you have caused me such a big trouble, what do you think we should do? Because of Sherman's behavior of overturning the table, all her plans failed, and she was left with such a mess. Thinking of this mess, she had a headache. The original plan to return to the Central Star region in advance could only be delayed. How about I send troops to attack the Beecher Meteor region again? Sherman asked tentatively. Forget it. It's too late for New Eden to rejoin the battlefield now. Vibu Elena rolled her eyes and said, It's too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. Now that the Freedom Camp has completed its defense, it is meaningless for New Eden to go again, and it has little impact on the entire battle situation. Hearing this, Sherman breathed a sigh of relief, and the last trace of doubt in his heart quietly dissipated. If New Eden is asked to restart the war now, then it is necessary to consider whether this is a trap set by the angels. Looking at Sherman, whose emotions were written on his face, both Vibu Elena and Wang Yan were speechless. However, it is still more pleasant to get along with such a civilization. At least you don't have to worry about it saying one thing to your face and another behind your back. Vibu Elena stretched her hand, and then reminded Sherman, Little guy, although you are not allowed to start a war in New Eden now, you also need to be prepared for war. You still need to clean up the remaining enemies of the free camp in the southern star field. What about the third fleet of demons? Don't worry about that. I will naturally solve this problem before I leave. Vibu Elena said lightly, but her confidence was unquestionable. In response, Sherman said very straightforwardly, Then what can I get? Then what do you want? She was not afraid that Sherman would ask for something. If he didn't ask for anything, she would be worried, because that could only mean he was plotting for more. I want the entire southern star field. Why? New Eden needs more territory to develop. Now you already own 3 star fields, isn't that enough? Not at all. Sherman shook his head, his tone very firm. Just kidding, although this Emma Empire occupies a star field, it's still developed because of some resources in the Beta star field. If it were normal, I'm afraid that the 3 star fields in New Eden would not be able to sustain the development of the Emma Empire. Unless it is the more fertile Central Star field, it is still okay. And now the Emma Empire is already like this. If the Caldari, Galenti and Minmater are unlocked in the future, where can he find a place for them to develop? It is better to solve it now. Sherman's words made Vibu Elena silent. You know, the entire southern starfield covers a full 13 star fields. Among them, there are not only the Justice Order and the Free Camp, but also many neutral civilizations. This goes against the justice of the angels. After a long silence, Vibu Elena spoke slowly. I can only promise you that New Eden will be the only force of justice and order in the Southern Star region, and the rest depends on you. In other words, the angel civilization will not ask about the affairs of the Southern Star region, and it all depends on whether New Eden has the ability and appetite to do so. I swear by the glory of New Eden that as long as New Eden is still there, I will swear to uphold justice to the death. At this moment, Sherman solemnly swore to Vibu Elena. At this point, Vibu Elena finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she glanced at Wang Yan, who had been silent, and said, Let's make it clear first. After I evacuate with the fleet, this girl will enter New Eden as a representative of the angel civilization, and always monitor whether New Eden violates justice. Of course, she has no right to mobilize you, and no one has the right to mobilize you. She only has the responsibility of supervision. Of course. Sherman nodded as a matter of course. He didn't want to be too far away from his wife. Vibralena stood up and dissipated from the holographic projection, leaving only one sentence echoing in the room. Then, this demon third fleet will be my first gift to you too. Chapter 359. After Vibralena left, Sherman looked at Wang Yin, who had just stood up slowly. Wife, do you have any backup plan? It's no wonder Sherman was puzzled. The Angel Fifth Fleet and the Demon Third Fleet have been confronting each other in the Southern Star Field for decades, and neither can do anything to the other. How did Vibralena have the confidence to guarantee Sherman that she could deal with the Demon Third Fleet before leaving? Wang Yin stood up and sat next to Sherman, leaned down and hugged Sherman's waist, and said with big eyes, "The Angel Fifth Fleet is the third-line combat army of the Angel Civilization, and the Southern Star Field is too barren. Neither the Demon Civilization nor our Angel Civilization wants to waste too many resources here, so they have been fighting small battles. Now that the Queen wants to end the long-term chaos in the Southern Star region, she will naturally not give the Demon Third Fleet any chance. To put it bluntly, the Angel Civilization actually doesn't care about the Southern Star region at all, and doesn't want to waste too many resources here. So they have been in a state of confrontation with the Demon Third Fleet, and bringing justice order to the Southern Star region is also to curb the expansion of the free camp of the Demon Civilization. If Vibralena really wants to end the chaos in the Southern Star region now, it should be no problem. Moreover, with the dignified Angel Queen here, Sherman doesn't believe that there is only the Fifth Fleet of Angels here, and no other backup. After all, even Sherman has 2 personal guard fleets to protect his safety at all times." As expected, Wang Yan continued, "Now that the teacher wants to resolve the dispute in the shortest time, she should send out her personal guard fleet." Biller Saxon was now in a state of collapse. He had not expected that this old rival, who had fought back and forth with him and had only tied at most, would suddenly become extremely powerful and had been suppressing him from the beginning of the battle. It was as if they were 2 different fleets with 2 extreme combat powers. In order to deal with the attack of the Angel Fifth Fleet, Biller Saxon had to retreat after leaving behind a super flagship fleet. In less than a day, the entire battlefield extended from the border of the Omega Star region to the Beecher Meteor region. And the front line that Burrell Saxon had managed to stabilize, while New Eden was withdrawing, was in danger of collapse again. The fierceness of the Angel Civilization's offensive this time was beyond his imagination. If he continued to withdraw like this, he would still die in the end. Because the Beecher Meteor field did not have enough strategic depth at all. The Alpha Star field and Beta Star field that were originally planned were controlled by New Eden, and he could not get in at all. And judging from the current situation, New Eden and the Angel Civilization have reached a reconciliation. It's good that New Eden doesn't take the initiative to send troops now. How could he take the initiative to provoke New Eden again? Otherwise, under the double team of New Eden and Angel Civilization, his Demon Third Fleet won't even be able to retreat. Order the remaining fleets of the Freedom Camp to assemble immediately in the Free Country, Star City. We are going to have a decisive battle with the Angel Civilization. This battle will determine the future of the Southern Star region. Let them send all the fleets they can to me. Yes. A liaison officer took the order and left. As for whether these civilizations of the Free Camp would obediently send all their fleets over, Burrell Saxon had no doubt about this. Because after this battle, the battle between the camps in the Southern Star Field will also be decided. If the Justice Order wins, then the civilizations of the Free Camp will be retaliated. And this price is not something they can afford. For the future of their own civilization, they have to go all out. This is not just for profit, but also related to their life and death, and they have no choice. Then, less than half an hour later, the intelligence department sent the latest information. Captain, there are unusual movements in New Eden. The New Eden fleets in the Beta and Alpha Star regions are gathering. Bang! Biller Saxon smashed the water cup in his hand to the ground. The worst case scenario has happened. Just kidding. Now that Vibralena is leading the fleet to deal with the Demon Third Fleet, it means that the front battlefield has been taken over by the Angel Civilization. It would be strange if Sherman didn't take the opportunity to raid the lair of the Freedom Camp and make up for the loss of his super flagship fleet. The last time Sasha Group and Angel Enterprise Consortium entered the Beecher Meteor field, they made a lot of money. How could he not be jealous? Of course, in order to prevent some accidents, the fleet of New Eden only completed the assembly as a deterrent and did not send troops immediately. After all this had to wait for Vibralena to capture the Demon Third Fleet. He didn't want to be the main force on the front battlefield anymore. It's not worth it, and there will be various problems due to the huge losses. He has to be on guard. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's just the most basic defense. The actions of New Eden forced Burrell Saxon to send most of the fleets of the Freedom Camp to the Beta Star region and Alpha Star region to defend New Eden. This also greatly relieved the pressure faced by Vival Elena on the battlefield. Not bad, they even know how to use troops. Vival Elena looked at the intelligence that many fleets of the Freedom Camp were urgently sent to the front line of New Eden to build military fortresses, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Now that New Eden has not made any move, Beeler Saxon is even more uncomfortable, because he doesn't know when New Eden will run behind him and give him a fatal blow. So now New Eden's silence is even more effective than a direct attack. Directly or indirectly, it has tied down a large number of free camp fleets. Since this little guy can't wait, let's not delay any more. Cristiana Figueres, take your fleet and cooperate with the Angel 5th Fleet to directly crush the Demon 3rd Fleet. I also want to go back early. Vibra Elena stood up and stretched, speaking gracefully. Then, a tall angel in a tight suit beside the throne half knelt on the ground and bowed his head to receive the order. Yes, Queen. When she stood up and left, a half-kneeling angel holding a long sword and with white wings on his back appeared on her clothes. If Wang Yan was here, she would definitely recognize this symbol at a glance. The Holy Angel Knights, the direct guard fleet of the Angel Queen, the elite super flagship fleet. Not only are they equipped with the most advanced warships and weapons of the Angel civilization, but each of them is an elite warrior carefully selected from the various legions of the Angel civilization. Its strength is the top fleet in the entire universe. Chapter 360. Because Wang Yan needed to return to Camp Star region after reluctantly bidding farewell, Sherman finally had time to play games. During this period, things came one after another, leaving him no time to go online at all, eating and sleeping in the combat meeting room. This also led to Sherman standing up Su Tianhan for a long time. But just as he logged into the game, Aura came in with a serious face. What happened? Looking at Aura with a serious face, Sherman couldn't help but frown slightly. My lord, the Demon 3rd Fleet was defeated. Hearing this, Sherman was relieved and smiled nonchalantly. I thought it was nothing. Isn't this expected? Since Vibra Elena dared to guarantee to defeat the Demon 3rd Fleet, it proves that she really has the ability. Besides, the Angel Queen has personally taken the field. If she still can't take down the Demon 3rd Fleet, it would be the most surprising. Then, Sherman's face suddenly changed. No, how did the Angel civilization defeat the Demon 3rd Fleet in 3 hours? Because Aura still left several reconnaissance ships of the Rapid Response Fleet in the Beecher Meteor Field. New Eden knew the time when the Angel 5th Fleet launched the latest round of attacks. That was only 3 hours ago. Although the Demon 3rd Fleet of Burrell Saxon had experienced several battles, 2 of the 8 super flagship fleets were destroyed. Among them, the 4 super flagship fleet was destroyed by the Fear Gustus 1st Fleet of Estimel Tel, and the 5th super flagship fleet was destroyed by the Angel 5th Fleet to cover the retreats of the large fleet. But there are still 6 super flagship fleets left. Even if a group of rabble has a fleet of this level, it is impossible to be annihilated in just 3 hours. Not to mention that these are elite fleets that have been through many battles. Report to me in detail the details of the battle between the 2 sides. Convene the Emma Empire and the Sasha group to start a combat meeting. Thinking of this, Sherman could no longer sit still. He ignored the game he had just opened and took Aura to the combat meeting room. Soon, Jamil Salam, Chelm Solon and other Sasha officials were already sitting in the conference room. And Ola was also reporting in detail the crushing battle that took place in the Beecher Meteoric Domain. 3 hours ago, the Angel 5th Fleet completed its assembly and launched an attack, while the Demon 3rd Fleet launched a counterattack based on the free country, Star City. At the beginning, the Demon 3rd Fleet, relying on the defense of Star City, had a slight advantage and caused considerable damage to the Angel 5th Fleet. Just when the battle lasted for an hour, an Angel super flagship fleet entered the battlefield through induction, and in just 1 hour, it directly defeated the Titan formation of the Demon 3rd Fleet from the front. After the Titan formation was destroyed, a massacre against the Demon 3rd Fleet followed. After fighting for nearly an hour, the interceptor ships of the Angel civilization were all destroyed by the counterattack of the demons. Bill Saxon also took the opportunity to evacuate with the remaining fleet through induction, and has now left the Beecher Meteor Field and fled to the Central Star Field. After listening, Jamil Salam frowned and asked, what kind of warships and weapons are equipped with the super flagship fleet of the Angels that are supporting from behind? Being able to defeat the Demon 3rd Fleet, which is several times larger than itself, head-on, even with the cooperation of the entire Angel Fifth Fleet, is definitely not something that the Sky Blade Titan currently in service in the Angel civilization can do. Because when conducting reverse research on the Sky Blade Titan, New Eden has already figured out the data of the Sky Blade Titan. No matter how elite the fleet's pilots are, if the warship's weapons do not meet the requirements in this frontal battlefield, they cannot achieve such a record. As expected, Aura said solemnly, the model of the Titan equipped by this newly emerged Angel super flagship is unknown and is not included in the New Eden database, but it should be an improved model of the Sky Blade Titan. And from the data collected in this battle, this Titan has strengthened the defense of the energy shield on the basis of the Sky Blade Titan, and the attack power has also been greatly enhanced. Judging from the panel data, its basic defense is only slightly inferior to Eurista's Komodo-class Titan, but its firepower is slightly better. After saying that, Ola sighed again. It seems that this angel is not as simple as we think. Hearing this, Jamil Salam and Chelm Solon looked at each other, and couldn't help but put away their original contempt for this world. You know, the Komodo-class Titan of the Eurista's group is already one of the top Titans in New Eden, and now the Angel has a Titan comparable to the Komodo class. It can only be said that the foundation of this Angel civilization is not simple. Feeling the pressure, Jamil Salam immediately applied to Sherman. My lord, I want to start the Emma Research Institute. Before Sherman asked, Ola directly refuted Jamil Salam's request. No, the current resources of New Eden are not enough for your Emma Research Institute's planned research. Now New Eden still needs to expand its military strength. It must occupy the entire southern star field according to the plan, which is the top priority. Forced by this reality, Jamil Salam had no choice but to sit back in his seat. What is the Emma Research Institute? Sherman asked weakly. To be honest, he really had never heard of it. My lord, this Emma Research Institute is the Weapons Research and Development Center of the Emma Empire, responsible for the research and development of various advanced warship equipment. You can think of it as a super-enhanced version of my laboratory. Chelm Solon responded respectfully. Oh, then I understand. Sherman nodded. He understood what was said. The various improved equipment produced in the laboratories of these officials now consume huge resources, just like the first fleet of Estamel Tur's feared Euristas, which is equipped with Estamel Tur's improved equipment. The value of these equipment is comparable to the price of the hull of the entire fleet, and even exceeds it. Now the Research Institute of the Emma Empire is still this enhanced version. No wonder Aura refused without hesitation. After all, if the Emma Research Institute is open now, the resources consumed will slow down the expansion of New Eden. Actually, he knows nothing. This Emma Research Institute can unlock many advanced technologies of Emma that are not for players. For example, the shield reversal technology that players jokingly call the Queen's Phlegm comes from here. Let's not talk about this. You should also know the purpose of my summoning you two families. According to the conditions reached with the Angel civilization, the Demon Third Fleet has been dealt with by the Angel civilization, and now it's our turn to take over the remaining free camp. So, I want you to clear out the civilization and fleet of the free camp in the entire Southern Star region as quickly as possible. Ola's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked tentatively, My lord, what do you mean? Sherman stood up, nodded, and walked outside, leaving only one sentence echoing softly in the room. You will be fully responsible for the things during this period of time, Ola. I only have one request. 3 months later, I hope that there will be no second voice in the Southern Star region except New Eden. As the only force of the future Justice Order in the Southern Star region, New Eden naturally has the responsibility to clear out the free camp and heresy. As for who is the free camp and who is the heresy, New Eden doesn't care. Besides, he doesn't believe that there will be absolutely neutral forces in this Southern Star region. Chapter 361. The great defeat of the Third Fleet of the Devil marked the official end of the battle between the camps. In order to avoid retaliation, most of the civilizations of the free camp followed the Devil to retreat to the richer Central Star field. Seeing this opportunity, many forces of Justice Order also swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. The entire Beecher meteor field was filled with smoke, and countless spaceships rushed to escape. But this was easier said than done. Facing the Justice Order coalition that surrounded the entire Beecher meteor field like an iron barrel, these people in the free camp had almost no chance of escaping. Every day, tens of thousands of slave transport ships shuttled through the star systems of Beecher meteor field, taking away batches of slaves. Failure means slavery. This is the eternal truth of the Starry Sea. And population is something that no force will have too much of, and there is no worry about sales. The entire Beecher meteor field has become a carnival for slave traders, and war merchants. But Chelm Solon and Jamil Salam were very unhappy about this. It's not that the two of them can't stand the practices of these just order forces who take advantage of the bargain, nor that they sympathize with the plight of the civilians in the free camp, but that they think everything in the entire Beecher meteor field is their spoils of war, including people. Because of Burrell Saxon's arrangement, almost all of the Freedom Faction fleets were arranged in the Alpha and Beta star fields, so it took them a lot of time to break through the defense line, which also gave other forces of the Justice Order an advantage. I don't know what the Angel civilization promised them, so that these forces of the Justice Order gave up the Southern Star Field and moved to the Central Star Field. So these guys went crazy in order to get enough resources before leaving. When Jamil Salam and his team entered the heart of the Beecher meteor region, they found that the entire Beecher meteor region had been divided up by these guys, from resources to population. Even many civilizations that originally claimed to be neutral came to get a piece of the pie, and various slave ships, under the guise of humanitarian rescue, came one after another. This also made Jamil Salam and Chelm Solon angry. Because Viber Elena returned to the Camp Star region with the Angel fleet after the battle, Jamil Salam and his team had no worries and immediately blocked the entire Beecher meteor region. To this end, Jamil Salam pulled out all 6 super flagship fleets and blocked the import and export star systems of the Beecher meteor region. Chelm Solon's Sasha group quickly carried out armed suppression of the fleets of various forces that were plundering in the star systems of the Beecher meteor region. At the beginning, many fleets of the Justice Order ignored the warnings of the Sasha fleet and continued to plunder. They also thought that everyone was a member of the Justice Order, and now the Angel civilization has not evacuated the Southern Star region. This New Eden must consider the views of the Angel civilization. Then, the hot-tempered Chelm Solon saw that these guys ignored his warnings and continued to plunder, so he stopped talking and ordered the Sasha fleet to launch an indiscriminate attack on the armed fleet in the entire Beecher meteor region, using laser cannons to calm these guys down. It's not that no one wanted to resist, but without exception, they were all reduced to wreckage under the firepower of the Sasha fleet. As for those spaceships and warships carrying a large amount of resources and population who wanted to leave the Beecher meteor region, they were all stopped. There were also people who wanted to use their neutral civilization identity to hope that Jamil Salam would let him go, but after Jamil Salam singled him out and used Titan's doomsday weapon to turn him into ashes in front of everyone calmed down from the carnival and recognized the reality. The actions of Jamil Salam and Chelm Solon naturally caused dissatisfaction among countless civilizations. Except for the Justice Order forces, who knew the strength and status of New Eden and wisely kept silent, other neutral forces condemned New Eden's actions. Condemned New Eden for attacking their trade fleet without reason, affecting their normal trade. The Beecher meteor region is now a big piece of fat meat, and it is a super fat meat without any resistance. How can they be willing to give it up? For these guys, Aura, who is responsible for New Eden's diplomatic affairs, did not waste words and asked these guys whether they wanted to go to war with New Eden. Afterwards, the two most aggressive forces were directly approached by the Killing Angel super flagship fleet and the Angel Enterprise Consortium, and their territories were breached in less than 3 hours. All its colonized planets were captured within 24 hours. Then, in front of everyone's astonishment, tens of billions of people from these two civilizations were put on slave collars and sold to Kabu, a war profiteer who had been cooperating with New Eden. This operation made everyone dumbfounded. After that, there was no need for New Eden to warn them. All other civilization fleets in the Beecher meteor field consciously put down all the spoils, and obediently evacuated the Beecher meteor field after being inspected. Of course, this is the treatment of the fleet of Justice Order. As for other neutral civilizations and other fleets that come to take advantage, no matter which force they belong to, they are all regarded as pirates who come to plunder by New Eden and will be killed without mercy. Faced with the tyrannical behavior of New Eden, looking at the 6 super flagship fleets that blockaded the entire Beecher meteor field, and the Killing Angel super flagship fleet that is now eyeing them, everyone wisely shut up and swallowed this loss. As the Sasha group advances, a large number of Sasha suppression control towers are also anchored in various star systems in the Beecher meteor field. The raging plasma storms have brought out all the fleets hiding in the subspace, and a steady stream of resources are also transported into the Everstar City through the wormholes opened by the Sasha suppression control towers. With the help of the Sasha suppression control towers, all the movements in the Beecher meteor field will be controlled by New Eden. Due to New Eden's strong approach and the despair of no escape, the free camp forces in the Beecher meteor field that were originally resisting have successively announced their unconditional surrender to New Eden. Finally, looking at the New Eden super flagship fleet outside Star City, and all its anti-flagship weapons that had been destroyed in the last attack by the Angel fleet. The Free Nation, Star City, finally announced its unconditional surrender. At this point, after half a month, the Beecher meteor field was completely recovered by New Eden and firmly in the hands of New Eden. Chapter 362. Freedom Country, in the living room. The two sat facing each other quietly, in obscurity. Would you like something to drink? Ola pointed to the wine cabinet beside him, and asked. The third bottle from the left on the second layer of wine cabinet number 2, thank you. The other person was not polite, and said directly. Ola chuckled, took out the wine he asked for, and poured it for him personally. Adri Black Flag raised the wine glass, looked at the pink liquid in it, took a sip, and said after taste, it is worthy of the enchanting kiss that Bill Saxon brought from the demon civilization. This century-old famous wine tastes good. If you like, you can take the remaining bottles with you. Ola said with a smile. Oh, you mean you are going to let me go? Adri Black Flag turned his head, and looked at Ola in surprise. Speaking of which, this Adri Black Flag is quite unlucky. He wanted to die on the battlefield, but his wife forced him to sleep through the backstage, and then he withdrew from the battlefield under the sacrifice of his subordinates. He was still recuperating in the free country, and then this Burrell Saxon was defeated and returned to the Central Star Field with his fleet. When he woke up from the hibernation capsule, the free country had been occupied by New Eden. Then he was brought here by Aura as soon as he woke up. Facing Adri Black Flag's question, Aura nodded. Of course, you are the man of the Demon Princess. We really don't want to formally provoke such a behemoth as the demon civilization. We will let you go. Aura was telling the truth. After all, Vibra Lena had already left the Southern Star region with her fleet. If the Demon Princess came with a large fleet to save this guy, it would be a headache for New Eden. After all, the size of this demonic civilization is just here, and New Eden cannot shake it at present. So releasing Adrian Black Flag is the best choice. After all, whether this guy is dead or alive will not have any impact on New Eden. What is the price? Adrian Black Flag took a sip of wine and said faintly, if you let me go just for this reason, then I have to worry that I will be attacked by pirates and die just after leaving this Southern Star region. Especially on the word pirate, Adrian Black Flag emphasized it. At this, Ola smiled. Sure enough, it's easy to talk to smart people. Of course there is a price, and it's not a difficult thing for you. Oh, tell me. Before leaving this Southern Star region, you have to take the fleet to those neutral civilizations. Whether it's revenge or just shopping, I don't care, but you have to go. Ola smiled and said his purpose. To put it bluntly, he wanted Adri Black Flag to stay in those neutral civilizations for a while. No matter what the purpose was, as long as it gave New Eden a chance to send troops. It was only natural for New Eden to send troops to wipe out the remaining enemies of the free camp in the Southern Star Field. As for whether there would be any losses or casualties in the battle, it was not within New Eden's consideration. Everything was for justice. What a good plan. Adri Black Flag sighed immediately. It seems that New Eden has a big appetite. The Battle of Formations has just ended, and they have directly planned to occupy the entire Southern Star region. He even suspected that if New Eden had not been in the Justice Order and wanted to encourage the view of angel civilization, it might not want to use these conspiracies and tricks and directly send troops to occupy it. However, aren't you afraid that I will run away and not cooperate with you? And you should know that it is unnecessary to threaten me with death, because I am not afraid of this. Adrian Black Flag is indeed not afraid of death, otherwise he would not have wanted to die on the battlefield. Ola chuckled. New Eden and the Black Flag Legion have fought twice in total. Each time, your Black Flag Legion has never been defeated in the battle, and every driver has fought to the end. It is said that what kind of general you have, what kind of soldiers you have. Since every soldier of the Black Flag Legion is fearless, I naturally believe that you are not afraid of death. Then Ola changed the topic. Of course, everything in this star sea has a numbered price. If you help us, I, New Eden, will naturally be generous in some things. For example, you can take your relatives of the Black Flag Army directly. Ola was talking about the relatives of the original Black Flag Army, and Ola did not threaten, but just stated a fact. Fortunately, Jamil Salam and Chelm Solon handled it in time, and quickly controlled the situation in the Beecher Meteor region. Otherwise, based on the Black Flag Army's style in those years, these relatives would definitely be retaliated. In this regard, every Black Flag really has to thank New Eden. Sure enough, after hearing this, every Black Flag was silent, and then said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you. The battlefield is the battlefield, New Eden is his enemy, This is unchanged, and New Eden is indeed worthy of his thanks. According to the rules of Shanghai, New Eden, as the victor, has the right to deal with you. So, I hope you can agree to this condition. In return, you can take away all the relatives of these Black Flag Legion. Ola said calmly. Every Black Flag did not refuse, but slowly closed his eyes, waiting to open them again, his eyes full of murderous intent. I need a fleet. Sure, there are many unused warships of the Demon Third Fleet in the hangar of the Free Kingdom. You can choose them yourself. As for the personnel, you need to figure it out yourself. Burrell Saxon was defeated too quickly, causing him to flee directly before he could use the war preparations he had stored in the Free Kingdom, and these war preparations were cheap for New Eden. There was no use for these New Edens, so they could only be sold, so it was no problem to give some to every Black Flag. Every Black Flag nodded. As long as there were warships, he would have a way to get the pilots. 10 hours later, a fleet slowly left the free country. The surrounding New Eden warships ignored the fleet painted with the devil's icon and let it leave. Every Black Flag looked at the fleet he had finally recruited and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really didn't expect that New Eden would really agree to his lion's mouth and really give him a super flagship fleet. I really don't know whether New Eden is really confident or arrogant. But it's better this way. It will be better for him to retaliate. Now in the southern star field, the angel civilization and the demon civilization have evacuated, and the only one with a super flagship fleet is New Eden. And now, he has another super flagship fleet, so there are many things he can do. Watching the departure of Adri Black Flag, Ola's eyes did not waver at all. These so-called neutral civilizations took advantage of the situation. Not only New Eden was angry, but Adri Black Flag was even more angry. Now doing this, not only can Adri Black Flag avenge this, but New Eden can also take the opportunity to occupy the territory, a win-win situation. Driving wolves to swallow tigers? No, these civilizations are not worthy of being called tigers, at most they are sheep. Driving wolves to swallow sheep. Chapter 363. Sherman didn't know about Ola's strategy of driving the wolf to swallow the sheep, because he was now receiving the righteous greetings from Party B. Boss, you are finally back to life. Do you know how I spent this time? Every day when I get up, I have to log into the game to see if you are online. Every time I looked forward to seeing you online, rain or shine. I have never been so concerned about women. Sherman had just come online, and Su Tianhan immediately sent him a private message, and then he scolded Sherman for a while. Because the two had just started working together, they didn't have time to leave contact information, which resulted in him being unable to contact Sherman during the period when he was not online. Later, he even found a way to find the YY channel of the Void Glow fleet and asked Delk Ellis about Sherman's whereabouts and contact information. Then Delk Ellis, who was already familiar with Sherman's disappearing tricks, persuaded him to wait patiently. Didn't you see that last time, Sherman suddenly disappeared for half a year, forcing the two of them to take charge of the Legion's affairs? It's only been a short time since he disappeared, so just stay calm. Su Tianhan was so anxious because of his military experience. Even though he has been retired for many years, he still has a kind of obsession with the mission that ordinary people can hardly understand. So when Sherman paid all the money and then disappeared, he always felt uneasy. He had to find a way to complete this mission every day, so he complained so much after waiting for Sherman to come online. Brother, you are my real brother, don't blame me, I was wrong, really wrong. Facing Su Tianhan's complaint, Sherman resolutely admitted his fault. It was indeed not fair of him to leave without explaining clearly, and it was not up to others. Half an hour later, Su Tianhan, who was dry-mouthed, finally vented all his frustrations. Now there was only one word in his mind, cool. Then, Sherman asked tentatively, Boss Su, do you think we can implement this agreement now? Su Tianhan then realized that this person was the father of Party A. He immediately rubbed his hands and said a little embarrassedly, Boss, sure, this is possible anytime. To be honest, during your absence, we have repelled the invasion of the three gods several times. Apart from other things, the Legion members are now very good at fighting the three gods. This is really not Su Tianhan bragging. After Sherman left, he has been leading the fleet to organize the invasion of the three gods, and relying on the huge amount of funds prepaid by Sherman and his own ability, he managed to bring the Legion up. The current three gods emergency response center has also developed into one of the best in the Gowan group, and with the dividends of the three gods invasion, every Legion member has made a lot of money, from penniless rookies to the petty bourgeoisie in New Eden. It also made the Three Gods Emergency Treatment Center the main supplier of Three Gods warship construction materials in the guitar market. It would be a miracle if it didn't make money. As the army developed better and better, Su Tianhan became more and more eager to complete Sherman's mission as soon as possible, and it almost became a mental illness. Now that Sherman has finally gone online, Su Tianhan naturally wants to complete the original agreement as soon as possible and let Sherman fully experience the specific process of the Three Gods invasion activity. Sherman was naturally delighted by this. After all, this can unlock a new force as soon as possible, which is of great benefit to the current New Eden. Moreover, Sherman has been coveting the Three Gods for a long time. After all, this is the force that players call the second father after the Wanderers. Afterwards, after hearing that Sherman had time, Su Tianhan immediately summoned the players, who were still online, to organize a new round of Three Gods invasion activities. Fortunately, Sherman went online at the right time, just after 1900 hours in the evening, and many members of the Legion were online, so a Three Gods invasion fleet was quickly formed. In order to let Sherman better experience the invasion of the Three Gods, Su Tianhan immediately let Sherman serve as the ruthless F1 Fire Dog, a ruthless output machine, the driver of the Avenger-class battleship. Then, Sherman started from the initial conduit and experienced the process of the invasion of the Three Gods. It must be said that after this period of training, the tacit understanding between the members of the Three Gods Emergency Response Center has improved dramatically compared to the beginning. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a command and control system. Su Tianhan's smooth command called out names and concentrated fire. The firepower warship drivers and logistics drivers knew what to do without the commander shouting. The entire YY channel only heard Su Tianhan's continuous command, and occasionally there were a few voices that needed capacitors or remote repairs. Because this time is exactly the final stage of the invasion of the Three Gods. So after Sherman experienced this lowest difficulty invasion copy, it was also a warm-up for the final battle copy, and the fleet began to slowly brush from simple to difficult. Seeing Su Tianhan coming with his fleet, many small teams that were still playing dungeons also greeted him locally. It can be seen that Su Tianhan is also well known in the Three Gods invasion circle. In less than 2 hours, Su Tianhan led the fleet to let Sherman experience all the low-difficulty Three Gods invasion dungeons. Now only the final dungeon is left, the Ark test site. Only one final dungeon is left to unlock the Three Gods, which makes Sherman excited, and his voice trembles a little when he speaks. Old Han, is this final instance going to involve a fight with the World Ark? The World Ark. In the game, it's a super flagship that surpasses Titans. Isn't this thing really powerful? In response, Su Tianhan smiled and explained to Sherman, this thing won't attack, it will just spawn a few waves of monsters. We players just need to clear these monsters, and the World Ark will retreat back to the abyss by itself, and the invasion of the Three Gods will be over. After understanding the conditions for completing the final instance, Sherman felt relieved, but then he felt disappointed. He couldn't fight the World Ark directly. What a pity! Afterwards, as Su Tianhan said, after entering the instance, a large number of Trigods warships were refreshed from the Stargate of the World Ark, but the World Ark did not take action personally. Although there were many Trigods warships refreshed, they were easily dealt with by the fleet of the Trigods Emergency Treatment Center, which had completed the instance many times. As long as you clear the level once, any dungeon will not be a problem for the player. When all the Three Gods fleets are cleared, the Ark in this world will retreat. Bosher, turn on the movie mode with full special effects quickly, the Kula scene is coming. Listening to Su Tianhan's excited words, Sherman also turned on the movie mode with half belief and half doubt. Movie mode, that is, immersive game screen, will not display various combat data and chat channels, but simply display the starry sky around the entire battleship, the favorite of video recording party and scenery party. Just after Sherman turned on the movie mode, the engine of the World Ark began to emit a faint red spherical light, and then the light became larger and larger, illuminating the entire starry sky. As the light spread, with the light spot as the center, the World Ark began to slowly dissipate from the center under this light, until it disappeared completely, and then the light spot suddenly collapsed, and then everything disappeared in this singularity in an instant. Chapter 364. Looking at the World Ark that was so cool, Sherman couldn't help but exclaim, it's really handsome and elegant. Even though he had seen it many times, Su Tianhan didn't feel tired of it, and said with great emotion, only the art designers are working in this game, and the planners and operators should be able to go home and retire. This statement also contains a lot of resentment. This second test has been tested for a year, and it hasn't ended yet. I don't know when it will end. When the second test is over, all the data in the second test will be restored, and everything in the second test will be gone. So now there are more people online only when there is a big war, and there are no people at other times. The decrease in game activity has also caused large areas of uninhabited areas in many areas such as null security, and many popular star systems for monster spawning are now deserted. All players are now more Buddhist, and they only go to spawn monsters when they are short of money. At other times, they are just salted fish squatting in the water channel of the space station. After the World Ark evacuated, a familiar system prompt appeared on Sherman's screen. Congratulations to the host for completing the Three Gods invasion mission. The Three God ship system has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Three Gods, and reward the Daza-class construction blueprint. After Sherman unlocked the Three Gods, Su Tianhan looked at the mission he had finally completed, and he was relieved. He could finally have a good sleep tonight. Then he looked at the time and said, "Bosher, this mission is also completed. It's getting late, so let's get off." "Okay, thank you for your help today. Here are 1 billion ISK red envelopes for each person. It's not much, but it's just a token of appreciation." It took only a few hours to disband the three descendants of the gods. Sherman was naturally in a good mood. He, who was always stingy with ISK, did not hesitate to give each person a 1 billion red envelope. There were only about 40 people in the fleet this time. 10 per person is only about 40 billion, which is just a small amount of money. Everyone was naturally grateful for this. After all, this is not only the income from daily activities, but also this extra income. They are naturally very happy. After all, this 1 billion is not a small amount for ordinary players. After saying a few words, Sherman also left the YY channel, and then couldn't wait to open the exclusive store to look for the technology related to the Three Gods. After all, the technology of the Three Gods has been unlocked, but according to the rules, the officials of the Three Gods have not been unlocked yet. Without the power of officials, the combat effectiveness will be reduced by more than one level. Then, Sherman searched the entire exclusive store, but couldn't find any products related to the Three Gods, which was outrageous. As a last resort, Sherman could only call Aura. "Ola, what's the situation with these three descendants of God? Why can't I find an official?" Ola saw this, and could only answer honestly, "My lord, these three descendants of God really have no officials." According to Ola's explanation, these officials all have self-awareness that is awakened under unknown conditions with many names. And they have self-awareness in New Eden, but it is still just a virtual data, but there is also a connection, so which ones are intelligent life, and their officials are also clear. But they really didn't know about the newly updated three descendants of the gods, and even if they knew, it would be useless. After all, they couldn't awaken their self-awareness, and become intelligent life in such a short time. What should we do with the three descendants of the gods? It's impossible to let you lead them? It's not that Sherman didn't want Allah to lead the three descendants of the gods, but Allah already had enough positions now. If he added the three descendants of the gods, he would probably be overloaded. "My lord, I can't do it, but other officials can," Aura said with a smile. "Other officials?" "Other officials also need to control their own fleets. How could they give up their own power to serve as officials of the three gods?" Sherman shook his head and said, "Officials, those who can be called officials all have their own fleets and can maximize the maximum strength of this class of warships. If they are suddenly transferred to the three gods, which they are not familiar with, wouldn't it be cutting off their own hands and feet? You know, the warships and weapons of the three gods are different from other warships in New Eden. This is a brand new technology. It will take a long time for the officials to master it and form combat effectiveness. Besides, the officials now have their own tasks, so how can they transfer another official?" Looking at Sherman's puzzled expression, Aura did not keep him in suspense and said softly, "My lord, isn't there an official in Chongqing City who has nothing to do every day?" Then, Sherman's eyes lit up. After a while, the official who did nothing all day in Allah's mouth jumped into the room. "My lord, do you want to talk to me?" Shangguan Qianqian asked curiously. She had just caught up with the drama and received Sherman's call at the critical moment. Facing Sherman, who rarely called her in a century, she was naturally a little curious. Looking at the guy in front of him with Coke in his left hand, French fries in his right hand, loose hair and pajamas, Sherman's mouth twitched. Sherman almost cried. He thought he was the most unpopular person in New Eden, but he thought there was another salted fish that was almost pickled. No, it was enough for New Eden to have him as the only salted fish. How could there be other salted fish? So Sherman didn't have to think about it, and directly handed over the three gods to Shangguan Qianqian. Shangguan Qianqian, The technology of the three gods is handed over to you. From now on, you will be an official of the three gods, and the only official. The future of the three gods depends on you. Then, while Shangguan Qianqian was still confused, the information and technology of the three gods were authorized to her through the central computer, making her the first official of the three gods, and probably the last official. Shangguan Qianqian was still confused and at a loss until Sherman and Aura kicked her out of the room on the grounds of something else. It was not until the information of the three gods was retrieved that a golden light burst out from Shangguan Qianqian's eyes. Entropy Decomposer, Singularity Energy System, Zodak Class? Looking at the introduction in the information, Shangguan Qianqian couldn't help but smile. Interesting. The Three God Civilization, a new Eden civilization hidden in the abyss, has a unique singularity energy system that can transform alien matter into particle flow, and then guide it with the entropy energy generated by itself, which is extremely powerful. But this weapon is also affected by entropy energy, and will dissipate after exceeding its own attack range, so this weapon only has an attack range but no inaccuracy range. Most importantly, these entropy-guided particle flows will gradually accelerate under the guidance of the gravity conduit of the entropy decomposer, which will cause its attack to gradually increase over time until it reaches the upper limit. Therefore, Shangguan Qianqian smelled a different smell from this weapon system, and the use of this weapon also came to her mind, just waiting for her to verify. As for why the three gods were handed over to her, she understood after reading the information. Because the flagship assembly workshop of the three gods needs to be placed in the deep space, that is, the wormhole space, and now the only wormhole space in New Eden is the Imperial Arsenal under her control, so the three gods are suitable for her after all. Well, that's the reason. Chapter 365. Because of the special characteristics of the three gods, Shangguan Qianqian also needs to transform the Imperial Arsenal into an environment suitable for the development of the three gods, that is, transform this wormhole space into an abyss space. Although both are deep spaces, they are not the same. However, because this wormhole space is Shangguan Qianqian's home ground, it is relatively easy to transform. And because after taking over the three gods, Shangguan Qianqian applied for a large amount of resources from Sherman and plunged into the transformation of this abyss space, and was busy every day. Sherman held a small teapot in his hand, and sat on the armchair, squinting his eyes, and listening to Shangguan Qianqian's report, feeling very comfortable. As expected, it was enough for this new Eden to have a salted fish of his own. Fully support Shangguan Qianqian to quickly build these three descendants of the gods, and you can directly connect with them in terms of resources. These three descendants of the gods will become our trump card in the future, and you need to pay more attention to them. Yes. Ola nodded in understanding. After learning about the relevant information of the three descendants of the gods, Ola also instantly understood the potential of these three descendants of the gods in the future war. Therefore, he was very supportive of Sherman's idea of increasing his aid to Shangguan Qianqian, and hoping to build the three gods as soon as possible. Suddenly, a stream of data passed through Aura's eyes, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. My lord, the Black Flag Corps has begun to retaliate against the various neutral civilizations in the Southern Star region. Oh! How is the battle going? Sherman's eyebrows were also slightly raised. He did not expect that Adri Black Flag would act so quickly. You must know that what Adri Black Flag took away from the free country was a temporary super flagship fleet, and the members were all selected by themselves from the various free camp forces trapped in the free country, and their combat qualities were also different. Therefore, if this temporarily formed Black Flag Corps wants to form combat effectiveness, it will take a period of training and running in. At the beginning, it was already very difficult for them to sail the fleet out of the free country, let alone combat effectiveness. Maybe New Eden doesn't even need to use the super flagship fleet, just any regular fleet can defeat them. So at that time, Ola speculated that if every Black Flag wanted to form basic combat effectiveness for the fleet, it would take at least a month. But it was unexpected that less than half a month later, the Black Flag Army began to act. A day ago, the Black Flag Army raided the star system where the Ankit Free Federation was located, and is now engaged in a fierce battle with the defenders. At present, the Ankit Free Federation is almost unable to hold on, and is seeking help from us. Aura used the reconnaissance ship to broadcast the battle scene. Sherman couldn't help but sit on the sofa and watch carefully as he watched the two fleets fighting in the Starry Sea. Aura on the side also silently controlled the robot to put some snacks and drinks on Sherman's table. Then he asked tentatively, "My lord, should we send troops now?" "I've said it before, you are fully responsible for this matter, you can do it yourself, I won't interfere with you. I'm just responsible for watching and waiting for the results." Sherman looked at the battlefield where lasers and missiles were flying, shook his head, and said indifferently, "Since the matter has been fully handed over to Aura, Sherman will certainly not interfere with Aura's plan, otherwise it will only cause trouble." Then he turned around and continued to concentrate on watching the live broadcast of the battle on the projection. Seeing Sherman watching the live broadcast while eating a snack and a drink, Aura also smiled and nodded, without saying anything more, and stood behind Sherman and watched the live broadcast quietly. As for the rescue of the Ankit Free Federation? Sorry, New Eden is still clearing out the remnants of the Freedom Camp in other areas, and it is really impossible to allocate a fleet. Please hold on. Watching the fierce battle, Sherman suddenly thought of something, turned to Aura and asked, "Aura, why does this Ankit Free Federation sound a bit familiar to me?" "My lord, when we were clearing out the pirate fleet in the Beecher meteoric domain some time ago, several civilizations applied to the Angel civilization for a thorough investigation of New Eden and lodged a severe protest against us. Among these civilizations, there is the Ankit Free Federation," Ola reminded quietly. Sherman also nodded in realization and said, "No wonder Adri Black Flag would take the lead in attacking the Ankit Free Federation. After the defeat of the Free Camp, it was not the Justice Order that was the most ruthless to the Free Camp, but the civilization that kept saying that it would arm and maintain neutrality. Because of the constraints of the Angel civilization, and knowing that New Eden is determined to obtain the Beecher meteor field, most of the civilizations of the Justice Order are willing to give face to New Eden, and generally retreat after entering the Beecher meteor field and obtaining some resources. However, these neutral civilizations are different. They are more like pirates than pirates. After seeing the defeat of the Free Camp, they immediately sent fleets to go deep into the Beecher meteor field to plunder, and it is a destructive and extermination-style plunder. From resources to population, anything valuable cannot escape their palms, and the killings during this period are countless. Among these neutral civilizations, the Ankit Free Federation was the most prominent. At that time, the Ankit Free Federation sent 3 fleets to enter the Beecher meteoric region to plunder. In just a few days, it destroyed 2 planets with life, plundered billions of people, and slaughtered tens of billions of people. After its crimes were exposed due to the blockade of New Eden, its 3 fleets were annihilated by Mu Yunyan and the Killing Angel super flagship fleet, and its fleet was transformed into a pirate fleet, which was reported by Star Vision Universe. After all, this was a massacre in the true sense, and New Eden didn't want to take the blame. Although New Eden had also massacred its enemies, it was only for revenge or strategic purposes, not meaningless killings out of its own evil intentions. So even Mu Yunyan, who had destroyed many civilizations and killed countless souls, was filled with anger after seeing this scene. And the report of Xingshi Huanyu caused the anger of many Free Camp civilizations that fled to the central star field. The Ankit Free Federation, seeing the truth exposed, refused to admit it, and even guided public opinion to put the blame on New Eden. This matter was completely confused, and New Eden was blamed for a lot of things, so that Aura had already made a battle plan against the Ankit Free Federation. It was just that they didn't find that Adri Black Flag would find them so quickly, but it also saved New Eden from trouble. After all, this was the victim's revenge, which was enough to explain everything. As for asking for help from New Eden? What a joke. Chapter 366. Adri Black Flag watched the battle on the battlefield. His calm eyes did not waver at all. Although the fleet of the Ankit Free Federation only had less than 10 regular fleets and 2 dreadnought fleets, the newly formed Black Flag Corps was a fleet that had not been run in and trained. Because New Eden did not give him much time, he did not have time for any running and training, so he had already made plans to train his troops in actual combat from the beginning. As long as a few battles are fought, the fleet's combat effectiveness will naturally increase. So facing the current casualties, Adrian Black Flag was mentally prepared, so he didn't care. Not only did he not care, but even the Black Flag Legion soldiers, who were charging in the front and facing the threat of death at any time, did not care. Because now they only have one thing in their hearts, that is, revenge. Before the war, Adrian Black Flag had also bluntly stated that this was a war of revenge, and it was also a road destined to be full of death, but they were happy with it. If this was the killing and plundering from the Justice Order or New Eden, they might not have such great hatred. After all, the two sides have been fighting for so many years, and they have already realized the consequences of defeat. However, the Justice Order and New Eden, the victorious side, did not kill themselves, but also provided humanitarian assistance to civilians and tried to comfort them. Instead, this originally neutral civilization turned into a vulture after their defeat, constantly killing and plundering in their civilization. How could they not hate it? Especially after rescuing billions of tribesmen from a transport fleet of a neutral civilization some time ago, they were completely frantic, and anger filled everything in them when they saw the dull expressions of the tribesmen inside. Every Black Flag also took the opportunity to unify the thoughts of the entire Legion, and unified all the ideas of the Legion that originally wanted to escape or counterattack New Eden into one: revenge. Revenge for these vulture-like disgusting civilizations. Afterwards, after every Black Flag gave an order, the army went directly to these neutral civilizations, and the fleet of New Eden also ignored them, and let them pass through the blockade. This further deepened their hatred for these neutral civilizations. After all, what these civilizations did was unbearable even for their enemies. And the first to be attacked was the Ankit Free Federation. The purpose of the Black Flag Corps this time was simple, that is revenge. So after entering the territory of the Ankit Free Federation, Adrian Black Flag directly spread out the fleet, freely attacking and slaughtering various targets in the galaxy. In less than a day, all the interstellar colony space stations of the Ankit Free Federation were destroyed, and billions of people in them also disappeared with the explosion of the colony space stations. Along the way, the Black Flag Army held a butcher knife and destroyed every Ankit Free Federation ship they saw, and pushed directly to the Ankit Free Federation's first star. Facing the revenge of the Black Flag Army, the Ankit Free Federation also knew the seriousness of the matter, so it gave up the idea of surrendering, directly assembled all the fleets, and sought help from other civilizations. It was impossible to surrender. Facing such a super flagship fleet full of revenge, surrendering would only make it easier for the enemy to slaughter. So one side was full of revenge, and the other side was fighting for the survival of civilization, and the battle was very fierce from the beginning. Because every Black Flag intended to hone the fleet, he did not directly use the absolute force of the super flagship fleet to suppress it at the beginning, but sent the same number of fleets to fight against it. And this method of warfare brought about a fierce battle from the beginning. Facing the close cooperation of the Ankit Free Federation fleet, the Black Flag Corps' fleet was suppressed from the beginning. There is no other way. After all, some things cannot be solved by advanced weapons and equipment alone, but also require the cooperation of the team. This requires a long period of training, and the Black Flag Corps obviously does not have this condition, so it can only learn in actual combat. Under the threat of death in actual combat, the Black Flag Corps' tacit understanding of cooperation is growing rapidly, and its combat effectiveness is also improving rapidly. And Adrian Black Flag will not ignore the defeat of his fleet, so after seeing that the battle fleet has lost more than a quarter, he will order another fleet to intervene in the battle and assist the original fleet to evacuate. Moreover, Adrian Black Flag's command was also very good. Every time the fleet exchanged positions on the battlefield, it was very smooth, which neither caused the fleet to be confused due to the alternation nor caused the enemy fleet to be out of the battle. It was clear that this battlefield was used for training, and to consume the fleet of the Ankit Free Federation. Sherman, who had been watching the battle, could not help but exclaimed after seeing Adrian Black Flag's performance. Turtle, did Adrian Black Flag have his brains Krypton? It has only been a short time, and the command ability has been improved so much, and now you can do this kind of operation? Aura did not hesitate to praise him. Indeed, it seems that this Adrian Black Flag's talent is really extraordinary. He has mastered the original battle so quickly, and can even use it in actual combat. This is incredible. That's right, Adrian Black Flag's operation made Sherman and Aura see the shadow of New Eden. This road-like rotation tactic is one of the most favorite tactics of New Eden officials. This rotation tactic can consume the opponent's manpower without knowing it, while the opponent can always maintain sufficient combat effectiveness and drag the opponent to death on the battlefield. At the beginning, the Sasha fleet also relied on this tactic to resist the attack of the Freedom Camp in the Alpha Northern Fortress, allowing New Eden to survive the most difficult period. It can be said that this tactic has contributed greatly to the current situation of New Eden. You know, there are many people who study New Eden, and there are even more people who know this tactic. But no one can do it, because this tactic requires the commander to pay attention to every detail of the battlefield at all times. It can be said that this tactic requires the commander to accurately command every warship. Even with the assistance of some shipboard computers, the remaining computing power is not so easy to receive, not to mention that it has to respond quickly and give orders to the fleet. And that's not all. To complete this tactic, you still need a suitable fleet. The kind of fleet with iron will that will jump down without hesitation after receiving the order even though they know they will die ahead. A fleet that can be 100% controlled by the commander. Such harsh conditions, even Aura does not think that other civilizations can do it except New Eden. After all, officials and fleets are one, and it is naturally very simple to implement this tactic. And to be frank, even the Imperial Crusaders of the Emma Empire still have some difficulty in doing this. The difficulty is not in the fleet, but in the lack of such a qualified commander. So now seeing that Adrian Black Flag commanded the Black Flag Legion, which was formed not long ago, to complete this tactic so smoothly, Sherman and Aura could not help but exclaimed, "This is simply a miracle." Chapter 367. In fact, it was a coincidence that Adrian Black Flag could do this. Since the first battle with the Killing Angel super flagship, when Mu Union used this tactic to beat him, he has been studying this tactic. He has thoroughly understood this tactic and deeply understood its power. So after understanding his shortcomings, he has been strengthening his training in this area. For this reason, he even implanted a microcomputer in his brain to enhance his computing ability. This barely met the requirements for executing this tactical operation. On the fleet, although the current Black Flag Legion is newly established and its combat effectiveness is far inferior to his previous 2 legions, it is much easier to control than the original 2 legions. Because although the original legion is absolutely loyal to him and will resolutely obey the orders, they can't resist the old soldiers who have their own ideas. After his orders are issued, those old soldiers will choose the best plan to complete it according to their own situation. Although this fleet of veterans is strong, it is not conducive to completing this tactic. Because this rotation tactic requires very strict requirements for each warship in the fleet, they must obey unconditionally, rather than having their own ideas and choosing to complete it in their own way. Once one of the warships makes a mistake, it will bring about a chain reaction, which will not only make the entire tactic go to waste, but also bring great costs. So this is why the original Black Flag Corps could not complete this tactic. There is no other reason, just because they are elite. But this temporary Black Flag army is different. Their hearts are full of hatred, and they only think about revenge without the strength. Moreover, Adrian Black Flag is the one who pulled them out of death, and the only one they can rely on for revenge, so they have absolute trust in Adrian Black Flag. For them, as long as they can get revenge, death is not a big deal. Therefore, Adrian Black Flag can command them like an arm, and can complete various tactical coordination so perfectly. The command ability of Adrian Black Flag and the absolute execution of the Black Flag Corps are both indispensable. Faced with such rogue tactics of the Black Flag Corps, the fleet of the Ankit Free Federation was like being trapped in quicksand. The more it struggled, the deeper it sank. In less than 3 hours, more than half of its 10 conventional fleets had been lost. The Black Flag Corps lost only 100 conventional warships, and this was before the flagship was used. This was a one-sided crushing battle. Faced with the defeat of the conventional fleet, the Ankit Free Federation did not dare to send out its own dreadnought fleet, because they saw that the Black Flag Legion was not only taking revenge on them, but also using them for training. If they were the first to send out the flagship of the Black Flag Legion would also be used, and even to avoid a large number of casualties, the Titans of the Black Flag Legion would also attack. You must know that the Black Flag Legion is a complete super flagship fleet. The flagship is their core. Now the conventional fleet is just not serious about training with them. Once the Black Flag Legion flagship fleet is dispatched, the Ankit Free Federation will really have no power to resist. So they had no choice but to continue to use conventional fleets to fight, and on the other hand, they quickly asked for help from New Eden and other neutral civilizations that also participated in the plunder of Beecher Meteor Field. Facing the Black Flag army full of revenge, if the Ankit Free Federation was finished, then other civilizations that also participated would definitely not have an easy time. Adri Black Flag knew without thinking about the Ankit Free Federation's request for help. Logically speaking, the Black Flag army should crush the Ankit Free Federation in the shortest time to avoid unnecessary trouble, lest the fleets of other civilizations come to support, causing the Black Flag Corps to miss the opportunity and make everything they have done come to naught. But every Black Flag didn't care about this at all, and continued to attack in an orderly manner according to the current rhythm, because he was sure that someone would help them stop the fleets of these civilizations. Looking at the Black Flag Corps that continued to maintain the current attack rhythm, Sherman touched his chin. This is sure that I will definitely help them. Ola also chuckled and said, "My lord, this Edry Black Flag chose the Ankit Free Federation as the first target of attack. It seems that he has also carefully selected it." "Oh, what do you mean?" Sherman asked in confusion while tearing open a piece of snacks. He could only see that the Ankit Free Federation had committed a bloody crime in the Beecher Meteor Field, and the Black Flag army went there to retaliate. As for the rest, Sherman was really good at it. Ola didn't waste any words, and projected another light screen in front of Sherman, which was a star map of the star field where the neutral civilizations around the Beecher Meteor Field were located. My lord, you see this is the territory of the Ankit Free Federation. The Ankit Free Federation is located at the angle between the Beta Star Field and the Beecher Meteor Field. Now the Beecher Meteor Field and the Beta Star Field are controlled by New Eden, so any fleet that wants to rescue the Ankit Free Federation must pass through our defense zone. This is why Adri Black Flag continues to maintain the rhythm of attack, and is also sure that we will help him stop all the support fleets. After listening to Ola's explanation, Sherman also reacted by looking at the star map, and then he also looked at the star map and chuckled. Besides that, there is an even more important reason why Adri Black Flag did this. What other reason? Now it was Ola's turn to be confused. Sherman raised his hand and pointed at several star fields in the north of the Beta Star Field and said, Adri Black Flag chose the Ankit Free Federation, not only because he was sure that we would help him stop the fleets of other civilizations that were coming to support him. He also wanted to tell everyone that he attacked these neutral civilizations not only for revenge, but also because he reached an agreement with us and was working for New Eden. They are the means for New Eden to unify the Southern Star region. Sherman was extremely sure of this. After all, although Adri Black Flag had to help New Eden due to the situation, he also avenged himself. But if he could cause trouble to New Eden, Adri Black Flag would definitely not hesitate at all. This is an open conspiracy. Ola, who reacted, frowned and said. Sherman shook his head indifferently. So what if it's an open conspiracy? I have no intention of hiding New Eden's ambition to unify the Southern Star region, so what if these civilizations know about it? Is it that Adri Black Flag dares to stop the attack, or is it worried that these neutral civilizations will gather a coalition to attack New Eden? They have no other choice but to disappear, Sherman said in a relaxed tone, but his confidence was evident in his words. Because New Eden really has the strength to suppress the entire Southern Star region, even if they all unite. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and plots can only become a joke. Ola, since Adri Black Flag has already set the stage, let's not waste it. Order Jamil Salam to place all 6 legions of the Imperial Crusaders on the border, block the routes, implement military control, and do not allow any warships or spacecraft to enter or leave. As for the reason, it is to wipe out the remaining enemies of the free camp. Those who disobey military control and force their way in will be defined as enemies, and will be killed without mercy. Yes, my lord. Chapter 368. Faced with the 6 legions of the Imperial Crusaders blocking their way, all fleets rushing to support the Ankit Free Federation had to stop at the border galaxy. Everyone, the Ankit Free Federation is now under attack by the free camp, and is in a critical moment of life and death. Please make way for us to eliminate the remnants of the free camp. With just one simple sentence, they changed from going to support the free camp to attacking the free camp for the sake of justice. These neutral civilizations are really good at it. But the Imperial Crusaders on the other side of them didn't buy it. They just preheated the guns of the fleet, ran the engine slightly, and threatened to attack at any time. New Eden is carrying out a military mission. The star field ahead is under military control. Please deter. The Imperial Crusaders followed Sherman's orders without hesitation. Faced with the unyielding Imperial Crusaders, these people had no choice but to ask for a dialogue with the leader of New Eden, Sherman. But it was also ruthlessly rejected. Faced with the more urgent messages for help from the Ankit Free Federation, these coalition forces could only grit their teeth and prepare to take a gamble. 2 hours later, just when Sherman ran to the first star of the source to refresh the star belt, Aura came in with a smile. What happened? Why are you so happy? Looking at Aura with a happy face, Sherman also put down the keyboard and turned to ask. My lord, 2 hours ago, the coalition forces temporarily formed by many neutral civilizations thought that they joined the Justice Order to eliminate the remnants of the free camp, and forcibly attack the blockade of the Imperial Crusaders, and rush to the Ankit Free Federation for assistance. Sherman was a little surprised by this. You know, these are the 6 legions of the Imperial Crusaders, a total of 6 super flagship fleets. How dare they, a mixed fleet with mostly conventional fleets, dreadnoughts as the main flagship force, and a few super aircraft carriers, break through the blockade. This is like turning on the light in the toilet, looking for death. Sure enough, Aura continued to report. Faced with the coalition forces breaking through the blockade, the head of the Imperial Crusaders, Void Murung, responded calmly, and led the 1st Legion to defeat the coalition forces that broke through the blockade. The other 6 legions also completed the blockade, and strangled the coalition forces together. The battle officially ended 10 minutes ago, and it took a total of 1 hour and 53 minutes. The coalition forces have been completely wiped out, killing and capturing countless enemies. Our army lost 124 Zealot-class heavy assault cruisers, and the flagship was not lost. It can only be said that this was a very beautiful battle. With the mutual cooperation of the 6 major legions of the Imperial Crusaders, the victory of the battle was achieved at a very small cost. Although the results of this battle are very rich, it doesn't make you so happy, right? Sherman asked in a very strange way. This time, New Eden had an absolute advantage, so it was not surprising that they could win. Besides, New Eden had many outstanding records of fighting with fewer troops, but Ola had never been so happy. Facing Sherman's doubts, Ola explained, "My lord, these civilizations gathered most of their civilization strength in order to annihilate or defeat the Black Flag army in one fell swoop. Now that these fleets have been annihilated by us, their civilization's internal defense is now empty. As long as the Black Flag army proceeds as planned, the process of New Eden unifying the Southern Star region will be greatly advanced." A simple victory was not enough to shake Aura's emotions, but the impact of this victory made Aura smile. If the Southern Star region is under control as soon as possible, New Eden can accumulate enough military strength to cope with future challenges. More importantly, it can also provide enough resources and territory for the forces to be unlocked in the future to develop, which is what Aura cares about most. Listening to Aura's explanation, Sherman also raised his head slightly, his eyes narrowed and narrowed, with a little bit of viciousness. "In that case, Ola, go and urge Adri Black Flag to take down the Ankit Free Federation as soon as possible, and then take the opportunity to move on and take down other civilizations." "Yes. By the way, let the Killing Angel super flagship fleet move towards the Ankit Free Federation, and let the Imperial Crusaders open a gap to prepare to let the Black Flag Corps leave. And announce the border conflict to the outside world. If you want to act, you have to do it in full." Sherman wants to put all the blame for this conflict, and even the responsibility for the Black Flag Corps' escape, on these civilizations. Not only did he have to take the blame for letting others get beaten, but he also had to be beaten by the Black Flag army again in the end. This move was a bit cruel. However, Ola liked this plan. Ola also showed a sinister smile, lowered his head and retreated. The news that the reinforcements were annihilated due to a conflict with New Eden at the border soon reached the ears of the Ankit Free Federation and the Black Flag army. New Eden's approach was too direct, so direct that the Ankit Free Federation instantly understood New Eden's purpose. New Eden's naked and undisguised plot against the entire Southern Star region made the Ankit Free Federation feel unprecedentedly frightened. But facing the fierce attack of the Black Flag Legion, they had no choice but to immediately express their submission to New Eden, hoping that New Eden could save them from their predicament. In response, New Eden did not respond, which made the Ankit Free Federation very desperate. On the other hand, Adri Black Flag also received the news that the coalition forces clashed with New Eden and were annihilated, and then sighed. This New Eden really doesn't hide its purpose of unifying the Southern Star region. Not only was his conspiracy resolved by New Eden, but now New Eden has even left him a choice, that is, taking advantage of the emptiness of these neutral civilizations. His Black Flag army took advantage of the opportunity to take revenge. Moreover, he had no other choice. This is also New Eden's naked conspiracy. Adri Black Flag shook his head, and turned to look at the Ankit Free Federation fleet on the battlefield, which was afraid to fight due to huge losses, and no longer had the mind to train troops. He immediately ordered the Black Flag army, attack with all forces, crush them. The conventional fleets could not defeat them in battle, and now facing the attack of the entire super flagship fleet of the Black Flag army, the Ankit Free Federation could not resist and collapsed at the first touch. In less than 3 hours, under the all-out attack of the Black Flag army, the Ankit Free Federation fleet was destroyed. And because the Black Flag army is now a fleet for interstellar operations, and has no ground landing combat power, so facing the Ankit Free Federation ground forces that are defending the colonized planets, Adrian Black Flag waved his hand. Several Titans slowly emerged from the fleet, with their huge guns pointed at the colony planet. Then, after a burst of energy, several thick, dark beams of doomsday instantly pierced through the core of the colony planet. The atmosphere was greatly damaged by the highly corrosive Devil's Kiss, and in just a few hours, the gravity of the colony planet became disordered. Then, with a huge explosion in the core of the colony planet eventually broke into pieces and scattered into the starry sky. Facing this colony planet that had turned into cosmic fragments, Adrian Black Flag did not waver at all, but turned to the fleet and ordered, "Each Titan squadron will act on its own, find the target, smash their planet, and destroy their civilization. Everyone, it's time for revenge." Chapter 369. Southern Star Region Star Vision Universe Express, the Civilization Ankit-Free Federation, which once declared permanent neutrality, was breached by the Black Flag Legion a day ago. 13 colonized planets were destroyed, and an estimated 37.2 billion people died, and tens of billions of people were displaced. Looking at the emergency report of Star Vision Universe, Sherman couldn't help but smack his lips. This Edry Black Flag is really cruel. That being said, Sherman didn't have any sympathy for the Ankit-Free Federation. They should have anticipated this consequence when they took advantage of the defeat of the Freedom Camp and attacked the enemy. However, he did not expect that the Black Flag Army would be so brutal. All 13 colonized planets of the Ankit-Free Federation were destroyed by Titans using doomsday weapons without exception, and the death toll can only be roughly counted. Moreover, after breaking through the defense line, the Black Flag Army returned all the means that they had recently imposed on their civilization to the enemy within the Ankit-Free Federation. The starry sky of the entire Ankit-Free Federation was already bloody. However, Xingshi Huanyu did not speak out the cause and consequence of the Black Flag Army's destruction of the Ankit-Free Federation without any bias, and its position was very objective. After the Black Flag Army withdrew, New Eden arrived in time and implemented humanitarian aid for the refugees of the Ankit-Free Federation. Of course, in order to prevent the Black Flag Army from counterattacking, New Eden also took advantage of the situation to station troops here and built a military fortress, completely swallowing up the territory of the Ankit-Free Federation. The plan was carried out as planned, and everything went smoothly. Aura, keep an eye on the Black Flag Legion's movements. I don't want to be bitten back. After the baptism of this war, the Black Flag Legion's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Although it can't cause any serious damage to New Eden, if it really comes suddenly, Sherman will be very troubled. My lord, don't worry about this. Now the 3 fleets of the Imperial Crusaders are always maintaining an induced jump distance with the Black Flag Legion. If the Black Flag Legion makes any unusual movements, we can completely nip it in the bud, Ola said confidently. That's good. Sherman nodded. Since Ola had already made protective preparations for this, he didn't have to worry too much. Ola thought of something and whispered, My lord, the Black Flag Legion is now moving towards another neutral civilization, and has now moved to the border of the Beta star field. And Edry Black Flag has made a supply request to us. The list includes fuel, ammunition, and warship supplies. Do you think we should agree to them? After that, he projected the list of applications from Edry Black Flag onto the screen in front of Sherman. Sherman looked closely, and couldn't help but smack his lips at Edry Black Flag's big mouth. 2 War Demon-class heavy assault cruisers, a dreadnought fleet, 50 million units of fuel, and 5 Devourer-class Titans. Why doesn't he let me return Beecher Meteor Field to him? After New Eden captured Beecher Meteor Field, although it obtained a large number of unused combat equipment of the Demon Third Fleet in this free country, Edry Black Flag had already taken away a super flagship fleet of warships, and now only this number is left. The conventional fleet and the dreadnought fleet are fine, but there are only 5 Devourer-class Titans left, which need to be kept for reverse research and cannot be handed over to Edry Black Flag. You know, the Devourer-class Titans are the main Titans currently in service in the Demon Civilization, and they are comparable to the Sky Blade-class Titans of the Angel Civilization. Even if the Demon Third Fleet was defeated this time, it was only after all the Titans were lost that they withdrew. If these 5 Titans were not kept in the free country as war preparations, New Eden would never have been able to capture them alive so easily. The Titans of the super flagship fleet that Edry Black Flag took from New Eden were just the power Demon-class Titans that were rotated out of the Demon Third Fleet and stored in the warehouse, not the Devourer-class Titans. That's why Sherman said that Edry Black Flag was asking too much. My lord, should I reject them now? Aura said with a serious expression. Seeing Sherman's dissatisfaction with Edry Black Flag, Aura also began to be dissatisfied with the Black Flag Legion. Sherman finally sighed. Forget it. If you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat grass. How about this, you go and investigate the losses of the Black Flag Army this time, and give them full compensation. As for the Titans, let them forget about it. Regular warships and dreadnoughts don't matter, but this Titan Sherman will never give the Black Flag Army another one. Not to mention the Demon Devourer Titan currently in service in the Demon Civilization. Even if it is a second-level power Demon Titan, Sherman will not give the Black Flag Army another one. Yes. Ola took the order and left. Captain, New Eden rejected our request for compensation, and is only willing to replenish the warships lost in the battle. And the highest is only willing to replenish the dreadnoughts, and the Titans were firmly rejected. After hearing the report, Adrian Black Flag sat on the sofa in the cab and gently sipped the scarlet wine in a glass. Nodded without surprise. Well, then tell New Eden about the losses in this battle. Remember, you must have real data, and don't be too smart. Adrian Black Flag was not surprised by New Eden's refusal. After all, he just wanted to give it a try. After all, to put it bluntly, the Black Flag Corps is still alive because they are still useful to New Eden. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated under the New Eden fleet. Moreover, if you put yourself in his shoes, if he were New Eden, he would not have made such an exaggerated compensation for the Black Flag Corps. Captain, do you want us to postpone our actions and force New Eden to agree to our conditions? The person who was temporarily promoted by Adrian Black Flag as the deputy commander suggested. In response, Adrian Black Flag looked at his deputy commander and slowly said, "Idiot." The deputy commander could only lower his head and dare not say anything, and listened to the scolding quietly. Adrian Black Flag stood up and looked at the fleet around him, turned to the deputy commander and continued, "As a senior leader of the Legion, how can you not understand such a simple truth? How can you lead the fleet in the future?" The deputy commander knelt on one knee, lowered his head and said, "Please explain it to the Legion commander." Adrian Black Flag turned his head and looked at the deputy leader in the light curtain, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. You have to remember that in this world, power is truth. When you have enough strength and power, others will be afraid of you. If they are not afraid of you, they will only die. After saying that, Adrian Black Flag sat on the sofa for a while, pouring wine into his glass, and continued, "You may think that New Eden cannot do without our help now, so you can only agree to our request. But you have to understand that we can survive until now, because we are useful to New Eden. If we don't obey, New Eden will not mind destroying us directly. After all, our role is not irreplaceable. Do you believe that after the Black Flag Corps disappears, there will be White Flag Corps, Blue Flag Corps, and even Rainbow Corps to continue to fulfill our current role?" As he said this, Adrian Black Flag drank the wine in the glass and said lightly, "It is important to know yourself. Don't overestimate yourself, otherwise you will die sooner or later in this cruel sea of stars." Chapter 370. Looking at the deputy commander, who was resigning thoughtfully, Adrian Black Flag sighed slightly in his heart. He actually had one more thing he didn't say, which was, they had no choice. After the war of the Ankit Free Federation ended, their Black Flag Corps had become the last face of the free camp in the Southern Star region. If they continued to follow the New Eden plan, and relied on this series of revenge to save the face of the free camp and the demon civilization, their Black Flag Corps would have a way out after going to the Central Star region, and even live a life they had never dared to imagine before. If they evacuate now, not only will New Eden not let them go, but even the Freedom Camp will not let them off. To put it bluntly, only by following New Eden's plan can these people of the Black Flag Corps survive. New Eden has never given them a second way out. This is an open conspiracy and a general trend. They have no choice. Half a month later. My lord, the Black Flag Corps' battle line has advanced to the border of the Southern Star region, but the Black Flag Corps has also suffered heavy losses. Currently, the Black Flag Army is in a stalemate with the coalition forces of these neutral civilizations. In the past half-month, the Black Flag Army's super flagship fleet has been like a tiger descending from the mountain. In just half a month, it has raised the banner of revenge and swept and slaughtered 3 civilizations. There is no way. Although the Black Flag Army has no power to fight back in front of New Eden, it is at least the only force in the Southern Star field that has a super flagship fleet. For these civilizations that can only use conventional fleets and dreadnought fleets at most, this is a naked dimensionality reduction attack. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a sweep. Can we secretly help the Black Flag Army to open a breakthrough now? Sherman asked Aura. It is not easy for New Eden to send troops openly, so it can only support the Black Flag Army secretly. I am afraid it will be difficult. Aura shook his head and continued, although the Black Flag Army is now a super flagship fleet, it can form an absolute military advantage over the coalition forces. But in the past half-month, the Black Flag Army has suffered heavy losses and cannot be replenished under the layers of blockades by the coalition forces. The coalition army has the support of several civilizations and can continuously replenish personnel and supplies. The departure can now replenish the Black Flag Army's troops and combat readiness, otherwise it will be difficult to break the deadlock. To put it bluntly, this war is a competition of national strength. Although the Black Flag Army has an absolute advantage in military strength, it has no logistical support after all. Except for the occasional secret supply from New Eden, there is no other supply. Although the coalition army is weak in military strength, it has the supply of several civilizations, and both personnel and supplies can be replenished in time. Moreover, they desperately delayed the Black Flag Army's offensive. Under such a tug-of-war, the Black Flag Army gradually fell into a stalemate. Unless New Eden now replenishes the Black Flag Army with manpower, the simple war supply will not have much effect. But this is exactly what makes New Eden very difficult. The Free Camp's war preparation New Eden is not short of, but there is really no way to deal with it. But now New Eden is only a step away from unifying the Southern Star region, and Sherman must help the Black Flag Army no matter what. Sherman thought about it, and decided that the power of New Eden must not be used. Otherwise, Xingshi Huanyu, who was always paying attention to the war between the Black Flag Army and the Allied forces, would definitely expose this matter. Then New Eden would be passive. Sherman had a deep understanding of the two war correspondents of Xingshi Huanyu. He was absolutely objective, absolutely fair, and would never accept any coercion to distort the facts. At the beginning, Chelm Solon threatened the two reporters of Xingshi Huanyu about the extermination order, but they just published it according to the facts, and did not care that they were still in the hands of New Eden. Although anyone with a discerning eye can see that New Eden is behind this, no evidence has been found, so no one can blame New Eden. So this matter must be dealt with in a foolproof way. After a moment of silence, Sherman asked Aura, how many prisoners of war are left in the free camp now? After conquering this free country, New Eden also captured a large number of battleship pilots who were staying there. And these battleship pilot prisoners of war can be exchanged for valuable resources, so New Eden also screened and detained them separately. Because Ola has always been in charge of this matter, he quickly replied, "My lord, we currently have 12,872 prisoners of war, of which 1,313 are seriously injured and still receiving treatment, and the rest have been used to trade resources with war profiteers." It turned out that there were quite a lot of prisoners of war in New Eden, and there were also many elite pilots, but they had all been sold by Ola in exchange for a large amount of resources. Now there are only a few prisoners whose prices have been negotiated, and those who are seriously injured. Seeing this, Sherman made a decision directly. Ola, select 2,000 people from them, and put them in Kabu's slave transport fleet, then inform the Black Flag Army of this matter, and let them go to the old place to collect supplies. The rest is up to them. Since it is impossible to supply the Black Flag Army openly, then do it in a roundabout way. And Kabu relied on New Eden and made a fortune in this war. He now needs to rely on New Eden, so he is still trustworthy. Moreover, during this period, Kabu, a war profiteer, became the largest slave trader in the Southern Star region by reselling prisoners of war for New Eden, and everyone knew that New Eden was behind him. So it was perfect for him to do this. As for what others think after this incident, it is none of New Eden's business, unless you can produce evidence. Otherwise, it is slander, and you will have to pay the price. Yes, my lord. After thinking about Sherman's plan for a while, Ola also felt that this plan was feasible, and then he left and started to prepare. After a while, Kabu, who got the news, quickly rushed to the conference room. Kabu saw Ola sitting in the first seat at a glance, and then went up with a charming smile. "Sir Ola, the third batch of prisoners has not been processed yet, and now we are preparing for the fourth batch of transactions. Isn't this too fast?" Ola turned his head and looked at Kabu, showing a mouthful of white teeth. "Kabu, this time it's not about the transaction, but I have a little trouble and need your help. Sir Ola, I will go through fire and water for New Eden, and I have no choice but to do it." Kabu immediately patted his chest and said, after communicating with New Eden for so long, he certainly knew the value of New Eden's favors. This opportunity is rare. Chapter 371. In the Beta star field, in the B12 star system, a huge transport fleet was sailing slowly. Looking at the deep starry sky in front of him, Kabu felt his mood freeze. Looking at the several squadron-sized fleets specially sent by New Eden for escort, even though he knew that the New Eden fleet was powerful, he still couldn't help but feel terrified. Why do we have to take this route? Doesn't New Eden know that this route is very close to the control area of the Black Flag Legion? Looking at the starry sky where it seemed as if enemies would jump in at any time, Kabu couldn't help but mutter. Really, he couldn't understand why these prisoners of war were transported to the central star field. New Eden didn't go to the safer and closer camp star field, but chose to go through the border of Beta star field. Now the Black Flag Legion's revenge war against this civilization is getting more and more intense, because the two sides are engaged in a war of hatred that will never end, rather than a simple war of interests, so the intensity of this war can be imagined. Both sides were already killing each other, showing no mercy to prisoners of war, and even began to indiscriminately destroy the transport fleet behind them in order to prevent the other side from getting support from the outside world. After several war profiteers who wanted to take risks and make money from the war were killed, even these war profiteers who valued money over life did not dare to approach. After all, they wanted money, not lives. So when faced with New Eden's insistence on taking this route, Kaboo refused in his heart. But the offer from New Eden was too high. As long as this deal was done, he would not only gain favors from New Eden, but also obtain the right to resell the warships and equipment seized by New Eden. Although Ola did not say it explicitly at the time, he knew that if he refused, the war profiteer that New Eden would cooperate with would definitely be replaced. If he was abandoned by New Eden, he would be beaten back to his original form and continue to be a small war profiteer that no one cared about. So he gritted his teeth and took the risk to accept this task, ready to fight. In order to ensure the safety of this mission, he even spent a lot of money to hire the famous Mods Corps in the Southern Star region to escort him, hoping that the two sides would let him go for the sake of the reputation of New Eden. However, he was soon disappointed. In the deep space, several fleets jumped in and soon surrounded his transport fleet. When he saw the fleet surrounding him, Kaboo was completely desperate. How could it be the fleet of the Black Flag Corps? If he had encountered the fleet of the coalition forces, he could still use the power of New Eden to leave. But now he encountered the Black Flag Legion, which was already hostile to New Eden, so he might as well spend his life to save his life. Now he could only pin everything on the ability of the Mod Corps to repel the fleets of the Black Flag Legion in front of him. He did not disappoint his expectations. After the fleets of the Black Flag Legion appeared, the three Mod Corps squadrons that were responsible for the escort mission immediately deployed in attack formation and attacked the Black Flag Legion, hoping to repel the enemy. With the excellent attack power and mobility of the Mod Corps warships, the small warships that the Black Flag Corps had initially entangled with were quickly repelled. After all, the missile system equipped by the Oasis-class cruiser fleet was too threatening to small warships, so after suffering some losses, the Black Flag Corps immediately abandoned the tactics of small boat close combat and replaced it with several heavy and light interceptors. Looking at the interception force field that enveloped his fleet, Kaboo's eyes revealed despair. After all, these were transport ships without any offensive power. Faced with this situation, they could only wait for death. After seeing the actions of the Black Flag Legion, the Mod Corps also knew that they could not let their employer get into trouble, so they had to give up their advantage in long-range firepower and choose to fight in close combat to rescue Kaboo's transport fleet. After giving up their advantage, the Mod Corps was immediately stopped by the Black Flag Legion's interceptor ship, and then faced with the enemy's absolute advantage, they immediately suffered heavy casualties. Seeing that the whole army would be wiped out if they continued like this, the Mod Corps had no choice but to rescue Kaboo, and then fought their way out of the siege. Then the Mod Corps, with only half of the squadron left, immediately led Kaboo to break out, leaving the transport ship to the Black Flag Corps. Don't worry, the Mod Corps has reported the course of this operation to me. It's not your fault, and you have done everything you can. Although this mission failed, the conditions I promised you remain unchanged. The spoils of New Eden in the faction war are fully yours to sell. Ola looked at Kaboo, who was nervous, and said with a smile. Kaboo was so moved by Ola's kindness that he almost cried. Thank you, Lord Ola, thank you for your kindness. I will definitely sell this batch of spoils for a good price. Ola did not explain this action to Kaboo, and he also planned this drama with Adrian Black Flag. And this time, there was a fierce battle between the two sides, and Kaboo escaped from death and returned, completing this drama. In order to avoid gossip, both sides also suffered casualties. Of course, let's not talk about the Mod Corps, which only lost some warships and biomass. The Black Flag Corps seemed to fight fiercely this time, but they also lost warships, and the pilots were not injured. And the warships lost by the Black Flag Corps will also be obtained in the subsequent warship supplies. This is equivalent to New Eden spending some warships to perform this drama for the outside world, and openly sending these 2,000 prisoners of war with combat experience to the hands of the Black Flag Corps. Perfect. After Kaboo left, a burly man touching his bald head also walked out from behind the door, and said with a smile, Ola, you have to reimburse me for the 3 squadrons I lost. Ola rolled his eyes again. Don't I know how much combat readiness your Mod's regiment has? Do you want me to suggest to the master that Mod's regiment's combat readiness be taken back first, and then sent to you in the wartime? As soon as these words came out, Mod immediately became timid and smiled bitterly. Brother, you are my real brother, isn't that enough? Looking at the laughing Mod, Ola smiled, and then gave Mod a task. This time, You will be the one to transport the war preparations for the Black Flag Legion, and the location is still the same." Hearing the order, Maud also stopped laughing and took the order with a serious face. "Yes." Half an hour later, a huge fleet consisting of dozens of Emma cargo ships Providence class, and several Maud regiments slowly sailed out of the free country, and slowly disappeared into the unknown deep space. Looking at the fleet leaving, Ola looked at the unknown deep space and murmured, "Black Flag Legion, don't let us down, otherwise." A trace of cold light flashed in his eyes, like a passing meteor, unfathomable. Chapter 372. In fact, this plan seemed very clumsy and crude to anyone with a discerning eye. New Eden almost said that he was the one behind the Black Flag Legion. After receiving these 2,000 prisoners of war with combat experience, Adrian Black Flag immediately recruited them to expand the army, and these 2,000 people were dispersed into the fleet. In addition to the huge war preparation sent by Maud, the Black Flag Legion recovered its vitality in an instant, and even its strength was strengthened, which made the coalition forces extremely desperate. And Adley Black Flag was also very decisive. After the fleet was organized, he launched an attack on the coalition's defense line, and it was a general attack. The Titan battleships led the way with doomsday weapons. The dreadnought fleet and the aircraft carrier fleet protected the two wings, and the conventional fleets fought head-on, relying on absolute power to crush the coalition's painstaking defense line. And this time Adley Black Flag did not want to fight a war of attrition with them, or a protracted war. After breaking through the defense line, the Black Flag Corps immediately ignored the scattered fleets, harassing the surrounding enemies, and the large force directly moved towards the base camps of these neutral civilizations. After the coalition fleet was defeated, there was no time to reorganize its defense line, and they could only watch the Black Flag Army launch a massive attack and penetrate into their own civilization. Then, the Black Flag fleet of Edry Black Flag was like the god of death, smashing one colony planet after another and destroying one colony space station after another in front of these sporadic resistance fleets. And once a fleet came to stop it, it would be absolutely suppressed by the Black Flag Army, and then it would be transformed into fireworks in the starry sky like its colony planets and space stations. The Black Flag Legion's revenge operation has officially begun. My lord, the Black Flag Legion has broken through the defense line, and now its fleet is wreaking havoc among those neutral civilizations. The war in the south should be over in a month at most. When the Black Flag Legion launched a massive attack, Ola immediately reported to Sherman. Now the stumbling blocks that prevent New Eden from unifying the Southern Star region have been cleared away bit by the Black Flag Legion, and the day of unifying the Southern Star region is just around the corner. Yeah. Sherman nodded without surprise. Just kidding. I gave such great support to the Black Flag Army, and the Black Flag Army was a super flagship fleet. Even if the other side had more fleets, if they still couldn't win despite such an absolute advantage, then Sherman really had to consider immediately annihilating the Black Flag Army, and then let an official come up with a fleet of the free camp to annihilate these neutral civilizations. So, facing such a result, Sherman had expected it, and was not surprised. My lord, now facing the attack of the Black Flag Legion, these neutral civilizations have also sent us a message for help, and the attached reward is also very generous, so how do you think we should respond? Ola thought of the message for help that he received every few dozen minutes, and couldn't help asking with a headache. Now these guys also understand that New Eden is behind this matter, so they asked for help from New Eden and Angel Civilization, and also responded with very generous rewards. Even Ola couldn't help but be tempted by these rewards, so he came to ask Sherman for his opinion. Sherman picked up a few messages for help and looked at them. Seeing the rewards on them, his heart jumped. Then he smiled slightly, and turned to look at Aura. Aura replied to them. New Eden has been severely damaged in the Battle of the Camps, and can only barely maintain the existing defense zone, and is unable to provide support. Yes. Then, Aura hesitated and said, My lord, the rewards they offer can greatly promote the development of New Eden's military strength. These neutral civilizations had sensed the situation before the faction war, and immediately hoarded a large amount of mineral resources, preparing to make a fortune from the faction war. But they did not expect that the emergence of New Eden would keep the faction war in a restrained stage, and the losses of both sides were relatively small. The only major battle was also a decisive battle, and the Justice Order won the faction war cleanly. This also led to the fact that the large amount of resources they had hoarded at the time had not yet been shipped, and the price was stabilized because of the end of the war, and they were directly hit in their hands. Now facing the attack of the Black Flag Army, they want to use these resources to exchange for New Eden support to help them repel the Black Flag Army. And Aura is still very greedy for these resources. Seeing the entanglement on Aura's face, Sherman said lightly, "Aura, there is no need to do this. When they die, these resources will still be ours." How could Aura not know this truth? But he had some concerns in his heart. "But the Black Flag Army will not let us get these resources so easily. I'm afraid there will be variables. After all, New Eden and the Black Flag Legion are just mutually beneficial. With such a large amount of resources, it is difficult to guarantee that the Black Flag Legion will not do anything." Sherman smiled at Aura's concerns. "Don't worry, they dare not." Then, Sherman directly gave Aura an order the Imperial Crusaders to prepare to expel the Black Flag Legion. Once the Black Flag Legion's battle is over, immediately advance and expel the Black Flag Legion from the Southern Star region. You also send a message to every Black Flag. He is a smart man, and knows what to do when the time comes." "Yes, my lord." Ola bowed and accepted the order. Sherman's method was very rogue, that is, to keep an eye on the battle of the Black Flag Legion, and as soon as the battle was over, the Imperial Crusaders would directly enter the field to expel them, neither giving the Black Flag Legion a chance to clean up the battlefield nor a chance to breathe, expelling them from the Southern Star region. If the Black Flag Legion had any objections to this, then Sherman would not mind killing the donkey after it had done its work, and leaving the Black Flag Legion here forever. After all, Sherman's goal was to have the Black Flag Legion help New Eden clear the roadblocks, not to give the Black Flag Legion a foothold in the Southern Star region. And Adley Black Flag is a smart man. He should know what to do when the time comes. By the way, how is the war situation in the Cooper Star region? Looking at Aura, who was about to leave, Sherman suddenly asked when he thought of something. Because of the war against the early Free Federation, New Eden controlled the entire Cooper Star region, but because New Eden needed these colonized planets, it did not use two radical means, but sent the Doric Corps to conduct landing operations and disintegrate the rebels on these colonized planets one by one. But because the war in the south has been developing so fast, Sherman almost forgot about it, which made him ashamed. "My lord, the landing operation in the Cooper Star field is going smoothly. Under the attack of the Doric Legion, only 3 planets are still resisting, and the rest have been occupied." Chapter 373. As the first landing force used in actual combat in New Eden, the Doric Corps lived up to Sherman's expectations, and completed its mission very well during this period. "How did the Doric Corps perform this time?" Sherman asked softly. Ola pondered for a moment, then gave his own evaluation. "The combat style is brave, the tactics are flexible, and the performance in the battles on dozens of planets before the Cooper Star region is exceptionally perfect." "Perfect. This is the highest evaluation for Aura." "Such a high evaluation?" Sherman looked at Aura in surprise. You know, even in the several interstellar battles of officials, no official could get such an evaluation from Aura. Even he himself was the same. So from this evaluation, it is not difficult to see how good the performance of the Doric Corps in the landing operation in the Cooper Star field is. "My lord, you must know that the combat personnel of the Doric Corps are only 100,000, and the defense forces of each planet they captured are more than 1 million, or even higher. During this period, they completed the occupation mission at an average speed of 1 planet every 7 days, and eliminated all the resistance forces, so my evaluation may be too low," Aura said with some sigh. At least, to be fair, even if Aura personally controlled the clone warriors to take over the mission of the Doric Legion with all his strength, he would not be able to achieve such a record. This is simply a miracle. Listening to Aura's words, Sherman's heart couldn't help but itch again. As a child who grew up with a red flag, he was born with an inexplicable complex for the army, so after seeing Aura's evaluation of the Doric Legion, he couldn't help but want to go to the Cooper Star region to watch the battle. Then he said decisively, "Aura, prepare a clone for me. I want to go to the Cooper Star region to participate in the war." After all, Sherman chose to go to the war through a clone, so Aura agreed after a little thought, which would not threaten Sherman's life. Here, I would like to mention that there are 2 types of clones in New Eden. One is the clones used by pilots of interstellar battleships. Such clones not only require the original body to have extremely high talents, but also require high transformation costs, so the number is scarce, and the burden on the original body is extremely high. The other is the army clones that Sherman is currently requesting, that is, the clones prepared for the Doric Legion. This type of clone does not require much transformation, and has almost no requirements for the original body's talents. Most importantly, it is cheap enough. Moreover, the number of clones is far more than that of battleship pilots, which is very suitable for the battlefield of the army landing operation, which is like a meat grinder. "Aura, During the time I am away, you decide on the Black Flag Army's affairs." After saying that, Sherman lay in the cloning chamber, ready to accept the transfer of consciousness. Looking at Sherman lying in the cloning chamber, Aura also looked helpless. Although he knew that Sherman could not hear his words, he still took the order respectfully. Yes. After New Eden rejected the Coalition's request for help, these neutral civilizations also knew that they could not resist the attack of the Black Flag Army, and then a wave of refugees broke out. The rich and powerful took their comfortable private spaceships and secretly bypassed the defense line of the Black Flag Legion with their families and fled to the Central Star Field. Although they lost their property, they could still live a carefree life in the central region, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money with their savings. The civilians could only squeeze into the transport ships, endure the harsh environment, and flee to the control area of New Eden. Under the threat of death, all neutral civilizations were in chaos. In the end, even the Coalition fleet had deserters, and many soldiers drove warships to pick up their families, wanting to escape from this place that was about to become a ghost den. As for the enemy's situation, Adrian Black Flag did not choose to kill them, but watched the chaos happen, and even deliberately left a gap to allow these refugees to escape to New Eden. Captain, Adrian Black Flag's actions puzzled the members of the fleet. After all, they came for revenge. Why should they let these guys go? Faced with everyone's doubts, Adrian Black Flag said lightly, "War, although it is a killing, it is not meaningless killing. Letting these refugees go will cause more chaos within the enemy, which will undermine their morale and reduce our casualties. Besides, killing these refugees will only push the enemy into a desperate situation, which will cause us many unnecessary casualties. If you don't have absolute overwhelming strength, it is very stupid to let the enemy fall into despair and fight a desperate battle. When a person is forced into a desperate situation, even a scholar who is powerless will turn into a desperate criminal. In ancient wars, the generals often ordered the army to surround 3 sides and leave one side open for this reason. More importantly, every Black Flag's goal was only the foundation of these civilizations, the colonized planets and colonized space stations, so the escape of these people was beneficial to the Black Flag Corps. Hearing every Black Flag's words, the discussion within the Black Flag Corps calmed down in an instant. Looking at the refugees fleeing in a hurry on the radar, every Black Flag also decisively seized the opportunity and issued an order. All troops move out, destroy all enemies on the road. Now they are in internal chaos, this is undoubtedly the best time to attack. This time, the Black Flag Army did not encounter any effective resistance along the way, and the fleet went straight into the heartland of these civilizations. Under the doomsday weapons of the Force Demon Titan, many colonial space stations turned into ashes, and the colonial planets became rich mines. Even because of the excessive use of doomsday weapons, the fuel used by the Black Flag Army to start the doomsday weapons was consumed abnormally quickly, and New Eden had to replenish it with a batch of fuel, which prevented the Black Flag Army's offensive from slowing down. Half a month, just less than half a month, with the last colony planet of these neutral civilizations being shattered by the doomsday weapon of the Black Flag Legion, this revenge war was officially over. Before the Black Flag Legion could breathe a sigh of relief, a group of Imperial Crusaders behind them, who were keeping a distance from them, came to their side through induction. Perhaps because of the miscalculation of the distance, although the 2 legions of the Imperial Crusaders were in a double-team situation with the Black Flag Legion, the distance was far beyond the attack range. Seeing the fleet that arrived in New Eden in such a timely manner, Adrian Black Flag took a deep look and led the fleet to evacuate without hesitation through the long-prepared induced evacuation. Finally, under the pursuit of several fleets in New Eden, the Black Flag Corps evacuated from the Southern Star Field to the Central Star Field with a large number of compatriots. At the border of the Central Star Field, the fleet of the Demon Civilization also quietly appeared and supported the Black Flag Corps. Facing the fleet of the Demon Civilization, Aura had to give up the idea in his heart, let the Imperial Crusaders give up the offensive, return to the border of the Southern Star Field, and watch the Black Flag Corps and the Demon Civilization fleet leave. Looking at the Black Flag Corps leaving safely, Aura could only sigh and said faintly, "What a pity." The idea of killing the donkey after it has done its job was stillborn. Chapter 374. Because before the final battle, in order to avoid accidents, Adri Black Flag first asked Aura to take the families of the Black Flag Legion who were detained in the free country to the fleet. So when he saw the Imperial Crusaders lured into the field, he led the fleet to evacuate without hesitation. In addition, Adri Black Flag also contacted his wife and asked her to send a fleet in advance to the border to meet him, in order to prevent New Eden from abandoning its donkey after it has done its job. In fact, Adri Black Flag did guess right. After the battle, Ola also wanted to kill the Black Flag Army after it left the Southern Star region, and keep the Black Flag Army. After all, Sherman only said that he could let the Black Flag Army leave the Southern Star region safely, and he did not violate Sherman's orders. Moreover, the power of the Black Flag Army in the hands of Edry Black Flag made Ola feel a little threatened. The officials of New Eden were all ruthless and cruel to their opponents, so facing this slight threat, Ola did not intend to let it go. But facing the sudden appearance of the Demon Civilization fleet, after weighing the pros and cons, he could only give up. After leaving safely, Adrian Black Flag's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and then fell asleep slowly in his wife's arms. At this moment, he felt unprecedented peace of mind and relaxation. And the demon princess looked at the man in her arms, and a little smile appeared on her face. Finally, she turned her head to look at the direction of the Southern Star Field, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. After the Black Flag Legion left, New Eden also immediately began to make arrangements. Because the matter was serious, Ola could only call back Sherman, who was still in the landing battle, and was suppressed by enemy artillery fire in the fortifications. Ola, my battle is fierce, tell me what's going on. Sherman was wearing a broken individual mobile armor, and hiding in the fortifications. The huge explosion sounded around him, and it can be seen that what Sherman said was true. Looking at Sherman in such an embarrassed state, Maud's eyes could not help but condense. My lord, why did you go to Samuel Star? Because the Maud Corps had always been in orbit cooperating with the ground operations of the Doric Corps, Maud immediately determined Sherman's current location after seeing the environment around him. Bang! Another huge explosion sounded, and the dust lifted up buried the individual defense fortifications where Sherman was. Sherman stood up and patted the dust on his mobile armor, and said calmly, "It's too boring in Star City, so I came here to play. After all, I can't operate this interstellar battleship, so I can only play on this ground battlefield." Sherman had seen many battleships in the starry sky, so he was much more interested in this landing operation, and it could be regarded as fulfilling his dream of joining the army. Due to physical reasons, he was rejected every time he joined the army during his 4 years in college, and he always regretted it. Now that he finally had the chance, he certainly wouldn't miss it. Before he finished speaking, after hearing several whistles above his head, Sherman couldn't help but curse inwardly and activated the defense of the mobile armor. Afterwards, a huge explosion sounded, and the shockwave destroyed Sherman's individual defense fortifications, and he was lifted up to more than 10 meters in the air by the shockwave and slowly fell down. As the official's mouths twitched, Sherman fell directly into the ground, and was buried by the floating soil brought by the explosion. Because of the energy defense shield of the mobile armor, the explosion looked quite exaggerated, but the damage to Sherman was not great. However, looking at the little energy left, Sherman knew that if the enemy launched a few more bombings of this scale, he would really have to go back to the resurrection point. In response, Ola gave Maud a look. Maud nodded, then lowered his head, and the paleness in his eyes flashed away. Less than 30 seconds later, a sky full of meteors with blazing flames fell from the sky. Looking at the meteor shower breaking through the atmosphere in the sky, Sherman couldn't help but shrink his eyes. Fuck, who the hell called for the railgun attack without telling me in advance? Sherman said, as he injected all the last energy of the mobile armor into the energy shield, ready to defend against the railgun attack. Looking at Sherman, who was disconnected under the railgun fire, Ola turned his head and looked at Maud in shock, opening his mouth, but unable to speak. I asked you to support and let the master have some time for a meeting, but you are aiming at him and covering him with indiscriminate firepower? Do you want to devour the master? In response, Maud gave Ola a reassuring look. Sure enough, soon Sherman's cursing voice came from the projection. T-Nindy, don't let me know which animal called the railgun without notifying me. I will give him a small shoe boat. Ola and Maud couldn't help but look up at the ceiling, as if something was attracting them. Although the railgun was powerful, this time the railgun was targeting the enemy's attack cluster, so Sherman was only bombarded by the shock wave, and was not directly attacked, so he escaped unscathed. Carefully releasing the drone to observe the battlefield, Sherman breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that the enemy's attack cluster had been completely wiped out by the railgun bombardment. Sitting on the ground, while putting the last energy block into the energy compartment of the mobile armor, he said to Aura and others, "What do you want to see me for now?" Speaking of the main business of this trip, Ola also straightened his face and reported very seriously, "My lord, the Black Flag Legion has withdrawn from the Southern Star region, and the Southern Star region is now completely under our control. This time, we also want to listen to your arrangements on how to plan the existing defense zone of New Eden." Well, it's a bit like the rewards after rebellion in ancient times. It's just that most people do it for fame and fortune, while these officials in New Eden want to occupy a good place for development and accumulate strength for the next war. At least your man would not worry about these official separatists and threatening him. Ola, didn't I plan this for you a long time ago? Sherman looked at Ola in confusion. He had already allocated this matter, so he shouldn't come to him now. My lord, this matter concerns which force will be the main force in the future war. It is a serious matter, so you should announce it yourself, Ola said with a wry smile. Okay. Sherman nodded. Then he announced the originally planned distribution of forces. Because the Emma Empire has great potential, it has monopolized the two most fertile star fields, Betelgeuse and Beecher Meteor, for development. The Gustas group is still stationed in the Omega star field because the super flagship fleet is still under construction. The Angel Enterprise Consortium and the Killing Angel are stationed in the Camp star field and inherited the materials left by the Angel civilization. The Sasha group is allocated to the Cooper star field. The Alpha star field is directly under the jurisdiction of the Unified Cooperation Department, which can be regarded as the direct fief of the Stone Man. As for the Mod group, the Stone Man has other plans. Chapter 375. After dividing the bases of the various forces in New Eden, Sherman cut off the communication and returned to the battlefield to play the role of a mobile suit. No one objected to Sherman's division, so they left quietly and started to develop their own future territory. As for why only 5-star regions were divided, and the other 9-star systems were left untouched, only allowing the Mod Corps and the United Mining to carry out basic resource mining and anchor the most basic industrial space station, they knew it without saying. New Eden is not just about their forces. There are many forces including the other 3 empires that have not been unlocked yet. The remaining 9-star fields are prepared for them. Sherchuan, if you are not dead, tell me something. Sherman had just disconnected the communication with Aura and others, and his company commander's iconic rough roar came from his combat system. Report? The mobile armor just ran out of energy, and it has been replaced now. Sherman also responded immediately. Because of his identity, and because he wanted to experience the cruelty of this war, Sherman specifically asked Aura to forge an identity for him. Sherchuan, a new Edenian who enlisted in the second expansion of the landing force. Well, he is still a soldier. TMD, I don't know who called the orbital bombing without notifying me. When I get back, I will definitely sue him in the military court, the company commander said angrily in the channel. This time the orbital bombing came too quickly, leaving them unprepared, which resulted in the brothers, who were originally ambushed on the enemy's attack path, also being killed in the bombing with the enemy. Moreover, everyone was injured, and the mobile armor was also seriously damaged. It can be said that under this round of orbital bombardment, at least half of his entire reconnaissance company lost its combat effectiveness. Well, this matter must be reported to the higher authorities and investigated strictly. Sherman also said viciously. Stop talking nonsense. The mission of the regiment has been issued. It requires our company to quickly penetrate into the 390 area and perform reconnaissance missions. We have to set off now. The company commander rolled his eyes at Sherman, and then issued the mission assigned to them by the regiment to the entire company. The company where Sherman was located was not a special forces unit, but a very common regimental reconnaissance company of the Doric Corps. Yes. Since he is a soldier now, Sherman has also prepared the attitude that a soldier should have. He simply collected the ammunition and energy blocks in the mobile armor of the sacrificed and injured comrades and redistributed them to the teammates, who are still capable of fighting. After leaving 10 people to escort the wounded back to the rear, the company commander took Sherman and others on the aerospace transport ship to the mission site. Because the mission this time is to infiltrate the enemy's rear, find valuable targets, and then guide space firepower strikes, the number of people is not the key. The current situation is not optimistic. Because the Doric Corps, under the cover of the Mod Corps, had absolute air supremacy in space in the early stage, it was almost entirely relying on the tactics of the Doric Corps guiding on the ground, and the Mod Corps bombing in space, that quickly eliminated the enemy. Now the enemy has also learned its lesson and dispersed its troops in various regions of the planet Siriosa. It is unknown where it got the ground anti-reconnaissance equipment of the demon civilization from, and shielded the radar signals in space. Moreover, the enemy has a full 10 million ground troops on this planet of Siriosa, which cannot be taken down by the 100,000 troops of the Doric Corps alone. So the commander of the Doric Corps still chose the old tactics, guiding the space fleet to bombard with firepower from the ground. But because the radar of the space fleet cannot capture the signal from the ground under the shielding, the Dorad Corps can only send the accurate position mark to the Space Fleet. The mission of Sherman's company this time is the same. At 19:32 p.m., 3 small aerospace landing ships re-entered the atmosphere from above and began to lower their altitude, but they were also hit hard by the enemy's anti-aircraft firepower, and 2 aerospace transport landing ships were destroyed. One of the aerospace transport ships was also damaged in the power system and could not descend to the stratosphere, so it slowly moved towards the ground with its tail flame. At this time, the hatch of the transport ship quietly opened, and dozens of black shadows dived towards the surface under the cover of the night. Height from the ground, 2,678 meters. Height from the ground, 1,858 meters. Height from the ground, 1,498 meters. As the mobile armor system kept prompting, Sherman fell rapidly like a meteorite, but facing this situation, he was not panicked at all. When he was less than 100 meters from the ground, Sherman's face froze, and he immediately activated the anti-gravity booster. Under the effect of the anti-gravity booster, the falling body of the mobile armor suddenly stagnated, as if it was lifted up by an invisible hand. With the help of the anti-gravity booster, Sherman's mobile armor landed safely on the ground like a swallow. The moment he landed, Sherman immediately activated the stealth mode and activated the passive radar to search the surroundings. Fortunately, no suspicious radar signals were found around. Number 011 landed, coordinates 087, 589, no unusual movements around, safe. Sherman served as a scout in their class, so he reported to the squad leader after landing. Received, number 011 continues to be on guard, the rest of you move closer to number 011. Sherman was stunned when he heard this, because it was not the voice of his squad leader, but the deputy squad leader, and the voice sounded a little weak. In just 5 minutes, everyone had moved closer to Sherman. Among the crowd, a severely damaged mobile armor that was almost like broken copper and rotten iron attracted Sherman's attention. Looking at this soldier, Sherman's eyes shrank. Deputy squad leader. The mobile armored warrior in front of him, who looked very miserable, was Sherman's squad leader. The squad leader collapsed on the ground, panting and saying, "Time is tight, you must listen to my orders next." This time, he ran toward Sherman's position. He activated the emergency medical system of the mobile armor and injected himself with a large amount of painkillers to hold on. According to his current injuries, he would definitely die of pain when the painkillers wore off. So he gave orders to everyone while he was still conscious. Because of the enemy's anti-aircraft firepower, our squad is the only one left in the entire company, and the squad leader has also died. Now I have lost my combat capability. So the next mission will be commanded by Ishikawa. I hope that the brothers will work together to complete the mission. Squad leader. Sherman looked at the squad leader with a big cut on his chest and his right arm completely gone, and his voice trembled. In response, the squad leader rolled his eyes and weakly patted Sherman's helmet with his only remaining left hand. Cry your sister, hurry up and take people to carry out the mission. MD, the effect of this drug is worn off, it hurts me so much, I have to go back to the resurrection point to find the company commander and the others. If you can't complete the mission, I see how I deal with you when I come back. As soon as these words came out, Sherman's emotions were instantly retracted. MD, forget that we are all clone warriors, and we can be resurrected after death, it's just a change of clone body. Damn, it's embarrassing. Then Sherman took the rest of the people away without saying a word, and soon after they set off, there was a violent explosion behind them. It was the deputy squad leader, who detonated his mobile armor after facing the enemy's search team. Everyone couldn't help but look back at the flames rising into the sky after hearing the sound, and then Sherman turned his head and whispered, "Keep moving forward." Chapter 376. Sherman and his men were equipped with the mobile armor that Aura had taken out from the New Eden database. Well, to be more specific, it was a single-soldier exoskeleton armor. Their reconnaissance company was equipped with 3 types of mobile armor, one of which was the Civet 2 type that Sherman was currently equipped with. A full-body mobile armor equipped with an auxiliary propulsion system, and a Gauss rifle or energy gun, and an energy shield system, with decent defense. This was also the mobile armor that the Dorad Legion was equipped with the most. The other is the Spider 2 mobile armor equipped by squad leaders and other basic commanders. This is an electronic mobile armor mainly used to maintain communication command and coordinate with the space fleet. The biggest function of this mobile armor is electromagnetic interference, which can create an electromagnetic interference area to cut off the enemy's communication and interfere with, and paralyze the enemy's radar, combat system and other electronic equipment causing chaos. Because it is a mobile armor for grassroots commanders, it is much higher in defense and mobility than the CIT-2. Of course, the squad leaders of Sherman and his company who were eliminated as soon as they entered the battlefield were just an accident. The last type is the Roaring class heavy fire support mobile armor, which is equipped with a small indirect fire cannon and a heavy energy machine gun behind it. Its defense and firepower are very strong. Each squad has two, which is an important fire support in the squad. The radar and scanner of Sherman and others did not find any enemies around, but they also knew that the time the squad leader could delay for them was limited. In 10 minutes at most, the enemy patrol would surround this area, so they had to leave quickly and rush to the target area. Everyone had been through rigorous training, and they were veterans who had experienced several battles and even had a record of death, so they all knew what to do after Sherman gave the order. The remaining 9 people quickly dispersed to a suitable distance in groups of 2, surrounding the remaining Roaring class mobile armor in the center, so that they could respond quickly after being attacked, and Sherman led another person as a scout to clear the way. Sherman glanced at the map and rushed quickly towards the marked point on the map. Area 039, which is about 80 kilometers north of Sherman's landing point, is a mountainous area with high mountains and dense forests. The reconnaissance satellites placed in space by the Dorrit Legion have scanned several blind spots here. Because of the special locations of these blind spots, it is impossible to carry out covering orbital cannon bombardment, so Sherman and others have to infiltrate and scout their targets. If the target value is determined, it is necessary to send accurate target coordinates to the mod core on standby in space, so as to carry out accurate firepower strikes and try to minimize the impact. Because this area has intercepted many missiles launched by the mod core in space, and because of the large range of electronic interference, the intelligence department of the Dorrit Corps suspected that there was a missile launch base here, which was a great threat to the mod core in space, so it was necessary to conduct reconnaissance and confirmation. However, Sherman was a little confused about this information. After all, if there really was a missile launch base here, their transport fleet would definitely be wiped out, and they would not be left. After all, this is a missile launch base used for space, atmosphere and local attacks. It is impossible that they did not capture their movement trajectory, and they might even let them land alive on the ground. Thinking of this, Sherman became even more curious about the target. Soon, after a rapid march, Sherman and his men were less than 20 kilometers away from the target area. Sherman and his men looked at each other, and at the same time activated a deeper level of stealth mode, and slowly infiltrated forward under the leadership of Sherman. Because they were already in the enemy's interference range, their every move could expose their position. So for safety reasons, they chose radio silence. The power system of the mobile armor was also reduced to the lowest level, and they moved forward slowly. After looking at the surrounding terrain, Sherman chose a densely forested mountain southeast of the target as a surveillance observation point, because the terrain here is higher, and he could observe most of the situation in the target area from a high vantage point. Everyone trusted Sherman's choice without reservation and followed him in a tactical formation. Under the cover of the night, Sherman's mobile armor was as gentle and silent as a civet cat, moving through the dense woods like a ghost, clearing the way for his teammates behind him. Along the way, the passive biological detection radar in Sherman's mobile armor kept discovering the enemy's hidden sentries in the dense forest. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Sherman had to take a detour, diving and swimming through rapids, and climbing over cliffs. It took Sherman and his companions a whole night to reach the destination, which was supposed to take an hour. After arriving at the scheduled observation position, Sherman felt a little relieved. He never thought that the enemy would set up minefields in those impossible areas. If he hadn't reacted quickly and opened a safe passage in the minefield, they would have been exposed and faced the enemy's pursuit, let alone completing the mission. He slowly put his camouflaged head into the gap between the stones, and observed the target area through the gap. Because he was afraid of being exposed, Sherman didn't dare to activate the radar, but directly used the most primitive optical observation mirror for observation. After seeing the scene in front of him, Sherman knew that they had been deceived. There was no missile launch base here, but an airport under construction, and the speed of its construction was so fast that people could not help but smack their lips. In Sherman's observation instrument, although the airport was only half built, there were already hundreds of fighter planes neatly arrayed in the airport. At this time, Sherman's passive radar detected that an enemy patrol was approaching them. At this speed, it would reach their hiding place in less than 10 minutes. Sherman didn't have time to think about it, so after giving the exact coordinates of the airport to the mod core, he began to make preparations for evacuation or battle. In less than 10 minutes, the orbital gun was ready. Then, Hundreds of meteors fell from the sky and smashed directly into the enemy's base. Facing the bombardment of the orbital gun, the airport, which had just been built, was paralyzed before it was put into use. At the same time, Sherman was constantly submitting the enemy's new coordinates, hoping to cause a devastating blow to the enemy. The enemy was not a vegetarian either. After discovering that the airport was attacked, they immediately judged that there must be scouts infiltrating from New Eden around, and then sent many patrols to encircle Sherman and others. But when they found the hiding place of Sherman and others had already disappeared quietly. Chapter 377. Looking at the enemy chasing them like mad dogs, Sherman and his men used the thrusters of their mobile armor to the fullest. Now they were like poking a hornet's nest and fleeing for their lives. MD, it's just a round of orbital bombing. Why are you so desperate? Looking at the enemy chasing them like wolves, Sherman said to Presley. Chuan, stop talking, run. I want to wait until the war is over and then go to Changming Star City to change a store. I can't die here now. Several Dorid mobile warriors panted and complained. Although they can still be resurrected in the base camp even if they die, they will be deducted from their merits. You know, this merit can be exchanged for many things in the integration department, such as money, houses, mobile armor, and even interstellar battleships and space stations. As long as the merit is enough, it can be exchanged. In order to avoid meaningless casualties and waste of meaningless resources, Sherman issued a relevant order. Unless it is necessary, and in a critical moment, death and resurrection shall not be chosen, and violators will be severely punished. After all, these clone warriors are similar to game players. How could Sherman not understand their psychology? In order to prevent the occurrence of suicide and return to the resurrection point, Sherman issued this order. It is also because of this rule that the Dorid Corps is called the Legion of the Dead by the enemy, and a group of Dorid warriors with missing arms and legs or even lying on stretchers often launch suicide attacks on them. Imagine a group of people covered in blood and only breathing in various ways charging towards you, and then detonating high explosive bombs in your team. Anyone would shudder. Of course, compared to this, many seriously injured soldiers who can't be treated and have only one breath left will take the initiative to stay on the battlefield to cover their teammates' evacuation, and when the enemy arrives, they will call for space firepower coverage, and let the enemy be sacrificed for their rebirth. Now, although Sherman and others are deep behind enemy lines, and are being chased and intercepted by a large number of enemies, they are not without a chance to escape. If they choose to take the initiative to fight and die now, it will violate the regulations. After the battle, they will deduct a merit as a price, which is not worth the loss. Therefore, they could only flee desperately, and find a way to get rid of the enemy's pursuit. After running for a full 300 kilometers, the energy of the mobile armor was exhausted, and the enemy was still chasing them closely. After replacing the last spare energy block, Sherman looked at the radar with heavy breath and shook his head. We can't run any further. Now the enemy's 3rd Armored Division is stationed in front of us. If we run in this direction now, we will die. Now they have rushed more than 300 kilometers overnight, and if they go any further, they will leave the mountains and enter the plains. The plain ahead is guarded by the enemy's 3rd Armored Division, and there is also an air force. It's okay in the mountains, but once they enter this vast plain, they will definitely not be able to escape the enemy's all-round search, and they will be resurrected sooner or later. What should we do? A roaring mobile armor driver frowned and asked. Now with just these people, even if they call for orbital gun bombing, they can't take away many enemies. After all, the enemy also has complete air defense measures, and they also have countermeasures against the attacks of orbital guns and space fleets, which will not have much impact on the enemy. After looking at the surrounding environment, Sherman's eyes slid. How about we ambush a wave of pursuing enemies? As soon as the voice fell, everyone objected. No, this will cause unnecessary casualties. I don't agree. Yes, although it is very cool to do so, it will cause unnecessary losses. These Dorid warriors are fierce in battle, but also arrogant. They can accept death, but they can't accept this meaningless death. This is not Sherman's rule, but the habit of the Dorid people who have been fighting as slave legions for hundreds of years. After all, they don't have many people who can fight, which also train the Dorid people to be strong and tenacious on the battlefield. Listen to me first. Seeing everyone's objection, Sherman also hurriedly explained. We are not going to fight the enemy head-on, but to give the enemy a golden cicada escape. Seeing Sherman's words, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Golden cicada escape? What does it mean? Sherman's excitement suddenly stagnated, forgetting that there is no such word in this world. Then he gave up. It's just a trick. but this plan requires everyone to cooperate closely and work together. Then, a pair of hands slapped Sherman on the head, and a dissatisfied word sounded beside Sherman. "What nonsense are you talking about? We are all brothers, and you are our commander now. Just give us orders and tell us what to do." The eyes of others were also staring at Sherman tightly, with a firm look in their eyes. Sherman knew that these brothers had unreserved trust in him. Pursing his lips, Sherman did not say anything sensational, and began to speak out his plan. Cromwell Douglas of the Reconnaissance Battalion of the 1st Armored Division of the United Nations Army was very angry now. His battalion received an order to defend the base of the 3rd Air Brigade to avoid infiltration by the New Eden Reconnaissance Force. But just after they arrived, before they could catch their breath, the 3rd Air Brigade was bombarded by saturation rail guns. If their battalion had not retreated to a safe distance outside the periphery, they would have been reduced to ashes along with the 3rd Air Brigade. After discovering this New Eden reconnaissance team, he immediately led his troops to pursue them, hoping to make up for his mistake. But he didn't expect that these New Eden scouts were as slippery as rabbits, and escaped from their encirclement several times. Now, this New Eden reconnaissance team is about to leave the mountain area and enter the base of the 1st Armored Division and the affiliated aviation regiment. In order to prevent this reconnaissance team from penetrating into their hinterland, the commander of the 1st Armored Division ordered him and the missile troops to eliminate this team. In order to better exert the power of the missile force, the order given to them was to drive this New Eden reconnaissance team out of the plains and let the missile force conduct saturation bombing. And this was an order directly sent by the headquarters of the 1st Armored Division, and he had no right to bargain. So his only chance now was to destroy this New Eden reconnaissance team in the mountains before it escaped to the plains. The 1st Company took the aircraft to block the front of this New Eden reconnaissance team, and the 2nd and 3rd Companies accelerated the search and must destroy this reconnaissance team in the mountains. Otherwise, our division reconnaissance battalion will never be able to raise its head in front of friendly forces in the future. Chapter 378. Cromwell Douglas's efforts were not in vain. When his 1st Company quickly blocked the New Eden reconnaissance team in a flying vehicle, the reconnaissance team chose to return in a panic. But in the end, they were surrounded by the 2nd and 3rd Companies that followed closely behind, and finally trapped in a canyon, ready to fight to the death. Because this canyon is relatively narrow, but it is densely forested and has a complex terrain. Their battalion's troops may not make a splash, and there may even be accidents, so Cromwell Douglas's 1st Company commander asked, "Battalion commander, do you want to call for support from the missile unit?" It's not his fault, but the combat effectiveness of the New Eden scouts in the canyon is a bit outrageous. His company encountered them during the interception, and in the short 10-minute encounter, not only did they not leave any of the enemy alive, but his company lost a total of 13 people. Then, they suffered 8 casualties in the pursuit and interception. That's why he made such a suggestion. After all, the canyon is too suitable for the New Eden reconnaissance team to fight, and he doesn't want to incur unnecessary losses. But Cromwell Douglas scolded the request of the 1st Company commander. "Idiots! A reconnaissance team led our battalion to run around in this mountain, treating us like pets. If we don't eliminate these guys by ourselves now, our division reconnaissance battalion will become the laughing stock of the entire division and even the entire coalition." As a nobleman with a hereditary title, Cromwell Douglas would never allow this situation to happen, which would bring shame to himself and his family. "I understand." A bitter smile appeared on the face of the company commander, "But, battalion commander, if there is no missile force to clean up the mess, we may suffer great losses if we continue like this, which is not good for you. If the entire battalion is really deployed into this canyon, let's not talk about whether this New Eden reconnaissance team will seize the opportunity to escape. Even if they don't escape, judging from the combat quality of this reconnaissance team, their division reconnaissance battalion will also suffer heavy losses. After all, judging from the war during this period, this New Eden army is not only desperate, but also extremely fierce in combat." Cromwell Douglas just sticks to some unspoken rules, but he is not a person who doesn't listen to advice in battle. So after hearing the analysis of the 1st Company commander, he could not help but look at the canyon under his feet, frowning and thinking slightly. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately ordered the 1st Company commander. "1st Company commander, you take your people to the air in a flying vehicle and drop incendiary bombs to me, and force them out. The 2nd and 3rd Companies will guard the exits on both sides of the canyon, and send a signal immediately if you find the enemy. Since this New Eden reconnaissance team wants to hide in the dense forest in this canyon, then he will leave them nowhere to escape and force them out. As long as they come out, they can definitely crush them in an instant with the absolute firepower advantage of their own division reconnaissance battalion. Yes. After a while, several aircraft took off and hovered above the canyon. One by one, incendiary bombs were thrown out from them, and the high temperature released instantly ignited the dense forest, turning the canyon into a sea of fire in less than 5 minutes. In fact, Cromwell Douglas also knew that such a high temperature would not cause much harm to the Dorrit warriors equipped with individual mobile armor. After all, as an interstellar full-coverage individual exoskeleton armor, this function still exists. Cromwell Douglas did not expect that the high temperature could burn the reconnaissance team to death. He just wanted to use the flames to burn the dense forest in the canyon, leaving the reconnaissance fleet nowhere to hide. As long as the target position could be locked, the next step would be easy. And the fire released in this series was also very particular. Incendiary bombs were released on the periphery of the entire canyon, allowing the flames to slowly advance to the center, forcing the New Eden reconnaissance team to keep running towards the center. As expected, after the fire slowly moved towards the center, several New Eden scouts could not help but appear from the edge of the sea of fire. Before they could lock on, they disappeared in the dense forest in the center of the canyon that had not yet been covered by the fire. Looking at the New Eden scouts who showed up, Cromwell Douglas's mouth curled up slightly. "You bunch of rats, I wonder how you can run." With Cromwell Douglas's order, the two companies guarding the exits on both sides of the canyon began to slowly surround the center of the canyon, while the first company took a flying vehicle to monitor in the sky, mark the enemy for friendly forces, and provide support at any time. The whole place was like a solid wall. If this New Eden reconnaissance team could still escape, Cromwell Douglas would eat his family emblem. As the fire spread, a strange smell filled the entire canyon. This was the smell of other animals in the dense forest being burned by the fire, and it was not pleasant. The remaining high temperature did not affect the advancement of Cromwell Douglas's division reconnaissance battalion. Under the protection of the mobile armor, these high temperatures were not worth mentioning. And because of the terrain of the canyon, the fire formed a huge fire tornado, and the slightly bright sky turned red. As the dense forest became less and less, the places where Sherman and others could hide became less and less, and finally there was only an area of less than 2 square kilometers left. And Cromwell Douglas's division reconnaissance battalion also completed the final encirclement, locking Sherman and others in this area of less than 2 square kilometers. Now, if Sherman and others show their heads, they will be devastated by them. Looking at the enemy on the radar, who was reckless and did not conceal his signal, Sherman knew that the time had come, and then he whispered in an encrypted channel, "Maud." Then, a rough laugh came from the encrypted channel. "My lord, you are hiding." Hearing this, Sherman jumped directly into the tunnel that had been dug long ago, without hesitation, and turned on the defense of the mobile armor to the maximum. As a rapid alarm sounded in the channel of the division reconnaissance camp, Cromwell Douglas looked at the sky dully. He saw a dense meteor shower falling from the atmosphere above his head, like the fire feathers of a phoenix reborn from the ashes, which was extremely beautiful. Faced with such a beautiful scene, Cromwell Douglas and others were frightened and pale, and shouted, "Disperse! Escape from the bombing range!" In less than 10 seconds, the meteor shower landed directly in this canyon. The world was first quiet, and then there was a huge explosion, like the end of the world. Even the 1st Armored Division of the United Nations Army, which was dozens of kilometers away, could feel the shock of the explosion. Everyone stared blankly at the huge bright light that kept appearing dozens of kilometers away, and the dazzling light hurt their eyes. Although they didn't know what happened, they knew very well that it was already a purgatory there. Chapter 379. An hour after the bombing ended, the United Nations 1st Armored Division also sent other troops to investigate the situation. When they arrived at the place where the explosion occurred, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines when they saw the scene in front of them. The canyon marked on their electronic map had been razed to the ground in the bombing, and the cliffs on both sides of the canyon collapsed and buried the canyon. The original center of the canyon also began to accumulate water due to the upwelling of groundwater. It won't be long before the canyon will become a lake. Major Cromwell Douglas, this is. The major who came to investigate the situation looked at Cromwell Douglas, who was pale and silent sitting on a high place, and couldn't help asking. Cromwell Douglas didn't speak, but tremblingly took out a cigarette and broke off a branch with a flame to light it. After taking a deep puff, he slowly said, "My unit was ordered to chase a reconnaissance team from New Eden into this canyon, and then..." Cromwell Douglas slowly told the story without making any excuses for himself. After all, there was a battlefield recorder, and the investigators could also learn about the story from the battlefield recorder. Now confessing could reduce some of the guilt. After listening to Cromwell Douglas's story, the visitor nodded and turned off some of the equipment on his mobile armor. Then he patted Cromwell Douglas on the shoulder and said with sympathy, "Major Cromwell Douglas, these New Eden soldiers are desperate criminals. This life and death tactic is also the most common one they use. Just learn from it. Since the war began, the desperate style of these New Eden soldiers has caused the coalition forces to suffer a lot of losses. After all, they had rarely seen a unit that called in rail guns in a defensive battle and fought with them in a bombing. And this was not just a few cases, but a routine operation of the New Eden army. In short, this kind of fighting style that took their own lives as if they were not their own was a little difficult for them to resist. And this was one of the reasons why their nearly 10 million troops were suppressed by the 100,000-strong Dorrit Corps in several war zones across the planet. Cromwell Douglas did not respond to the consolation of the people around him. He just smoked silently and stared blankly at the changed terrain in front of him. 2 whole companies of his brothers were buried here. Before the bombing, the first company, which had been doing surveillance in the sky, immediately responded quickly and took Cromwell Douglas to the aircraft and escaped from the bombing range. The second and third companies were completely wiped out in the bombing, and even the first company in the sky lost more than half of its troops because it failed to escape in time. It can be said that his division reconnaissance battalion has been destroyed. Looking at the still silent Cromwell Douglas, the major who came over also sighed, and then ordered his subordinates to search for the reconnaissance team of New Eden to see if anyone escaped. His troops were scattered around the area of dozens of kilometers to search. After several dragnet searches, there was no one around, and there was no sign of any activity. "Retreat!" The major gave the order. He sighed as he looked at Cromwell Douglas's distraught look. He knew that Cromwell Douglas would be held accountable for this, and he could forget about promotion in the next few years. Soon, all the UN troops withdrew, leaving behind only the lake with the water level still rising slowly and a scorched earth. 24 hours later, a figure slowly emerged from the water. After carefully observing the surroundings and confirming that there was no danger, he sent a signal. Then, one figure after another walked out of the water like a ghost. Sherman and his companions finally managed to escape and successfully hid themselves again. This time, the escape plan almost failed because they mistakenly underestimated the power of the bombing. Originally, after Sherman and his companions attracted the enemy and gathered them, they ran to the underground cave to avoid the bombing before the bombing came. Then, the cave collapsed under the heavy bombing. If it weren't for the upwelling of groundwater, they would have suffocated to death in the mobile armor after the energy was exhausted. It can only be said that they were lucky enough. Ishikawa, after you go back this time, your merits can be exchanged for a shop or a residence in Chongqing City, right? When everyone was safely settled in a cave, a Roaring-class mobile armor warrior looked at Sherman with envy and said. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes were full of envy. Among the exchange systems of New Eden, the shops and residential houses in Chongqing City, the center of New Eden, are what the people of the Dorrit Legion desire most. That is where their emperor lives. Never doubt their respect for the emperor, who gives them dignity and freedom. Being able to guard his majesty closely requires not only sufficient strength, but also sufficient merit. Well, it's about the same. Sherman smiled and nodded, then looked at the envious eyes around him, and gave them an exciting news. Don't be envious. I got the news that after a while, His Majesty the Emperor will select a team to take charge of the basic defense of Changmingxing City. You have to work hard. Now that there are more and more people from outside coming to Changmingxing City for trade, especially after several emergencies involving people of different civilizations, Sherman thought about selecting a team to go to Changmingxing City. After all, it is really a waste of talent to always rely on Aura's robots to maintain the basic order of Chongqing City. Are you serious? Don't lie to us. Faced with everyone's excited inquiries, Sherman had to say that he had a background, so he knew these news and so on to fool them. As for what kind of background Sherman had, everyone didn't have any idea. After all, New Eden implemented a system of meritocracy. Even if you are the son of the Legion commander, you need to start as a soldier and rise up by strength and contribution, otherwise there is no talk. As for whether there will be any cover-up, that is even more impossible. After all, each of them has a way to report directly to Aura. Once they are found out, those involved will not have a good life. Don't you see that the son of their Legion commander is still working as a squad deputy, and he is on the front battlefield with the heaviest casualties? I heard that he has been killed more than 3 times. A group of people laughed in the cave, sharing the excitement of escaping death. And Sherman also contacted Maud in space, preparing to let Maud's fleet cooperate with his actions to destroy the United Nations 1st Armored Division on this plane. Chapter 380. Until the night fell, A ghost-like team quickly shuttled through the dense forests of the mountains. The dense forests hid the traces of the team. After the mobile armor activated the stealth mode, it moved silently in the dense forest like a civet cat, aiming directly at the United Nations Army's 1st Armored Division 30 kilometers away. When they infiltrated less than 10 kilometers away from the enemy, Sherman and others could no longer move forward. Because the front was about to enter the enemy's high-intensity reconnaissance area, and the 1st Armored Division had deployed countless light and dark sentries in this range, and there were uninterrupted biological radars and scanners for detection. In this area, even a fly would be scanned several times. It was impossible for Sherman and his 9 men to infiltrate alone, and it was impossible to mobilize the Dorad troops from other regions, so the assistance of the Mod Corps in space was needed. As Sherman and his men waited patiently, the familiar meteor shower arrived as expected above the night sky. After the 1st Armored Division detected the firepower attack in space, its defense measures were immediately activated, and super high-speed missiles were quickly launched into the air, and all these meteor showers were intercepted with the assistance of ground radar. Occasionally, there were missiles that were not successfully intercepted, and the explosions they caused could not cause much damage. Christopher Dean, the commander of the 1st Armored Division, looked up at the brilliant colors produced by the missiles intercepted by both sides in the sky after they exploded, and his eyes were full of the reflections of these super-large fireworks. A large-scale bombing once a day, is there nothing new in New Eden? Faced with such a large-scale bombing, Christopher Dean showed disdain on his face. His 1st Armored Division has complete defense measures. Unless New Eden uses doomsday weapons without scruples, they are not afraid of simple missiles and energy cannons. During this period of time, except for his division reconnaissance battalion that was damaged due to being deceived, other troops have not suffered any losses. And they have also figured out the situation in New Eden. Although New Eden's space fleet is large in number, its army is not large. Of course, New Eden's army is strong, but its number is their weakness. As long as it is slowly consumed, there is a possibility of turning defeat into victory. This is the intelligence of the United Nations headquarters, and it is absolutely impossible to be wrong. Christopher Dean believed this information, but the idea of turning defeat into victory was a joke. After the space was blocked by the New Eden fleet, and New Eden completed the occupation of the entire southern star field, this sentence became a joke. They are an interstellar civilization. If they cannot take back the initiative in the space battlefield, then no matter how much they have an advantage in the ground war, they will not be able to escape the end of failure in the end. Especially now that there are only 3 planets left in the entire Cooper star field that are still resisting. It is not impossible that if New Eden loses patience one day, it will order the super flagship fleet to smash their planets. After all, New Eden had done this before. If the time came, New Eden would never show mercy. But knowing this was impossible, and it was impossible for him to surrender. This was the persistence and honor of a soldier. Seeing that the bombing was coming to an end, Christopher Dean turned back to the meeting room. Continue the meeting. While the bombing was going on, a group of black shadows quickly crossed the defense line and plunged into the 1st Armored Division's base. Because of the bombing, the radar and attention of the entire 1st Armored Division were attracted to the bombing. In addition, with all the running around in the camp, Sherman and others could enter the target area effortlessly. Ishikawa, are we going to carry out a decapitation operation next? A scout asked. Now they have infiltrated the garrison of the 1st Armored Division. As long as they can find the location of the division headquarters, the probability of success is still very high with their strength. No! Sherman denied it without hesitation. During this period of war, the enemy's command system has been attacked countless times by us, and now it has become frightened. Do you believe that as long as we show up, we will be ambushed and annihilated by the enemy without any chance of fighting back? Since the outbreak of the war, the Dorad Corps has relied on this decapitation operation to capture one planet after another. Now that the war has progressed to this point, the enemy has already prepared and responded, and this decapitation tactic is actually of little use. And he is not pessimistic. They are approaching the enemy's division headquarters unknowingly, and they may be wiped out before they get close because of exposure. What should we do? We can't just come in to serve as eyes for the space fleet with our bodies, right? The scout said to Presley. We are the eyes of the space fleet. Besides that, we also want to poke the eyes of the 1st Armored Division blind. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, and whispered in unison, radar station. Sherman nodded viciously. New Eden's firepower attack from space is not very effective. It is the 1st Armored Division's affiliated air defense regiment that can intercept attacks from space. As long as these radars are taken down, The equipment of the Air Defense Regiment will become a decoration, and the entire 1st Armored Division will be exposed to the firepower attack range of the Mod Regiment. Simply destroying a division headquarters can only destroy its command system, but as long as the radar station is destroyed, the entire 1st Armored Division will disappear under the bombing. This is the only way to maximize the role of their reconnaissance team. Several people looked at each other and nodded at the same time, agreeing with Sherman's approach. In order to better play its role, the 1st Armored Division's attached Air Defense Regiment was deployed in the high ground southwest of the station, which happened to be very close to Sherman and others. After all, the missiles that were constantly launched in the area during the bombing had exposed their position. After the reconnaissance team climbed a peak, the missile launchers and radar arrays in the Air Defense Regiment's base below were exposed to their eyes. Several people looked at each other, and then jumped down at the same time. With the assistance of the auxiliary system of the mobile armor, the 9 people glided towards the radar array like bats in the night. But just after entering the enemy's base, Sherman and others were discovered. After all, the enemy was not stupid with such a big noise. The dark night was suddenly illuminated by the flames that suddenly appeared, and the dull sound resounded through the night sky. It was the anti-aircraft machine gun positions deployed by the Air Defense Regiment on the periphery that opened fire. The next moment, 2 scouts were hit in front of Sherman. The mobile armor with little energy left could not defend effectively. It was destroyed in less than a second, and the people were instantly blown into blood mist, with no bones left.